You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hello, I'm Greg, and welcome to our Detective Mystery Show. Crime fiction has been popular since the 19th century, made so by such early writers as Edgar Allan Poe and Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes. But with the advent of radio, it became even more popular as a form of entertainment, as the genre was well suited for radio drama. The whodunit mystery becomes a puzzle for the listener, who tries to solve the crime before the answer is revealed by the narrator/detective. And since the basic premise of crime fiction is that a crime be committed, the more serious the crime, the more entertaining and challenging it is to solve it, which is why most detective mysteries involve the ultimate crime of murder. From the gritty noir, hard-boiled detectives of Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, and the pulp magazines of the 20s and 30s, to the more soft-boiled detectives like Sherlock Holmes, Candy Matson, Richard Diamond, detective radio shows were super popular in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and are actually still probably the most popular genre of OTR listeners today. We've got a good mix of detective mystery shows for you on today's video. More traditional detectives like The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, and The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe with Sidney Greenstreet. Two more hard-boiled detectives like Jeff Regan, Investigator, and Pat Novak for Hire with Jack Webb. We've got classic detectives like Bob Bailey as George Valentine in Let George Do It, Lon Clark as Nick Carter, Master Detective, Charles Russell as Johnny Dollar, Jackson Beck as Philo Vance, and others. We've also got some lesser-known shows like Easy Money, starring Larry Haynes as Investigator Mike Trent, Results Incorporated, a detective comedy show starring Lloyd Nolan and Claire Trevor as Johnny Strange and Terry Travers, and Meet Miss Sherlock, with the rare female detective, Jane Sherlock, played by Sandra Gare, and several others that you're probably familiar with, like Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, The Fat Man, That Strong Guy, Walk Softly, Peter Troy, Tales of the Texas Rangers, Mr. Chameleon, and more. So sit back and enjoy these detective mystery shows from the golden age of radio. And as always, thank you very much for watching.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor. Oh, no, don't get up. You look much too comfortable.
Take off your overcoat and come and join me.
Well, I enjoyed your story of a scandal in Bohemia last week, Doctor, and tonight you promised us a sequel.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Bartell. A sequel that took place over 20 years afterwards, in 1909 to be exact. Sherlock Holmes was living on his Sussex bee farm. It was only in June, I remember, that I received a telegram from the great man asking me to come and spend a long weekend with him.
And I'm sure you needed no urging to accept the invitation.
None, Mr. Bartell, none at all. I hadn't seen Holmes for some time, and this fact, combined with my rather indifferent health, found me on the eastbourne train a few hours after receiving the telegram. A dog cart was at the station to meet me, and after a brisk drive across the downs, I found myself once more with my good friend. He looked somewhat older than when I'd last seen him, but as he spoke to me, I realized from the keenness of his voice and the sparkle in his eye that Sherlock Holmes would never really be old. After a while, our conversation lapsed into the comfortable silence that can exist only between friends. And then, as the sun was setting, Holmes picked up his beloved violin and began to play some haunting melody. As he lay back, eyes half closed, his long, thin fingers caressing the instrument, a wave of nostalgia swept over me. I thought of the many years that we'd spent together, and of the exciting adventures that we had shared during the old days in Baker Street. Beautiful. Quite beautiful.
Thank you, Watson. You look uncommonly wistful, dear chap. You thinking of the old days?
Yes, Holmes. I was.
So was I. Uh-huh. Oh, well. Those were exciting times, but it's comforting to think that now we will not be disturbed by a jangling doorbell, followed shortly by some poor devil in trouble. Nowadays, my greatest excitements are connected with the segregation of the queen bee and the nighttime proclivities of Charles Augustus, my tomcat.
I still find it hard to think of you in retirement, Holmes. Do you ever consider returning to active practice?
Oh, I consider it occasionally, and then reject the idea. A man should work only up to the peak of his ability. I'm past mine.
Nonsense, Holmes. You're just alert as ever you were.
Mentally, perhaps, but not physically.
Would you consider handling a small problem in England?
Oh, if it's a personal problem that affects you, my dear chap, you know I'll do anything I can.
Well, it's not exactly my problem, Holmes, but there was a charming young girl on the train. We got into conversation and...
You don't age it in a real chap. You're just as susceptible as ever.
No, Holmes, let me finish. She said that you knew her mother quite well.
Her mother? Come in. Oh, yes, Devers, what is it?
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Holmes. Your man said I might come in. My master, Mr. Lytton Stanley, instructed me to deliver this note.
Oh, thank you.
He also instructed me to wait for a reply.
What confounded impudence. You tell Master that there's no answer to this letter.
But he told me I must get a reply.
You may tell Mr. Lytton Stanley that I will instruct my solicitors to reply to his message in due course.
But, sir...
That's all, Devers. You may go.
Very good, sir.
Oh, what did the note say, Holmes?
Read it for yourself.
Keep your filthy bees where they belong. One of my guests was stung yesterday. If this happens again, I'll have the police run you out of this place. Good Lord, what an offensive letter.
The man himself is even more offensive. He's a retired manufacturer who thinks that his immense wealth entitles him to domineer over the local residents. Oh, but let's not spoil a nice sunny afternoon by discussing him. Please continue with the story of the young lady that you met on the train.
Yes, I'd like to. Poor little thing seems in dreadful trouble. I do wish you would help her.
You say that she told you her mother knew me?
Yes.
What's her name?
Norton. Irene Norton.
Norton? I don't seem to recall it. Oh, but of course! Where is the girl, Watson?
She's staying at the Red Lion in the village.
Then ring her on the telephone and ask her to come over here as fast as she can. Of course I'll help her.
I'm delighted, Holmes, but what made you change your mind so suddenly?
Is your memory so short that you can't remember Irene Adler? Surely you haven't forgotten that in the case you called a scandal in Bohemia, I was completely fooled by her?
Why, Joe, yes, of course. You always refer to her as the woman. But how does Irene Norton fit into the picture?
Irene Adler married a barrister named Geoffrey Norton. Tell Miss Norton to come at once, Watson. She is the daughter of the woman.
Mr. Holmes, I've heard so much about you from Mother. She says you're the cleverest man in England.
Your mother flatters me, my dear child. She herself was much more clever than I. In fact, yes. Did she ever tell you about the circumstances under which we met?
No, Mr. Holmes, though she did tell me that you were a witness when she and my father were married.
Very true, my dear, very true. Though the occasion was a little, shall we say, unusual. Look here. This golden sovereign I wear on my watch chain is a memento of that day. I also have a charming photograph of your mother.
You must have known her quite well.
How about telling Mr. Holmes about your troubles, my dear?
Yes. Reminiscences are charming, but they can wait until we've dealt with your problems.
Mr. Holmes, I'm being blackmailed.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. By whom?
By a neighbor of yours, Mr. Lytton Stanley. Do you know him?
Oh, yes, indeed I do.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Holmes received a most offensive note from the gentleman less than an hour ago.
What hold does Mr. Stanley have over you, my dear?
He has some letters, some rather indiscreet letters of mine that I wrote to a friend of his last year.
How did he obtain these letters, Miss Norton?
He must have stolen them. I don't know how, but when I was staying at his house a few weeks ago, he told me that he had them and asked £5,000 for their return.
Oh, gracious me. And why should he consider your letters, even indiscreet letters, worth so large a sum?
I'm engaged to be married to Lord Weston's son. That awful man, Lytton Stanley, knows that if my fiancé saw the letters, the marriage would never take place.
They must be extremely compromising.
They aren't, really. But I was much younger when I wrote them. In fact, I was only 17, and I'm afraid they could easily be misconstrued.
Have you told your mother?
Oh, no, she'd never understand.
She might surprise you on that score, I think. How about your father?
Daddy's a barrister. You can imagine how straight-laced he'd be about the whole thing. That's why I came to you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I see. You feel that I am not so, shall we say, straight-laced?
Of course you aren't. Mother's told me about you, and in any case, I've read Dr. Watson's stories.
Watson, my dear fellow, your stories will land me in serious trouble one of these days.
What are you suggesting Mr. Holmes can do for you, Miss Norton?
Get the letters back for me.
But how?
Steal them, of course.
Really, my dear, I hardly think you...
No, my dear Watson, don't be shocked. Miss Norton is a forthright girl, like her mother before her. It's most refreshing.
Mr. Holmes, you can't say you won't help me.
No, I don't think that I can say it. In any case, I have a slight personal score to settle with Mr. Lytton Stanley myself. He's rude and has no understanding of bees.
But how are you going to steal the letters?
That problem requires a little thought, old chap.
I can tell you how to do it, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, really? This is delightful, my dear. You explained the problem and also the way of solving it. How easy a detective's work might be if all clients were equally helpful. Tell me, what is your plan?
Tomorrow is a servant's half-day off at Mr. Lytton Stanley's. He will be alone there during the afternoon.
How do you know that fact?
My maid was keeping company, as they say, with Devers, the butler, when I was staying there a few weeks ago. She found out everything from him. My letters are kept in a filigree box in his desk.
With your enterprise, my dear, I'm surprised that you didn't try and open the desk yourself.
I did. But it's very sturdy and has a combination lock.
Oh.
However, I'm sure that you and Dr. Watson can think of some way of getting the letters, particularly if Mr. Lytton Stanley's alone in the house.
We shall do our best, Miss Norton.
Promise me one thing, though, both of you.
Oh, what's that?
Don't read the letters, will you? I'm really rather ashamed of writing them.
Oh, of course we won't, my dear child.
You're both so sweet to me. How can I thank you?
Thanks would be a little premature, but you could do us a favor.
Of course. What is it?
Your mother had a beautiful voice, I recall. I wonder if you inherit her talent.
I do sing, though I've never done so professionally, like Mother.
And I've never played the violin professionally. But perhaps between us we could give Watson a little concert?
That's a delightful idea. We can't do anything until tomorrow anyway.
What would you like to sing?
Charming. Tonight, music, and tomorrow, a touch of daylight robbery.
Dear old Watson, your disguise is really excellent.
Oh, I must confess I'm a little apprehensive.
Hi, old chap. There's no need to be, I assure you. You, as Dr. Hamish, and I, as the Reverend Albee, are calling on Mr. Stanley ostensibly in search of a contribution for my charity hospital that you are in charge of. What could be simpler?
Well, what made you decide on the role of a clergyman?
It should simplify our entrance to the house. Though I must confess that a rare touch of sentiment prompted the choice of my disguise.
How does sentiment enter into it?
Oh, surely you remember that it was in the role of a simple-minded nonconformist clergyman that I once attempted to deceive Miss Norton's mother.
That's right. I'd forgotten. That woman really fascinates you, doesn't she?
She does, old chap. Irene Adler was one woman I've always regarded with unbounded admiration, even though she was a criminal. But enough of this. Come on, old fellow. Are you ready?
Yes?
You have the equipment I mentioned to you?
In my pocket?
Let's be off, old chap. Let's be off. If he's home, why the devil doesn't he answer the door?
Come, my dear Reverend Appleby. For a parson, your language is hardly appropriate.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hamish. Shh. Here comes someone.
Yes,
Miss Lytton Stanley?
that's my name.
Mine is Appleby, and this is my friend, Dr. Hamish.
I'm proud to meet you, sir. I've heard a great deal about you.
What can I do for you?
If we could come in for a moment, I'll explain our mission.
Very well. Come into the study.
We're raising a subscription list for a charity hospital at Paddlewaite, just across the downs. You're a prominent resident here, and we thought that you'd like to donate a few guineas.
I'm really not very interested. I've given as much to charity this year as I can afford.
Well, it's a fine cause, sir. I'm giving my medical services 3 days a week, and the Reverend Appleby is donating his services too.
Who else has contributed to this fund?
All your neighbours, sir. We just came from the bee farm over the downs. The owner, Mr. Holmes, gave us a cheque for 5 guineas.
Holmes gave you 5 guineas, did he?
Aye, a very nice gentleman, Mr. Holmes. We're proposing to name a ward in the hospital after him.
Is this list of subscribers going to be published in the paper?
Oh, yes, Mr. Lytton Stanley.
I'll give you 10 guines.
10 guineas.
thank
That's
you, sir.
Very
Thank
kind of you, sir, I'm sure.
I'll get my checkbook. It's in this desk.
Watson, the chloroform. Right.
Now, who do I make this check payable to?
Order! Hold him still, Holmes. Hold him still.
Very neat, Watson.
Chloroform doesn't take long, does it?
Move it back a little, old fellow. You're lying over the desk. That's it.
Is the filigree box in there?
Uh-huh. Here it is.
Splendid. Holmes, don't open it. You promised that you wouldn't.
I just wish to make sure
Make sure of what was there, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Who the...
Oh, no, don't move. I have a revolver, and don't turn round. Place the box on the table, Mr. Holmes. And put your hands up, gentlemen, both of you. That's right.
I know that voice. It's Devers, the butler.
Quite correct, sir.
Well, Devers, you needn't point a revolver at us. Your master isn't injured.
I'm not in the least interested in my master's health, Dr. Watson. In fact, if he were dead, I should be delighted.
And what are you up to, Devers?
I'm taking advantage of a situation, sir. I've been trying to open that desk for weeks. After such kindness on your part, sir, I hate to seem ungracious, but I'm dreadfully afraid I shall have to kill you. To kill both of you.
Well, Doctor, that was a fine place to break off your story with the butler pointing a gun at your backs and you and Sherlock Holmes with your hands above your heads. What happened next? I know at least you didn't get killed, or you wouldn't be sitting here in California tonight telling me the story.
Elementary, my dear Mr. Bartell, but supposing I take you back in the story to the point where I left off.
Well, all right then. Take me back, Doctor. Take me back.
Very well. We stood there, Holmes and I, our hands above our heads. As Devers said...
I can't tell you how grateful I am that you opened the desk for me. After such kindness on your part, sir, I hate to seem ungracious, but I'm dreadfully afraid I'm going to have to kill you both.
Devers, I dislike to appear stupid at such a melodramatic moment, but why is it necessary to kill us?
For months, I have been waiting for an opportunity to steal the Kitmanjar emerald, and now you have done it for me, sir, and presented me with a perfect alibi.
The Kitmanjar emerald?
Oh, come now, Miss Holmes. You know the treasures in this house as well as I do. Apart from the emerald, there's a superb Cellini that would fetch a fine price in the right market.
We aren't here after any valuables, my good man.
Please don't call me your good man, Dr. Watson. It's patronizing and untrue. In any case, sir, whether you were here after the valuables or not makes no difference. I've caught you both red-handed. You're completely in my power, gentlemen.
You're going to steal the treasures, I suppose, and then pretend that we were responsible.
Exactly, sir. I shall kill you both, secrete what objects appeal to me, and when my master regains consciousness, I shall explain that I found 3 men burgling the house, that I killed 2 of them, while the third got away with the loot. Who will be able to doubt my word? To be regarded as a hero. I might even have my salary raised.
Watson, I'm afraid this is the end, old chap.
What a sordid way to die. Shot in the back like a coward.
Devers, at least do us the courtesy of allowing us to face the firing squad, will you?
Very well, gentlemen. Turn round. But don't try any tricks.
One last request.
What is it, sir?
I'm beaten, and I admit it. I'm getting old, but in my heyday I've crossed swords with some of the greatest criminals in Europe. My life has been attempted many times, but I've always escaped. If this is to be my swan song, at least give me the privilege of shaking the hand of the man who has at last bested me.
Well, sir, I feel that I'm stepping a little out of my station, but I suppose the situation is unusual. I hope you don't object to the left hand, sir. I'll keep the revolver in my right.
Very well, Devers. There you are.
Goodbye, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Goodbye, Devers, and my congratulations for... My congratulations for being a fool.
Well done, Holmes.
Maybe getting old, Watson, but I've not lost my skill at that, too.
He went over your shoulder in a flash. Fortunately, the bullet went wide.
How is he, Watson? Struck the desk as he fell.
Yes, he gashed his head. It's not serious. He'll be unconscious for a while.
Good, but I think we'll take the precaution of closing this desk drawer. I don't want him to be exposed to further temptation when he comes to. There we are.
Well, shouldn't we get into touch with the police, Holmes?
Police? Great Scott, no, old fellow. After all, we're burglars and we're in disguise. 2 facts that would be hard to explain satisfactorily. No, we must back to the bee farm as soon as possible.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Miss Norton will be waiting for us there, and we'll tell her what happened. Poor girl, I'm afraid she's in for something of a shock.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm so glad to see you back again. Did you get the filigree box?
Yes, Miss Norton, here it is.
But, Holmes, I didn't know that you...
Miss Watson. Why not open it, Miss Norton?
Well, I...
Open it, my dear. There may not be love letters inside it, but there's a note.
Oh.
Why don't you read it to us?
Well, let this be a warning, Miss Norton. Crime does not pay. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. Sincerely, Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Holmes, you knew my secret all the time.
Not all the time, but I realized it as soon as I'd opened the filigree box.
What on earth are you talking about?
Miss Norton was under the impression that she could use me as a cat's paw. as a dupe to commit a burglary for her.
I still don't understand, Holmes.
You will remember she asked us to promise not to open the box.
Yes, but you did, sir, just before the fellow held us up with a revolver. What was inside the box?
An impressive green stone which I knew to be the Kitmanjar emerald.
But where's the emerald now?
I slipped it back into Mr. Lytton Stanley's desk and locked it. Brought the box here because I wanted to see your expression, Miss Norton, as you opened it.
Great Scott, and I thought you were poor little thing in trouble. Shocking.
You have to save yourself, young lady.
But I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Holmes, terribly sorry. It seemed like a wildly exciting idea, but I didn't really mean to steal it.
No, of course not. No, of course you didn't. I didn't mean to steal it for you. Miss Norton, I'm convinced you knew that your mother once outwitted me, and you presumed to think that you could do the same. I should turn you over to the police.
Please don't, Mr. Holmes. You can't do that.
I certainly could. But I'm not going to for two reasons. First, you're young and impressionable, and this will teach you a lesson. And in the second place, I have a strange admiration for your mother. But I warn you, Miss Norton, that you have had a narrow escape. A very narrow escape.
Mr. Holmes, before I go, there's one favor I want to ask you.
Really? What is it?
Could I keep this filigree box with your note inside it? It would be a reminder all my life of how we met.
Ah, what do you say, Watson?
Well, it isn't your box to give, Holmes.
That's true, old fellow. That's quite true. But I fail to see how we can return it now without disclosing our own share in the attempted robbery. In any case, I don't like Mr. Lytton Stanley. I think we might indulge in a little petty larceny without feeling too guilty. Very well, Miss Norton. You may keep the box.
I shall always treasure it. Thank you. Goodbye, Dr. Watson. Don't think too badly of me.
Goodbye.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
You know, Holmes, I must say you were surprisingly lenient with that girl. Do you suppose her mother put her up to the whole thing?
That possibility had occurred to me, old fellow. And yet I have a feeling that... Come in. Door's open.
Were you expecting anyone?
No.
Good Scott, it's Lytton Stanley.
Good evening, sir. This is an unexpected honor.
Sherlock Holmes, we haven't been the best of friends, I know. But you've got to help me now. I'm in serious trouble.
Oh, indeed, sir. Won't you sit down? This is my friend, Doc Watson.
How do you do?
And now, sir, what is your trouble?
I've been robbed, Holmes.
Robbed? What was stolen?
Well, my greatest treasure, the Kitmanjar emerald, removed from his case, and then mysteriously returned loose in my desk afterwards. But there's a priceless Cellini missing.
Have you any idea who the burglars might be?
Oh, it was a gang, I'm sure of that. A couple disguised as a clergyman and a doctor came into the house on the pretext of raising money for some hospital. And they overpowered me with chloroform.
Oh, dear me, how very unpleasant for you.
Yes, well, when I came to, I found my butler was lying beside me in a pool of blood. The brave fellow had wrestled with the thieves, but they got away. And he's in the hospital now. Holmes, you've got to help me.
The Kitmanjar emerald was returned, you say, but a Cellini is missing.
Yes. It's an exquisite filigree box in which I'd kept the emerald.
A filigree box?
Yes, it's a genuine Cellini. It's worth several £1,000s. Holmes, you must help me solve this business.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lytton Stanley, but I'm afraid I can't help you. I've retired. Yes, and I intend to remain in retirement. Good night, sir.
Oh, but I'll pay you any fee within reason.
My decision is final, sir. Good night.
Oh, I might have known I wouldn't get any help from you.
Holmes, she fooled you again.
Yes, the little devil. She knew that box was a Cellini all the time.
You don't seem very angry with her, old fellow.
I should be, but I'm not. What splendid audacity. What a superb nerve the child has.
But you must get the box back from her.
I shall, Watson. I shall. Or rather, I shall persuade Devers to do it for me. As the price of our silence.
But how can he get it back?
Remember that he walks out with Miss Norton's maid. I'm certain that when he explains his predicament, he can prevail upon her to steal the box from her mistress so that it may be returned to its rightful owner.
That's a good idea. By George, Holmes, Miss Norton's a chip off old pluck, all right.
Yes, Watson, she is, and it makes me wonder.
What about?
I wonder, my dear chap, how long I can remain in retirement. Such a worthy antagonist at large, it's a challenge. It's an irresistible challenge.
Oh, Dr. Watson, I just can't get over the way you and Mr. Holmes let that girl, Irene, was that her name, pull the wool over your eyes. Why, she really twisted you around her little finger.
Well, Mr. Bartell, I don't like to make extremely positive statements, but I'm sure that if you were in my shoes, Irene would not only have twisted you round her little finger, but she'd have had you rolling about in hoops and standing on your head.
You mean she was that beautiful?
Mr. Bartell, she was so beautiful that she'd make you forget all about Petri wine.
Dr. Watson, no girl is that beautiful.
Oh, how young you really are.
Well, Dr. Watson, what story are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, is the day before Christmas. So I'm going to tell you an adventure that took place many years ago and involved Holmes and myself in one of the most fantastic Christmas Eve situations in which we ever found ourselves. I think you'll like the story. I call it The Night Before Christmas.
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Hanging Judge murder case. Tonight we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in the Hanging Judge murder case. The story opens as the famous Judge Hatch, known far and wide as the Hanging Judge, is seen striding rapidly and impatiently along one of the corridors of the Cyrus Blackstone Museum in a quiet residential section of New York. And with the judge is his young and obviously puzzled daughter, whom we hear saying,
Father, what's this all about? Why did you insist on coming here to the museum today?
You'll soon find out, Barbara.
But I want to know now. After all, you've never come near this museum before, even though Cyrus Blackstone was your cousin. And then suddenly you decide that you have to come here this afternoon. Father, are you listening to me?
I've seen that man before.
Which man do you mean?
Yes, I've certainly seen him before. Barbara, come in this room, quickly.
But, Father, what
Come
is this?
in here, quickly. I don't want him to see me. I'll pretend to look at this antique wooden box.
But, Father, the sign there says do not touch. All these things are very valuable.
Never mind the sign. I'm going to look at this box. Then I propose to have a little talk with the head of this museum, Miss Priscilla Ames.
Miss Ames?
Yes. Incidentally, this box is a work of art. Come and look at it, Barbara. Come.
Father! Father! Oh, good heavens, he's dead! He's dead!
And a little later we find Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, entering the still room where Judge Hatch lies lifeless. And he is saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold,
What a place for murder, Dave. Quiet sanctuary like this, surrounded by wonderful works of art. Never expect violence to take place within these walls. But it did, all right. Bullet hole in his left temple.
Shall I have the doors locked, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, please, Dave. No one is to leave the museum under any circumstances.
Okay.
Who's that weeping? Oh. Are you Judge Hatch's daughter?
Yes. I'm Barbara Hatch.
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Were you with your father at the time of the murder?
Yes. He was looking at that antique wooden box when I suddenly heard a shot.
You didn't see who fired it?
No, I was so startled. Mr. Chameleon, who could have killed my father? I was always afraid something like this would happen.
Why?
He was known as the Hanging Judge. Hard but just. He sent many men to prison.
Yes, that's very true. Did he receive any threats recently?
He wouldn't have told me.
Miss Hatch, I'm sorry to have to question you, but of course I must. Cyrus Blackstone, who founded this museum, wasn't he a cousin of your father's?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, then you came here often?
No, we didn't. This was the first time we ever visited here.
What?
Yes. But today Father insisted on coming here. He wouldn't tell me why, except he said that he wanted to see Priscilla Ames. Just a moment before he was shot, he mentioned her name.
Who is Priscilla Ames?
She's in charge of the museum. Father's whole behavior lately was very strange, Mr. Chameleon. For a whole week he'd been absent-minded and worried.
Now, you say that he was disturbed by something. Have you any idea what?
No. But just today, he told me to put his gun in the shopping bag I carried. That bag there on the chair.
Oh, let me see the gun, please.
Father had never taken the gun out of the house before. He kept one there because it's a big, lonely house.
But it was evident that your father expected trouble in this museum today.
Here at the museum?
Mm-hmm.
But why, Mr. Chameleon and... Mr. Chameleon.
Mm-hmm.
Father's gun. It's not in my bag.
What? Let me have the bag, please. Miss Hatch, think hard. Where was this bag at the time that your father was shot?
Why, I'd laid it down on the chair.
The chair is right by the door, and the bag is a loose one.
Someone could have slipped the gun out.
Who?
It must have been someone in the museum. All I know is Father said something about Priscilla Ames just before he was killed.
And you think this Priscilla Ames could have taken the gun?
Well, I don't
Why would I take your gun, you malicious girl? Are you trying to make trouble for me the way your father did?
Oh, so you are Priscilla Ames. I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Miss Ames, suppose you tell me how Judge Hatch made trouble for you, and why yours was the last name he mentioned before he was murdered.
So Barbara Hatch told you that, did she?
I said Father mentioned your name, Miss Ames, and he did.
Just before he was shot, Miss Ames. You said Judge Hatch had made trouble for you. What sort of trouble? I asked you what sort of trouble.
I don't understand why I should be subjected to this inquisition, Mr. Chameleon. Everybody knows that Judge Hatch was called the hanging judge, and I'm certain that there wasn't a man in New York more criminals wanted to murder than him. It seems quite obvious that one of them killed him.
Miss Ames, I am still interested in what was the trouble between you and this murdered man.
Mr. Chameleon, to you this place is just a museum. But I knew it when it was a magnificent private house. And I should have been the mistress of that house, Mr. Chameleon, instead of working here on salary.
You're a very beautiful woman, Miss Ames, and I presume you mean that the founder of this museum, Cyrus Blackstone, thought so too.
Cyrus Blackstone loved me. We were engaged to be married, and Judge Hatch broke it up.
Father? Really?
How? Miss Hatch, do you know anything about this?
Don't ask her. I'll tell you, Mr. Chameleon. I didn't tell Cyrus about my brother. He was a confidence man who spent time in prison. His name was Archie Craig.
Archie Craig? I knew him well, Miss Ames. So did Judge Hatch.
Exactly. Judge Hatch told Cyrus Blackstone I was mixed up with my brother Archie's schemes. I was innocent. I didn't know my brother was doing anything dishonest. But Cyrus believed Judge Hatch. He broke our engagement.
So, in your mind, Miss Ames, Judge Hatch cheated you out of Cyrus Blackstone's fortune?
In my mind. It's true. On his deathbed, Cyrus relented and saw to it that I had a permanent job here at the museum.
But that was not good enough for you. You hated Judge Hatch with a hatred that grew and grew until...
Until what? If you mean I murdered Judge Hatch, I didn't. If I'd wanted to kill him, I'd have done it long ago. Besides, what about his daughter?
Miss Ames, please.
Barbara didn't tell you, I suppose, that her father tried to wreck her life. He stopped her marriage just as he stopped mine.
Mr. Chameleon, don't listen to her. You're a wicked woman, Miss Ames.
You mean your father was a wicked man, Barbara? He couldn't bear to see anyone happy. He wanted to keep you to himself. He didn't want you to have a husband.
Is that true, Miss Hatch? Or did your father have another reason for preventing your marriage?
Mr. Chameleon, he said there was something wrong with John Clark. But there wasn't. There wasn't.
You still love this boy, I take it. And your father stood in your way, and you had a gun in your bag.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you saying? I wouldn't kill my father. Whatever he did, I loved him.
You also loved that boy, John Clark, and that is the strongest love of all. You were faced with empty years in a lonely house with only your father, and it was too much for you.
No, that isn't true. And why would I pick this museum as the place to kill him?
On the other hand, Miss Hatch, you carried a gun with you, and that gun has mysteriously disappeared. You had plenty of time before the police arrived to hide it somewhere.
I told you someone took the gun, Mr. Chameleon. I remember now. There was a man. When we first came in, my father seemed upset because of some man we saw here in the museum.
Upset in what way?
Father said, I've seen that man before. That's why he suggested we step into this room. That's why he pretended he was looking at that antique box.
Why didn't you mention this before, Miss Hatch?
It slipped my mind.
Could you identify this man? He must still be here. I gave orders that no one was to leave the museum.
Why, I'm not sure, but I can try.
Miss Hatch, you and Miss Ames wait here, please. I'm going to find Detective Sergeant Arnold. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I was just coming in to see you. Mr. Crosley and I have been looking for the murder weapon.
Who are you, Mr. Crosley?
Philip Crosley at your service, Mr. Chameleon. I'm Priscilla Ames' assistant. I help her run the museum.
So you've been looking for the murder weapon. Any luck?
Not yet.
Tell me, how many people were here at the museum at the time of the shooting, Mr. Crosland?
Oh, quite a few. School teachers, tourists. They're all in a room upstairs, as you instructed.
Any men? Judge Hatch mentioned seeing a man who looked familiar to him just before he was murdered.
Oh, of course. There was one very distinguished-looking man. Looked like, a Hollywood conception of a foreign diplomat, Mr. Chameleon. Gold-headed cane, Homburg hat, striped trousers.
Foreign diplomat? Wait a minute, Mr. Crosland. Does he also sport a monocle?
Why, yes, he does. Mr. Chameleon, you don't think...
Indeed I do, Dave. Go and tell the distinguished gentleman that I want to see him. Oh, Dave, after that, call the police commissioner. Send someone to Judge Hatch's house. Go over his effects and see if he'd received any threatening letters.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chameleon, this will probably be one of the easiest cases you've had to solve.
Why?
Because Judge Hatch was known as the hanging judge, and from everything I've ever read about him, a lot of criminals would have liked to kill him. It looks as if all you'd have to do is check up on the people he's given stiff sentences to. Check on them, and among them you'll find your man.
So you're interested in criminology, Mr. Crosland?
No, I'm afraid that's a little far removed from the quiet occupation I follow in a museum.
Well, your hunch may be a good one at that. Dave, you send in our friend with the monocle, please.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Particularly anxious to see him.
Mr. Chameleon, do you mean that you know this man?
Mr. Crosland, unless I am much mistaken, he's Andy Matthews, a well-known fence and confidence man. And I see that I am not mistaken. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Mr. Chameleon. Well, this is a pretty mess. I walk into a museum to get a little culture, and what happens?
A man is murdered. Police all over the place. Oh, it's awful tough on you, Andy. But tougher on Judge Hatch.
Now, look, Chameleon, I'm going straight.
You haven't had much chance yet. You were just released from prison after serving an 8-year term.
Judge Hatch didn't sentence me.
No, he didn't. But he sent your best pal and partner, Shorty Mason, to the chair. Now, what do you know about this murder, Andy? What were you doing in this museum, and where's the murder gun?
Why don't you search me, Chameleon?
Because I think you're too smart to kill a man and keep the gun on your person.
And I think you're too smart, Chameleon, to even dream that I'd kill Judge Hatch. You haven't forgotten, I hope, that he was well known as the hanging judge? When I was in stir, at least 20 men said their first act on release would be to knock off that old beak. Do you get my point, old man?
The point is that those 20 suspects you so kindly present, Andy, are still in stir, but you are out and on the scene here. And I'm quite sure that Judge Hatch's daughter will identify you right now, Andy. Miss Hatch, you step in here, please, to identify someone.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Miss Hatch, is this the man that your father saw just before he was shot? Is this the man who disturbed him so that he ducked into a room to avoid being seen?
I don't know, Mr. Chameleon. I honestly couldn't say.
Sorry, Chameleon, your mistake.
Miss Hatch, you go back into that room, please, and ask Priscilla Ames to step out here.
Yes. Miss Ames, Mr. Chameleon wants you.
Miss Ames, is this man familiar to you?
What do you mean? How would I happen to know a cheap crook?
You forget, Miss Ames, that your brother was a crook. A confidence man just like Andy.
Well, I never saw this man before. I never laid eyes on him.
That's very odd, because at one time he and your brother were partners. Mr. Crosley.
Yes, sir.
What's that in that showcase on the wall?
Why, that's a display of antique guns, Mr. Chameleon.
Let me look at them. Antique guns? Well, you don't say. And is that little automatic in the corner an antique? When'd you put it in there, Andy? When'd you hide the murder gun in that case?
I didn't, Mr. Chameleon. I never saw it before.
Mr. Crosley, open the case, please, so I can get the gun.
Well...
What are you waiting for? I said open the case.
I can't, Mr. Chameleon. I don't have the key.
Who has?
The only person in the museum, Mr. Chameleon, who has the key to that case is Priscilla Ames.
Well, Miss Ames, how do you explain this?
Mr. Chameleon and the hanging judge murder case continues in just a moment. When you're suffering from an ordinary headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain, you want two things. First, you want something that will give you fast relief. And second, you want something that will give you dependable relief. So listen. People everywhere know that because it's actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds, Bayer aspirin provides fast relief. And they know that because it's gentle to the system, it also provides dependable relief. The fact is that no other pain reliever can match Bayer aspirin's record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. And that means that of all pain relievers, Bayer aspirin is one you can take with complete confidence. So when you have a headache, don't experiment with drugs that have not been proved by years of successful use. For the two most important kinds of relief, the fast relief you want and the dependable relief you need, do as millions do. Be sure with Bayer aspirin. And when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Hanging Judge murder case. It is a few seconds later in the Blackstone Museum where Judge Hatch was mysteriously shot to death. Mr. Chameleon is facing a group of badly frightened suspects, and he is saying to the white-faced Priscilla Ames, the curator of the museum,
"Give me the key to that showcase, Miss Ames. The one with the antique guns and the murder gun among them."
I haven't got the key with me, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Crosley, your assistant says you are the only one who has a key.
But I must have left it somewhere. I haven't got it with me.
I don't intend to wait while you look for it, Miss Ames. I'll have to smash the glass case. And here is the disappearing gun. The gun that killed Judge Hatch. Miss Ames, you're the only person who had the key to this case.
Someone could have stolen my keys, couldn't they? I left them in my desk.
You just told me that you didn't know where they were.
Don't try confusing me, Mr. Chameleon. Barbara Hatch could have taken them and hidden the gun after she'd killed her father.
And so could Andy Matthews here.
Look here, Chameleon, what is this?
Suppose you tell me, Andy.
Mr. Chameleon, I'm certain Andy Matthews had as little to do with this murder as I did.
Well, awfully nice to meet two such completely innocent people. Andy, get out of this room and wait for me upstairs.
That suits me, Chameleon.
Get going, Andy.
Okay.
Mr. Chameleon, why do you dismiss a person like Andy Matthews and hold me here?
Mr. Chameleon, look what I dragged up from the basement.
Yes, Dave?
Let go of me, you big bully! Let go of me! Not till Mr. Chameleon has had a little chat with you.
Who is he, Dave?
Mr. John Clark, the former fiancé of Barbara Hatch.
Just why were you hiding in the basement, young man?
I was trying to keep out of sight while Judge Hatch was here. If you knew what a so-and-so he was, you wouldn't blame me.
Judge Hatch has been murdered by an unknown killer. And you were here in the museum at the time he was shot.
Sure I was. So what? What does that prove? A lot of people were in the museum.
John, be careful. I mean, don't be so disagreeable.
Keep out of this, Barbara. I know what I'm doing.
I'm beginning to see why Judge Hatch objected to you as a possible son-in-law, John.
Are the police going in the romance business, too? What affair is it of yours if Barbara and I have been... had been...
You mean that you and Barbara have been meeting here secretly in this museum? That's what you've been doing, meeting here, isn't it?
Is that a crime?
John, don't you see what you're doing, acting this way?
I told you to stay out of this, Barbara.
I think that she said enough to reveal that you and Barbara have been using this as a secret meeting place. And you, Miss Ames, you knew about these meetings, didn't you? In fact, you encouraged Barbara to meet this young man.
Mr. Chameleon, Judge Hatch broke up one romance, mine. I took great pleasure in helping along his daughter's romance, yes.
And Judge Hatch got wind of it. He came here, Miss Ames, to tear you to pieces. And possibly he thought he'd run into John, too.
But he didn't run into me, Mr. Chameleon.
I wonder.
Go on wondering, Mr. Chameleon. Let's see the great brain work.
That's enough out of you.
Let him alone, Dave. Let him alone. I only hope that he's talking himself out of Barbara's affections.
You may finally catch on to the idea, Chameleon, that Judge Hatch was known as the Hanging Judge, and plenty of guys were after him.
I was waiting for that from you, John Clark. It's what everybody in the case has told me so far. And it makes me wonder. More and more.
Mr. Chameleon, in the name of heaven, give us a rest from this constant insinuation and questioning.
Miss Ames, there won't be rest for anyone till Judge Hatch's murderer is caught. Get that straight, all of you.
It is now the next day, and we find Mr. Chameleon at Central Police Headquarters in the office of the Commissioner of Police. He is saying,
"Good morning, Commissioner. Tell me, have the boys picked up anything for me?"
Well, the newspapers have certainly picked up plenty, Chameleon. The idea of the hanging judge being murdered seems to be most intriguing to them. Putting you and me in the same sack as a couple of nitwits.
Don't take it so much to heart, Commissioner.
Well, anyway, here's what the boys picked up, Chameleon. First, this partly burned letter taken from Judge Hatch's room.
Oh, thanks. A note that definitely reveals the judge had been tipped off that his daughter Barbara was meeting the unsavory John Clark at the museum.
And that, of course, is why the judge took his daughter there yesterday, Chameleon.
That and perhaps something more, Commissioner.
What more?
Is there a report yet on whether Barbara had been carrying any packages or anything else from the museum after meeting the boyfriend, John Clark?
It just came in, and your guess was right, Chameleon. Got the story from the doorman at the museum.
So she has been carrying things away. Where'd she take them, Commissioner?
To the Apex coffee shop down the street from the museum. A hangout for Andy Matthews and a number of other crooks, including a couple of fences.
The Apex coffee shop, Well, well.
Chameleon, you don't think Judge Hatch's daughter killed her own father, do you? Incredible. Ghastly.
It's happened before, Commissioner. Love-crazed girl, domineering, arrogant father. Anyway, it gives me an idea. Commissioner, order that museum reopened to the public right away.
Open to the public? Why take that chance?
Because it'll draw a big crowd of morbid curiosity seekers and give me the chance to go in there disguised as one of them. I want to draw the Apex coffee shop and that museum closer together.
Yet even as Mr. Chameleon is talking to the police commissioner, a trembling girl is waiting in the Apex coffee shop down the street from the museum. And Barbara Hatch half rises to her feet as Priscilla Ames swoops down upon her.
Well, Miss Hatch, my dear little Barbara, I thought I'd find you here. And I came to warn you.
What about Miss Ames?
You know what about Barbara. So help me, I'll kill you if you say one word to Mr. Chameleon that implicates me in your father's murder.
I didn't mean to, Miss Ames.
I'll see that you don't. I've had enough of your sanctimonious family interfering in my life.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
You should be, Barbara. I suppose Chameleon will be coming to the museum in disguise. That's his specialty. But if he does, I'll recognize him. I'm sure I will.
And then what?
I don't know. But don't forget this. I know a lot about you, Barbara, and don't you ever forget it.
Now we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as a senile old man, Mr. Wheeler. And he is entering the museum, saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, who is with him,
All right, Dave, the coast is clear. I don't think anyone's seen me with you. Or if they have, I'm just an old man who's been asking a few questions. So keep out of sight. Have your gun in readiness.
Don't worry, Mr. Chameleon. I'll be... Uh-oh. Here comes Priscilla Ames.
Just the one I want to see. Beat it, Dave.
Okay.
Just in time, Dave ducks out of sight behind a curtain, and Mr. Chameleon shuffles forward to intercept Miss Ames, and he speaks in the quavering voice of his disguise.
Good morning, ma'am. Is this the room where Judge Hatch was killed?
Oh, good heavens, I'm sick and tired of answering that question. People come here now out of morbid curiosity, instead of wanting to see these beautiful works of art.
Can't blame him much, can you? Human nature being what it is. Was this the room where Judge Hatch was murdered?
Yes, it is.
My. Think of that. My name's Wheeler. What's yours?
Miss Ames, I'm the curator of the museum. And now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, that's a pretty box.
What?
I say that antique box is mighty pretty. Mind if I look at it?
Well, certainly I mind. I run this museum. Nothing is to be touched.
Be careful. You get mad because people come here out of morbid curiosity, then you get mad when people look at your works of art.
Mr. Wheeler, that antique box is not to be touched. Don't you see the sign, do not touch?
I'm not hurting it, Miss Ames.
Put it down.
You've got no call to speak to me like that. All I want to do is look inside the box, and I'm going to.
Got him, Dave? Yes, I've got him, Mr. Chameleon. Your shot nicked him in the arm.
And bring him out.
Mr. Chameleon. You are Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Miss Ames, and here is John Clark, the murderer of Judge Hatch.
Barbara Hatch's fiancé.
No. Your accomplice.
Priscilla, help me. Help me.
She won't help you, John. Instead, she'll tell me everything. She wants to save herself from a murder rap. It was she who gave me my first clue when she lied about not knowing where her keys were.
Mr. Chameleon.
Judge Hatch had picked up this antique box. He was raising the lid, just as I did now. And hidden inside this box was a fortune in stolen jewels, like these. He was murdered because quite by accident he found those jewels.
Are you saying that I handled stolen jewels?
That's exactly what I'm saying, John Clark, and I'm also saying that you killed Judge Hatch.
But the gun was Barbara's gun.
The gun you sneaked from Barbara's shopping bag, you mean?
No, I...
John Clark, you and Priscilla Ames were working together, passing stolen jewelry. And this is how it was done. Barbara Hatch used to come in here to meet you, John. And if you weren't here, she took a small package from that antique box and turned it over to a messenger at the Apex coffee shop, who in turn gave her a love letter from you. To Barbara, it was a romantic game. She'd no idea that she, your judge's daughter, was being used by criminals to pass stolen loot.
I'm saying nothing, Chameleon.
Oh, well, I am. We found a half-burned note in the judge's room. A note for Barbara from you, John Clark, which thanked her for following instructions. Well, the judge found it, too. He suspected what was happening. He followed his daughter and saw her meet a known criminal at the coffee shop. And you, Miss Ames, were in on the whole scheme.
I didn't murder Judge Hatch. It was John Clark.
Why, you...
Hold him, Dave!
Enough
Take
of
your
that.
hands
All right, that's all.
Thank you, Miss Ames. I can use your testimony.
And I'm not a jewel thief either. I was just afraid to interfere.
Afraid? You're enjoying it. It was sweet revenge, a bitter joke. A bitter joke to both of you that the daughter of the judge you so hated should have been tricked into helping a ring of criminals. What you didn't know was that it would lead to murder and your own arrest. You, John Clark, as the actual killer. You, Priscilla Ames, as a possible accomplice.
No, I had nothing to do with it.
You had full knowledge that crime was being committed. And your failure to report it is in itself a crime.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. It's only natural that when you have an ordinary headache, you want fast relief. And to find out how quickly Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work, all you need do is test it in a glass of water. What happens to a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass also happens in your stomach, and the speed with which it disintegrates indicates the speed with which it's ready to go to work. When you make this test, you'll see that Bayer aspirin tablets start disintegrating almost instantly, are actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds. Hence, they provide remarkably fast relief. So when you need something to relieve pain, be sure of how quickly it will act. Be sure with Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Friendly Divorce Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer and Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day and expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action, mystery, and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Man in the Door.
Well, this is the way it started. The Lion called about 4 o'clock that afternoon. Said he wanted to see me down at the office. I argued a while and finally told him I'd be there. Melody was sitting in front of her typewriter when I came in, putting a new coat of paint on her nails. She handed me a blank contract with no dates filled in, jerked a thumb toward the Lion's den. I went in.
Regan, I'm glad you got here. What do you know about architects?
They draw things.
I know that much, but what about bids and all that stuff?
Well, they figure out what a building's going to cost, don't they?
Go on.
If whoever's paying for the building likes what they write down, then they're hired.
A couple of architects, maybe 3 or 4 make bids.
I suppose so. Low man gets the job. Why?
Our client's an architect named Dudley Hayes, an office in the Park Central building. He thinks maybe the bank that's handling his bid might try to put something over on him.
Banks don't do things like that.
He thinks maybe a guy who works at the bank might be taking dough to shove his bid under the counter.
Why didn't you say that in the first place?
Because I'm saying it now. Haynes wants us to look into it.
All right, who do I see?
Haynes first. I only talked to him on the phone. I told him we'd have to have a contract and retainer before we did anything.
That figures.
So hop over there and find out what's what and make him sign that contract and get a check.
Anything else?
Make sure it's certified and call me if you run into any trouble.
Dudley Haynes, architect, Park Central building, had an office on the 9th floor. When I went in, a girl with hair that figured to be blonde right down to the roots pulled off her glasses and put out her cigarette. And she kind of eased out of her chair behind that desk, moved toward me, like a panther looking for a meal.
My, you're tall, aren't you?
Well, there's nothing I can do about that.
Mr. Lyon said he was sending us one of his best men.
He always says that.
I think he meant it this time.
He's an awful liar, lady.
Dorothy. Dorothy knows.
Fitz?
The name or the dress?
Both.
What's yours?
Jeff Regan.
Oh. Well, now we know each other.
That's nice. I came to see Haynes. He wants me to look into something for him.
I know.
He's expecting me.
I know.
Well?
I hope you have to look into a lot of things.
For Haynes?
No.
This is his office, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But he spends most of his time in 902 into the hall. Makes his blueprints up there. I'll take you. You are tall.
Well, we started down the hall. We got about 10 feet from the frosted glass door at the end. We both stopped. We were looking at the outline of a big man behind the door. Both of us expected him to open it and walk out. Oh, he came out all right, but he walked right through it. Oh, he's been shot.
Oh.
Do you know him?
It's my boss, Mr. Haynes.
No, it was your boss, lady. He's dead. Lieutenant Salvatore Vendetti, Central Homicide Detail, showed up about 8 minutes after I called. He had his whole goon squad with him and a couple of guys in double-breasted suits from the district attorney's office. They roped off the entrance to the building, got hold of the elevator operators and the man who runs the cigar stand, and asked them questions. Then Vendetti looked at what was left of Haynes and started yelling into a phone.
The tennis basket over, but don't move until my fingerprint boys get through. Yeah. Okay, sis, where the guy live?
At the Biltmore Hotel.
Where's his wife?
We didn't have one.
What do we tell?
We didn't have any family.
So no one's going to cry. Well, that makes it easier. Regan, was he your client?
No, nobody's a client until they sign a contract, Sally.
Well, you would bring him a contract to sign, and then you would do something for him. What?
Well, I didn't talk to him.
Sis?
Mr. Haynes had made an estimate on a little office building in Beverly Hills. He thought that a man named Adler at the bank might be taking money from someone to hold his bid out.
So he wants an investigator to look into it. Why do you think that?
Well, I don't know.
You work for him.
Well, I don't know everything.
Neither do I. Hot, isn't it? Who's Adler?
Oh, just a name to me.
Who else?
Who else?
Architects. Who else was making a bid?
Well, I don't know that.
Now, where are we? Kelly!
Yes?
Guy named Adler at the
Grand
National Bank. Pick him up and have him down to my office in half an hour.
Yes. What do you want to do about reporters, Sally?
Tell him to go jump in the lake.
Yes.
They always spell my name wrong. How long you two known each other?
An hour?
Nice.
What do you mean by that?
Just nice. Didn't hear any shots?
No, we didn't.
Tell me more about the bid.
Well, what's there to tell?
The setup.
Well, the bank handles the money.
Who says yes, who says no?
The bank, but...
But what?
The contractor usually tells them who to take.
Huh? Who's that in this case?
Contractor in Long Beach, his name is George Cantrell.
I'll say this for you, Regan. When you get mixed up in anything, you certainly get mixed up with the good-looking people.
I'm not mixed up in anything.
What do you say, sis?
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Uh-huh, she's a smart girl, Regan. Hello, honey. Won't be home for dinner. Some guy got himself killed and I'm in on it. Not long, no. Regan? I'll tell her. Wife says hello. Says come out to dinner sometime. Whoop. Sis, how much that contract worth?
On the building in Beverly Hills, about $40,000.
Profit?
No, overall.
Break it down.
Well, Mr. Haynes would have cleared about $12,000 if he'd gotten it.
I know some guys have killed for a dime. Sam, Vendetti. I'm still at the Park Central building. Get out to Long Beach and talk to a contractor named George Cantrell. And find out what architects were making bids on some stuff he was going to put up in Beverly Hills. Yeah, get the name. Okay, that about does it. Let's go. Miss Nolan?
What?
I have to take you down.
Jeff, can you do that?
Well, you're a material witness.
Well, what are you?
He's a bystander with a built-in lawyer.
Well, I do, Jeff.
Go with him.
Why do you want to spend the night in jail? I just worked for Mr. Haynes.
No phone calls. This is a murder case.
Well, get me a lawyer or something, Jeff.
You know a lawyer?
No. Wait, yes, I do. His name's Dave Henderson. He lives at 1648 Claremont Place. Will you get for me? Tell him I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Check, Sally?
She didn't make a phone call, and I like it, too.
Well, look, he may not be able to do anything for you tonight. It's almost 6.
But you'll see him as soon as possible.
Yeah?
Tell him I'm scared, Jack. Scared stiff.
Well, I stayed there and phoned the Lion, told him what had happened. Well, he got mad and yelled something about me being a jinx on all our clients, and then he hung up. So I went through the classified telephone directory under attorneys and Henderson. There was a Ben, a George, a Joe, a William, but no Dave Henderson. So I drove out to the address that she'd given me. It was a blue apartment house 4 blocks west of Vermont over by the Coliseum. Somebody was cooking hamburgers somewhere, and somebody was all worked up over a ball game on the radio. I picked the baseball fan.
Well, what'll happen now is anybody's guess, but let me tell you that this ball game is a long way from being up. Hey, what'd I tell you? It's outside the ballpark, and they're coming in like homing pigeons. Bases are loaded, and they're all coming in. Oh, it's going to be 8-5.
Come on, the ball game's not that good.
What's so important, Pilgrim? I'm with the ball game.
I'm looking for a man named Dave Henderson, a lawyer.
So what?
Somebody told me he lives in this apartment house.
Who told you that?
A lady.
Ha!
Does he live here?
You try looking at the mailbox?
No name.
You cop?
Private type.
Ha!
Does he live here?
Sure he lives here.
Well, where?
Enter the hall, 106.
Thanks.
So he's a lawyer, is he? With his kind of friends? Ha!
What does that mean?
You're young, ain't you, Curly?
I got a driver's license.
Let me tell you something. Don't go knocking on no doors and hear a ball game. Remember that.
Yeah, I'll remember
And you can tell him Tessie Bogart to start to that one.
And the score is 8-5 coming into the first half of the ninth, and this has been some ball game, let me tell you.
No 6. There we are.
Come on in, it's unlocked.
Your name Dave Henderson?
Yeah, who wants to know?
My name's Regan. I'm a private investigator with the International Detective Bureau.
Wrong steer gumshoe, I don't need one.
Look, I'm not looking for work. I'm looking for you.
What'd you say it was? Regan?
That's right.
R-E-G-A-N. Regan. Regan. Learned that just an hour ago. Cute, huh?
I met a friend of yours today.
Dave Henderson never had a pet.
She said she was a friend of yours.
But I didn't say I was a friend of hers. Hey, who are we talking about anyway?
Dorothy Nolan.
How is Dorothy?
Not so good.
Thought you were a detective.
I am.
You sound like a doctor.
Look, you sound like a guy with a chip on his shoulder.
Sound like a lot of things. You're trying to be tough, Pete.
No wonder you aren't in the telephone directory.
I'll just skip that.
She said you were a lawyer.
They say I drink too much. Haven't seen you drinking, have you?
She wants you to get in touch with her. The man she was working for was murdered today.
She kill him?
Well, they're holding her.
Material witness or suspect?
Material witness right now. She doesn't want to spend the night in jail.
Who does? That's why she isn't feeling so good, huh? He wants me to get her out.
Something like that.
Who's handling the case downtown?
Detective named Wendetti.
And where do you come in?
Well, he didn't give her that one phone call.
Yeah. You're sensitive. What if I said no?
Well, that's your business.
You know why she asked you to see me? Because I'm a guy she knows. And every guy who knows little Dorothy does a little something for her. Ever met him like that, Regan?
Sometimes.
Just checking.
Checking what?
She's pretty good with the works. Eyes just right for the job. Hair just right. Everything just right. She can make you do a lot of things you don't want to do. Wait till you see her in a bathing suit. Ooh, that's something, brother.
Well, they aren't wearing them in the county jail.
Okay, I'll phone Wendetti and find out what her bond is.
Look, this is a murder case. There's no bond on this. You know that.
Well, it depends how you handle it. I'll think of something.
Yeah, I'll bet you will.
We don't like each other much, do we?
Nope.
That's the way it goes.
Listen, she said to tell you she was scared.
Well, some of us are scared part of the time. And somebody gets shot. And everybody gets scared. You scared?
Nope.
Iron Man Regan. Have a good time.
Did I say Haynes was shot?
No. You didn't say a thing. See you somewhere, Peter. Well, I stopped by Musso Frank's and had the special, and then I went on home. I tried to make a couple of calls, but when Daddy was out and the desk sergeant thought I was a reporter and he wouldn't tell me a thing about Dorothy Nolan. While I was sitting there, the phone began jumping around on the hook.
Regan?
Yeah.
This is me. Where you been? I called your place 20 times, but I've called it once.
Well, I've been busy seeing a lawyer.
What do you need a lawyer for? You aren't married.
Somebody else needs one.
Who?
Dorothy Nolan, that blonde who worked up in Haynes' office when Daddy's holding her.
Good. I want you to go down and see her.
What for?
We can still make something on this thing if we play it smart. When I talked to Haynes on the phone this afternoon, I told him I wanted a certified check.
So what?
So that means there's a check for $100 lying around his office somewhere, and it's made out to International.
Look, he's dead, remember?
Everybody dies. Don't worry about it.
We weren't even hired.
We had a verbal contract.
We had nothing.
That check's no good to anybody but us.
We didn't do anything for him.
Well, buy him some flowers. Now hop down to the pokey and see that dame and find out where that check is.
We can't do that.
I talked to Harry Presidio, and he'll give us a lien to get in. Hello? Hello? Regan, you still there?
I was still there, but I wasn't listening to the lion. I was looking at a skinny little man with one leg.
Hey, Regan, you still there?
Now, don't ask me how he made it inside my door. He was just there, propped up on a pair of crutches, swaying back and forth, watching me with a couple of sick gray eyes that were so full of water you'd think they were going to float right out of his head. All at once, he went down like a busted sugar sack. He'd been shot twice through the neck with a small caliber gun, a 25, 32, I don't know. I found a dozen razor blades in one pocket and 2 dozen sets of shoelaces to go with them. There wasn't anything that told me his name, but there was a picture inside his shirt pocket. One of those things that you have taken in a penny arcade, you know, in front of phony pasteboard props. Well, the man with one leg was looking out from between a pair of painted angel's wings, and the guy standing next to him, who was smiling up at the halo, was the same man that I'd seen that afternoon. An architect named Haynes. A man who needed the private detective. A man who walked out a glass door and then dropped dead. And the one printed word above that picture stuck out like a wart on an egg that said, Happy Land.
You are listening to the story of the man in the door. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. And now, back to the story of the man in the door and Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Well, I left the little man with the one leg lying there. There wasn't much I could do for him. I wanted to wait before I called homicide. I took the picture I found in his pocket and I drove to Happy Land. It turned out to be an open-air penny arcade on 5th and Main. Smelled like all the hot dogs in the world had been made right there. There were machines all over the place telling you how strong you were, how rich you'd be, and who you'd marry. All for a penny. I guess it wasn't much of a bargain. The only customer was a sailor trying his luck at the shooting gallery. Back in the corner, a tired-looking girl in light blue slacks and a dirty gray sweater was sitting on a stool by the hot dog counter staring at nothing.
Want some pennies?
Not right now, no.
Oh, just looking? Go ahead. When you figure out where you're going to spend your money, come back and I'll give you some change.
You got a picture gallery here?
Oh, don't tell me you're a real big spender and want to have your picture taken.
Maybe. You got one?
Yeah, we got one.
Where is it?
In there. If you really want to get your picture taken, I'll climb off this stool and take you back. I want to tell you now, if you're just trying to be sociable, you can go and fly a kite.
You run the picture concession?
I run the picture place and the hot dog place, and I sweep out in the morning. Oh, I wish I had better brains than to marry that slob and get myself stuck in a cheap dump like this.
All right. Do you remember taking this picture?
How would I know? I take a lot of pictures.
Well, come on, look at it.
All right. Yeah, I took it. That what sold you?
When?
How do you think I am? Can't remember what night it is every time a pair of drunks comes in and wants their pictures taken together.
Well, try to remember, will you?
You're a real wise guy, mister. You don't want no picture. You just want some talk. You're a cop.
Friend. I met the little guy in the picture once.
Dusty?
What was that?
I thought you said you met him once.
Well, we weren't introduced. I just met him. Who is he?
Dusty Rhodes. Works the circuit.
What circuit?
Fifth and Main, STEM. Business section.
What kind of business?
Dusty handled the razor blade and shoelace traffic. He hates pencils.
What'd he do when he wasn't working?
What does anybody do? He went out and got loaded.
Go on.
And you don't know him very well for a friend. How am I going to know I'm not getting Dusty in trouble talking to you like this?
Nobody can get him in trouble anymore, lady.
What do you mean?
He was shot tonight.
Oh, no. Oh, poor little guy.
Do you know where he lived?
Seashore Hotel. The Seashore Hotel. Oh, gee, Miss, I'm sick. Oh, I'm real sick.
Brother, the seashore caters to many types of people, good and bad, just out of the pokey. 2 bits a night for transients, $1.50 a week for solid citizens. And sign and register, it's a law.
I'm not looking for a room.
Then you're wasting my time, brother. My beer's getting warm.
Look, I'm a private investigator. My name's Regan.
I liked you before you said them 2 words, brother, but you have soured me. Private investigator means private eye, and it all means cop. And you are not welcome. Now blow.
I'm trying to find out something about a man named Dusty Rhodes.
We do not ask questions, and we do not give answers. Now blow.
I was told he lived here.
You find me tongueless, brother. Now blow.
Did you know him?
During the last 5 years, I have acquired 85 pounds and a very bad heart, or I'd have you in the alley right now.
Oh, yeah, sure you would. Here.
Abraham Lincoln was a very fine man, and he took a very fine picture. I seem to have found my tongue, brother. What'll it be?
The key to his room for a starter, huh?
Disallowable and punishable by fine and imprisonment. Into the hall, turn the Benfesto to the right.
Thanks. Well, I don't know what I expected to find there. Outside of more razor blades and more shoelaces was a little room full of dirty white curtains and a wire bed that sagged in the middle. I was standing there watching a neon sign advertise beer a block down the street when I thought I heard somebody behind me. Whoever it was had been drinking bad whiskey, but he was still pretty good. It landed a quarter of an inch above my right ear, and I piled up in a lamp, a chair, and a pitcher full of water.
5 berries gets you a look, brother, but doesn't get you a room. Besides, it's already taken, and the bed's over there. Now, come on.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't go to sleep, brother. You was knocked asleep.
Oh.
I apologize. Why the games?
Who came in after me?
You're the only one.
You sure?
My name's Sam Preacher. Brother, I'm very sure.
Well, maybe he was waiting for me, huh?
I don't generally ask him, but the question is this. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Unless...
What's the matter? Something missing?
Just a picture.
You can get lots of pictures.
You didn't see anybody?
That makes the 3rd time, brother, and the answer's still negative.
Okay.
Then let's blow, buddy, huh?
Coroner's office.
Luke, this is Regan.
The lion's eye. What's with you, baby? When Daddy tells me you walked into one today.
Yeah, I did. You got him there?
Haynes Dudley? Sure. Want to come down and take a look? He's toe-tagged and salted down real pretty.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Them 32 slugs was just incidental. The guy had 4 weeks at the outside.
All right, give it to me.
Haynes Dudley was dying from malnutrition, alcoholism, and a couple other things with long names.
Give me one long name.
Diabetes. He didn't take good care of himself, funny,
A misspent life.
Somebody's gonna take the gas chamber for nothing.
When Daddy know this?
Sure. And he was wearing a brand new suit, too. We'll sew up the holes, we'll bury him in it.
Well, you aren't finished yet, Luke.
Baby!
A guy with one leg dropped dead in my place a couple hours ago.
It's after 11.
I'm sorry, Luke.
They connected?
Yeah?
Murder?
Yeah.
Well, come down and see us anytime, Regan. We're open 24 hours a day.
Well, at the homicide office, they told me she'd been released about 10 o'clock. They said a lawyer named Henderson had put up the bail and handled the whole thing. They gave me an address on her when I went out there. It was a bungalow court on Normandy, and it took her a long time to answer the door.
Oh, you.
Yeah, tell me how tall I am.
Well, I'd love to, but not right now.
They told me you'd been out since 10 o'clock. Maybe I should have come sooner.
Dale gives me the willies. I'm about to take a shower.
I was kind of hoping we could have a drink.
I did better than I thought with you.
I got a hold of a lawyer for you, didn't I?
Yes?
Well, doesn't that rake me an invitation to have a drink?
I said later, I'm really tired.
I said no.
Wait a minute. Well, if you're that thirsty, all right.
That's better.
Isn't every day my boss gets killed and I meet a private detective?
I need a drink. I was slugged tonight.
Slugged?
Yeah, right here, see?
Oh, it looks nasty. Why didn't anyone do that to you?
Wanted a picture I had?
Whistler's mother?
Just a picture of a couple of drunks who are dead now.
Maybe whoever did it was a relative.
Guess again.
I don't like games.
But you play 'em all the time.
Don't we all? I know a psychiatrist who says we can't help ourselves.
You can.
I liked you when you walked into the office this afternoon, but I'm not so sure I like you now. Maybe you better go.
Expecting somebody, huh?
What are you doing? You let go of me. Let go
Oh,
of me.
no, baby. You got real nice eyes. I want to look at them.
Let go. He's crazy. You.
Hello, Dave. We didn't hear you knock. Did you bring your piano?
What's the idea?
He gave me.
Why don't you tell him to go away, baby? Anybody can tell we're busy.
Let it go, Regan.
You want to break us up?
Can't you see he's just trying to make you jealous and say things?
Come here, honey.
No. You don't have to do that.
I said let her go.
Is that the same 32 you killed the one-legged man with?
Over, Gumshoe.
Don't be a fool.
Stay right where you are, baby. You're first.
Listen to me, Dave.
I listened to you too long.
He's only guessing. He doesn't have any proof of anything.
You can cry if you want to, baby. This is gonna hurt.
She spun around and fell into a coffee table and then lay very quiet on the rug. Her eyes were open and she didn't say anything. She just lay there looking up at him. I couldn't tell where she'd been hit. He seemed to forget all about me because he walked over to her, knelt down beside her, put the gun right up against her head.
This is awful close range, baby, but I can't afford to miss.
Neither could I. Well, when Daddy and I stuck our heads together, and it all came out when we looked into a couple of things. You see, Dave Henderson was Dudley Haynes, and he was wanted for attempted murder and embezzling and one thing or another back in Ohio. So he figured it'd be a good idea to bump himself off. Dorothy helped him with the idea. They both went down on Main Street, and they picked up an old bum, dressed him up in a new suit, and shot him. I was supposed to walk in with Dorothy, and she'd identify the body, and as far as anybody knew, Dudley Haynes would be dead. Dave didn't figure that she'd be taken down. She didn't figure that she'd get scared, and neither of them figured the man with one leg was a pal of the man that they'd shot. Well, it seems that they'd looked through a lot of files, and they'd figured that a lot of murders go unsolved. Maybe they do. I don't know. Well, anyway, he sat down on that little bench up there in San Quentin last week. The one with that bucket of acid in the room. Oh, he held his breath as long as he could, but everybody has to breathe. He's buried up there with a lot of other guys that figured they could get away with murder. Dorothy? She wasn't hurt too bad. They had her in a wheelchair for the trial. She got 15 years as an accomplice. Some kind of a deal. State's evidence and all that. I don't think I'll wait for her. She wasn't that good.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at 9:30 next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman and produced by Sterling Tracy. Dorothy Nolan was played by Betty Lou Gerson, and David Ellis was Dave Henderson. Lorene Tuttle, William Conrad, and Lou Krugman supported.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A minor case of murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot nailed there tight, you need my kind of help, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, Esquire,
One of the members of our Bearcat Social Club suddenly finds himself in a very embarrassing predicament. With more exactitude, he is in the can for murder. Now, knowing this fellow Bearcat as we do, we are convinced that he is innocent. Therefore, we are hiring you to prove same. As a starter, there is $100 in it for you. If that isn't enough, there's more where that came from.
The address of our headquarters is 19.5 Duane Street, and it's signed Chuck Wilson, acting captain. George, this sounds like a letter a kid wrote.
But to quote from this provocative communique, a fellow Bearcat is in the can for murder. That's not kid stuff, Brooksy.
That depends on just how old this fellow Bearcat is.
Oh, they get old early down there around Duane Street.
Well, we haven't had a social evening in a long time, darling. Would you suggest we drop in at the club?
With great exactitude, I answer. Yeah.
Golly, I hate to think where they dug up that money for your fee.
Stop sounding like a policewoman, Angel. All the Bearcats just got together and raided their piggy bank. Nice place you got around here, Chuck.
It's just an empty store we fixed up.
Yeah, but look at that furniture we got. See that red plush chair? Right out of the lobby of the Piccadilly apartment.
Shut up, Bonnie, will you? Valentine, I believe in getting right to the point.
And that's the way I like to do business, too, Chuck. What's on your mind?
Now, look, Dan Corey is the real captain of the Bearcats.
Uh-huh.
Cops got him jugged for shivving his stepfather.
For what?
Shivving him, lady. You know, pushing a knife in him.
Oh.
Yeah, but he didn't do it, Valentine, even if he said he did.
Oh, he admits he did, huh? Now, just what kind of a miracle do you expect from me, fellas?
Just to believe what I'm saying and find out what really happened.
Well, I'm here to listen.
Well, the Bearcats have our own special rules, see, and we don't go back on them.
Yeah, that's right. Let me read them to you, Valentine.
Yeah, okay, Barney.
The guy that goes looking for trouble, unless it comes your way, is going to get their tails kicked in.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that rule.
Try never to cop anything unless it's from an enemy gang. The fine for violating this rule is $1.
Well, there might be some question about that rate.
Well, get to the one we're talking about, will you, Bonnie?
Oh, yeah, sure. Lead pipe, baseball bats, and other harmless things is okay. But don't carry dangerous weapons. You might be tempted to use them and give the club a bad name.
Oh, yeah. Nothing like trying to stay out of trouble.
Violate this rule, and you get thrown right out.
Yeah, now, Danny made that up himself, see? And he'd rather let you break his arm than break one of his own rules.
Okay, Chuck, let's say I believe you. And Danny confessed to the police for reasons of his own.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, can you think of anyone in the neighborhood who'd want to kill Danny's stepfather?
Just about everybody. His stepfather was nothing but a phony. Always pushing people around, even Danny's mother.
Yeah, but did the babes go for him?
Look, why don't you drop dead? Don't you see we got a lady present?
Huh?
Oh, don't let me cramp your style.
What else about Corey?
Well, he was in some kind of a racket with Leo Sudan, see? They worked out at a Swede's pool room on Malone Street.
Uh-huh.
Well, you going to take it on, Valentine?
What would you say, Brooksy?
Well, George, I'd say if so many of the other guys are so sure about Danny being innocent, they may have something there.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that myself. Brooksy?
Yeah?
You drop in and see Danny's mother.
She lives just down the block, number 33.
And while you do that, Angel, I'll get down to the jail and have a talk with Danny. Just what did happen that night, Danny?
The story's the same every time they make me tell it. I came home that night from the club. The key was in the door, so I just walked in.
Yeah?
Well, the man who married my mother was leaving. He had his bags all packed. I knew right then he was throwing her over. So
yeah, I know. But how is it the police didn't find the knife?
Well, I threw it in the river.
Yeah? Why'd you go to all that trouble, Danny? And then walk up to the cop on the beat and confess?
I don't know. I guess I was just half crazy.
Oh, I see.
So now you know.
I don't think I know anything about you yet, Danny. I think you're holding out on me. All right, never mind about me. But do you think you're playing fair with Chuck, Barney, and the others?
Think of those guys. Getting up all that dough and then hiring you.
Well?
Oh, they're nuts, all of them. And don't think I'm sorry for what I did. Corey had it coming to him. You don't treat any woman the way he treated my mother. I ought to know. After the swell way my real father always acted. Before he...
All right, Danny. All right, take it easy.
You're just wasting your time, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Danny. I can be just as tough as you. I'll be seeing you, kid.
Miss Brooks, I know Danny admitted he killed Phil. But if anybody's to blame, it's me.
Oh, mothers have a habit of blaming themselves, Mrs. Corey.
Yeah, but I knew how he worshipped his own father. And yet I married a man like Phil. A man who lived his days in a pool parlor. He wasn't the father I should have picked for my boy.
But you had the right to make your own choice.
Oh, Danny and his stepfather fought right from the beginning. There was no peace in the house. That's when Danny became an altogether different boy. Started that gang of his. Oh, I suppose I should have known something like this was going to happen.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Corey?
A few weeks after we were married, Phil was coming upstairs from that pool parlor. Danny was waiting for him. He pushed Phil down the stairs. I opened the door just in time to see him. All Danny did was look at me and walk out.
Well, that's just going to make it look all the worse for Danny when he comes up for trial.
Oh, I know. Everybody thinks he did it, but I can't believe it.
Oh, I didn't know you had company, Mrs. Corey. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Ravel. Come in. This is Miss Brooks, a good friend.
How do you do?
Hello. Oh, I do hope you've been able to talk some sense into Mrs. Corey. She can't just sit around moping all day.
Well, you've been very kind.
Kind, my foot. I know what it means to feel you're all alone in the world. You forget I spent half my life in hall rooms in the strange towns when I was in the chorus line.
I think I'd better be running along.
And you don't have to worry about Mrs. Corey, not a bit, dearie. Like I told her, as long as I own this rooming house, there'll always be a place for her here, and I own it outright. Best kind of security for someone in show business. Like my late husband used to say...
Everybody tries to be so kind.
Oh, now. All you need is a good sleep, and I'm going to see that you get it.
That's good advice, Mrs. Corey. You want to look your best when you see your son.
See him? Well, Dan won't talk to me. He won't let me visit him in jail.
Well, sometimes things change awfully fast, Mrs. Corey. So suppose we just wait and see.
Sudan?
Yeah. Who are you?
Let's go somewhere and talk.
Don't you see I'm in the middle of a pool game? What you trying to do, jinx me? Hey, wait a minute. How'd you know my name? I never seen you before. Yeah, I'll be right with you. I asked you a question, friend. Now, what gives?
I thought we might have a little talk about what happened to Phil. You know, your business partner.
You a dick?
No. But I'm not just the inquiring reporter either.
Okay, whoever you are, scram. I got $5 on this game.
What was the deal between you and Corey? The numbers, rackets, slot machines? What was it?
I said beat it.
Wouldn't you be at all curious if I told you maybe it wasn't Corey's kid who knifed him?
Me? I ain't got a curious bone in my body.
Okay. Have it your way, Sudan. But I think you can tell me a lot outside.
I got one thing to tell you. This looks like the only way.
Hold it. Get the pool cue down, Leo.
Don't tell me what to do, sweet. I'll
Give me that cue. That's better. I try to run a respectable place. Yeah, talking about that, you better put the pool ball back on the table, too, Mac.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Glad you reminded me. Leo almost got it between his teeth.
Swede, this guy's been asking me about Phil Corey.
You don't say. Hey, look, be a nice fellow, mister. Run along. Leo wants to finish his game. You and him got a beef. See him later. Somewhere else.
Okay, you win. I know when I'm not wanted.
But don't get me wrong, pal. Nothing against you personal. Just that I pride myself on running a nice, peaceable recreation parlor.
You know, Swede, you're a man with ideals. I like that. But I got a few broken down ideals, too.
What's that supposed to mean?
I never get kicked out of the same place twice. I mean, and still leave it nice and peaceable.
Hi, Valentine.
Huh? Oh, Barney. Where'd you come from?
Oh, I was in that alley there all the time.
Oh?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to come out of the Swede's place.
Now, what do you call this? Bearcat protection?
Oh, no. I just thought you liked some company, that's all.
Hey, what are you carrying there, anyway?
It's a camera. Yeah, you ought to see some of the pictures I took with it.
Hey, that's a pretty expensive deal. Where'd you get it?
Oh, don't worry, Valentine. It's mine, all right.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, what's the real gag, Barney?
Huh?
One of your club members going to be on my tail all the time?
Oh, no, nothing like that. We know you can take care of yourself. I just happen to be loitering in the alley, that's all. Be quick, Valentine. Get this doorway.
Hey, Barney, what is it?
Don't ask me no questions. Come on.
Hey, what the devil is this, Barney?
Oh, you mean all that noise?
Yeah, you're dragging me in this doorway.
Boy, look at that car turn around. It's getting the works. I wish I could take a picture of it.
Hey, what works, Barney? What's going on? Give.
Well, Chuck figured you might be followed when you left the Swede, see? So the Bearcats were already on the roofs up and down the street. They must have seen that car was trailing you.
How do you like that? But all that stuff out there on the street.
Oh, the street cleaning department will clean that all up in the morning. Nothing but ash cans, bricks, cans of garbage, things like that.
I suppose I should say thanks.
We wasn't going to let anybody wake you over. And you notice we didn't use no guns or knives.
Oh, yeah. Perfect little gentleman.
Yeah, that's right. But what did you find out about Danny, huh?
Nothing much, kid. Except now there are at least two characters who do anything to keep me from finding out what really happened to Phil Corey.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. But first, a word to the wise motorist. If you have an oil filter on your car, remember it needs a little attention now and then. In fact, the filter element should be replaced every 6,000 miles. For after you've had that much service from your oil filter, you'll find the element is bulging with 2 or 3 pounds of dirt, most of it carbon and metal particles. And then it can no longer clean the engine oil. So to keep the engine oil in your car cleaner for longer periods, just make sure the oil filter element is replaced every 6,000 miles. It's another speedy service they're glad to do for you at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, you find yourself working with a gang of rough kids called the Bearcats, just about as tough as they come. They won't believe that one of their members, Dan Corey, is guilty of murdering his stepfather. You play along because you don't believe young Danny did it either, and that's why, like George Valentine, you find yourself with Brooksy in the one-room headquarters of the Bearcats right now, addressing the membership.
All right, now, all you guys, clam up. Come on, stop yapping, will you? I mean, the meeting will come to order.
All right.
We got some official business to discuss. Okay, Mr. Valentine, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot, Chuck. Well, fellas, before I get started, what do you say about unloading some of those harmless weapons your Constitution allows you to carry? Okay, I'm waiting, fellas. Come on now, put them on the table.
Well, come on, fellas. You're not afraid to walk down the streets like everybody else without all that stuff. Or are you?
Well, okay, you heard what the lady said. Come on, get clean, will you?
That's better. Thank you, Angel.
Hey, did you hear that? He called her Angel.
All right, forget it. All right, Valentine, what about Danny?
I'm coming to that right now. I don't have anything like real proof to clear him.
Huh?
What?
Hey, look, we're paying you $100. You're supposed to have all the answers.
Yeah, that's right, like you said in that ad you had in the paper.
Please, boys, let Mr. Valentine finish.
You see, fellas, it isn't as easy as you think. Before I can help Danny, you've got to have absolute proof of his innocence.
Well, after you left the Swedes and talked to Sudan, somebody tried to get you. That ought to be enough for you to work on.
It'd be a lot easier if I was sure we were telling each other all we know about this thing. The truth is, unless I'm sure of that, I'm pretty much up a blind alley. Now, somebody here knows what I mean.
You win, Valentine. Here.
No, who's got the shit?
That's an ugly-looking knife.
You see, Danny's old man brought it back with him when he come home to the Pacific. He got it off a Jap.
Now, where did you get it, Chuck?
Well, I may as well tell you the whole thing. See, I was standing on the corner that night, right next to the candy store, and Danny went upstairs for something, and the next thing I know, he was giving this to me. He said, make sure you ditch it, Chuck. Then he goes right over and gives himself up to a cop.
Well, weren't you afraid that if this knife were found with Danny's fingerprints on it, it'd make the case really open and shut?
Yeah, I thought of that, Angel. I mean, Miss Brooks.
Then why were you so careful to preserve the fingerprints, Chuck? I see you got it all wrapped up in a handkerchief.
Look, I got more than half a brain, Valentine. If they convicted Danny and he didn't have a chance, I was going to come up with this. Maybe there'd be some other fingerprints on it besides his.
Uh-huh. Smart thinking, Chuck. Hey, Brooksy, take this knife down to Lieutenant Riley and ask him to check the prints.
Oh, George, you know he's bound to ask questions.
Tell him I'll talk to him later. Right now, I got to get to work. But first, Barney,
Yeah?
all these harmless weapons, get rid of them, will you? Throw them in the river.
Throw him in the river? What's the idea?
Now, look, it's up to you guys. Either get rid of this stuff or I forget I ever heard of Danny.
Wait a minute.
He's right. Come on, he's right.
Good, that's the idea. Now, with what you told me about the knife, Chuck, maybe I can really start getting places.
I told Chuck to get rid of that knife. What's he trying to do to me?
Danny, wasn't that the knife your father brought back from the Pacific just for you?
Oh, he brought back all kinds of other souvenirs, too.
It was hanging over the mantelpiece in the front room. You were very proud of it, weren't you?
I saw it hanging there, so when I got mad at him, I grabbed it and I let him have it.
You're lying through your teeth, Danny.
The police believe
You're
me.
trying to protect somebody. You went right out and gave yourself up. But first, you made very sure you got rid of the knife. Now, why?
You asked me that before.
Yeah, but this time I don't need the answer. So long, Danny. I'll still be seeing you. Swede, you and Sudan had me followed last night because you were afraid I might find out you were making book on the races in back of this joint.
What are you talking about?
I told you, Valentine, I run a peaceable pool parlor.
Or on the other hand, I don't think you would have gone to all that trouble just for that. Maybe it was because the police didn't find just a railroad ticket, the key to his place, and things like that on Corey. They also found quite a wad of dough.
The police never overlook anything, do they?
Was he trying to get out of town with your cash, boys?
Listen, Valentine, I never like to get
one more
tough,
thing.
but...
Now, stop shoving me with that oversized bay window of yours.
Speak your piece and get out.
Okay. I found the murder weapon, the knife. Now, that ought to tell us who the murderer is.
Don't say.
Excuse me. I gotta get back to my pool game.
You, my friend, you're getting out of here. Go on, you heard me. Go on out.
Not before I give way to an impulse I've had since I first saw that big beer belly of yours. Well, Brooksy, there's nothing we can do but wait here in the hall till Danny's mother gets back.
May as well sit here on the stairs and make ourselves comfortable.
Uh-huh.
You don't know the job I had persuading Lieutenant Riley to let me bring this knife back with me. Why'd you want it anyway, George?
Oh, just a hunch, Angel. May come in handy.
About Danny. When they arrested him, all they found was a key to the door and a couple of dollars in change. But those fingerprints, I don't see how...
Hold it, Angel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Corey.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
This is Mr. Valentine. Remember, I was telling you about him.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Valentine?
Now, look, Mrs. Corey, there's no time to waste. Dan's trial begins tomorrow.
Oh, I know. That's why I've been out walking, trying to think what to do next.
Mrs. Corey, your son thinks you killed your husband.
Are you sure, George?
What are you saying, Mr. Valentine?
When he came in that night, your husband was already dead on the floor. Dan saw the knife. He was sure you did it.
Oh, no.
He knew the police had reasoned that only two people could be inside here alone with Corey, you and he. So he took the blame.
That's why it was so important to Dan to get rid of the knife. He didn't want any suspicion to point to his mother.
But what am I going to do? I didn't kill Phil, and neither did Danny.
Where were you that night, Mrs. Corey? A good, tight alibi would help.
Oh, I don't know where I was. Just like today, I left the house and started walking. Didn't matter where. Phil told me he was going to leave me. I'd lost my son and my husband.
I'll get it.
Oh, sorry, Miss Corey. Seems I keep walking in when you have company.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Ravel.
Hello.
George, this is Mrs. Corey's landlady.
Oh, well, I'm glad somebody's with you. I wanted you to have this nice hot soup.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't want to knock on the door and disturb you, but I didn't have my key. Now, just sit down and have some of this.
Oh, Mrs. Ravel.
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a minute. Could we go in the other room?
Oh, I'll take that tray for Mrs. Corey.
Talk to me about what, Mr. Valentine?
Just a minute.
Yes.
Mrs. Ravel, I'm doing all I can to help Mrs. Corey and Danny. And I know you are, too.
I've done my best.
Well, maybe you can do me a favor. You know we found the murder weapon.
Oh, you did? Well, I hope it means something. Something good.
Yeah, I hope so, too. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. The knife is wrapped in a handkerchief. You'll find it in the desk of the store at 19½ Duane Street, the Bearcat Social Club.
What?
I want you to go over there and get it and bring it back here.
But why me, Mr. Valentine?
Well, because I can't leave here, and neither can Miss Brooks. You see, we're expecting Lieutenant Riley of the police and a couple of other people. Now, if you'll do this little thing for me, you'll be saving me an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, sure. But it'll take me a few minutes to make myself presentable.
Well, take your time, Mrs. Ravel. The important thing is, what happens after you come back with that knife? Brooksy, you know what to do. Now get on it. I got to use that hall phone here.
I suppose it would be impolite if I asked what was going on.
No time, Angel. I have to call Lieutenant Riley. Ask him to have a squad car pick up Sedan and the Swede and bring him over here.
Oh, that's all very enlightening.
Now get going. Mrs. Ravel is not going to take forever to make herself presentable. Now, if I can only get Barney on the phone. So be sure you got it straight, Barney. Remember, I'm depending on you. You're the only one who can do this thing for me. And get over here as soon as you can. So long. All right, Swede, Sudan, you may as well sit down.
Why'd the cops pick us up and bring us here?
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, Mrs. Corey, you didn't have any of that soup.
She'll have it some other time, Mrs. Ravel.
Valentine, nobody's got anything against us. You can't hold us here.
Uh-huh. Gentlemen, I told you about the murder weapon. Well, here it is.
What are we supposed to do? Faint?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, what is it? I can't stand this much longer.
I hope you won't have to, Mrs. Corey, and I...
There you are, Mr. Valentine. Took me a little time to get that picture developed.
What picture, George?
Hey, let me see that, Barney.
There you are. It's the first time I took a picture from inside a closet. Turned out good, huh?
Yeah, very good, very good. Picture of you, Mrs. Ravel, taking the knife out of the desk.
What? Well, you told me to do that. You sent me there.
I didn't tell you to wipe off the fingerprints as you're doing here in this picture.
And that's what she is doing, George.
You were afraid your fingerprints would be found on the knife, weren't you, Mrs. Ravel?
I never saw that knife before.
Sorry, but that won't explain away what you were doing in this picture. Besides, the fingerprints were already taken off the handle down at headquarters.
Mrs. Ravel, I can't believe that you'd...
Don't be a fool. Imagine me calling you a fool. There wasn't a good-looking woman in the whole neighborhood Phil didn't try to make time with. I thought he was going to leave you for me. Then when he told me he was going away, alone, I killed him.
And if you didn't, sister, we might have. Corey was taking it on the lam with our dough.
But, George, Lieutenant Riley found only one set of fingerprints.
Just Danny's, I know, yeah. He wiped off what he thought were his mother's fingerprints.
Then my fingerprints weren't...
No. You were quite safe, Mrs. Ravel. Although I suspected you, I had to have proof. And you supplied it.
What are we waiting for? All right, now, all you mugs, clam up, will you? Hey, stop yapping. I mean, the banquet will now come to order.
Hey, listen, before we get started, Chuck, I got something to say to Mr. Valentine, and I want the rest of you guys to listen, too, will you? Okay. I already told you, Mr. Valentine, how I feel after what you did for me, but there's something else. Nobody but you would have gone along with a gang like us. You believed everything Chuck told you. You trusted Barney and all of us. You stuck by us. I guess the Bearcats have been a little off the beam, but you can take my word for it. After this, we're going to straighten up and fly ride. We're going to start a baseball team and use those bats the way they were meant to be used.
Well, fellas, after that, I don't think there's anything to add. Except, let's see.
Sure. And don't worry about the food, Mr. Valentine. We paid for it with our own money. Sure. Oh, yeah, Mr. Valentine, how did you suspect that Mrs. Ravel anyway?
Well, it was all a matter of keys, Barney. Whoever killed Corey had to be inside the apartment.
Yeah?
When Danny came upstairs that night, he found a key in the door. The police took it as evidence. Mrs. Corey had her key.
Oh.
Bill Corey's key was found on him. And you, Danny, they found your key on you and you were arrested. Now, the only person who didn't have a key, had to knock to get in, was, of all people, the landlady.
The landlady? How do you like it?
Order. Come on, everybody. Wait a minute. I got a motion, hey. What this club needs is an honorary captain. We already decided who it's going to be, huh, fellas?
Sure we have.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute, fellas. You don't have to do that. After all,
Sorry, Mr. Valentine. We was really thinking about Angel. I mean, Miss Brooks.
What really makes your car go? The big three factors, of course, are ignition, air, and fuel. And that last one, fuel, is mighty important. Most any gasoline mixed with air and then ignited will furnish enough power to make your car go. But to get the most out of your car, try Chevron Supreme gasoline, the premium fuel that's tailored to each different climate and altitude zone. Chevron Supreme has special blending agents that make your car start with a snap. These blending agents also give your car speedy pickup in stop-and-go traffic and smooth, steady power on the open highway. Next time you start out, get peak performance from your car by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's available at every standard station and independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, the woman's asleep. Maybe it'd be better if we came back in the morning.
Look, see, even when people sleep, they manage to breathe.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Look, George. Maybe this empty bottle on the bed table means something.
I don't know. But this note does.
When you will find me, I am dead. I could not tell you the secret of the Montoyas and go on living in peace and honor. Forgive me, Maria.
Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the first program in a new series, exposing the inside secrets of gamblers, racketeers, and con men. It's called Easy Money.
Easy money? There's no such thing as easy money.
That's the opinion of Mike Trent, the famous magician who turned detective to break the easy money rackets wide open. Mike Trent is the man who knows all the answers when it comes to confidence games and gambling frauds. Tonight, he has a story that's going to blow off the lid on the football pool swindle. Here he is, Mike Trent.
Thank you, Bill McCord. In this sports-minded country of ours, almost all of us have had experience with making up our own pool on football, baseball, or boxing. It's a small-time, harmless amusement. But there's another kind of pool, and that's the big-time football pool. A nationwide lottery based on the scores of the leading games each week. Well, getting inside of this kind of a pool has always been a tough problem. These pools are big business, with a network of straw bosses out front and a head man whose identity is a mighty well-kept secret. I had the luck, good or bad, to get a personal invitation to meet one of these football lottery kingpins. It came suddenly and surprisingly one day while I was in my office with Patsy Ryan, the little Irish whirlwind who runs my office. And, occasionally tries to run me as well. She was typing a letter when all of a sudden she said...
Mike, with your reputation as a detective, why do you have to take the kind of cases you do?
What's wrong with the kind of cases I take, Patsy? I like to help people get their money back when they've been gypped.
But the people you have to associate with... Well, Mike, they're just...
There's nothing wrong with my clients, Patsy. They've just been trapped by easy money bait. It can happen to almost anybody.
I'm not talking about your clients. Oh, I feel sorry for most of them. But your work keeps you constantly around gangsters, hoodlums, cheap racketeers.
Well, what kind of a detective would I have to be to hobnob exclusively with the upper crust?
Well, I don't know any other detective who never brushes up against honest, respectable people. Oh, really, Mike? You're clever enough to handle bigger things.
Patsy, do you know any detective who makes more money than I do or charges his clients less?
Now, that's not the point. Money
isn't everything? No, it isn't. But, well, I get a lot of satisfaction from helping my clients, Patsy. Getting their money back for them. Money they can't afford to lose. And I like to teach racketeers a lesson. Patsy, there's only one way you can hurt a racketeer without killing him. And that's hitting him in the pocketbook. Now, my clients aren't ever crooks. They... Well, how do you do? Something I can do for you, gentlemen?
Yeah, we got a case for you.
Oh, a case? What kind of a case?
Well, this is one...
Got it, Lenny. The boss said he'd do the talking. Look, Trent, there's a lot of dough in this. You'll make plenty.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, where?
To see the boss. He wants a conference with you. This is a real big business type stuff. A conference.
Oh, but just who is the boss?
He's the guy who...
Shut up, Lenny. He said don't spill nothing.
But, Crash...
No buts. You heard him say bring Trent and anybody else happens to be in his office. No rough stuff, he can help it, but bring him. And don't tell him nothing. Remember, Lenny?
Well, sure, Krabs, but...
Orders is orders. All right, come on, both of you.
The dame, too? But she...
No buts. Orders. Both of you, come on.
Well, just where do you think you're going to talk me into going?
To the bar.
Quiet. Mister, you're going with us, and we ain't talking you into it. We're taking you. No rough stuff, if we can help it.
Yes, but I presume that bulge in your pocket isn't a slingshot.
It's a 38. Only I won't use it.
Oh, really? Well, if you'll give me a guarantee on that, I don't think I'll go with you.
I won't use it. Lenny takes care of the rough stuff with his fists. You want to try him?
No thanks. But what's this all about, anyway?
The boss wants
Shut up, Lenny. Let the boss do the talking. You ready?
Now, look, fellas, there's no reason why Miss Ryan should be forced to go along.
Orders.
I don't mind at all, Michael. Really. If your clients weren't such lovely people, it would be different. But they're always such upright, respectable citizens. I'd love to go with you. What? Don't tell me this is where we're stopping.
You like it? The boss
Never
said...
mind, Lenny.
Why, it's one of the most beautiful country estates I ever saw in my life. And I thought we were involved with gangsters. Oh, Michael, I apologize. Apparently you have a very high-class client here.
Lady, we ain't gangsters. We got one of the
Never
best...
mind what we got. The boss will tell him what he wants him to know. All right, come on, get out.
Here he comes now to meet us.
Mike, this is fantastic. Just as I make up my mind we've been kidnapped by hoodlums, we pull up at this gorgeous estate, and that handsome elderly man comes down the lawn to greet us.
Here they are, boss.
Well. Good afternoon, Mr. Trent. Delighted to meet you. I've heard so much about your work. I'm happy you accepted my invitation.
Invitation?
Won't you introduce me to the charming young lady, Mr. Trent? She's quite welcome here, I assure you. Any friend of yours.
Quite a charming way you pick your weekend guests, Mr.
Oh, how stupid of me. I haven't introduced myself. Carvel. Barton H. Carvel. And the young lady, Mr. Trent?
Oh, Miss Patsy Ryan.
Oh, well, so glad you could come, Miss Ryan. You're going to enjoy your stay here, I'm sure.
Just how long am I invited for?
Oh, that ready Irish wit, eh? I've always so admired it. Won't you come up to the house? We can talk much more freely there, and you must be very tired after your ride.
Sorry, Mr. Carvel. I don't know what your game is, but I don't think I'm having any, thanks.
Oh, now, Mr. Trent, please try not to be difficult. I lead a most respectable and conventional life here. I try to keep my employees from using any kind of violence. Won't you please cooperate?
You want them up at the house right away, don't you, boss?
Oh, now, Grabs. Try to remember that these people are our guests. We want them to feel welcome.
Well, so don't use any...
Not unless...
But then...
That's right, Grabs.
Now, wait a minute.
Ah, Mr. Trent, I'm so glad you understand. Well, this way, please.
Oh, what's this all about, Carvel? I don't get it. And why did your gorillas force Miss Ryan to come with me?
She happened to be in your office. She might have caused trouble. In my business, I don't take any chances, Trent.
Well, just what is your business?
Are you acquainted with football pools, Mr. Trent?
You mean the gambling racket where the customer pays $1 for a ticket with a combination of football or baseball teams and a score, and the high score for the week wins a prize?
Precisely. Rather roughly stated, but you do grasp the basic elements. Mr. Trent, I own the King Midas football and baseball pools.
A big business tycoon. Oh, I knew you couldn't be a racketeer, Mr. Carvel, the minute I saw you. Now, think of it, Michael. The King Midas football pool.
Miss Ryan, I don't appreciate your sarcasm. As a matter of information, it is big business. Much bigger than you realize. I have a network of distributors in nearly every state of the Union, each with numerous agents who deliver the pool tickets to cigar stores and handbooks. We offer a weekly first prize of $1,000, with numerous local prizes that total several times that much.
Well, you're pretty reckless with your money, aren't you? Sell $100,000 or more worth of tickets a week and only give back a couple of thousand.
I've never complained about the profits. The point is, for the last 2 weeks, there haven't been any profits.
Oh. You don't mean to say the public's finally gotten wise to what a chip your racket is. 100,000 to one shot that pays off 1,000 to one.
I don't care for that type of comment, Trent. Please confine your activity to listening for the time being.
Sure, go ahead. I'm listening.
What the betting public calls the payoff is vitally important in my business. Promptness in giving out the $1,000 prize awards is imperative. The average little man in the street gambler loves long shots. He doesn't complain when he loses, but let him win and have any trouble collecting his money, and he yells to high heaven.
So you're a student of psychology, too, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, getting back to my story, 2 weeks ago, we got a report of a winner, as usual. I wired the $1,000 to my agent in the territory with instructions to deliver the award.
And the agent skipped with the 1,000?
No, he paid it. But I'd no sooner gotten the report of a winner than another report came in from another city and state. $1,000 again.
2 people held winning combinations, huh?
2 people held the same combination, and that's impossible. No 2 of the pool tickets are alike.
But they were this time, huh?
Not 2, but 10, Mr. Trent. 10 tickets calling for payment of $1,000.
What'd you do about it?
I paid off. Paid $10,000 knowing that 9 of the winners were fraudulent.
I imagine you could afford it.
Yes, I could. It was apparent that there was some organized attempt at dishonesty. The tickets, the winning ones, were all sent to me.
And 9 of them were forgeries?
9 of them had to be forgeries, Mr. Trent. But I don't know yet which is really the winning ticket. They're identical. The same kind of paper, the same type, the same printing ink. My printer can't tell which ticket he printed and which are the fakes.
So somebody picked up $9,000 without much work. Pretty clever.
This last week, there were 25 winners. $25,000.
Wow. You ought to go to the police.
Miss Ryan, I am not amused. Now then, this has to stop, Trent. Somebody's framing me, trying to run me right out of business.
Very interesting, Mr. Carvel. Now, just what do you want me to do?
You're acquainted with this sort of thing. You have a reputation for it. I want you to find out who's behind this before I'm ruined.
Sorry, Mr. Carvel. Right information, wrong man.
Your business is catching crooks, gambling crooks.
Crooks who are trying to cheat honest people, Carvel. But crooks who try to cheat crooked gamblers have my blessing.
Be careful what you say, Trent. I am not crooked. I pay off.
Oh, sure. Sure, $1,000 a week against a take at least 100 times that. Oh, you're a public benefactor, you are, aren't you? Taking dollars from errand boys. People who go without lunch to take a chance on winning $1,000 because it seems like all the money in the world to them. Giving them such a slim chance, they might just as well toss their money right in the river. You're not a crook? I disagree.
Whether you agree or not is not important. I want you to find out who's trying to ruin me.
And I said no thanks.
I'm prepared to pay you $50,000 for your services, if you find the guilty party for me.
On a level?
I shall post the money with a reliable person.
Oh, Michael, you wouldn't...
Please. Patsy, $50,000 is a lot of money.
But, Mike, Trent, you can.
I rather think I can, Patsy. Yeah. Well, see you later, Mr. Carvel.
Not so fast, Mr. Trent. You're conducting your investigations from here.
Oh, well, I'll have to get out and talk to some of your agents around the country, your distributors, the retail places, some of the winners.
That's one reason why you'll work from here. You'll have Grabs as your chauffeur on those trips. He's an excellent driver, and he never gets lost. He knows his way home.
But how about me? I'm not staying here, am I?
I'm afraid you are.
What?
Now, Patsy, let's not question Mr. Carvel's hospitality, especially since it'll keep on costing him $25,000 a week, not to make us welcome.
What? Oh, no. No, not another one.
Looks like, boss. Here's the phone.
Well, you answer it. I'm sick. 49 winners this week. $49,000.
Hello? Yeah. Winner, huh? Okay, give me the name and address. Sure, we'll pay off. Just give me...
No, we can't go on like this. I won't pay off. I won't be robbed by a bunch of dirty crooks.
Easy, boss. There's nothing else you can do. You gotta pay.
I have to do no such thing. When swindlers deliberately set out to rob me blind, I don't have
Remember what happened to Joe Framwell, boss? He didn't pay off on a ticket, and he went out of business awful quick with a bullet through his head from a bum loser.
But don't talk about him.
And even if the winners don't get sore enough to plug you, you're still out of business. Nobody's buying pool tickets without a payoff.
But, great Scott, how many payoffs do there have to be? 50 this week, $50,000. Trent?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Carvel.
Trent, you've accomplished nothing so far. Good Lord, man, I can't wait around here all summer.
If I could talk to you alone without Lenny and Grabs around, I might be able to help you.
Look, mister, if you think you're going to frame Grabs and me on
Shut
this
up.
business...
Let him talk.
Well, I think he's bluffing.
Look, when I'm working for $50,000, I don't bluff. And I wouldn't take a chance of letting someone jip me out of it by tipping off the guilty party.
Oh, so that's your angle, eh? All right, boys. Clear out.
Yes, and get far enough from the door so your ears can't pick up anything either, huh?
You want us to go, boss, on the level?
Trent doesn't have a gun. He couldn't do anything.
You could try to get away from here.
With Miss Ryan still here? No. I don't think so. Go on.
Well, if you say so. Come on.
Look, boss, if he tries anything, you just holler. We'll be waiting.
Well, all right, Trent. What is this strictly confidential matter you want to discuss?
I've found your man.
What? Then why in the name of common sense haven't
Not so fast, Carvel. I won't talk until you've put your money on the line.
Now, look, I'm not giving you the money till you've given me something besides mysterious talk.
Oh, I don't want your money until I've delivered the man to you with absolute proof of his guilt.
Oh. You want to get away? Is that your angle?
Well, you still have Miss Ryan.
Well, how long will you need to be gone?
Not over 3 or 4 hours, alone. No Grabs or Lenny to help me.
All right. Very well. I think that can be arranged. But no tricks, remember. Because Miss Ryan will still be here. You'd hate to have anything happen to her, wouldn't you?
Oh, if anything happens to her, Carvel, you'll regret it as much as I will.
What? You mean to say Mike Trent drove off and left me here alone?
Oh, now, my dear. You're not in any danger. That is, unless he tries to be dishonest with me.
I can't understand him anyway. Taking a case from a crook like you.
Oh, careful with your language, my dear.
It isn't like Mike. He hates your kind of people.
Oh, he has something in common with most sensible men, Miss Ryan. He likes money, especially in large round figures. Yes, Grabs?
Oh, boss. You shouldn't have let that guy Trent get away from here alone.
No? Why not?
He might have gone straight to the cops. I may come back here with a couple of squad cars.
Well, you don't say.
But he could do it, boss, easy. And with what he's got on you, oh, boy.
You're a genius, Scraps, a positive genius. Just why do you think I had Lenny tail him?
Huh?
You mean you didn't let him leave alone?
My dear, I never take chances. If he tries to bring any law enforcement officers into this, I'll get a call from Lenny. There won't be anyone here when they get back.
What?
Not even you.
I can't understand what's taking Michael so long. How long did you say he'd be gone?
Hey, he's back, boss. Just coming in the driveway.
Alone?
Oh, there's somebody with him. A dame.
What? A woman? Oh, but that's impossible.
Nothing's impossible with Mike.
Not even a very good-looking dame, Mike. Not anywhere near as good-looking as,
well, thank you, Grabs. I'm flattered half to death.
She's kind of, shabby from what I've seen of her.
Michael Trent, what in the world...
Hi, Patsy. Sorry I had to leave without you. I hope you weren't worried.
Worried? Mike Trent, someday I'm going to...
If we might dispense with a little social amenities, please. Trent, do you want me to believe that this woman with you is the crook who's been trying to run me out of business?
Well, I told you I'd bring back the guilty party, didn't I? This is Mrs. Joe Framwell.
What?
Remember? Joe Framwell? He was a competitor of yours. He got shot for not paying off on a winning baseball pool.
But that's a lie. He was murdered by these crooks to scare their competition out of business.
Madam, please, do you think I'd soil my hands with murder?
Don't put on such a noble act, Mr. Carvel. You killed Joe. Maybe not with your own gun. Maybe not in person. But you set out the word.
I'd like to get this straight. Mrs. Framwell, your husband was in competition with Carvel, running another football pool?
Yes, but he was just one of the little people out in front who take the chances for the big shots. Carvel's outfit began making threats, telling him to quit or something would happen to him. They told the same thing to the other agents, but they had to pick Joe for their fall guy.
As I remember this case, he was found with a winning number in his hand and a bullet through his head. It was proved he worked for some little fly-by-night football pool outfit. Whether he was given the money to pay off the winner and kept it for himself...
Don't lie like that. Joe was honest. He wouldn't steal from anybody. He wouldn't have been doing such dirty, rotten work if he hadn't been framed and sent to jail once, so he couldn't get a job anywhere else. He wasn't hurting anybody. If other people were doing dishonest things around him, well, Well, he had to make a living.
My dear lady, did it ever occur to you that your husband might have been killed by members of his own organization?
No, you killed him. Your outfit made all the threats. You wanted it all to yourself, all that dishonest money.
Just a minute. You admit that you're responsible for what's been happening to me.
Admit it. I'm proud of it. And I'll keep right on doing it until you're out of business.
I'm afraid you're quite mistaken there, Mrs. Framwell. Also, I'm hurt that you should be so vindictive.
You bet I'm vindictive. Maybe Joe didn't amount to so much, but we were in love with each other. He was just trying to make a living, trying to make enough to get by. And then a dirty crook like you comes along and kills him. And now you're sorry I'm vindictive.
Don't get hysterical, Mrs. Framwell. Now then, just how have you been...
Oh, don't you wish you knew?
Frankly, yes.
Well, you're never going to find out.
Do you have any idea how she managed to work this business, Trent? I simply can't understand it.
It's ridiculously simple, Carvel.
Oh? Then suppose you explain.
Surely. Mrs. Framwell made arrangements with a good printer. She bought a few baseball pool tickets and told the printer she wanted exact copies, even as to paper. She was willing to pay well enough to make it worthwhile. How about it, Mrs. Framwell? Am I correct so far?
Yes.
But the people with the winning numbers from different cities all over the country, she couldn't...
She couldn't, but she did. The first week she had people in 10 different cities go in and buy a football pool ticket. The minute the last game was over, her printer fixed up the fake tickets. The tickets were delivered to her stooges real fast.
Oh, you're out of your head, man. The woman didn't have the money for an operation like that. Why, it would take a whole organization, a big organization, and it would cost a good deal. Oh. If what Mr. Trent has told me is correct, however, Mrs. Framwell, I propose to find out from you who invested that money.
Do you think you could do anything that would hurt me worse than what you've already done? Murdering Joe? Oh, no. And you're through, Carvel. Washed up.
On the contrary, Mrs. Framwell, it's you who are washed up. Ah, Grabs, where have you been?
Putting Trent and the dame's luggage in the car like you told me.
Isn't Lenny back yet?
I ain't seen hiding a trace of him.
Odd. He was supposed to stay right behind Trent. And I'd like him to take Trent and Miss Ryan back to the city immediately.
So? I was being followed, huh?
Naturally. I told you before, old man, that I don't take chances.
Even if it means breaking a promise?
Honesty and promises have their place, but not in my business. I wish Lenny would hurry up.
Well, I could drive back myself if you're so anxious to have me leave, and Lenny could pick up the car in town tomorrow.
No, we'll have to wait.
Yes, as a matter of fact, Carvel, Miss Ryan and I aren't ever supposed to reach town, are we?
Why, my dear fellow, I simply don't know what you're talking about.
Nobody knows you're connected with the King Midas football pool. You've spent a lot of money on your masquerade as an amiable, retired businessman. You've hired plenty of frontmen, but nobody's ever been able to get to the boss.
You're being rather melodramatic, aren't you?
Patsy and I know all about your connections, Carvel. We know who your key men are. If we ever talked, you could get the book.
You'd hardly betray me after my paying you $50,000.
Well, I'm not going to hold my breath till I get that money.
Well, Mr. Trent, I congratulate you. You're even more astute than I thought.
You mean to say you don't plan to pay Mike that money?
Well, I would have preferred to play the game to the finish, but if he wants to be blunt about it, well, it can't hurt anything now, can it?
You got him here to help you, to do a dirty job, to bring in a woman who had plenty of reason for trying to hurt you. And after he's done the job, you'd kill him?
Miss Ryan, I'm genuinely sorry that there's no other way to handle things, but I could hardly trust either of you. You should be able to appreciate my position.
Michael, why don't you slug him?
Go ahead, Michael. Try it. I dare you.
Now, Grabs. Mr. Trent has performed a service for us. We mustn't be any more unpleasant than is necessary. Now then, who financed your plot against me, Mrs. Framwell? Either you'll tell...
No.
Oh, go ahead and tell him, Mrs. Framwell.
What? You mean really?
Mm-hmm. I mean, really. It can't hurt now.
I'm waiting, Mrs. Framwell. Who financed your little scheme?
It was Mr. Trent.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mrs. Framwell. I said I wouldn't stand for any nonsense. Who financed you?
I told you, Mr. Trent.
She's telling the truth, Carvel. I financed her. As a matter of fact, I planned the whole scheme from start to finish.
Isn't that a bit fantastic?
The police believe Joe Framwell was killed by a holder of a winning football pool ticket, one who hadn't been paid off. Well, they weren't able to find anyone who'd bragged about holding a winning ticket. That struck me as odd.
Go on.
Getting a winner in a football pool happens so seldom. The average person brags to high heaven about it. He advertises. Well, we couldn't find anybody who'd held that winning ticket.
Perhaps the murderer was discreet enough to keep quiet.
There was a glaring fallacy to what the police were supposed to believe. You see, if a man had held a winning ticket and had come to Framwell expecting to be paid off, he certainly wouldn't have known he was going to commit murder. That idea would never have occurred to him until after Framwell's failure to pay.
Well, brilliant deduction, Trent. You know, you're quite amazing. And the fake ticket gave you an idea?
Oh, no, not till Mrs. Framwell had come to me for help. She was sure her husband had been murdered by the King Midas pool, but she couldn't even find out who the King Midas pool was. She wanted the head of the outfit. There didn't seem to be any head. Oh, agents, distributors, territory managers, yes, but no boss.
Quite so.
Well, getting a rat out of his hole is quite a trick. One good way to do it is to starve him out. Well, I figured the one way to bring the boss of the King Midas pool into the open was to start banging away at his money, which I did.
But, Mike, you couldn't possibly have known he'd come to you for help.
He's a very clever man, Miss Ryan. You should be quite proud of him. He took care of that rather adroitly.
How?
Practically every key man in my organization told me that Trent would be the one man who could help me.
Yes, I staged a little propaganda campaign and then hoped for the best. It worked.
Yes, it did. And now I wonder what satisfaction you're going to get from it.
Oh, any one of your breed I can put out of business is a big enough satisfaction, Carvel.
But you see, I'm not out of business. And I don't intend to be. As soon as Lenny gets back, he'll take you toward town. Lenny's loyalty is simply wonderful. I'm quite sure you'll never make it. Oh, here he is now. Lenny, what took you so long? I've been worried about you.
You're worried, huh? Look, this guy here gives me the slip on the way back. He takes all kinds of crazy turns and stuff, and I get lost.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Carvel. You see, I got rid of Lenny long enough to call the police.
What?
Yes, a couple of squad cars are on the way.
He's got a spot.
Shut up! Well, they haven't got me yet. Miss Ryan, you and I are leaving together. If they get within shooting distance, I'm using you as my shield.
This'd be a good time for one of your magic tricks, Mike.
Get in front of me, Miss Ryan. Go on, move.
You heard him. Let's go.
But please.
You're too late, Carvel.
Open up, it's police. Cops boss at the door. Now, we ain't got a chance.
Better get rid of your guns, boys. They have orders to shoot anyone with a gun.
That's good enough for me. Here.
No, Grabs, don't.
I ain't swapping bullets with any squad of cops. Here.
I'll take yours, too, Carvel.
Why, you...
That's better. Now we'll all go outside, huh?
There ain't nobody here. Who was that?
Oh, I neglected to tell you, Grabs. You see, I used to be a ventriloquist.
What?
Yes, and those knocks you heard were a spirit wrapping device. It's just a little gimmick that fits around your waist, you see. Little wooden sounding box with a hammer inside it. The kind children use for noisemakers. Flexing the body muscles makes it work. Here, listen.
You mean there aren't any police out here?
Well, sometimes you don't need the police if you have a good gimmick. So, from here on, Carvel, you're my guest. Let's go.
And here's the ex-magician turned rackets detective for a final word.
Thank you. Well, I hope you all enjoyed tonight's story. The big-time football and baseball pool racket gives you such a slim chance it doesn't have to be crooked. It's just a fancy form of larceny. I hope you don't fall for it. Next week, I'm going to bring you a story about one of the most elegant devices for parting people from their money. A crooked roulette wheel. If you've ever played roulette or wanted to play the game, I think you'll find it most enlightening. Until then, this is Mike Trent signing off with the thought that when you gamble with a professional, he isn't doing any gambling. Remember, there's no such thing as easy money.
Be sure to listen next Sunday night at this time for another expose of gambling frauds and confidence games featuring Mike Trent, the famous ex-magician turned rackets detective. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, Jerry Ann Raphael, Irene Wicker, Ivor Francis, and Maurice Tarplin. Easy Money is produced and directed by Blair Walliser for Air Shows Incorporated. Tonight's script was written by George B. Anderson. This is Bill McCord speaking.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure, Records of Death.
For Nick Carter and the mystery of the unclaimed box.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Carter, that I have quite accidentally stumbled on a terrible crime. Or, to be more correct, I've stumbled on evidence that a terrible crime has been committed.
But even so, Mr. Field, why do you come to me with it? That sort of thing should be reported to the police.
Mr. Carter, what police would I report it to?
Where was the murder committed?
I don't know.
Well, how can you know that a murder's been done if you don't know where it was done?
Well, that's what makes this particular crime different from any other. Somewhere, sometime, a murder has been committed. Yet I don't know when or where. As a matter of fact, I doubt if anyone in the world knows of it, except those who did it, and me.
And how do you happen to know all this?
Because the victim, a young and beautiful girl, has told me so in her own words. I have the knowledge from her own lips.
Oh, and you've seen and talked to her?
Well, here's the story, Mr. Carter. About a month ago, I attended one of the sales of unclaimed packages that the express company holds twice a year. Among other things, I bought was a box about one-third the size of a steamer trunk. It contains some miscellaneous articles of clothing and 10 phonograph records.
Phonograph records, huh? Regular professional records?
No, Mr. Carter. They were small record blanks you buy when you make home recordings for yourself. I immediately played the records, and since then I've played them so often, I almost know them by heart.
And you learn about this crime from those records?
Yes.
Mr. Field, you want to arouse my curiosity. You certainly succeeded. When can I hear these records?
Immediately, Mr. Carter. I have them in my room. If you'll go there with me, we can listen to them at once.
Splendid. You mind if I take my assistant, Patsy Bowen, with me?
Of course not.
Then as soon as she's ready, we'll go. Patsy!
Yes, Nick?
Get your hat. We're leaving at once to listen to a murder.
This is the box, Mr. Carter.
Beautiful, isn't it? Now, Mr. Field, before we go further, there are a few things I should like to know. How long ago did you buy this box at the auction?
A little over a month ago.
Mm-hmm. On the express company. Must have had it for about a year or so. Now, another thing. Were there any wrappings on the box when you bought it?
Yes, it was well wrapped in heavy burlap.
You have those wrappings now?
I'm sorry to say I don't. By the time I realized that the wrappings might have furnished a clue to the mystery, they'd been burned in the incinerator.
Too bad. Well, do you by any chance, whatever, recall the name and address to which the box was consigned?
Fortunately, I do. It was addressed to an Alex Delanois in New York City. But I've searched every city directory, every telephone book, every place where names are listed, and I can find no such name anywhere. There was no street address, and the rest of the label, as I remember it, was practically obliterated.
I see. All right, Mr. Field, let's listen to the records.
And gladly. I'm very anxious to get your opinion of them.
Are they in any kind of order?
After hearing them over and over as I've done, I believe that I've finally arranged them in their proper order.
I see.
They're so peculiar, I can hardly wait to see if you can tell me the answer. Here's the first one.
I have a terrible story to tell. But even while I try to tell it, I'm afraid that you who may listen to this will not believe me. But I beg you, if justice means anything to you, believe me and avenge me. I shall rest easier in my grave if I know that those who hope to profit by my death have been deprived of the fortune they plan to get by killing me. I am very rich, but I am not rich enough to avoid the fate that is in store for me. She sounds as if she meant it, doesn't she? I thought he was coming in, but he went away. I've tried several times to escape, but I've failed each time. I wish I could tell you where I am, but I can't, because I was drugged when they brought me here. Oh, I forgot to say, my name is Nancy Deering, and I'm 22 years old. You who listen to this will recognize the name at once, of course. I only hope they don't murder me until I can... Is that the end of it?
Not quite.
He almost caught me that time. But now he's left me alone again. Maybe I can...
That's all. Apparently he came back before she expected him.
She certainly had plenty of trouble getting a story onto the records, didn't she?
Yes. She was interrupted many times, generally in the wrong places.
I imagine no trouble is too great if you're really desperate.
What a terrible feeling it must be to expect to be killed any minute.
Here's the second racket if you're ready.
Okay, Pete.
I don't know where I left off with my story last time. I dare not play it back. If they should ever hear what I'm trying to do, they'd take the machine away from me. Then I'd be completely lost. I feel that my end is coming very soon now. They may carry out their plans to... In the gloaming, oh, my darling, when the lights are soft and low, and the flickering... I think he's gone now. I'm sure Ralph was listening at the door, but the singing apparently convinced him I was listening to the radio. When the time comes, I know it will be Ralph who kills me. Olive will undoubtedly help him, but Ralph is the leader. I found that out the other day when they tried to get me to sign the papers which will give them possession of my fortune. I shall never sign, but that... When the lights
The rest of the record is that song.
They did her best to tell a story on those records.
Too bad she didn't succeed better.
She managed to get most of her story on the records, one way or another. The only thing she really missed out on was telling us more about herself than just her name.
Probably never occurred to her that the records might travel thousands of miles before someone would hear them.
Yeah, here's the third record.
Last night, somebody searched my rooms while I was in bed. Maybe they suspect that I'm making these records. Although I'm very careful. I play the radio all the time, so they'll be used to hearing the noise. Ralph told me yesterday he was sure I was going crazy. Maybe I...
Nancy, Olive asked me to tell you that.
And that ends that.
Whose voice do you suppose that was there at the end?
I suspect it was Ralph's.
It's amazing how much of the scene she recreates this way without really saying anything definite. You can feel the tension and the suspense right along with her.
Yes. On the fourth record, she was able to get part of the visit that Ralph paid her one day. She must have known he was coming and prepared for it by putting the record blank in the machine in advance. Then, when she heard him at the door, she probably turned it on. Got this.
Well, put it on quickly, Mr. Field.
Here you are, Miss Bourne.
Well, my beautiful young half-sister, have you decided to sign over your fortune to me?
I told you long ago I'd never do that.
If you sign, we'll set you free, just as we promised.
You don't fool me, Ralph. The minute I sign my name to that paper you have there, you'll kill me. You know that as well as I do. You set me free. That's funny.
You don't know when you're well off, Nancy. If you did, you'd sign and go free.
You don't think I'm a fool, Ralph.
I do. And I also think it won't be long before you wish you had signed.
Oh, I wish this were all over. I wonder how they'll kill me. Ralph would prefer to strangle me, I'm sure. With those great, hairy hands of his. As for Olive, yes, she'd use poison on the boot.
That's all there is on that one.
It's a pity she couldn't have put more on each record than she did. She really used only a small portion of each blank.
Yes, Betsy, but she had trouble enough to get even that much on them, the way they watched her.
Nick, where could she get the blank records in the first place? They certainly wouldn't have let her have them knowingly.
If I were to make a guess, Betsy, I'd say that when they took her to the place where she was kept prisoner, they probably took along her clothes and some of her furnishings. And among them, probably, was this radio phonograph. Perhaps she specially asked for it because she loved music or something, and the record blanks were probably the machine along with the other records.
That could be. How about the fifth record, Mr. Field?
I've never been able to make much out of this one. Maybe you'll have better luck.
You mean it's not like the others?
Quite different. Here, I'll start it near the end. The whole first part is just scratch and nothing else.
What's the idea of locking yourself? Nancy.
Where is she?
Nancy, come on out here.
She's hiding. Drag her out.
I'll find her. Find her.
No, she's going to here. Look over here. Thanks. Huh? What's there? you wet good.
Not very clear, is it? Perfectly clear to me. Nan locked her door and started the record. For some reason, she waited before saying anything. Then Ralph and Olive came, found the door locked, and, being suspicious, broke it down. Nancy hid, and they dragged her out. There was an argument about something, and I didn't get. Nancy grabbed Ralph's pistol and took a quick shot at him, but she missed. Before she could pull the trigger again, he took the gun away from her.
Good grief, Mr. Carter. It's clear enough when you tell it. Well, here's the sixth one.
I must hurry. The time is very short. I may be interrupted any minute. I'm seldom left alone anymore. They seem to be afraid of what I'll do if I'm left alone. I wonder that they haven't killed me before this. I wonder if they...
There's nothing but scratch for quite a bit here, but she starts again.
Olive came in. I had to stop. Now she's gone for a few minutes at least. Yesterday I wrote a letter to my father and I threw it out the window, hoping someone would find it and mail it. But Ralph found it and brought it back to me and laughed at me. I keep asking him for news of my father, but he'll tell me nothing. If Father only knew where I am, he'd rescue me. Maybe if I can just...
And that's the end of that.
We didn't get much out of it.
I wonder where Father comes into this.
You'll see before we're through. And this seventh racket is more interesting, because it records a complete conversation between Nancy and Ralph.
Good. Let's hear it.
My dear Nancy, how are you today?
If you had your way, I'd be dead.
Why don't you kill yourself and save us the trouble?
You mean save you from having a murder on your conscience? You have such a thing?
Murder is a very ugly word, Nancy.
You're murdering me inch by inch every day that I stay here.
Well, I don't object to doing it that way if I can. If you ever throw anything at me like that again, I'll tie you up so you won't be able to move out of your chair.
Ralph, if you really want me to sign those papers for you, just let me go to my father. If you do, I'll sign anything you ask.
That's out of the question, Anne. But if you sign, we'll see that your father finds you soon enough. And it's only because I'm your half-brother that I offer you this.
You sneaking liar!
I'll shoot you without time.
No! Wait!
Next time I'll kill you. You weren't my half-sister. I do it right now. And I'd enjoy doing it. So don't tempt me too far. I might forget that your mother and mine were the same.
Please. Ralph. Will you get me a glass of water?
Oh.
Please, please.
Well, all right. But no tricks or I'll lose my...
Oh, gosh, I wish we could have heard more of that.
Yes, we might have learned something really important.
You will. Nancy knew the racket was near the end, and that glass of water was merely an excuse to get Ralph out of the room while she put on a new one.
Good for her. She's a clever girl.
Oh, what a terrible ordeal she went through. Never knowing from one day to the next whether it was her last.
Quiet, Betsy, please.
Thank you. You were gone quite a long time.
I met Olive in the hall. She reminded me to tell you we've decided that unless you do as we want you to, you have just one more day to live. Just one.
Do you think that frightens me? I'll almost welcome death, because I know it's the only way I'll ever get away from you two. I'm firmly convinced you'll never succeed in getting possession of my fortune.
Of course we'll get it. No doubt about that.
I don't think you will.
No?
No. That is, you won't get it unless you're planning on murdering my father, too. After you forged a new will for him to leave behind him.
Smart, aren't you? Guessed it the first time.
No. No, you wouldn't. You couldn't.
No, why not? He's not my father. And we want his fortune for ourselves.
I can't believe such inhuman creatures as you two really exist.
Our mother bore a strange lot of children, didn't she? On one hand, we have you, my saintly Nancy. And on the other hand, we have the twins, Olivet and me, who are anything but saintly. Yes, life is very strange sometimes.
Get out! Get out! Leave me alone! I gotta die to be with you!
That's an excellent idea, Nat. I'll be gone for about 15 minutes. If you're wise, you won't be alive when I return. Goodbye. I hope forever.
You heard what he said. It was the best evidence I could get. Ralph really made a full confession without knowing that every word he said was being preserved for you to hear. My father. Why must he die? Oh, I beg you, whoever you are hears these words. If you can do anything to avenge our death, in heaven's name, do it. I go to my death believing that through you I shall have my revenge at last. Oh, please don't fail me. I see the record's coming to an end. Good night. Pray for me. Good God.
If you didn't know she was in deadly earnest, you'd almost think she was putting on an act.
I still feel terribly moved when I hear that record. She never had a chance, really.
Well, let's hear the next one. That's the 9th, isn't it?
Yeah, number 9 is almost a blank. Here it is.
They almost caught me that time. They mustn't do that because they might find the records I've already made and destroy them. They're both coming back in a few minutes, but maybe I can...
Is that all there is on that one?
That's all. That's the end of the record.
There's one more, isn't there?
Yes, number 10. The first 2/3 of it's blank. It starts here.
Stand back, both of you. You see I'm armed. You know I can shoot straight. I'll kill the first one of you to move.
Confound you, that's my gun. Where did you get it?
Olive gave it to me so I could defend myself. That's a lie, and you know it. What is it?
You little son. I waited much too long. This time you have. Well, that takes care of you. Olive.
Yes. Yeah. What happened?
The bullet just grazed your temple. Must have stunned you momentarily.
Oh. Is Nancy dead?
Yes. She's dead.
What'll we do with the body? The old man will be here in a couple of hours, and we don't want to be caught.
And that's the end of the last record.
Poor Nancy. She certainly got a tough break.
I truly believe that's the most remarkably told tragedy in history.
Oh, Mr. Carter, have you got any ideas?
I have, but I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
Well, what's the next step now, Nick?
Well, first of all, Patsy, I want to examine the other contents of the box thoroughly. I can look them over more intelligently now that I've heard the records. Then I want to play those records over and over till I know them by heart.
And then?
Then I expect to be able to give you the answer to the problem. Got a sandwich in your pocket, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, I thought you'd never finish listening to those records.
Well, I wanted to be sure I didn't miss anything anyway. And I believe I've learned everything those records could tell me.
You mean you really found some clues, Nick?
Yes, indeed, Patsy. Several clues marked out for us very plainly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But first, I want to go over that list we made of the other things that were in that box addressed to Alex Delannoy.
Of course, Nick. Let me see now. Yes, here it is. Opera cloak with label Felix and Company, Toronto. And a beautiful and expensive thing it was, too.
Hmm?
Silk slip with the name Olivette Dupre pinned on it. Wish I could wear silk like that.
That's it.
A silk slip with the name Nancy Deering pinned to it. A New Testament with the name Evangeline Dupre on the flyleaf. Several rings, all very valuable. A real pearl necklace. And some beautiful and very expensive lace. Also, of course, the blood-stained nightdress, which must have been the one that Nancy was murdered in.
And the 3 snapshots, of course.
Oh, yes. One with the name Olivette on the back, one with the name Ralph, and one with the name Evangeline Dupre Deering.
Whoever packed that box knew exactly what he was doing, Patsy. All ties together beautifully. He or she has given us all the clues he could to the people concerned in the affair.
Evangeline Dupre Deering must have been the mother.
Yes. She had 2 children, twins, Ralph and Olivette by her first marriage. Then she married Nancy's father, a man named Deering.
But that doesn't get as much nearer a solution, Nick.
No, but it does, Betsy. Did you notice that all the voices we heard in the records were American?
Well, yes, I guess they were.
And yet the names are mostly French, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Now, where do we find a combination like that around here?
Why, in Canada, I suppose.
Exactly. And the label on the opera cloak says Toronto, which confirms the Canada idea perfectly.
You mean that the Deerings lived in Toronto?
It's certainly quite logical to assume that the scene of the murder is Canada, and very possibly in the vicinity of Toronto. Well, we start there anyway. Maybe the Toronto police can help us.
But, Nick, even if you're right, it doesn't mean that the police would know anything about the murder. It was all done so secretly.
You're overlooking one thing, Betsy.
Yeah? Well, what is it?
The family from which these people came was a rich family, very rich indeed, if we may guess from the beautiful laces and from the jewelry and other things packed in the box.
Mm-hmm.
And remember also that Nancy's father was probably killed, too. Now, I can't believe that the head of a rich and probably well-known family could disappear without anyone knowing it.
You mean you think the police will know that something happened to him about a year ago, even if they don't think that there's anything wrong about it?
Exactly. So pack your bag, Patsy, and order a taxi to take us to the airport. We're flying to Toronto immediately.
I'm very happy to welcome you back to Toronto, Mr. Carter. It's been many years since you've been up here to see us.
Well, thanks very much, Chief. Now, you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Of course not. Go right ahead.
Did you get a letter about a year ago telling that a murder had been done, and that if you wanted proof, you should claim an express box sent to New York City in the name of Alex Delanois?
Wait a minute. By George Carter, we did get just such a letter. But we thought it was the work of a crank and destroyed it. Do you mean it was true?
I have every reason to believe it was. Now, another question. Would you know anything about a girl named Nancy Deering, or about her father?
For heaven's sake, Carter, what do you know about the Deering family?
You answer my question first, I'll answer yours. What about the Deering?
The father, Charles Deering, was the younger son of an English nobleman.
Mm-hmm.
He was immensely rich, had a house here in town, a country place called Deering Hall. He married a woman with 2 children, twins, I believe, and she died when his daughter Nancy was born. He was always prominent in local affairs up to about a year ago, when he's said to have disappeared. Hasn't been seen since. I understand he started for Deering Hall, but never arrived there, according to his 2 stepchildren.
What about his daughter, Nancy?
Nancy was brought up by relatives in Montreal. Few people here know her at all. But as I remember it, she was supposed to have disappeared just before her father did. Although I now understand that she was at Deering Hall with her half-brother and sister all the time.
You say Nancy didn't disappear after all?
I know. As a matter of fact, she was here in Toronto this past week. She believes her father is dead, so she's applied for letters of administration for the estate.
I thought so.
You did? What do you know about it?
Enough to know that this girl who calls herself Nancy Deering isn't Nancy Deering at all. She's an imposter whom the stepchildren have brought in to impersonate her. Chief, we got to get out to Deering Hall at once.
Leading into the Deering estate turns off somewhere right in here, Carter. I'm not quite sure.
Well, look, Chief. There's a man standing in the road up ahead.
Oh, so there is.
And he's motioning to us to stop.
Looks almost like a dwarf, doesn't it?
Certainly a queer-looking individual.
Perhaps you are going to the hall.
Yes, we are. Why?
Could you take me back there? I have walked so far, I am tired out.
Oh, of course. Climb in.
Well, you are a policeman, no?
Yes, I am.
Oh, then you can help me. And I need help so very much.
What seems to be the trouble?
My name is Alex Delanois. I am the...
Alex Delanois?
But yes, you know me.
You once had a box packed with records and other things to New York City addressed to yourself?
Oh, but yes, you have seen it.
Yes, that's why we're here. Tell me, how did you ever happen to...
Yes, I will tell you everything. I was the caretaker at the hall. Miss Deering let me stay in one of the old tower rooms because I am, as you see, a cripple. Sometimes I do not get out of bed for days at a time. About a year ago, the 2 stepchildren, those so very wicked devils, came to the hall. They brought a girl who was kept a prisoner in one of the bedrooms.
Alex, isn't that the road to the hall just ahead there?
No, but yes, the hall is about a half a mile in off this road.
Go on with your story, Alec.
Yeah, the girl was so carefully guarded by those 2, I could not get to her room. I could not help her. I am a cripple.
No, you did what you could, Alex. You being there helped her, I know.
How did you manage to get the things packed in the box?
After they killed Nancy, They did not guard their room so carefully. I got in, I took the records and the other things and packed them in the box. A fisherman I know up by the lake sent the box by express for me. I wrote to the police in Toronto and in New York and told them what had happened and asked them to claim this box. But I am afraid they did not do it.
No, we didn't. We thought the letter was just a hoax. What about Nancy's father?
The day after Nancy was killed, he came here and they tried to kill him too.
Tried to? You mean they didn't succeed?
No, not quite. They hit him on the head with a pistol and threw him into the lake from the high cliff. But I saw them do it and I rescued him. I took him to my room and nursed him myself until he could get a doctor.
How is he now?
He's about well now, I think.
There's the house right ahead, Nick. Drive right up to the door, Chief. I'll go ahead. You keep in the background in case they know you. Okay, Carter. Well, I'll be right behind you. Alex, you and Patsy stay here in the car.
Oh, but of course.
Sure, Nick.
Yes? What is it, please? Please tell Miss Deering that we've come to take some affidavits concerning her application as administratrix for the estate.
Yes, sir. Well, come in, please. I'll announce you.
It's your turn now, Chief. I'll stand here one side of the door, just in case.
I can handle them, Carter.
Maybe, but they're going to be... Quiet. Here they come.
Well, gentlemen, what can we
Out
do?
to pray, I arrest you and your sister Olivette for the murder.
I'll take that gun to plate away from me.
Oh, no, you don't, young lady. This pair of handcuffs will take care of you.
Oh, get rid of you.
Need any help, Carter?
No, I can take care of him. There.
Nice work, Carter. Pair of handcuffs on him. They'll both keep safely till we can put them behind the bars.
And we can now restore Deering Hall to his rightful owner once more. Even though it's almost a year later, the box that Alex Ellenmore packed has fulfilled its destiny.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. What's your story going to be about next week, Nick?
Well, next week I'm going to tell you the tale of the thief and murderer who had to be caught twice before he was really caught at all.
And when Nick caught him the second time, it was because he was able to guess in advance exactly what the criminal was going to do, as well as exactly what he was going to think.
And what did you say the crime was?
Merely a matter of murder and robbery.
There was nothing unusual in the crime itself. The excitement came in the way Nick chased him, outsmarted him, and finally caught him.
It's a very special example of the criminal who was just a little too clever for his own good.
He overrated himself and underrated Nick.
That's always dangerous where Nick Carter is concerned.
Thanks for the compliment. And so long till next week.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White, and the entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Unwilling Accomplice, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Society Burglar.
Presenting Lloyd Nolan and Claire Trevor in another adventure of Results Incorporated. With Old Man 1944 staggering feebly to a well-earned rest in the happy hunting grounds of past-on years, Johnny Strange, president of Results Incorporated, is busy in the modest office of the company trying to draw up an accounting of the year's activities. We find Johnny desperately struggling with the one job in his varied and exciting career which he has never been able to master.
Mrs. Smithington's pearl necklace recovered 25% of the this darn typewriter never could spell.
Why, Johnny Strange thought that this minute.
Well, Terry, my sometime secretary. What's wrong? What are you talking?
Imagine a grown man beating up on a poor defenseless typewriter. You ought to be ashamed.
Now, how about you? Weren't you supposed to be here by 10 o'clock this morning?
Let me remind you, I don't like working on Sundays.
Yeah, I second the motion, sugar. But the sooner we get this report finished, the sooner we start celebrating New Year.
Oh, Oh, good. Where are we going tonight?
Well...
let's have a lot of fun and excitement and make noise.
No, baby. My plans are different.
Oh, what are they?
Nice, quiet, homey evening. That's for us.
You mean a safe and sane New Year's?
Mm-hmm. Just you and I. A little secluded restaurant, a gypsy violin in the background, and then the bells ringing out the old year.
What have you been reading?
Oh, now, baby, we've been having so much running around, excitement, and noise during the year. This'll be different, you know?
It certainly will. Different than you planned.
No, don't get excited.
If you think for one moment...
Terry, wait a minute, will you?
A nice, quiet New Year. Sipping tea.
Well, we don't...
Listening to a soft violin. Oh, not for me.
Listen to reason, will you?
All year long I slave in this office, and now that...
Yeah, well...
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, look, in the doorway.
Oh, visitor. Yeah. Are you looking for something, mister?
Well, you see, I'm looking for the Officer of Results Incorporated.
Oh, this is it, and this is Johnny Strange, its president.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we're not open for business today.
Oh, I see. Perhaps I'd better come back later.
No, come in. Don't let Johnny frighten you. He's really a soft, gentle soul at heart.
Oh, now, Terry, will you?
Well, see, I'm a bit worried and confused.
I see. Could we help?
Well, I do need help badly. I'm glad she hasn't followed me here.
She? Who, your wife?
Oh, no. I meant Queen Sheshack.
Queen Sheshack? Oh, no, kid.
Quiet, Johnny.
Huh?
About this queen, Mr.
Lanscome's my name.
Lanscome.
Woodford Lanscome.
Are you talking about a real queen, Mr. Lanscome?
Oh, yes. That's why I've come here. I want someone to sit up with her.
Sit up with a queen?
Yes.
Well, that's different. Where is she?
Oh, I'm afraid you don't understand.
Oh, sure, I get it. You want Queenie to visit all the bright spots and have a big New Year's.
Oh, no, that isn't it at all.
Huh?
You see, Mr. Strange, Queen Sheshack is dead.
Dead?
Oh, she's been dead for more than 3,000 years.
Holy mackerel.
But, Mr. Lanscome, you said something about sitting up with her.
Oh, I guess I forgot to explain. You see, Queen Sheshack is a mummy.
Oh.
Oh, and you want us to sit up with her, sociable like, huh?
That's the idea.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Lanscome, why don't you just come back on April Fool's Day, huh? We won't be so busy.
Johnny, quiet. Sit down, Mr. Lanscome, and tell us all about it.
Oh, for the Lord.
Thank you. I am a bit tired. It's quite a long walk from the museum.
Do you work there?
Oh, I've been night watchman at the museum for 24 years now.
Oh, and I suppose that's where the Queen, hangs out, hmm?
Oh, she just arrived today, and that's the trouble. Ever since the new mummies started arriving several weeks ago, I've been falling asleep on my job.
And you think the new mummies have something to do with it?
Oh, yes. They put me to sleep so I won't worry about them when they leave the museum at night.
What? Are you trying to tell us that these mummies just get up and do the town?
Oh, they must. Several mornings when I woke up, I found the mummies with the lids of the sarcophagi open.
The sarcophagus? What?
The sarcophagus, Johnny. That's the casket they put the mummies in.
Well, maybe so, Sugar, but I've had enough lessons for today. 3,000-year-old mummies strolling down Broadway singing a trolley song in Egyptian. Anytime
I was afraid you wouldn't help me. Well, I'm sorry I've bothered you. I'll just go along.
No, don't go, Mr. Lanscome. What is it you want Results Incorporated to do?
Well, I'd pay you for your service.
Of course, we understand.
I just thought that if you could stay at the museum with me tonight.
You mean to watch Queen Sheshack so she won't run away?
Oh, no. She'll come back like all the others did.
No, Terry, he wants us for a pinochle game.
I'm afraid that when the Queen puts me to sleep tonight, I might not wake in time in the morning, and Mr. Adams would find me sleeping.
Well, who's this Adams guy?
Oh, he's the day attendant, and a very nice gentleman.
But still, you might lose your job, asleep like that.
Oh, yes, and my job means so much to me. You see, in one more year, I'll get a pension.
Well, this is by far the screwiest setup that ever walked into this office.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I had hoped you'd understand.
Oh, don't you worry, Mr. Lanscombe. We're going to help you.
Oh, now, Terry, don't start making
Johnny and I will
promises
be at the museum tonight to pay our respects to Queen Sheshack.
Do you realize what you're saying? This is the 31st of December, remember?
And weren't you the one who wanted a quiet, homey New Year's Eve?
Of course, but this
and
isn't...
what could be quieter than an evening with a respectable mummy, 3,000 years old? Oh, Johnny, I think this museum is beautiful, but checking up on that nice old man like this, well, it's a dirty trick.
Look, in our business, we can't afford to trust anybody.
Well, what are we going to do? Just walk around the place?
With that hat you've got on, you better keep on walking, or somebody will put you in one of those glass cases.
Mr. Strange, another hat insult out of you, and I'll resign.
Oh, now, sugar, you couldn't ever do that. Why, what would the company do for results?
Well, and you better be good.
All right. That'll be one of my first New Year's resolutions. Be good to my dear secretary, Teresa Travis.
You know, sometimes you're cute, you old sourpuss.
Hey, Terry, hold on. See that fellow there?
Mm-hmm.
He looks sort of important. Let's talk to him.
All right.
Oh, hello. You in charge of this museum?
Well, not exactly. I'm Mr. Adams, the day attendant.
Oh, Adams. I'm Johnny Strange, and this is Miss Teresa Travis.
How do you do?
Say, does a man named Lanscombe work here?
Yes. He's the night watchman.
You see, Johnny, just like I told you.
Is anything the matter?
Well, this old fellow wants to hire us for a job.
What sort of a job?
He said something about the mummies in the museum putting him to sleep and then walking around. It was all pretty zany. You know?
Lanscombe told you that?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't take him too seriously. He's pretty old, you know.
Yeah, I figured that. Well, it's just like I told you, Terry. Come on, let's forget about the whole thing.
Oh, no, we won't, Johnny. That old man is in trouble. I just know he is.
Really? Well, it's none of my business. But I'm afraid that Lanscombe is just a little mentally unbalanced.
Why, sure, Terry. Mummies only walk around in horror pictures.
Well, there must be something behind what he told us. He was such a nice old man.
Right, so he was nice, so what?
So I think we ought to help him out, even if it's just to humor him.
All right, we'll see about it. But first, let's get back to the office and finish that report, huh? Come on.
Oh, you and your report.
And goodbye, Mr. Adams. Thanks for the information.
Yes. Goodbye. Eddie.
What's the matter?
You see that couple heading for the door?
The guy in the blonde?
Yes, I want you to follow them.
Sure, but what's up?
And it seems Lanscombe did some talking. Those two have got some ideas about helping him.
Say, that doesn't sound so good, Chief.
Go to work on them, Eddie. Maybe you can sort of change their ideas.
Johnny, I don't care what that Mr. Adams said. I'm sure Lanscombe was telling us the truth.
Your intuition again.
My intuition is always right.
Well, maybe so, but it gets us into nothing but trouble. As far as I'm concerned, that guy Lanscombe is mummy happy.
I suppose you're telling me you're not going back to the museum tonight.
Not a chance, baby.
Oh, dear.
Lanscombe will have to entertain Queen Sheshack all by himself.
You're just plain stubborn.
And you're just plain sentimental. For God's sake, any guy with a gray beard and a sad story starts those big, beautiful eyes of yours to weeping
well,
all over
Mr. Tough Guy, if that's the way you feel about it, big, beautiful eyes, is going to the museum by herself.
Oh, no, you don't. Remember, you're just the vice president of this outfit. I still give the orders.
Maybe you do. Every day but Sunday.
Now, Terry, we're not going to sit out New Year's Eve in an overstuffed mausoleum. That's the silliest idea I ever had.
Johnny, look out for that car.
Hey, what's he trying to do?
Johnny, watch out. He's crowding you.
Hey, what's the idea? Move over, will you? Hey.
Oh, he threw something through our window. Oh, Johnny, watch out.
Hey.
It's Holmes. Oh, Johnny, are you all right?
Yeah, I stopped in time. It was close.
Yes. Wonder why he pushed us into the curb.
I don't know, but someday I'll find out. And... Hey, that thing he threw at us.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Here it is, Johnny.
That's nothing but a piece of iron.
Look, here's a note attached to it.
Note? What does it say?
Hold your seat, Johnny. This is right to the point. Keep away from the museum unless you want a little tomb for yourself.
Wow. Sort of a quaint little New Year's card, isn't it?
Yes. Do you think it's a gag?
Well, if it is, I'm not laughing. No, sugar, I'm afraid somebody's playing tag, and we're it.
Well, I don't get it. What does it mean?
It means that we visit the museum tonight to ask Queen Sheshack a few questions.
Back to Johnny Strange and Terry Travis in just a moment. But first, a message from your government. 10,000 nurses are needed at once by our Army. The need is great, the responsibility is greater. And every nurse now in civilian practice should consider it her immediate obligation to apply to the War Manpower Commission for reclassification to military service. In addition to the knowledge that she's doing her duty, just like the fighting man, the Army nurse has these advantages. Upon acceptance by the Army Nurse Corps, a nurse becomes an officer with the rank of second lieutenant and full opportunity for further promotion. She is also eligible for such veterans' benefits as mustering out pay, loans, and so forth. 10,000 more Army nurses are needed at once. Every nurse who hears this announcement should immediately plan to contact the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, or her local Red Cross chapter for full information as to how she may be reclassified for military service. Do it today. And now back to Results Incorporated, starring Claire Trevor and Lloyd Nolan. As we start the second act, it's later that evening. Johnny and Terry are approaching the museum to keep a rendezvous with the strange Mr. Lanscombe and a 3,000-year-old mummy, Queen Sheshack. It's very dark, and the large building looms up like a threatening shadow.
Say, this place is certainly gloomy at night.
Well, if you want to wait a while, I'll order up a bigger moon.
That'd help. Johnny, I wonder what gave Lanscombe the idea the new mummies walk around.
Well, in just a few minutes, he'll tell us all about it.
Oh, there's the side entrance.
Yeah. Terry, look at this sign on the door. Visiting hours, 9 to 5.
That's not a bad idea. Coming back when there are other visitors.
Baby, we're here and we're going in.
Oh.
Oh, Lanscombe. Oh, Mr. Lanscombe.
Try again.
Okay. Lanscombe. Lanscombe!
He doesn't answer.
Yell loud enough to wake up the dead.
Oh, that's not very funny at a museum.
Well, I'll knock on the door. Hey, the door's swinging in.
He must have left it open for us.
Yeah, nice of him, wasn't it?
Mm.
Come on, let's go in.
Oh, it's awfully dark in there.
And Johnny Strange was smart enough to bring a flashlight. Yeah, that better?
Well, it doesn't throw much light.
Well, come on, stay close to me.
Don't worry, I will.
Mr. Lanscombe. Lanscombe, we're here. He must be busy night watching, huh?
Johnny, I think I'm getting scared.
There's nothing to worry about.
All those big shadowy things.
Well, they're just the exhibits, that's all. You know, mummies and stuff.
I can't understand why Lanscombe isn't here.
Why?
Johnny.
What's the matter?
Oh, it's just a sarcophagus. I bumped into it.
Boy, it's a beauty. Look at all the fancy decorations on it, eh?
There's a sign. Let's see. Queen Sheshack, 1500 B.C., from the pyramid of King Cheops.
Queen Sheshack. Well, that's the baby that Lanscombe was telling us about.
Yeah.
The new mummy, you know?
Just think, Johnny. She's been in that coffin all those years.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's find Lanscombe.
I'll try calling him,
Go ahead.
Mr. Lanscombe! Mr. Lanscombe!
I nerve that guy asking us to come out here. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
There on the floor. It's Lanscombe.
Oh, Johnny, is he dead?
I'll take a look. No. He's breathing heavy.
You think the mummies put him to sleep?
Maybe not. Here, look at this.
Well, it's only a thermos bottle with coffee.
Yes, but this coffee was sweetened with something besides sugar.
Oh, that must be it, Johnny. He's been drugged.
That's right. I guess the old man wasn't having hallucinations after all.
Can't we do something for him?
Well, I'll carry him outside in the air, and then we... Hey. Terry? Didn't you hear something?
I heard a noise, like a door being opened.
Must be another door at the back. Somebody's coming in.
Who could it be?
Now, quick, baby, come on.
What are you going to do?
Here. Here's that sarcophagus. Just a minute. Yeah, the front of it opens up.
Oh, that's Queen Sheshack.
Quick, Terry, get in. Go on.
Johnny, inside with her?
There's nothing else to do. You'll be safe in there. Hurry up. They're coming.
What about you?
Oh, duck out of sight. Now.
it, Eddie. The old Queen Sheshack herself, fresh from Egypt.
That's a pretty case she's got, Chief. She must have been a big shot.
All right. This time it's better we take the sarcophagus as well.
Oh, boy, the old gal's heavy.
Naturally. This is the big sarcophagus.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Okay. We can just put the queen down. She's tired of traveling.
Hey!
Never mind. Just start walking this way without the mummy.
Right, sure. We're putting it down. Sneak behind him. It's dark.
Okay.
Come on, get moving.
We're coming. Now, what's the big idea?
Well, we'll all just walk toward the dam. Hey, what?
Give it to him, Eddie.
Just like this, Chief.
Nice work, Eddie.
I hit him pretty hard with the stun.
Okay. Keep all the better. Come on, let's take the Queen home. We've got business with her. A little slower on the curves, Eddie. You don't want to shake up the Queen.
Okay, slow it does it.
I was surprised to see that Johnny Strange at the museum. I guess he didn't take our warning very seriously.
Some guys never can keep their nose out of trouble.
I wonder how much he found out before we got there.
What's the difference? He's sleeping sound now, along with the old man.
We'll have to get back there as quick as possible and make some new arrangements.
Sure, but first we see what the Queen's got for it.
That should be a profitable pleasure. There's the house.
Sweet little hideout. Should I go around the back?
Yes. Drive right up to the shop. Now, Eddie, open the back doors and shove the mummy case out to me.
Right. Here she comes, Chief.
All right. I've got one end. Now you grab the other end of the mummy case and in the shop. Tremendously happy. Right here now. On the bench.
Let her down.
Oh, dear. Well, that's a job.
Chief, something's banging inside.
Oh, quickly, open it up.
It's about time you opened us up, you lunkhead.
It ain't the mummy.
You? What are you doing here?
I don't know, Mr. Adams, but I'm leaving right now.
Eddie, grab him.
I got it, Chief.
Let go, you grave robber.
Hang on to her while I shove this handkerchief into her mouth.
Hey, this one's a wildcat.
Now, let's tie her to that chair.
Okay, take her easy, Blondie. Take her.
Now, that's it.
Hey.
Ah, that's better.
What was she doing in there with the Queen?
Well, we'll find out later. We'll just park her in the back room so that she won't interfere with our work. All right, Miss Travis, you can just sit and relax. Eddie and I have work to do in the other room.
Hey, would she be all right here, Chief?
Why, surely. She can't get loose until we're ready to untie her.
Come on, Chief. Let's get back to the Queen.
Yes, and one more thing, Miss Travis. Don't be expecting your boyfriend. He has another engagement. Mr. Strange. Mr. Strange, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, my head. Oh, it's you, Lanscombe.
Yes, I've been shaking you for several minutes.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I must have fallen asleep. And when I woke up, you were here on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, the lights went out all of a sudden. Hey, wait a minute. She's gone.
That's what I wanted to tell you. The Queen is gone. I can't find her anywhere.
Yeah, but Terry was in that sarcophagus.
You mean she went out with the Queen?
They didn't go. Somebody carried them out right through the back door.
Oh, Mr. Strange, I'm afraid the mummy spell is working on you,
Oh,
too.
now look, you can just forget about all that hocus-pocus business. 2 guys came in, biffed me on the head, and took the box.
But that's impossible. All the doors are locked.
Well, hasn't anyone else got a key?
Oh, no one except Mr. Adams.
Adams. That's who it was. I remember his voice now.
But why would Mr. Adams take the Queen?
Well, I don't know, but he's got Terry, too, and I'm going to find her.
And the Queen also?
Oh, sure. Now, look, where does this Adams guy live?
Oh, he has a place at the end of Grant Road at the top of the hill.
Well, that's for me. And, by the way, Lanscombe.
Yes?
Did Adams leave that thermos of coffee for you?
Oh, yes, he always does. He's a very nice man.
Yeah, one of the best.
Well, while I'm gone, be sure you don't drink any more of that coffee.
Do you think I should go with you?
No, you just sit tight here and wait. Maybe a Queen Sheshack will be coming home soon. Hey, Terry. Terry. It's Johnny here at the window. I'm coming in. Okay, baby. I'll be right with you. Wait a minute. Dirty rats. Here, I'll untie your gag. There you are.
Oh, Johnny. Oh, Johnny, you're a welcome sight.
Oh, you poor kid. Now, just hold on a second. I'll take off these ropes. There. That's better, isn't it?
Oh, much. Oh, Johnny, you're a dog.
Now, wait a minute, baby. Just save that till later.
Johnny, let's get out of here right away.
Oh, sure we will, Terry, but I'd like to find out what this mummy business is all about.
Be careful.
I'm just going to slide my ear up against the door.
But what if they come in and find me?
They won't. They're much too busy with the Queen.
Oh, let's go and call the police.
Quiet. I want to hear.
What are they saying?
They're all excited about something.
Oh, Johnny, please.
Shh, quiet. Adams is going back to the museum to take care of me and Lanskin. He's going to be surprised.
That other one, he's still here.
Well, maybe we can cook up a little surprise for him, too.
Well, what do you mean?
Yeah. Adams went out. I heard the door close.
We ought to go out, too, while we've got the chance.
No, I want a few words with that Eddie. He's the one who clocked me.
But, Johnny, the door is bolted from the other side.
Listen, don't you remember what the spider said to the fly? Well, we'll make this mug come to us.
But he's got a gun.
And we've got the brains. Plus this chunky piece of firewood. Ought to fit nice on his skull.
All right, what's the program?
You just park that beautiful figure right in that chair again. And, yeah.
Okay, now what?
And I'll slip myself behind this door, like this. Now we're all set. Let go with a healthy scream.
But I don't feel very healthy.
Terry, scream. Go on, give out.
Why do you say so?
Sure.
Help! Help!
I told the chief we have trouble. Hey, what goes on in here?
Help!
I'll have to shut you up.
Here, my friend, right in your knock.
Oh, Johnny, a perfect bullseye.
Yeah, I aimed for his bald spot.
Oh, he looks nice on the floor.
Now, come on, baby. Into the other room and find out what those would-be cats and Jama kids were up to.
Say, look. They took off some of the Queen's wrappings.
Yeah, and do you see what was inside?
Johnny, look at them. Those jewels.
Yeah, dozens of them, all uncut beauties.
Well, they were smugglers.
Must have been.
The jewels were inside the Queen's wrappings.
Yeah, it's pretty neat, Terry. See, these two were probably part of a ring.
Uh-huh.
That's why the newly arrived mummies moved out of the museum at night.
Wow, what a haul. Gee, these jewels must be worth thousands of dollars.
Well,
That's why I'll keep them.
Adams.
Lucky for me that I saw your car parked around the bend. I always like to be at home for guests.
Careful, Johnny.
Now, don't worry, Miss Travis. He hasn't much choice to be otherwise.
All right, so you've got a gun, so what?
I'm afraid I'll have to use it.
Johnny, he means it.
That's all right, baby.
You should have stayed in your own backyard. Hey, what's that?
Never turn your head, Adams.
Hit him a good one, Johnny.
Like this,
Oh, yes, just like that. That makes two away.
2 away and none to go.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll open the door.
I'll cover you with this gun, just in case. Go ahead.
What?
Oh.
It's Mr. Lanscombe.
Oh, it's you. And there's Mr. String.
Come on in, Mr. Lanskin. Join the party.
Oh, it's late, but I was getting so worried. You see, Queen Sheshack, she hasn't come back.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Lanscombe. You know how girls are. Johnny, here it is. Just like you wanted.
What were you saying, Terry?
Oh, honestly, if my company is that boring...
Oh, no, sugar. I was just thinking. Go on. What did you say?
Well, I was just remarking that here's that nice, quiet New Year's Eve you wanted. Complete with a gypsy violin.
Oh, sure. The evening didn't start out so quiet, though.
No, but it was fun. You know, we've had some awfully good times together this past year, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. We're really a pretty happy combination. Results Incorporated, with a good president and a swell vice president.
That's a beautiful thought.
Terry, you know, in 1945, we're really going to go places. Do big things.
Like what?
Well, like expanding. I can just see our offices all over the country.
Johnny, you're getting that faraway look in your eye.
No, I'm serious. And we're going to start out with a new motto. Results Incorporated, results while you wait. It makes it streamlined.
Branch offices.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't by any chance thinking of a new flock of feminine first vice presidents, all streamlined.
Oh, now, Terry, you know me better than that.
That's just the trouble. I know you.
Now, listen, baby. I'm the luckiest guy in the world to have you. And that goes for this year or any year.
Johnny, how you throw the blarney and how I love it.
Now, Terry, this is it. 1945.
Oh, a new year, a brand new one.
Well, Terry, what are we waiting for? Let's start this year off right.
Sure, Johnny. Happy New Year.
The mystery comedy series Results Incorporated has starred Lloyd Nolan as Johnny Strange and Claire Trevor as the irrepressible Teresa Travis. Miss Trevor has appeared through the courtesy of RKO Studios and Mr. Nolan through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Tonight's script by Saul Stein and Martin Wirt was based on characters created by Lawrence Edmund Taylor. Music by Russ Crump. We all wish you a happy New Year. Bob O'Connor speaking. This is Mutual.
In another intriguing adventure transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders.
Concerning jewelry. Diamonds may be a girl's best friend, but like any other precious ornament, they can be done to death.
And now, the private files of Rex Saunders. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, brings you the celebrated star of stage and screen, Rex Harrison, in another exciting story taken from the private files of Rex Saunders, radio's newest man of mystery. We hope you enjoy these weekly stories of intrigue and adventure. And for another adventure in home entertainment, we suggest you try RCA Victor's fine line of radio and television products, now on display at your RCA Victor dealer. Now for our story.
It was a grey, misty morning when the tugs nosed the mammoth hulk of the transatlantic liner Tragania into its North River berth. Alec and I were on the pier, standing near the guardrail, watching the Tragania's passengers coming ashore. As they walked down the gangplank, I looked them over carefully, wondering which one was Allison.
It's uncanny how we get ourselves in these strange situations.
The strange situation Alec referred to was prompted by a radiogram which I received that morning at the rude hour of 5. It was sent from aboard the Tragania and said simply, "Important you be at pier when Tragania docks. Need your help. Don't fail." And it was signed, Allison.
But who is Allison?
I told Alec that I really hadn't the faintest idea. So there we stood, watching the passengers debark, when suddenly I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder.
Mr. Saunders.
I turned round. She was slim, brunette, and she was quite attractive. 2 small valises were resting at her feet.
You are Rex Saunders, aren't you?
Yes?
I'm Allison.
Oh, I imagined that Allison was a man.
So did I, Alec. But I can hardly say that I'm disappointed.
Vivian Allison.
Well, about that radiogram you sent me, it had an urgent tone.
Well, it's rather an urgent matter. Here, look at this, Mr. Saunders. This bandage on my arm. It covers a wound, bullet graze. I was shot at last night on deck.
By whom?
I don't know who he is. He's followed me about the ship ever since we left Liverpool. He goes under the name of Charles Strickland. But he's only one of them. There are others. They want to kill me.
And just why do they want to kill you?
They're after this valise. This brown one here.
Oh? What's in it?
Diamonds. Diamonds valued at $200,000. They're from the South African mines. I'm a courier for the Kent Diamond Syndicate. I'm delivering them to the New York client, Robert Johnson and Sons.
Well, now you're safely in New York.
Oh, no. I won't be safe until the diamonds are delivered. Till they're out of my possession.
That's rather a tight fix you're in.
You will help me.
Well, it's the least I can do for someone from home.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Saunders.
Just what do you plan to do, Rex?
Well, from what Miss Allison has told us, Alec, it's apparent that her life is only in danger just as long as she has the diamonds in her possession. Well, she's going to hand that bag to me now, right here in plain view.
But, Mr. Saunders, where will we meet again?
I'll follow you outside the pier. You take a taxi to Johnson & Sons. What street are they on?
59, 842 West.
Very well. Now, you have your cab driver take you there, and I'll hop into another taxi and follow directly after you. Alec?
Yes?
I want you to go aboard the Tragania and find out what you can about Charles Strickland.
Right.
Now, Miss Allison, you may hand me that bag.
Here you are.
Now, you go ahead, Miss Allison.
As you say. I'll wait for you at Johnson & Sons.
Alec, forget what I told you about looking for information on Charles Strickland.
Huh? Forget? But why?
Because there probably isn't any Charles Strickland.
What?
But you go aboard the Tragania as planned while I trail the young lady.
Yeah, but about Charles Strickland, you mean Miss Allison was lying to us?
Precisely. I want you to find out what happened to the real Allison.
The real Allison?
Yes. While you were waiting for me here, I stopped in at the administration office and checked on the Tragania's passenger list. There was only one Allison on that list, Alec. A Mr. Stephen Allison. With the brown bag in hand, I followed the attractive brunette along the crowded pier. It was obvious that her real name was not likely to be Allison, but there was nothing obvious about the game she was playing. I waited outside the pier until she got into a taxi, and then I hailed the next cab in line.
Where to, mister?
That taxi ahead, please. Follow it when it pulls out.
Okay.
Move over, chum. This cab's taken.
Hey, look, buddy, this gent flagged me first.
Shut your trap. Get this heap moving.
Hey, a rod. He's got a rod, mister.
Yeah.
Shove off like I told you.
Yeah, but look here.
You'd better do as he says, driver.
Hey, you're a smart boy.
Thanks for the compliment.
It ain't no compliment, it's a warning.
Oh?
Don't get over smart. You're liable to end up with your face in a ditch.
I take it you're referring to my encounter with Miss Allison.
Don't give me that Miss Allison business. Where do you tie in with the dame?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
You know, playing too dumb can be worse than giving it to me too smart. Give me the bag.
The what?
The bag. The one you're trying to hide behind you.
Oh, this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you meant.
Yeah, not much you didn't. All right, driver, pull up. Get out, smart talker. Go on, get out. And remember what I told you. Stay out of this game or the next time you get tagged for a slab in the morgue.
I not only lost the bogus Miss Allison, but also the valuable little brown bag. I headed back to the pier to pick up Alec.
Who do you suppose he was?
I don't know, but I won't forget his face quickly.
Well, anyway, we're sure he was one of the gang after the diamonds. And now they have what they were after.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What do you mean? He got the bag from you, didn't he?
Yes, Alec, he got the bag, all right. However, I managed to open it before I hopped into that cab.
Hey, that was quick thinking on your part. You opened the valise, removed the diamonds, and then hid them on yourself. And our ugly friend was left holding the bag.
No, I wouldn't laugh, Alec.
Why not?
Well, the joke happens to be on us.
Huh?
And it was played by the deceptive young lady. When I opened the bag, it was empty.
Empty?
There's a punctured water bucket.
Oh.
The would-be Miss Allison used us as a feint, Alec. Remind me never to trust a handsome woman again, will you?
As if you'll listen.
What did you find out about Stephen Allison?
Well, the deck steward told me that Allison was a man of medium height, about 40, somewhat baldish. He was sick during the voyage, and he remained in his stateroom throughout the entire trip. His door was constantly locked.
Anything else?
Yes, I was just getting to this. A very interesting piece of information. Allison had a frequent visitor, a young lady.
Who I imagine fits the description of our brunette friend.
Mm-hmm. Sears. Vivian Sears.
Vivian? Well, Miss Sears at least told us the truth about her first name. Come along, Alec.
Where to now?
That phone booth just over there.
Who are you calling?
Police headquarters. Inspector Kelly is checking a matter for me. Inspector Kelly, please. Hello, Inspector? Inspector? Rex Saunders. Oh, you have? Fine. 627 East 20th Street. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll call back later on the other tracer.
627 East 20th Street. What's at that address?
Perhaps $200,000 worth of diamonds.
What?
I made a note of the license plate number on that cab that the mysterious Miss Sears took when she left here. A police radio car located that taxi a few moments ago. According to the driver's trip schedule, Miss Sears went from the pier directly to the house on 20th Street. The house on 20th Street was a dilapidated brownstone which had been converted into a rooming house. The landlady recalled that an hour before our arrival, a young woman fitting Miss Sears' description had entered the house.
I wonder whose room she went into.
Well, the landlady said it was rented 6 months ago by a man named Vincent. That she'd only seen Vincent twice and that a special lock was put on the door. It's that room at the end of the hall there.
I have a feeling that we're walking headlong into some more trouble.
Well, this door isn't locked.
Might be a trap.
No one's in here.
Well, look, on the table here. It's valise. It was like the one Miss Sears gave you.
Yes, the mate, the one she kept. There's nothing in it.
And here we are left holding an empty bag again. Now how will we ever find her or the diamonds? She certainly won't return here.
Alec, I was wrong.
Huh?
There was someone in this room.
What are you talking about?
This body behind the couch.
Oh.
Here, help me turn him over on his back.
Yes. Who can he be?
This photo in the passport I found in his pocket, look.
Yes. It's him, all right. What's it say his name is?
This passport identifies him as Stephen Allison.
Here's a formula for fine listening. AM radio plus FM radio plus 2 separate record changers equal RCA Victor's magnificent new Victrola radio phonograph console. Imagine AM and FM radio with a newly extended tone range, a record changer for 78 and long play records, and for RCA Victor's amazing 7-inch non-breakable records, a second record changer, the 45. 2 record changers for all 3 speeds of recorded music. And in an RCA Victor Victrola radio phonograph, both recorded music and radio share the same brilliant RCA Victor Golden Throat tone system, a tone system that brings you concert hall clarity, fine fidelity always. And all this is wrapped up in a console cabinet whose beautiful styling and careful craftsmanship reflect RCA Victor's incomparable standards of quality. Next chance you get, see RCA Victor's wonderful selection of Victrola radio phonograph consoles.
I phoned headquarters. The homicide crew with all its equipment came to the murder room on 20th Street and began its usual relentless and scientific search for clues and leads in the shooting of Stephen Allison. After I completed my report to the detective lieutenant in charge, I left the brownstone house and walked across the street where Alec waited for me in the car.
I called Inspector Kelly as you asked.
Did the report come in?
Yes, the driver of the cab you were in went directly to the police with his story.
What did he say?
Well, the mug who manhandled you forced the cab driver to take him up the West Side Drive to 125th Street, then across town to Lexington Avenue. Then he got out and disappeared in the Lexington Avenue subway.
All right, Alec, we'll get the car started.
So? Where to?
59th Street, the west side of town.
Was, anything of special interest found in the murder room?
Yes, several things, but so far, nothing conclusive. There was some cigarette butts in an ashtray. Homicide check with a pack, which was in Allison's pocket, and they were a different brand.
Well, evidently those cigarettes in the tray were smoked by Miss Sears.
From the evidence, they weren't.
I don't follow you, right?
Well, there was no lip rouge traces on the cigarettes. And here's something else. An empty book of matches was found in an ashtray. It advertised a roadhouse in Baybrook out on Long Island, a place called Holly Inn. In view of the fact that both Allison and Miss Sears both just arrived in the country this morning, it's unlikely that the matchbook was carried by either of them.
I'm really confused.
So am I.
You? What about?
Well, something else homicide uncovered. They found a great number of particles under Allison's fingernails. They haven't tested them yet, but they're quite sure that the particles are metal filings, most likely copper. I'll get a report on that later.
But why would metal filings be under Allison's nails? He was a diamond courier.
I'm not sure just what Allison was. On the way uptown, I'm stopping off to send a cable to Scotland Yard and then paying a call on Johnson & Sons to see what they can tell me about Stephen Allison.
Mr. Johnson will see you now, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Miss Gaines.
Oh, you know my name.
Well, the receptionist outside mentioned it, and I always make a point of remembering certain names.
For professional reasons.
Well, you know what they say about all work and no play. By the way, mind if I borrow your matches for a light?
Not at all. Yes.
Thank you.
Keep them.
I forgot to tell you, Miss Gaines, I also make a point of remembering telephone numbers.
I'll think it over. You'd better go inside. Mr. Johnson's a busy man. He doesn't like to be kept waiting.
Mr. Johnson should know that some things are worth waiting for, even telephone numbers.
The door straight ahead.
Come in, Mr. Saunders. Come in.
I won't take up much of your time, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, that's quite all right.
You know about the murder of the courier, Allison.
The police were already here. They left just a short while ago. I thought the matter was settled.
Settled? Oh, $200,000 worth of diamonds. Your diamonds are missing.
Oh, you have it wrong, Mr. Saunders. I guess you haven't heard the latest.
I guess I haven't. What are you trying to say?
Merely that the police recovered my diamonds. They're in a safe in our vault room.
Where did they find the diamonds?
Well, there was an auto accident up in Van Cortlandt Park. The diamonds were found in the wrecked car.
And the police have the driver?
Oh, yes. The police have her.
A woman named Vivian Sears?
Yes. The police said that was her name. They asked me questions about her, but I could tell them nothing.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Johnson, I must run along. There are some questions I want to ask Miss Sears.
Well, I'm afraid that won't be possible. The police tell me Miss Sears is dead. She was killed in the accident.
Miss Sears' death wasn't an accident, Alec. I'm almost positive of it.
But the police reported her death due to accidental causes.
Well, just the same, I'm sure that the car she was in was forced off the road and down the hill in the park. According to the record, there was less than 5 gallons of gas in the car. If anyone is planning a long trip for a getaway, they'd be sure to be better stocked with gasoline. No, Alec, it was no accident.
You think she was killed by the same man who murdered Allison?
Yes, I think so. Oh, you take the next right to Baybrook. The Holly Inn is about 2 miles this side of town.
Next right. Rex.
Yeah?
I don't understand any of it. If Miss Sears and Allison were murdered for the diamonds, which is the only logical reason, why were the diamonds returned to their rightful owner?
Alec, for the time being, we're going to have to abandon the logic in this case.
Then where will we be?
Perhaps on the right track. We'll eliminate the diamonds from the case.
Eliminate the diamonds? Then what do we have?
The Scotland Yard's reply to my inquiry on Allison told us that Allison at one time was an engraver. Now, that fact fits in with the metal filings which were found under his fingernails.
Yes, it doesn't fit too well when you consider that Allison abandoned his trade to act as a diamond courier over a year ago.
Well, perhaps he didn't abandon his trade at all. You remember that the deck steward told you that Allison remained in his stateroom throughout the entire voyage?
Yes.
Well, he may have been spending his time aboard ship engraving in secret.
Engraving what?
Well, I don't know, but something valuable enough to cost him and Miss Sears their lives. And that brings me to the visit I'm making to the Holly Inn. The book of matches which were found in Allison's room advertised the inn. So did the book of matches I got from Evelyn Gaines, Ralph Johnson's secretary.
Well, that may be only a coincidence.
That may be, but the long arm of coincidence can be stretched only so far, Alec, and then it snaps back and somebody's bound to be caught in its grip. Alec waited outside in the car. I walked into the Holly Inn. It was a typical small roadhouse. There was a bar on one side and a row of dimly lit booths along the other. I walked along the booth side, and then a hand reached out and grasped my sleeve.
Hello.
That long arm of coincidence I told Alec about was working overtime. Evelyn Gaines' pretty face came out of the dimness of the booths to smile at me.
Imagine meeting you here, Mr. Saunders.
Miss Gaines. What a pleasant surprise.
Won't you sit down and join me in a drink, Rex?
I'm glad you asked me that question, Miss...
Evelyn.
Evelyn, what brings you here? I thought you lived in town.
Weren't you sure?
Frankly, I was sure.
After business hours, interest.
Shall we stop playing the game?
I was just beginning to enjoy it.
Your friends might object to your wasting time.
Oh, speaking of my friends, meet Al.
Move over, chum.
You know, I have a feeling I've been through this same thing someplace before.
It's the same shooter you feel in your ribs, smart talker.
He's all yours, Al. I'll be going along.
Yeah, sure. I'll be seeing you, Evelyn.
Goodbye, Rex. Thanks for the game.
Nice girl.
Lula.
You know, Al, ever since our encounter in the taxi yesterday, I've been looking forward to meeting you again.
You and me both, smart talker. Only this meeting you don't walk away from.
Back to the climax of our story in a moment. 3 bestsellers. 3 RCA Victor bestsellers. 1, Iturbi plays the haunting Claire de Lune. 2, Leopold Stokowski conducts his symphony orchestra in the Blue Danube Waltz. 3, the Boston Pops Orchestra plays the beautiful Warsaw Concerto. 3 bestsellers, high on the honor roll of immortal music. 3 RCA Victor bestsellers. Stop in at your RCA Victor dealers and listen to these great Red Seal singles. Buy them. Take them home with you. Own them. Because they're classics in the classical field. You'll never tire of them. You'll play them over and over again. Claire de Lune, Blue Danube Waltz, and the Warsaw Concerto will make a wonderful addition to any record library. And they're available on the amazing 45 as well as 78 RPM. Buy them now. Get your copies of these 3 all-time best-selling RCA Victor Red Seal recordings.
Consciousness flowed back into my brain on a tide of a low humming sound. And the tide swept in faster and faster, and the sound became certain and distinct. I was on the floor in the back seat of a car. I was sick. Everything in me hurt. Then I heard him whistle. And I knew who it was. The man called Al. Al, happy. Al, whistling while he worked. And I knew what his work for the night was going to be. A job named Rex Saunders. An auto accident. An accident like the one in which Vivian Sears was killed. But Al was going to have a hitch in this accident. I felt weak, but I could still move. I saw his head swinging from side to side and his thick neck, swinging in time with his tune. I waited a moment to steady myself. And then I wrapped my arms round his throat. I pulled tighter, tighter. He let go of the wheel. He let go of the wheel and his hands came up, clawed at my arms. The car started to swerve crazily. I held onto him with all my strength. Al was going to have his accident, but he was going to have it my way. He was going to be in it with me.
Here's to you, Evelyn.
To both of us. Little Evie Gaines and Ralph Johnson.
And to our trip to England.
And to Al Mason. Long may he rest in peace.
Alongside the dear departed Rex Saunders.
Too bad about Al dying in that accident, too. I wonder how he missed.
Now, my dear, we mustn't fret over Al. He served his purpose of ridding us of Allison and his lady friend Vivian Sears. It's just as well this way, my dear.
Allison did beautiful engraving, Ralphie. Very beautiful.
Oh, an accomplished artist. His last work was a masterpiece. The fraud will never be detected. Everything's perfect. The printing, the paper, everything. The British public will be honored with the new and, unofficial pound notes.
The pound notes. Let's drink to the pound notes.
And to my car down in the hold of this very fine vessel.
You're terrific, Ralphie. You think of everything.
It's kind of you to say so.
Oh, who'd ever think of looking inside the tire tubes of your car for counterfeit money? Who'd ever think of it?
I'm sure most people wouldn't.
Saunders.
You.
Mind if Alec and I join your little celebration, Johnson?
Well, perhaps we're intruding.
You're dead.
Can't be. The paper said Al and you were...
The papers were quite correct about Al's death and the accident.
But the story of Mr. Saunders' death was a bit exaggerated.
A ruse I carried through with the cooperation of the police.
And it paid off rather well, for us.
I permitted you to get this far, Johnson, so that I would be sure to stop the counterfeit money from being circulated in England. However, I must say that you had rather a neat plan, manufacturing the pound notes in the States and then taking them to England in the tires of your car. But murder always upsets the neatest of plans.
I had nothing to do with the killings. They were all his idea.
Evelyn, don't be a fool. Don't you see they can't prove
shut
anything?
up. I'm not going to die for you. He did it. He had Al kill Allison because he was finished with him. Allison found out that he was going to die when he finished the plate on the trip over. That's why he gave it to his girlfriend, Vivian Sears. It was all Johnson's idea. I had nothing to do with it.
Well, thank you for the confession, but it was quite unnecessary.
What?
Alec and I heard everything outside while you two were having your bon voyage toasts in here.
And from what we heard, it wasn't difficult to put the pieces together.
And speaking of bon voyage, there's another trip awaiting you two in a government launch cruising off the port side of this liner. It will take us all to the pier where a special delegation from the police department is waiting to extend a toast of welcome back.
Jane.
Yes, Peter?
Now,
Now what, Peter?
will you marry me now? Tonight?
Oh, Peter, I'm so sorry. I can't tonight. Tonight I have to solve the case of a dead man's chest.
Oh. Well, it's about time. About time to meet Miss Sherlock, as smart a little gal as ever stumbled across a real-life clue. The room is dark, except for a cone of light from a hanging bulb shining on a desktop scattered with papers. Two men stare at each other from the edge of the shadow.
No. Don't be a fool. Don't do it.
You asked for it.
No. No, don't.
One man moving now, burning papers in a grate. The other man sprawled forward, one outflung hand touching the desk calendar, stiffening fingers point to the date line, July 7, 1939. July 1939, 7 years ago, and murder in Manhattan. But 7 years ago, Jane Sherlock was a kid in pigtails. Surely Jane can't get herself and Peter Blossom involved in that crime. Or can she? Right now, in the office of Blossoms on Broadway, where Jane works for Peter's mother as buyer for the special shopping service, Jane is saying,
Peter, Mr. Bloom's an antique dealer, and he bid $275. You know, I must have got a bargain, don't you think so?
You go to an auction to buy a set of candlesticks for a client and wind up with a rosewood chest as big as a house.
But, Peter, it's an absolutely genuine antique rosewood chest.
Sure. And where are you going to put it? You'd have to move all your furniture out to get it into your apartment.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Oh, it's safe enough in the back room here at the shop. At least till Mother returns from her vacation.
Oh, your mother will love that chest.
I'm not so sure of that.
Oh, whoever could be calling the store at this hour?
Why don't you pick up the receiver and find out?
Blossoms on Broadway, Jane Sherlock speaking.
Miss Sherlock, you bought a rosewood chest today at the John Slater auction.
Why, yes. How did you know?
I went there to buy it myself, but I was too late. You paid $300. I'll give you $5.
$500?
Yeah. How about it?
It's a woman. She wants to pay me $500 for the chest.
Take it, but what you changes your mind?
Who's speaking, please?
My name is Iris March.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss March. The chest isn't for sale.
Jane, don't be a
Would 750 interest you?
No, I don't want to sell.
I hope you won't be sorry.
Sorry? Whatever do you mean?
If you change your mind, call me at the Crescent Arms.
She hung up.
You let her hang up when she offered you $500 for the chest.
Oh, no. She offered $750.
$750?
Mm-hmm.
$450 profit on a chest you can't use, and you let her get away.
Oh, no, she didn't get away. Her name's Iris March, and she lives at the Crescent Arms, and she wants me to call back if I change my
Well,
mind.
then call back quick.
Oh, no, Peter.
But look, honey, that chest's no good to you, and this is your chance to get rid of it at a profit.
No. If Mr. Bloom bid on it, and now this Iris March wants it, it must be valuable. Or have something valuable in it.
But you can't even get it open. There's no key.
That's all right. I'll get a locksmith in the morning.
Oh.
Peter, someone's trying the street door.
Yeah, let's see who it is.
Is Miss Jane Sherlock here?
I'm sorry, the shop is closed.
I don't want to buy corsets. I want to see Jane Sherlock.
I'm Jane Sherlock. Come on in.
I bought a chest today at the Slater auction. I want that chest.
Well,
I'll give you $1,000 for it.
No, Mr.
Never mind that.
$1,500. Take it or leave it. And you'd better take it.
Here, you. I don't like your tone.
Who are you?
Jane and I are engaged. I don't like the way you're talking to her.
Oh, you're Peter Blossom, the lawyer. Well, you'd better give her a little advice. Tell her to sell me that chest.
I'll give you some advice instead. Get out of here.
Take it easy, pal.
Out.
Okay. But don't say I didn't warn you. I'll call you in the morning, Miss Sherlock. Maybe by then you'll have changed your mind.
Oh, nice, pleasant little fellow.
Huh?
We had a piece of the cloth his suit was made out of.
Why?
You'd use it for a checkerboard and have a nice, quiet little game.
Oh, stop. Peter, don't you see? If so many people want it.
Yes, Jane, I'm beginning to see. Come on. Let's go back to the storeroom and have another look at that chest.
All right.
Maybe we can force the lock and see what's in the chest.
Oh, no, Peter, that would ruin it.
Well, I don't see what... Listen. Someone in the storeroom.
There's someone breaking into the...
We'll see about that. Hey, you with the flashlight, what do you think you're doing?
Turn the light off. Look out, Peter! Peter, are you all right?
Well, how do I know? Get this thing off my head.
Oh, wait till I turn on the light.
Get this thing off me. I'm stacked up,
Oh, all right. Oh, still, Peter, I can't help it.
What's so funny about it? Somebody conks me on the head and then throws a sack over my face.
There, I've got it now.
Boy, I never knew how a potato felt before. Only I was alone in the sack.
Oh, Peter, Lord. That beautiful chest. Somebody pry the lid off.
Well, now at least we'll be able to see what's inside.
Peter, the chest is empty.
Whoever caught me cleaned it out.
But he didn't have time. Besides, he probably brought the sack to carry away whatever was in the chest.
Sacked me up instead. But why pry open an empty chest?
I wonder. There must be a secret panel or something.
Now, Jane,
But
don't
Peter,
let your
there must be. Why would all these people want the chest? Oh, I found a little panel right in the side. It moves. Peter, the chest has a false bottom.
Anything there?
Oh, Peter.
Let me see, Jane.
In the bottom of the chest. Peter, it's a skeleton.
Well, Chief, this is one time we didn't need Doc Ryan to tell us the guy's really dead. Do we ever, Tollison? No, Chief. That was just a joke. Yeah. Well, save it. You won't think it's a joke when the commissioner gets on our neck. And nice work, Jane. We have enough trouble at homicide solving nice, fresh killings without you digging up a skeleton.
Oh, but I didn't dig it up.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, you see, Captain Dingle, I went to the Slater auction to buy a set of candlesticks for Mr. Lackworthy. He's a client of the Blossom Special Shopping Service and specializes in all sorts of lighting things like candles and lamps and
Now,
lanterns.
wait a minute. Peter, maybe you'd better tell it.
Well, there isn't much to tell, Dingo. Jane saw this rosewood chest and bought it.
And we couldn't get it open because there wasn't any key, and I didn't have room to take it to my apartment, and so we brought it here to the shop.
And busted it open with a hatchet.
Oh, no. The man did that.
What man?
Why, the man that fought Peter with the potato.
Look, Jane, are you crazy or am I?
Well, I don't know about you, Dingy.
Don't call me Dingy!
All right.
No, you say you bought this rosewood chest at Slater auction.
That's right.
Oh, Slater. Slater. John Slater. Are you talking about John Slater? He ran for judge once, got tied up with a singer, and his wife sued him for divorce. Disappeared very mysteriously years ago.
7 years ago, to be exact, Dingo. Recently, Mrs. Slater went to court and had him declared dead. All nice and good. I happened to be in court the morning it came up.
Yes, it seems I read about it in the papers.
Today, all his effects were auctioned off to settle the estate.
Didn't take Mrs. Slater long once she had him declared dead.
Well, now, don't forget the 7 years he's been missing.
Hey, maybe the guy didn't disappear, Chief. Maybe he was murdered and the skeleton in the box was his. Huh? You Carlson, sometimes you show semblances of normal intelligence.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait a minute. Why would the girl want to buy the chest if all there was in it was a skeleton?
Oh, now there's a girl mixed up. I suppose you'll be telling me next that there were 3 Hindus and an Indian chief, too.
Oh, no. Just the girl and the man that sacked Peter off and that man that played checkers on his suit.
Oh, look here, Peter. If you don't explain this, we'll be here all night. Now, what about the
But that's
potatoes?
what Peter said he felt like when the man put the sack over his
Shut
head.
up, Jane. Well, Peter?
Well, in order of their appearance, 3 people tried to get that chest from Jane after she bought it at the auction today.
4, Peter. You're forgetting Mr. Bloom. You know, the antique dealer.
I think we can count Mr. Bloom out of this. He's a legitimate dealer. He only bid on the chest at the auction.
Oh.
Who were the other 3?
Well, first, a girl named Iris March phoned.
Iris March?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of it. Why did she want the chest?
Well, she didn't say. She barely hung up when in barges a guy with a suit as loud as a sideshow barker.
Who was he?
He didn't mention his name. Got a little rough, so I asked him to leave.
Oh, Peter was wonderful. He practically threw the man out.
Hmm? And what?
Well, then we decided to take another look at the chest. We headed for the storeroom.
But someone beat us to it. He was in there in the dark. He had a flashlight.
He also had a sack, which he pulled over my head. Suppose he brought the sack along to cart off the skeleton.
And after he hit Peter, he ran away.
Maybe that was the same guy, the one in the racetrack suit.
No, I think this was a bigger man.
How do you know, Peter, if the room was dark?
I scuffled with him.
Well, looks like 7 years ago, somebody croaked John Slater and put the body in the chest. But why wasn't it found before?
Oh, the auctioneer said the chest was under a lot of old furniture in the attic.
Well, Ryan?
Don't ask me to set the hour of death this time. All I can tell you is somebody pumped 2 bullets into the guy a lot of years ago and dumped him in the chest without any clothes or identifying object.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah?
How about fingerprints?
Carlson, did you ever try to get fingerprints off of a skeleton?
Oh, excuse me, Chief. I see what you mean.
Yes. Oh, maybe his dentist can help us out. Any fillings in the teeth?
Got no teeth. Cliff must have worn false teeth and the killer threw them away. There's one thing, though.
What's that?
Huge fracture of the left femur.
Huh? Stiff had a broken leg that healed, huh?
And the leg is slightly shorter than the other.
Well, that may help. Now we'll have to see if we can run down this March girl.
Oh, I know where she lives.
What? Why didn't you say so before?
Didn't ask me.
Well, I'm asking you now.
He said I could call her at the Crescent Arms.
Oh. Carlson got the number of the Crescent Arms.
Oh, I already looked it up. Here it is.
Oh. Here's where we have a little chat with Iris March.
Yeah, but if she croaked the guy, she won't be there, Chief.
Well, one thing in our favor, Carlson, is that none of these people know that the police have been called.
Well, maybe she's out for the evening.
She wanted the chest, didn't she? She'll be there. Hello, is Miss March?
Help me. He's going to kill me. Help. Now, Carlson, why won't you let us leave the shop?
The Chief said not to, that's why.
Oh.
You heard him yourself, Miss
Oh,
Sherlock.
but Cindy was just upset.
Well, he'll be more than upset if I don't do like he says.
Well, I think it's me. If I hadn't told him Iris March lived at the Crescent Arms, he'd never have phoned her.
And practically heard her murdered over the phone. Now, look, Jane, hasn't it occurred to you that Dingle may have wanted to keep you out of trouble?
Trouble? I never had any trouble.
No? This looks like trouble right now. Said it, buddy, if you don't get your mitts up right away. Hey, you can't do that.
I can't, huh?
Watch the other guy go.
Hey, you hit Carlson with that gun. You killed him.
Nah, he's just listening to the birdies sing. Anybody else want to try something?
Not at the moment.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? Well, so was the other bird, and you saw what happened. You want some of the same?
Thanks, no. This guy on the phone looks like a cop. I hate cops.
Shut up, Joe. Signal the boss through the window.
He's coming now.
Everything under control, boys?
Oh, sure, boy. The guy on the floor got reckless, but he's behaving now.
Good.
Well, if it isn't our old friend Checkers.
What do you mean, Checkers?
Just admiring your skill. What's the matter with it, Sody? It's that rag's back. That's Racino's. It's tailor-made.
Shut up, Joe.
Well, Rags, you must give me the name of your tailor. Rags, huh? Rags Doherty.
That's right. And that's too bad. We'll have to change our plans now.
Your plan?
Yes, we came for the chest. Your friend hadn't spotted who I was. We meant to leave you here. Well, not exactly free, tied up and gagged. But now...
Now what?
Now I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. We're going for a little ride.
Oh, hello. What do you suppose they're going to do to us?
I wish I knew. Maybe it's better I don't.
You know where we are?
Sure, try and know this neighborhood. In the back room is a closed-up nightclub.
A nightclub?
It's been closed 5 or 6 years. Guy's Doherty used to run it. He called it the Beau Brummel.
A Beau Brummel? This dirty room? Peter, are you tied up like I am?
Can't move a finger. Found maybe one finger. They're calling this place the Beau Brummel. It's just like Doherty. They used to call him Glad Rags. He always fussed about clothes.
Peter, I think maybe I can get my hands in it.
Well, try it.
Maybe we better not talk.
No. Keep talking. I'll just walk outside and I guess keep looking your hands up.
All right. Peter, what do you suppose will happen to Tolleson?
I don't know. Rags left the muggy called Joe to watch him while they brought us here.
Well, I'm afraid for Tolleson. You know, Joe said he hated policemen, and if he
Well,
finds out...
don't worry, Jane. Rags sent Nat back to help Joe bring the chest. We'll keep going, line.
Is Rags a gangster?
He runs a string of nightclubs now, Jane. Used to be mixed up with the Hank Turner outfit.
Who's Hank Turner?
He's a crooked politician. Rags is a strong-arm boy, and... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Peter?
Slater, the guy that originally owned the chest, was mixed up with Turner, too. That's why he blew town.
Peter, maybe that's the connection.
Why, of course it is. Slater was a crooked lawyer. The Turner crowd was running him for judge. Then his wife sued for divorce, and they threw him to the wolves.
For what?
They couldn't stand the scandal. There was a nightclub gal in it, a gal named, May something or other. May North, that's it. Good, keep at it. Yeah, May North. And May used to sing in Doherty's nightclub.
Then maybe Rags killed Slater and put him in that chest. Maybe that's why Rags had to have the chest.
Maybe. But I wish I knew if Slater had a bad leg.
A bad leg? Why?
The skeleton. One leg was shorter than the other. An old break. Oh, hurry. Slide open and untie me. Quiet.
All right. Whatever I make of. I can't get at the now.
Yeah. Is that better? Oh, Jane, hurry.
Hurry, all right. Oh!
Hold it, sister.
I wasn't going anywhere.
I'll say you're not. Good thing I decided to look in on you. Sit down on that chair.
Easy, Rags. No need to get rough.
Shut up, mouthpiece. Now, sister, put your arms back of the chair.
Oh.
There. I guess that'll hold you.
I'm sure it will.
Don't have time to untie the counselor here, eh?
No, worse luck.
Well, see you behave yourself, or I'll stick Joe onto you.
Joe? You mean the one who hates policemen?
Yeah. There's only 2 things Joe hates worse than coppers. That's lawyers and women.
Peter.
Yes, Jane.
Oh, Peter, I wish Captain Dingle were here.
Right this way, Captain Dingle, right down the hall.
How long has Miss March lived here?
Only moved in last week. I do hope she ain't no trouble.
I got a hunch her troubles are over.
Well, this here's her apartment.
Well, come on, open it up.
Yes, sir. I'll show you around, Captain.
You'll stay outside. Come on, Ryan.
This March girl was killed at the telephone. She should be here in the hall.
There's no telephone here. Try the bedroom. Here she is, Ryan. Take a look.
Plenty dead, Captain. Knife must have gone through her heart.
Well, let's get a look at her face.
I'll turn her a little. There.
Ryan, do you know who that is?
You said her name was Iris March.
Iris March, my eye. That's the nightclub canary that John Slater's wife sued for divorce about. That's Slater's former girlfriend, May North. Ryan, we're going to have another little chat with that caretaker.
Yes, Captain Dingle. Like I said, she only moved in last week.
I see. And she was alone?
Yes, of course.
Did she ever have any visitors?
Only once that I saw a kind of stocky man, bald-headed, a lot older than she was. She said he was her uncle.
Uh-huh. Ryan, did you ever see John Slater?
No. The Slater case was before my time.
Okay. The boys are in charge upstairs now. You come with me.
Me? Hey, I'm no cop. I'm a medic.
I may need a witness. I'm going to pay a call on Mrs. John Slater.
You see, Captain Dingle, when my husband disappeared, I dropped the divorce proceedings I'd filed against him.
And why, Mrs. Slater?
I could hardly bring myself to go through with a divorce action against a man I thought was dead.
Of course, you do believe that your husband is dead?
Yes. That's why, when 7 years had passed, I had his death legally established. Henry told me that was the thing to do.
Henry?
Henry Turner.
Oh.
Been a good friend to me all these years. But more than that, in fact. We're to be married soon.
You're going to marry Hank Turner? That is news.
I trust you'll keep it confident. I dislike publicity. I incurred it once before when John and that singer...
Yes, I understand, Mrs. Slater. But tell me, why were you so convinced that your husband was dead?
Sure he is. You see, my husband has rather strange acquaintances. I'm afraid he was mixed up with the underworld. A man named Rags Doherty. We used to see quite a bit of each other. There were others, too. I suppose you might think it melodramatic of me, but I think my husband was murdered, Captain Dingle.
Uh-huh. I see. Mrs. Slater, your husband had a large rosewood chest. It was one of the articles sold today at the auction of his effects. You remember it?
Yes, he used to keep it in his study. He moved it to the attic the same night he disappeared.
Your husband moved it?
I don't know. I wasn't home that night, but the next day the chest was gone, and I never saw it again until we cleared out the attic for the auction.
I see. Tell me something else. Did your husband wear false teeth?
What do you ask that?
Merely routine, Mrs. Slater. I hope you don't mind.
John was very vain. Very few people knew it, but he wore a complete set of teeth, upper and lower.
Yeah. One more question, then we'll go. Had your husband ever had a serious accident to his left leg, a bad break that left the leg shorter than the other one?
No, Captain Dingle. My husband had never broken a bone in his body.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Slater. Come on, Ryan. Goodbye, Mrs. Slater.
Goodbye, Captain Dingle. I'll have the maid show you out.
Oh, it's not necessary. We can find our way. Thank you again.
Not much help, was she, Dingle?
A lot more help than I expected. For one thing, she stirred up something in my mind I'd forgotten.
What was that?
Rags Doherty had a brother, Gimpy.
So?
Gimpy Doherty hasn't been seen or heard of since the day John Slater disappeared.
They did a good job of tying me up, Jane.
Oh, we're in.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, wow, I had to lunch. I had a chance down here. It's more than I can figure out.
Don't fight a figure with the boss's orders.
Yeah, I know, but it's...
Put it down and shut up. Now, you get out the back door and I'll watch the front. The boss is getting jittery.
Yeah, but when we
The
got
boss is coming in to look at the skeleton to see if it is Gimpy.
Yeah, but he can't do
Get
that.
up and get going.
Yeah, but I was going to
Get going.
Okay.
Well, Jane, here we are all together again. You and I and the dead man's dead.
Oh, Peter, I wish I'd never seen that horrid
Well, you can say that again.
Peter, who's Gimpy?
Gimpy?
Oh, Matt said Rags wanted to see if the skeleton was Gimpy.
Gimpy. Jane, I think I've got the answer. Rags had a brother named Gimpy. Maybe that's why he wanted the chest. Maybe he thinks Slater killed Gimpy.
Nice figuring, counselor. Exactly what I do think. I sent Gimpy to see Slater that night 7 years ago to tell him to pay off on a gambling debt. Gimpy never came back.
And Slater disappeared.
Yeah. And when I ran into May North yesterday, I put 2 and 2 together.
May North.
She calls herself Iris March now. She was the gal who ran off with Slater. I scared her into talking. Slater's broke. He's back in town to keep his wife from marrying Hank Turner.
But how?
He was going to come to life again. But May said there was one thing he had to do first.
Get that chest.
Right, sister. That's when I tumbled. I tried to get the chest at the auction, but I was too late. So I came to you.
And you killed Iris. I mean, May.
Killed her? I didn't know she was dead.
We think somebody killed her tonight just before you kidnapped her.
That dirty rat Slater. He must have figured she stole the dope to me. Well, if that's Gimpy in the chest,
Slater will fry for both of them.
Don't bother to look, Rag. It's empty.
Slater. I've been waiting for this minute.
Hold it, Rag, right where you are.
You won't dare shoot. I got a man on each door.
You had a man on each door. I'm quite handy with a knife. As May found out tonight.
You got Nat and Joe?
Joe was a little stupid. I made a noise outside the back door. He stuck his neck out. As for Nat, he was watching the front. I came in back.
And you killed Gimpy, my kid brother.
Don't try anything, Rags. I'm not ready to kill you yet.
Look, Slater, I'm Peter Blossom.
Oh, I've heard of you. Oh, too bad, Mr. Blossom. Brother of the bar, too.
But surely
you're not going nicely, you and the lady, like Christmas turkeys for roasting. Very fitting. When I burn this place down over your head.
But, Mr. Slater, you wouldn't do that.
Oh, but my dear, I have no choice. You see, John Slater's coming back to life. Nobody has anything on me now except the people here. I shoot Rags and burn this place with all of you and keep these bones. Jane, don't do it.
Don't!
Why, you little... I'm going to...
Come on, Dorothy. We'll come in after you.
Oh, there's this way.
Hey, Sherlock, where are you?
She's there on the floor, Dingo. And so help me, I think she's fainted.
Well, Jane, I can't say I blame you for fainting.
Oh, it was silly.
No, it was no such thing, my little screwball. And tumbling your chair against Slater so Rags could get a shot at him, that was as sweet a job of blocking as I ever saw on a football field.
What'll they do with Rags?
Now, Slater was kill crazy. We can both testify that Rags shot him himself to
Oh, gosh, I hope we can get him off.
You're forgetting one thing, Jane.
What's that?
Rags and his men made away with Tollison. We haven't found the body.
Oh, poor Thompson. What's that?
Somebody knocked him. It's from that chest.
Maybe Gimpy's skeleton has come to life. Better see, Dingo.
Yeah. Help me get the lid up.
Be careful, please.
Okay, Dingo. Flip your side.
All right. Okay. Tollison, what are you doing in that chest?
Gosh, Chief, I don't know. I just woke up in here with a bunch of bones. I thought I was dead and gone to heaven. But, Chief, now that you're here, tell me, am I in the other place? Oh, Jane, I never thought we'd see your apartment again.
Oh, neither did I, Peter. I thought we were goners.
I hope we've heard the last of the Rosewood chest.
Oh, dear, so do I.
Jane, honey, no more auction.
No more auctions.
Yeah, good.
Oh, Peter, the door. Let me go.
Oh.
Thank you. Peter,
Now what?
it's a telegram from Mr. Bloom, you know, the antique dealer.
Well, what does he want?
We've got to hurry over there right now. He's got another rosewood chest.
Oh, where's my hat, Jane? Here we go again.
Well, it looks like Peter Blossom is going to be framed in Rosewood. But next Thursday, that's a different story. Jane and Peter find themselves involved with a prim and somewhat grim old maid and a parrot that talks too much. Next Thursday at this same time, The Case of the Cockeyed Parrot. Another adventure of Jane Sherlock and Peter Blossom when you meet Miss Sherlock. By Dave Vale, written by Don Thompson, and with original music composed and played by Eddie Dunstetter, is presented from Columbia Square in Hollywood.
when your stomach's upset. Don't add to the upset. Take soothing Pepto-Bismol and feel good again.
There he goes, into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scale. Weight, 237 pounds. Fortune, danger.
The Fat Man. The Norwich Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Pepto-Bismol, unguentine, and other fine drug products, brings you the adventures of Dashiell Hammett's fascinating and exciting character, the Fat Man, a fast-moving criminologist who tips the scales at 237 pounds. Tonight's adventure, starring J. Scott Smart in Murder Plays Hide and Seek. And now, from New York, Pepto-Bismol brings you The Fat Man.
The housing shortage may be bad, but there's one place I know of that always has room for another tenant. It's a big gray structure near the river, and the windows are crossed with iron bars, and the landlord never asks you for a penny in rent. If you're an extra special customer, they even give you a private suite in a secluded part of the building that leads directly to a room with a heavy chair. That room is reserved for the guys who find out that they can't get away with murder.
The Fat Man learned his business the hard way. But there's an easy way to care for an upset stomach. Just don't overdose with antacids or physics. Instead, take Pepto-Bismol, the gentle way to help settle and sweeten the stomach quickly. Pepto-Bismol calms and quiets the disturbance by spreading a soothing protective coating on irritated stomach and intestinal walls. You begin to lose that queasy, uneasy feeling right away. The next time careless eating or overindulgence gives you acid stomach, nervous indigestion, or heartburn, you'll get quick relief if you remember this. When your stomach's upset, now the Fat Man in Murder Plays Hide and Seek.
Inasmuch as eating is one habit I find very hard to break, I usually prefer my clients to have enough cash to pay for my work. In Andy Maroney's case, however, I made an exception to the rule. I've known Andy for quite a while, and I can guess what he earns driving that hack of his around from dusk to dawn. With a wife and 3 kids, you can't afford any fancy fees for a private detective. It was almost 3 in the morning when Andy knocked on my apartment door.
All right. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Who is it?
It's Andy Maroney, Mr. Onion. The hacky.
Well, what's on your mind, Andy?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. You gotta help me, see?
Now, take it easy, Andy.
I thought he was drunk when she asked me to take him home. I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Onion, so help me.
Now, will you calm down long enough to make some sense?
I'm talking about the stiff. The guy who was croaked.
What guy? Where is he?
Downstairs, in the back of my cab. For the love of Mike, will you hurry?
Well, do you mind if I put some clothes on?
I'll lose my license. I'll lose my job, and they'll put me in the cooler for 160 years.
Here, hand me those shoes.
You're a right guy, Mr. Runyon. Every hacky knows you're okay. You help me out of this, and I'll pay you back if it takes the rest of my life.
Well, it's too long to wait. Put this one on the house. There we are. Now I'll get my coat. We'll be off. Okay, come on.
I got the hack parked in the front of the door. As soon as I saw the guy was dead, I made a beeline for your flat. I figured I could explain it better to you than I could to the cops.
You ever see him before?
No. He was sitting in the back of my cab when I came out of the beanery. I only left the car parked for about 20 minutes while I got some sinkers and some Java. A blonde dame standing by the cab handed me $5 to take him home, so I figured he was drunk.
Here, out this way.
There's the hack. He's flopped over in the rear seat.
What is this, Andy? A corny gag?
Holy smoke. The stiff is gone.
You must have been dreaming.
He was there, I tell you, on the level. He was sitting there in the back 5 minutes ago.
How do you know he was dead?
Because I shook him. I felt his pulse. There was blood coming out of his mouth.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this on the floor?
It's his hat. That's the hat the guy was wearing.
His initials are on the sweatband. CH. Where were you taking him, Andy? Did this blonde give you his address?
Yeah, but it turned out to be a phony. That's when I found out he was dead. I thought he'd passed out, and I tried to shake him into giving me his right house number.
Would you recognize the woman if you saw her again?
In a minute. She was a tall job, easy on the eyes. She was standing on the sidewalk next to my hat, wearing an evening gown.
You mean without a coat in this weather?
Oh, come to think of it, she didn't have a coat.
Come on. Get into this jalopy and let's get started.
Where are we going?
Back to the corner where you met your customer.
This is it, Mr. Runyon.
Yeah. What's that joint over there? Nightclub?
Yeah, the Venetian blind. It's a fancy dump that gets the ermine crowd.
Well, if that blonde wasn't wearing a coat, she must have come out of there.
Oh, it's almost 4 o'clock. The joint must be closed.
Well, we'll try it anyway.
Yeah, it's closed up like I said.
See anything through the glass in the door?
There's a light on in the hall. Oh, wait a minute. A dame's coming out. No, it ain't the same one.
Oh, good evening.
I'm sorry. The club is closed for the night.
You work in here, miss?
Yes, I do.
This isn't a pickup. I'm just looking for information. Did you happen to see a good-looking, tall, blonde woman?
She was wearing a silver evening dress an hour ago?
That sounds like Mrs. Rogers, the owner.
Is she inside?
Yes, I think so. What are you, a policeman?
What gives you that impression?
You act like one.
My name is Runyon. I'm a private detective. I've got a little business with your boss.
He's in her office, I imagine. Come inside and I'll show you where it is.
Thanks. Is everybody else going home for the night?
I guess so. I'm Peggy Dale. I sing with the orchestra.
Hey, Peggy.
Oh, I thought you'd gone, Frank.
I was waiting for you, baby. I hope maybe I could take you home. Who's this?
He's a private detective. His name is Runyon.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
That all depends. Who are you?
Frank Coley. I handle the drums in the band. What's that?
We're looking for a stolen corpse.
You what?
Do you two happen to know anyone with the initials CH?
Not me.
I know a woman named Hunt, Clarissa Hunt.
This particular CH is a man.
There she is, Mr. Runyon.
It's Mrs. Rogers.
What's going on here?
Are you sure she's the woman who handed you the $5, Andy?
Positive, Mr. Runyon. You remember me, lady?
No.
Sure you remember. You asked me to take that drunk home, and you gave me a fine spot to do it.
I never saw you before in my life.
It's a frame. She's lying, I tell you.
Relax, Andy. Mrs. Rogers, you wouldn't be holding out on us by any chance, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That drunk that Andy chauffeured for was dead. You wouldn't like to be mixed up in a murder rap, would you?
No.
Then how about a few details?
I don't know anything about a drunk or a dead man, and I never saw this moron before.
Listen, you double-crossing hen. I ain't taking it in the neck for nobody.
Pipe down, Andy.
Mr. Runyon,
What's the matter?
look, under that drape, near the window.
There's a guy's feet sticking out.
Stay where you are now, all three of you.
What? It's Charlie Haney.
And he's dead. Well, it looks like we found our body, Andy.
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Runyon. That ain't the same guy who was in my cab.
2 hours later, I was in Lieutenant McKenzie's office at headquarters. The dawn was just about breaking, and I listened to Mac's autopsy report as I sipped a welcome container of steaming coffee.
Charlie Haney was poisoned, Brad. Stuff was slipped into a drink.
What about the blood on his mouth?
Poison they used was dynamite. Brought on a hemorrhage.
The guy in Andy's cab got his walking papers in the exact same way.
I don't know. I'm inclined to think that Charlie Haney and the guy in Maroney's hack were one and the same.
Why? Because the initials in the hat?
That's one reason. Maroney admitted the back of his cab was dark when he looked at his passenger.
He's scared, Mac. He'll admit almost anything if he thought he'd save you a little trouble. Now, personally, I think we're dealing with two different killings, and both the victims have the same initials.
Then what happened to corpse number one?
Well, it's a cinch he didn't walk to a funeral partner to get himself registered.
Well, I questioned the girl, the musician, and Mrs. Rogers.
You got any dope?
Not much.
Charlie Haney was a jack of all trades around the Venetian blind. Did odd jobs for Mrs. Rogers. Sometimes he'd throw out on a strapless customer.
A bouncer, huh?
He was big enough.
Yeah, that's how he was.
Well, in any case, I had nothing on him, so I let him loose. I might have held Mrs. Rogers on suspicion, but her battery of lawyers would have sprung her anyway.
What about Andy Maroney?
Well, he's in the clear so far. I'm letting him go back to his cab, but I'm padlocking the Venetian blind while the investigation goes on.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mac, that isn't a very smart move.
No? Why?
I think you'd be better off to keep the club open and give the killer a chance to show up again.
Look, Brad, I'm going to ask you for a favor.
Okay, shoot.
Lay off this case.
Why?
Well, first of all, your client's in the clear, so that's taken care of.
And secondly?
I won't buy your theory about 2 victims. And it's the kind of a thing that might confuse the investigation.
Sensitive, Mac?
Now, you know better than that. I'm just saying that your guesswork is cockeyed. And I'm going to have enough trouble solving the murder of 1 victim without searching for an imaginary corpse. Hello? Yes, Mackenzie speaking. What? Oh. Yeah, I'll be right over. Here, Brad. Have a cigar.
You look as if you're giving away a prize.
I am. One of the motorcycle squad just picked up a dead man under the Queensboro Bridge. The initials on his wallet were C.H.
I rode over to the Queensboro Bridge with Mackenzie and saw the body. It was identified by Andy as the guy he'd had in his cab. And a card in his wallet gave his name as Casper Hall. They took him back to the morgue for an autopsy, but I was pretty sure of what they'd find. So I drove back to my apartment to catch up with a few hours of sleep. It must have been 11 or 11:30 in the morning when I found myself with another guest. And this one was just as unexpected as the last. Yeah, just a second. One of these days, I'm liable to get myself some sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Runyon.
Well, good morning. Come in.
Thanks.
Sorry the room's in such a mess. I wasn't expecting company.
That's all right.
You're the gal I saw last night, the gal that sings the Venetian blind.
That's right, Peggy Dale.
Cigarette, Peggy?
No, thank you.
Where are you going?
I want to look out the window. I had a feeling I was being followed.
Anybody there?
Street's empty.
What's on your mind, sweetheart?
Before I tell you anything, I want to be sure you won't tell anybody I told you.
Oh, is it that hot?
It might be.
Okay, I'll play ball. Let's have it.
They're holding Mrs. Rogers at headquarters now.
Are they? Again?
When they found the man named Casper Hall, they took that taxi driver's word against hers about putting him into the cab.
Oh, yeah?
I was there when they questioned Mrs. Rogers. They questioned me as well. She finally admitted putting Hall into the cab. And her excuse was that she thought he was a drunk and she wanted to get rid of him so he wouldn't raise a fuss.
Well, that sounds logical to me.
But one thing she didn't tell them.
What's that?
That she'd seen and talked to Casper Hall before.
You knew that?
He's been in the Venetian blind 12 times. And I've seen him at the same table with Mrs. Rogers.
Did you tell that to the lieutenant?
No.
Why not?
Because Mrs. Rogers would have heard me. I'm scared of her, Mr. Runyon. She's hard and she's mean. Not only my job, I didn't want to end up the way poor Charlie did.
Well, I can't blame you for that.
She's been mixed up with gangsters and racketeers ever since she went into the nightclub business. I've seen some of them at the blind.
So you decided to spill the beans to me, hmm?
You can tell the lieutenant, but I don't want any part of it.
Okay, Peggy. Thanks for calling. Oh, by the way, is Mackenzie padlocking the club?
No. He was going to, but he changed his mind.
Will you be there tonight?
I guess so. Why?
I just wanted to ask you to save me a ringside table. The Venetian blind seems to have the most interesting floor show in town. I checked with Mackenzie and gave him the dope, but he couldn't hang on to Mrs. Rogers. He didn't have enough evidence to get an indictment yet. That meant Mrs. Rogers would be back in her club that night, and so would I. I got in touch with Andy Maroney, who showed up at my flat about 10, just as I was putting the finishing touches to the soup and fish. Sit down, Andy. Be with you in a minute.
Hey, you look pretty slick in that outfit, Mr. Runyon.
Well, you said the Venetian blind catered to the airman crowd, so I decided to get the dinner jacket out of mothballs.
You know, I was just thinking.
Yeah, what?
My uncle.
Yeah? What about your uncle?
He was buried in an outfit like that.
Stop being so cheerful. I intend to wear it vertically.
You want me to drive you over?
Yeah, that's why I called. There's something else I want you to do.
Anything you say.
When I go into that club, I want you to park outside and keep your eyes open. If I'm not out of there within 2 hours, get a hold of the police.
Expecting trouble?
I'm not expecting it, Andy. I'm looking forward to it. It had started to snow when we got down to the street. The night was crisp and cold. If I hadn't been so busy admiring the weather, I might have noticed that Andy's hack, which was standing in front of the door, was occupied once again.
Hello, Mr. Runyon.
Oh, what are you doing here, Cooley?
I want to talk to you.
Okay, move over. Drive straight to the Venetian blind, Andy.
Right. Don't drive to the blind. Let's go in the other direction. Say, who's giving the orders around here? I am. Hey, he's got a gun.
Drive in the other direction, Andy, as the gentleman requests. I'd put that gun away, Frankie. Drums are safer to fool with.
I'll put it away when I'm good and ready.
Suit yourself.
And I'll be ready when I put a slug in you.
Been drinking?
That's none of your business.
Funny how a pint of booze makes a lion out of a mouse.
I'll show you who's a mouse when we get out of town, fat man. Mr. Runyon.
Keep driving, Andy.
Yeah. Keep on driving. Unless you want the top of your head opened up for ventilation.
Before you start popping that cannon, I hope you'll explain why you picked me for a target.
You know why.
Oh, do I?
You should have had sense enough to keep out of this. You Weisenheimered yourself right onto a slab.
Who are you covering for, Frankie? Yourself?
Never mind the questions.
Because up to now, it was Mrs. Rogers who held my interest.
Mrs. Rogers?
Yeah. If you're covering for her, you're just wasting your time. By tomorrow morning, we'll have enough on your boss to get an indictment.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Well, I was, until you shoved that rod in my rib. Now I'm beginning to change my mind.
Yeah, so am I.
Really?
Stop this cab, mister.
There are lots of people in this section, Cooley. You're not going to risk any fireworks in a spot like this, are you?
Keep driving and don't look back. Go on, beat it. Gee, for a minute I thought he was going to knock the two of us off.
And so did I. But instead, he gave me a brand new angle.
There's a cop on the corner. Do you want to make a report?
Forget it. I may have a much more interesting report to make to the cops later on. It was almost 11 when we got to the Venetian blind. The place was pretty well crowded. The customers were dressed to kill, and most of the gals were flashing diamonds. Marcia Rogers' sucker list would have matched the social register. Instead of taking a table, I sat at the bar where the view was better. The floor show wasn't the only thing I wanted to see. Give me a rum and Coca-Cola.
You can put it on the house, Pete.
Thanks, but I like to buy my own.
I had a feeling you'd be back here tonight, fat man. I would have been disappointed if you didn't show.
You do a good business, don't you, Mrs. Rogers?
Not bad.
Found any corpses tonight?
Now, don't start trying to be funny. You're liable to find you've outstayed your welcome.
Still in your silver gown, huh? I thought you'd be wearing black.
For whom?
Casper Hall.
Casper didn't mean anything to me.
That's something you might have to prove. I was informed he spent a lot of time here.
So do my other customers.
Yeah, but they don't usually get picked up cold under the Queensboro Bridge.
The cops haven't got anything on me. They don't even have enough to close up my club.
That's where you're mistaken, Marcia.
Then why didn't they shut me up?
Because I asked them not to.
You?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not getting philanthropic.
Then what's the big idea?
Well, maybe I like your entertainment. Oh, by the way, where's your regular drummer?
Cooley?
Yeah.
He quit.
Why?
Don't ask me. When a musician wants to leave, I don't call the FBI and check up on him.
I have a little surprise for you, sweetheart.
Have you?
I think I got this double murder partially solved.
You're a very smart boy.
When Casper Hall was poisoned, the killer didn't expect him to leave the club so soon. After he was helped out, Charlie Haney, or bouncer, was sent after his body.
What did he want the body for? A souvenir?
There must have been something Hall was carrying that the killer wanted. Charlie couldn't frisk him fast enough while he lay in the cab, so he snatched the body and ditched it under the bridge.
Then who killed Charlie Haney?
The one who killed Casper Hall. Charlie knew too much. He was just dumb enough to stick his neck out.
Then why don't you make an arrest?
Well, because I haven't put my hand on the murderer yet. How would you like to set yourself up for the candidate?
You're crazy.
You knew he was dying when you helped him into that cab. And don't hand me that drunk story. It doesn't gel.
I thought you said Casper got out of here too fast. Would I have pushed him into a cab and then sent Charlie after him?
No. That's why I'm crossing you off my list. But I still think you're holding out. And in case you don't know it, baby, an accomplice sits right on top of the killer's lap when they give him the chair.
Why should I hold out?
That's not the $64 question, sweetheart. The point is, why didn't you yell for the cops in the first place when you found Casper Hall 5 minutes from the grave? You want me to tell you why?
Yes.
Casper must have given you something when you put him in that cab. He gave you what the killer wanted and what Charlie Haney was sent out to get. Well, baby, how am I doing?
You're doing fine. Come with me.
She took me to her office without another word. And I had the feeling my bluff was paying off in spades. The theory was a good one, and it accounted for everything that happened. But I couldn't prove it in 100 years if she'd wanted to call me on it. The office was dark when I opened the door, but I caught the sound of someone bumping into a chair as I stepped inside. Stand still, Mrs. Rogers. There's someone in this room, and I'm telling that someone now that I'll shoot to kill if I see anything move when the lights go on. Snap the switch, Mrs. Rogers.
Peggy, I was just... She's trying to get at my safe. That's not true.
What do you got in your safe that's so important, Mrs. Rogers?
I'll show you in just a minute.
Now stand right there, Peggy, like a nice little girl.
Here, this is what Casper Hall gave me the night he died. There's slips of paper in this envelope, written in longhand. In the last few months, 6 of my customers were robbed after they left my place. Their names are on those slips. They were all held up on their way home, and the police never found the gunman.
There's more than just a name on each piece of paper. There's a description of a car, the license number, an address, and a list of jewelry.
Casper Hall was tipped off whenever an important customer made a reservation. Those women used to come here loaded with jewelry. Someone must have gotten the information beforehand and then handed it to Casper outside on those strips of paper. Then all he had to do was follow the right car.
Would you know who that someone is, Peggy?
No.
Oh, now don't be coy, sweetheart. I had you tagged when your drummer boy, Frankie Cooley, wanted to take me for a ride. He was crazy enough about you to commit murder and keep you in the clear, Peggy. But he changed his mind when I told him I was after Mrs. Rogers.
Give me that envelope.
Oh, no, not so fast, baby. I'll need this myself for a while. We're going to do a little handwriting analysis.
He crossed me. The rat held out, and he used those slips like a club over my head.
That kind of an argument ought to make a big hit with the jury. Mrs. Rogers, why didn't you hand those slips over to the police?
I only held those slips for one reason. If the thing leaked out before you grabbed the killer, I'd have been ruined. No one would have come here anymore. They'd all been scared to death.
Didn't Casper tell you who gave him the slips?
Casper couldn't talk when I helped him out and put him in that cab. All he could do was push that envelope in my hand. I was frightened, and I only wanted to get rid of him in a hurry.
Uh-huh. Well, I gotta hand it to you, Peggy. You certainly must have what it takes.
Drop dead, fat man.
Knowing you were going to kill Charlie Haney because he knew too much, you charmed him into frisking a corpse. Then you sicked Frank Cooley on me with a rod in his hand. But you're going to run into one guy who won't fall for the pretty dimple, sweetheart. The public executioner at Sing Sing.
The fat man returns in a moment. It's a shame to let an upset stomach interfere with your work or your fun. And it needn't if you keep a bottle of Pepto-Bismol in your medicine chest. Pepto-Bismol helps you and your children to quick relief from sour stomach, acid indigestion, heartburn, and other common digestive upsets. This famous pink liquid helps settle and sweeten the stomach, calms and quiets that queasy, uneasy, sickish feeling. Get a bottle of Pepto-Bismol from your druggist tonight. Pepto-Bismol is a dependable product of the Norwich Pharmaceutical Company, also makers of unguentine, the first thought in burns.
Next week, Pepto-Bismol presents Dashiell Hammett's exciting character, the Fat Man, in the adventure called Murder Finds a Decoy. And now, a word from the Fat Man.
Ever since the beginning of time, the female of the species has been beguiling the male with her charms. And the male, since the beginning of time, has been falling into the trap quite willingly. But both male and female are most unwilling victims when murder finds a decoy.
Tonight's adventure of the Fat Man, starring J. Scott Smart, was written by Lawrence Klee and directed by Clark Andrews. Music is under the direction of Bernard Green. Heard tonight were Helen Flint as Marcia and Joe Harding as Andy.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world. Nero Wolfe.
It's the transcribed adventure of The Case of the Careworn Cup, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
The place is Nero Wolfe's office. At the moment, the world's greatest motionless detective is sitting in the chair which was built especially to support his 300 pounds. His eyes are closed, and he's making sounds through his nose.
Archie. Archie. Archie!
Yes, Mr. Wolfe, what is it?
The phone, if you please, Mr. Goodwin.
But it's on your desk, only 8 3/4 inches from your left elbow. All you have to do is lean forward.
Found it, Archie? What do you think I am, an athlete?
Hello. No, wrong number, mister. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, if that old phone awakened you.
Wrong number, and I was not asleep. I was merely concentrating.
On what? We're out of work. There's nothing to concentrate on.
May have escaped your errant attention, Archie. But there are other subjects for thought besides murder.
Mm-hmm. Sure, blondes.
And blondes.
You're right at that. Brunettes.
Phooey.
That's not a nice thing to say about any girl, even if she does happen to be a brunette.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Go away. You annoy me.
Suppose I did. It would get you beer for you.
Fritz.
Tonight happens to be Fritz's night off. However, you can always get your beer for yourself.
Don't be an idiot.
There are exactly 23 steps between here and the kitchen.
As you very well know, I abominate strenuous physical activity.
23 steps times 2 is 46. You could walk very slow.
Nonsense. Now that you mention it, I happen to be mildly thirsty, Archie. Would you...
Now that I mention it, you'd better let the beer go for tonight.
Why?
Our stock is running low.
You being careless?
I've been careful, because something else is also running low.
What?
Money?
Fiddlesticks, there's plenty in the bank.
Sure, but very little of it is yours. Mr. Wolfe, do you remember that batch of orchids you bought last week?
Of course I do. Magnificent and very rare specimen.
I got a magnificent bill for him this morning, too.
It was large?
It was large.
Confound it, Archie. I shall have to do some work.
You turned down half a dozen cases in the last few weeks.
One of them may still require me.
Most of them hired other detectives. However, there is a Mr. Wenceslas who might still be in need.
His problem is what?
As I remember, he's being followed by midgets. He wanted you to do something about it. Not that he minded the midgets so much. It was the elephants they were riding.
The man needs a psychiatrist, not a detective. Anyone else?
I can check my files, but I don't think... Ha-ha! Saved by the bell.
Another cliche like that, and I shall...
Answer the phone yourself?
Assassinate you. See what it is.
Okay. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wolfe is in. Yes, he'll be in. He always is. What? But... That was a Mr. Charles Porter. He was in a hurry. He's on his way over right now. Should be here in 10 minutes.
Prospective client, I trust?
$1,000 worth of prospective client.
Splendid, Archie, my beer.
Okay, but, look, I'm not sure you're going to accept his offer.
Indeed? What does he want me to do for his paltry fee?
That's the point. If I heard him right, he wants you to do nothing.
The door, Archie.
Yes, sir. I hear it. Mr. Porter?
Naturally, I'm Charles Porter. Who else would I be?
It's a large field. Never mind. Come on in. I'm Archie Goodwin.
Where is Wolfe?
Mr. Wolfe is in here. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Porter.
Good evening.
Fat, aren't you?
It's moderately noticeable. Archie, a chair for Mr. Porter.
Don't bother. I'm too impatient to sit. When I have business to take care of, I take care of it quickly.
Very well.
Send him out of the room.
Mr. Goodwin, nonsense. He's my assistant. He remains.
I don't like it.
Archie, show Mr. Porter out.
Now, wait. There's no need to get temperamental. Perhaps I'm a little abrupt.
Rude.
I'm a worried man.
And impatient. You're wasting time, Mr. Porter.
I suppose I am. The reason I came to you... Young man, what are you doing with that notebook?
Getting ready to make marks in it.
But... Oh, never mind. Mr. Wolfe, you have a client named Dorothy Spencer.
Have I?
There's no need to be coy about it. I happen to know.
Then you know.
I want you to drop her.
Drop her?
Refuse to handle her case. Close the books on her. You know what I mean.
Why should I?
The girl has no money. I have.
That doesn't answer my question.
Perhaps this will.
Appear to be a small package of dollar bills.
It happens to be $1,000.
Archie, will you?
I will. It is $1,000.
Thank you. Mr. Porter.
Yes?
You're paying me $1,000 in order that I refuse to act for Miss Spencer. Nothing more.
That's right.
What does she suspect you of?
I said nothing about... Well, that is... You must know that as well as I do.
Possibly. Nevertheless, what does she suspect you of?
Being a blackmailer.
Whereas your occupation really is?
I'm a musician. Pianist. I'm appearing nightly at the Windsor Hotel.
Archie, have you made out a receipt for Mr. Porter?
Yep.
Give it to him and show him to the door.
Okay. Mr. Porter?
Mr. Wolfe, I want your assurance that the entire affair is definitely finished.
My association with Miss Spencer, you mean? You have my assurance that it is. You will forgive a classical allusion. The carver.
Thank you. Good night.
Mr. Wolfe, I have a secret about Mr. Porter. He smells.
Some perfume or other. More important, his right coat cuff is more worn than his left cuff. And a carver happens to be a musical term meaning start again from the beginning.
Oh? Porter thought it'd been finished.
Therefore, Mr. Porter is a liar. His ignorance of common musical term indicates that he's not a musician. The worn right coat cuff, that he is an office worker.
That's kind of leaping to a deduction. But even if Porter's a liar, Mr. Wolfe, there is something else. He paid you $1,000 to drop a client named Dorothy Spencer. Mr. Wolfe, you never had a client with that name. Well, that's that. Dorothy Spencer is not in. Anyway, she's not answering her phone. Mr. Wolfe, I said...
I know what you said.
That a comment?
I'm worried. Mr. Porter may have assumed erroneously that Dorothy Spencer had employed or was intending to employ me. That does not explain why he lied about his occupation.
Maybe he didn't lie. After all, your deductions could be wrong.
Phooey.
Okay. Take care of that right now. I'm phoning her. Hello? Windsor Hotel? Get me the manager's office. Thanks. Could you tell me if a Charles Porter plays the piano at... Uh-huh. She sounds blonde. I see. Thanks a lot. What do you do after work? Oh, so long. She goes home and beats her husband.
About Porter, Archie.
Bad news. He does play the piano at the Windsor in the move room. So where does that leave your deductions?
Untouched, of course. Let me think. Yes, naturally.
Naturally what?
I came to the conclusion that Mr. Porter was an office worker. We have just discovered that Mr. Porter is not an office worker, therefore...
You were wrong.
I am never wrong. Therefore, the man who was here is not Charles Porter.
Mr. Wolfe, do you think a man of your weight should climb out on a limb like that?
Fiddlesticks. Look up Porter in the phone book and call him.
Okay. Take a second. Archie, the phone company's best friend. Yep, here he is. What do I ask him?
There'll be no need to ask Mr. Porter anything. Just phone.
You're the boss. Yeah. I have to say something to the guy. Hello. I'd like to speak to Charles Porter. So would you. Who is... Oh, Stebbins, huh? Yeah, that's right, Archie. Oh. No, don't bother why I called. It's a coincidence. Goodbye. You know who that was?
No.
That was Sergeant Stebbins, Sergeant Pearlie Stebbins. I might add, as though you didn't know, that Stebbins happens to be a sergeant in homicide.
Indeed.
You expected this.
I still don't know what your conversation was about.
It was about Charles Porter, who maybe was a liar, but who isn't going to tell any more lies on account of he was just shot to death.
Well, if it ain't Archie Goodwin. Come in, Goodwin.
Thank you, Sergeant Stebbins.
I've been expecting you.
Oh, that's sweet of you to say that, Pearlie.
Why did you phone Porter?
His right coat cuff was more worn out than his left.
So for that, you had to kill him?
No, actually, I killed him because he didn't know his da capo. Hey.
Yeah, hey. He don't look good anymore, eh? Guys who stop bullets with their face never look good.
Pearlie, you've been robbed.
I did.
That corpse is not Porter.
Now, relax, Goodwin, relax. His fingerprints were on file and they check. His girlfriend says he's Porter. If he could get up and talk, he'd tell you he was Porter. And what makes you think he isn't?
Well, because when he visited us earlier tonight, he looked different. Not much, but... You said girlfriend?
Yes, I said girlfriend. She's in the next room mopping up. She kind of broke down when we brought her here.
You brought her here? Now, don't tell me what her name is.
Why shouldn't I? It's Spencer. Dorothy Spencer.
Ooh, that's what I was afraid of.
Sergeant, Oh.
Ignore him. He comes with the woodwork.
His name is Goodwin, Miss Spencer. Archie Goodwin. Find what you were looking for?
What I was looking...
Somebody's gone through this place like a minor league hurricane. You?
What business is it of
Of
yours?
mine? None, maybe. On the other hand, Nero Wolfe might have other ideas. Matter of fact, I'm sure he'd have. Miss Spencer, why don't you go see him? The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I don't see why.
You want your boyfriend's murderer found, don't you?
Now listen, Goodwin, the police are working on this.
Sure, they'll see to it nobody harms a corpse. Goodbye, Miss Spencer. Don't forget that address, 601 West 35th Street. Believe it or not, you used to be a client of ours. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, you're getting to be so brilliant, it's boring.
Phooey. That is,
All right, tonight you deserve it. I'll get you another can of beer. But this is the last one. What's your promise to do some exercise, like maybe standing up and sitting down 5 minutes a day?
Thank you. And why should I indulge in such idiotic behavior?
Well, after a while, you might be able to see your shoes.
I've already seen them.
Oh, that was 20 years ago. Things have changed. No more buttons. Hey, that must be Dorothy Spencer.
She's undoubtedly young and beautiful.
You deduced that from the way she pressed the buzzer?
I deduced that from the gleam in your eye, bah.
Bah, all you want. I'm going to keep that gleam shining. Hello, Miss Spencer. Come in.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe.
Is the large sitting down gentleman behind the desk. This is Dorothy Spencer, Mr. Wolfe.
You will forgive me not rising. It is due to a necessary conservation of energy rather than rudeness. Archie, a chair.
Sure. Here you are, Miss Spencer.
Thanks.
Now then, Miss Spencer, have the police found anything but dust in Mr. Porter's closet?
Why, no.
You were engaged to Mr. Porter?
I was.
That ring you're wearing, he gave it you?
Yes.
May I see it?
Well, all right. Here.
Thank you. Expensive. Very expensive. You may have it back. Miss Spencer, why are you marrying Charles Porter?
I loved him.
Phooey. Mr. Porter, according to Archie's description, was twice your age with considerably less than half your attractiveness. Love may perhaps be blind, but it is not astigmatic.
I don't know what you mean.
What were you searching for under the nose of the police?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
How did your fiancé earn his money?
He played the piano at the...
Phooey. What he earned there in a year wouldn't begin to pay for the ring he gave you. Would you like to try again?
I don't know how he made his money.
I suggest that you do. I suggest that he earn money by the same method that he induced you to consider marrying him. Blackmail.
Oh, but
Why was he blackmailing you?
old letters I'd written when I was too young to know any better.
Your motives for murdering Porter would be twofold, then. Recovery of blackmail material and the avoidance of marriage to a man you dislike.
I didn't kill Charles.
Your doorbell, Archie. Get Miss Spencer into the kitchen. Once. Must be the police.
Yeah, let's go, Miss Spencer. Right through that door.
And stay there until I call you. Front door, Archie.
Mr. Wolfe, do I know Dorothy Spencer's here?
You know nothing. A simple role for you to play.
I haven't got time to resent that insult right now, but wait until the next time you drop a collar button. Well, bless my soul, if it isn't dear old Inspector Kramer. How is the homicide department?
Where's Wolfe?
Big surprise. He's sitting.
Mr. Wolfe?
Good evening, Inspector.
Where's Dorothy Spencer?
This is not the Bureau of Missing Persons.
The district attorney would like to talk to her.
I shall tell her so the next time we meet.
Yeah, that could be right now. She's in this house.
I don't see her.
Mind if I look around for myself?
You have a search warrant, of course.
It so happens no, but...
Archie, the inspector's leaving.
Okay, I'm leaving. I suppose by the time I get back with a warrant, she'll be in Hoboken.
Hoboken? Where's that?
Look, Wolf, you can go too far. One of these days you won't be able to talk yourself out of it. Trail me to the door, Goodwin, to show what a good detective you are.
Ooh, Inspector Kramer doesn't love us anymore.
Unfortunate. Archie, take Miss Spencer to a respectable hotel. Register her under an assumed name. She is to stay there until notified otherwise. Luckily, the good inspector neglected to inform us that she was the leading suspect in a murder case. Hence, we're not accessories after the fact, and I don't want her arrested for murder as yet.
Her beauty has won you over.
You will then return here immediately.
Okay. What are you going to be doing in the meanwhile?
I, Archie, shall be thinking. Archie?
No. No, not Archie.
Our impatient and non-musical friend came in through the window. How are you, Mr. Not Porter, of course.
Where's the girl?
Question is beginning to bore me. I don't know.
I think she's here.
So did the police. I might add that they were slightly closer to the truth. Incidentally, what makes you think she was Porter's accomplice?
She must have been.
Nonsense, she wasn't. Porter was blackmailing her, just as he was blackmailing you. In her case, it was letters. In yours, a previous criminal record, perhaps, that your employers might be interested in.
I want to know where she is. Maybe this would help you remember.
Good heavens, don't point a pistol at me. It annoys me. The police, I should think, opened the door for them like a good fellow.
Oh, no. I'm leaving. But if I don't find that girl, I'll be back.
Knock the blasted thing down if it isn't open.
All right, well, I've got the search warrant.
Also, no doubt, a fine tooth comb. Bah. By the way, Inspector.
All right, boys, cover the house.
All right, Inspector.
Yeah, what did you want?
As your men go through the house, will you have one of them shut the back window? I've just had a burglar, and I suspect he left it open. Unless the matter is attended to, the house might be filled with fresh air.
Yeah, what's the matter with that?
Fresh air, deadly poison. It clogs the lungs. And may I point out that the warrant you're clutching in your hot little hand is not a lease on the house. Finish your search quickly, if you please, and then... why not try Hoboken?
So I just missed the inspector, huh?
You did?
That I can stand. I'm sorry about the burglar, though.
Perhaps we can arrange to have you meet him in the morning.
He left his calling card with name and address on it?
He dropped his handkerchief here on my desk.
Oh. It's a handkerchief.
It smells.
So it does. But,
all of our unknown friends' clothes carry the odor. Therefore...
Yeah?
You will go out immediately to the nearest drugstore, buy a specimen of every cake of soap manufactured in this country.
Mr. Wolfe?
Be still. No.
I never realized just how many different brands of soap are made in this country.
You should listen to the radio more often.
So far, we've sniffed at 37 cakes. None of them smell like porter. Let's see. 38.
Hey. Let me have it, Archie. Yes, the soap. It's labeled orchid ovals. I should say basically mislabeled. Orchids have no odor. Our task for the evening is finished.
Why? All we know is the guy washes with a basely mislabeled soap.
No, the odor would not have been so persistent in that case. Unquestionably, our visitor works for a soap company that makes orchid ovals. Every employee of a plant in which perfume in large quantities is used inevitably carries the odor on his clothes.
Oh. And you already deduced he works in an office. Uh-huh. I go see him in the morning?
You do?
You know, Mr. Wolfe, what with hiring rooms for girls and paying visits to a perfume factory, I'm beginning to feel like a maiden aunt.
No one would ever mistake you for a maiden aunt, Archie.
Thanks. Is that another deduction?
Maiden aunts rarely need a shave.
Orchid Ovals, good morning. One moment, please. Oh, can I do anything for you, sir?
Yeah. That is, let's postpone that question and slip in another one. I'm looking for one of your office people. In his 40s, 5'10", brown hair and eyes, speaks in a sharp, quick voice.
He owes you money, too.
Who owes me money?
Mr. Wheeler, the man you were describing. He owes everybody money, in spite of the fact that he's office manager and makes lots and lots of money. How much does he owe you?
Oh, not an awful lot. It won't break me if I don't get it. Is he in yet?
Well, he was, but he went home. He was sort of sick.
Sort of?
He got a phone call from somebody and rushed out.
Too bad. Well, I better scram.
Well, you didn't answer my question yet. I'm off at 5. My name's Gwen.
Goodbye.
Wolfe speaking.
Archie here. Unknown's name is Wheeler. He left the office this morning sick after he got a mysterious phone call.
Bad, probably. Get to Dorothy Spencer at once and bring her here.
Right. I'm at Wheeler's house now. Thought I'd better check. His wife's here, too.
Blonde?
Uh-huh. How could you tell?
Fatuous smirk in your voice. Get out of there fast, and don't stop to console Mrs. Wheeler.
908. Room 909. Miss Dorothy Spencer. Nobody home.
Shut that door behind you, Goodwin.
Never mind pulling triggers. I'll shut it.
Oh, Archie.
I would prefer silence. Keep your hands high, Goodwin.
It's unhealthy. All the blood had run into my head.
Archie, he murdered Charles.
He did. Tut, Mr. Wheeler. You really shouldn't have. It's against the law.
Get into the bathroom, both of you.
I already shaved.
I phoned him. I thought maybe he had my letters.
Porter couldn't keep his mouth shut about his other
He
victims.
was going to force Dorothy to marry him. Did you find his material, Wheeler?
Yes, in an office. He read it as a front. It's all burned.
And why all the melodrama?
You know about me, so does she. I can't trust anyone. Get into the bathroom, I said.
Look, let's not lose our heads about this.
Get moving, Goodwin.
I like it here.
All right, then. Here is where you'll get it.
Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong. I got shot and Wheeler fell down.
I shot him, Goodwin.
Stebbins. Dear Sergeant Stebbins. Oh, you little flat-footed angel.
It's lucky for you my flat feet got staked out here in time.
Just for that, I'll buy you a pair of arch supports for your next birthday. But I'm beginning not to believe this. You had it all figured out?
Well, not exactly. Well, that is...
Wolfe sent you here.
Well, he kind of phoned in and suggested one of us shoot down here and do some rescue work.
That old devil.
Hey, you're not kidding.
What are you laughing about?
Wolfe wasn't sure whether you'd need rescuing from Wheeler or...
Stop killing yourself with your own jokes.
Or whether Miss Spencer would need rescuing from you.
You've been a very foolish young woman, Miss Spencer. I suggest that in the future you exercise more care in your correspondence.
Oh, I shall, Mr. Wolfe, but how can I ever thank you?
Well, one way would be to listen wide-eyed while he explains how he solved the case.
I have no intention...
Oh, come on, Mr. Wolfe. Stop stalling.
Please, Mr. Wolfe.
Well, I'd be very happy to. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see anyone try to stop me. A man came to me, offered me $1,000 to drop a client I didn't have. Why? Because obviously he wished to direct my attention to that client.
Me?
You, Miss Spencer. Now then, he identified himself as Charles Porter, a musician. But I tested him and discovered that he knew nothing of music.
The Da Capo routine.
Precisely. Therefore, he was an imposter. His purpose?
Yeah?
To indicate by no means subtly that enmity existed between Porter and Dorothy Spencer.
Huh?
Thus, when Porter was found murdered, I would presumably be convinced that Dorothy Spencer balked in her effort to enlist my aid against Porter had resorted to most foul and bloody murder.
Most foul and bloody murder is very fancy, Dorothy. Shows he likes you.
I thereupon asked myself, why should an unknown seek to convince me that Dorothy Spencer was Porter's murderer?
And you answered yourself?
One reason only, because he himself intended to murder Porter, as he did. For which peccadillo he has, thanks to Sergeant Stebbins' accuracy with a revolver, already paid with his own life. Quodiat demonstrandum.
Latin for that's what you wanted to know.
I think you're wonderful, Mr. Wolfe, and I'm going to...
Ah, be careful.
Kiss you.
Archie, Miss Spencer is a very dangerous young woman.
Today I feel brave.
Do you, Archie?
Very brave. What are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
Let's do it together.
Bah.
Oh, is that Mr. Wolfe?
I said bah. Would you very much mind conducting your romance elsewhere?
I would not.
And do so at once. I have a very important matter to attend to.
Goodbye, Mr. Wolfe.
Goodbye.
Night, sir.
Very important. Very important.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Lamont Johnson as Archie Goodwin, and Jane Webb, Peter Leeds, Bill Johnstone, and Wilms Herbert. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Dear Dead Lady. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. The NBC chimes are excited about the big show, an hour and a half every Sunday night with Tallulah Bankhead as Femme C. Comedy with stars like Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Groucho Marx, and a host of others. Music with Meredith Wilson, Mindy Carson, and many more. It presents drama with Mr. Jose Ferrer and many more leading stars of Broadway and Hollywood. It's The Big Show. Starts Sunday, November 5th on NBC.
Pat Novak. For hire. Sure, I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign outside my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Or you can set it to music or put it up in neon. But down here on the waterfront in San Francisco, you're too busy staying alive to worry about the next guy unless he's pointing a gun. Most of the time, you got as much chance as a fly-papered fly on his solo flight. But it works out. Oh, I rent boats and do anything else to keep my stomach and my conscience running even. It's like juggling hot marbles on a high wire. But it's a living, and you haven't any more kick coming than a swimmer diving into an empty pool. I found that out last Tuesday night. I was sitting in my office after dinner, watching the fog stream through the gate and wrap up the bay for the night. Up on Russian Hill, the lights were just going on in the $1,000 a month apartments, and right away you got a picture of warm rooms and cold martinis. I guess I was feeling sorry for myself, so I started to page through an old address book full of bad debts and tired memories. I was getting older by the page, and the regrets were piling up around my knees when the phone rang. Novak talking.
This is Father Leahy, Patsy. Are you busy?
Yeah, Father. Tearing up old phone numbers.
Are you reforming or angry?
Neither one, Father. They just wore out.
You sound sad, Patsy. Expect them to last forever?
Nothing's that good. What's on your mind?
I want to ask you a favor.
Make it a small one, Father. I'm all out of big ones.
It's a small one, Patsy, for you.
Yeah, another customer told me the same thing, Father. His brother was on the way to the chair. He wanted me to smuggle in some rubber underwear.
I'm asking, Patsy, not begging.
Okay, Father. What do you need?
Can you see me in about an hour, right after the evening rosary?
When's it over?
Oh, about 8:30. But don't be afraid of coming early.
No, I'll take a rain check on that, Father.
That's what Noah's friends used to say. I'll see you at 8:30.
It was a little before 8:30 when I started up the steps of Father Leahy's parish church. I figured the services were over, so I hung around in the vestibule for a couple of minutes, trying to look like a part-time bell ringer. The last few people straggled out, and
Then an altar boy came out and gave me the high sign. He was a clean, Irish-looking little kid with a face the size of a minute and just about as young.
Are you Mr. Novak, sir?
Yeah, that's right. You the lookout?
I'm an altar boy, Mr. Novak. My name's Jake Seagull. Little Jake, Father calls me.
Yeah. Well, where's Father Leahy now, Jake?
He's back in the sacristy, Mr. Novak. He wants you to wait inside here.
No, this'll do. I'll wait right here.
No, sir, Mr. Novak. I'm sorry. Father says to be sure and bring you inside.
Okay, little Jake, lead the way.
This way, Mr. Novak, down this aisle.
I guess I was too busy trying to act like I knew my way around to pay much attention to a fat, chunky little guy when he stood up in the back pew a couple of aisles over. Little Jake seemed to peg trouble in the air.
Mr. Novak, that man back there, what's he doing?
All right, Quinlan, here's your payoff. Turn around and take it.
Jake, get down.
Mr. Novak, look out, look out!
Down on the waterfront, you'll learn early to look for trouble, any place, any time. You can find it at the top of the mark or at the bottom of the bay. This is the first time it caught up with me in the middle of a church. The lead got as thick as confetti on New Year's Eve. I spun around and I made a dive for little Jake, but I wasn't soon enough. He went down like young wheat in a hailstorm. When I grabbed for him, I must have hit my head in the base of a marble pillar or something, and things got dark for a minute. I stumbled down the aisle and into the street after the guy, but the odds were all on his side. The fog was so thick you couldn't read a newspaper with a Klieg light. I guess I covered every alley and street in the neighborhood, but it was like running after a hatful of feathers in the middle of a windstorm. Oh, I don't know how much later it was when I stopped for a minute in an empty doorway and I tried to remember what I was chasing. A siren was crying somewhere in the distance, so I started back for the church. The coroner's wagon was just pulling away when I got there, and Father Leahy had disappeared. I saw a light in the rectory, so I went upstairs and rang the bell. He came to the door in his shirt sleeves. He just stood there for a minute looking at me. Then he motioned me inside. You want to see me, Father?
Yes, in here. Sit down.
The kid, Father. Little Jake.
What do you think?
Yeah. They go fast?
Instantly.
I'll get the guy, Father.
I'm not asking that, Patsy. I'm not asking you for anything anymore, unless I need trouble.
No, somebody told you a bad story, Father. That wasn't my gun.
I should have known better than to call you. I should have known it meant trouble. It's your middle name, Patsy. You're married to it.
You're looking at the wrong man. It wasn't my party.
I called you here tonight to ask you a favor, Patsy.
Anything you want, Father.
It's too late now. We were going to have an altar boys' picnic tomorrow. We're at Paradise Cove. I wanted to borrow one of your boats. We won't be going now, Patsy. We've got a funeral instead.
Yeah. Well, what do you want me to say?
Don't say anything, Patsy. Just listen for a minute. I asked you to come up here tonight, but I didn't tell you to bring your friends. If you've got any private fights with those waterfront hoods, that's your business. But don't bring your beefs into the church.
And I tell you, I never saw the guy before. I don't know anything about it.
He was shooting at you when he hit little Jake, wasn't he? What else am I supposed to think?
Yeah. They find the murder gun?
Nothing. Your playmates are neat, Patsy.
I liked you better without the temper, Father.
And I liked you better before your hands got dirty, Patsy. I warned you about that waterfront crowd, the cheap thugs, the cheap women. I told you, Patsy, roll around in dirt long enough and some of it's bound to stick to you. You got it all over your face and your hands, and it's working inside you, Patsy. It's working in deep.
At the end of the sermon, Father?
I tried to warn you, but you had it figured. We'll figure this one, Patsy. There's a 9-year-old kid on his way to the morgue. He stepped in front of a bullet and saved your life. Now go ahead. Figure it.
Yeah, I will, Father. But you better be on call when I catch up with the guy. He's going to have a lot of praying to do. When I left Father Leahy, I checked in at the church for one more look around. A couple of red-faced Irish cops in uniform were wandering around the vestibule trying to look at home and chewing gum like mad to kill the beer on their breath. And over in one corner, half a dozen old women had their heads together, clucking like hens over a square egg. Outside of them, the place was deserted. I gave the course a quick rundown. A couple of aisles over, where I figured the gunsel must have passed, I picked up a matchbook. The ad on the front said Max Joint, Cicero, Illinois. And there was a phone number scrawled inside the cover. I was just about ready to toss it away when a bell rang, and I took a closer look. was my phone number. I put the matchbook in my pocket and I started home for the apartment. Maybe the cab wasn't going fast enough because halfway there, 3 years' stock of headache caught up with me and the ceiling started to jump. Oh, the cab driver was kind, though. When we got to my place, he offered to help me as far as the curb for an extra 4 bits. By the time I made it to my front door, I was feeling lower than end man at an Irish wake. The reception committee didn't help much. They were short and dark, all 3 of them, with rolls of loose, oily fat where their necks should have been, and small pig eyes that squinted through the cigar smoke rolling out of wide nostrils and up their faces.
Hiya, Novak. How do you feel?
Lots better after you find the door.
Hey, Dex. Novak don't like us. He'll cultivate a taste.
No, they don't build stomachs that strong.
Be nice. It's easier that way.
Now look, Buster, I don't know who you 3 pigs are, but
Novak. Remember, be nice.
Yeah, I'll remember.
You West Coast punks are all alike, Novak. Couple of taps and you cry. Ain't that right, Lud? Maybe Novak's tired, fellas. Help him into a chair. Yeah, Novak. Sit down. Lud wants to say something.
All right, then say it and get out of here.
We want the gun, Novak. We want the papers that go with it.
Sounds like a great puzzle. Sorry, I can't help with the answer.
You better tell Lud, Novak. It's liable to get rough.
All right. My gun's over there on the desk and the paper's on the wall.
Be nice, Novak. Just once more, Novak. Where's the gun and where's the papers?
Look, I'll spell it for you. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Dex, Mac, get his arms. Yeah. All right, hold his head up. Yeah. Okay, Lud, there.
This the way they do it in Cicero?
Last time round, Novak. The gun and the papers, where are they?
I don't know.
The gun, Novak. The papers. No use, boss. We lost them. All right. It's a big flaw. Let him find his own way back.
Well, it was a long night for summer. When I woke up, the sun was bleeding through a rip in the blinds, and there was a funny smell in the room. My stomach felt like a piece of practice rope at a Boy Scout class. And then the room got noisy.
You wake up slow, Novak. Have a hard night?
Oh, you're never on time for the party, are you, Hellman?
I'm choosy, Novak. I don't like your friends.
All right, then take up social work. What's the occasion?
I got a phone tip. When I drop up for a visit.
Having fun?
Yeah. There's a gal in the kitchen bored to death.
Huh?
Take a look.
She took it hard. Who is she?
Sally Kimbrough. That's what her driver's license says. She a friend of yours?
How would I know? Even her mother couldn't tell.
Messed up, isn't she, Novak? Must have been a rough party.
I wouldn't know, Hellman. I closed early.
At your joint, what happened?
I said I closed early. 3 gunsels were drinking my scotch when I got home about 10:30. They were anxious about a gun and some papers, and they figured I could put them straight. I couldn't, so they laid me out. Now tell me how sorry you are.
I bleed for you, Novak. Now let's have it straight.
That's as straight as you're going to get it, Hellman. If it's not exciting enough, try Esquire.
You talk brave for a punk in hot water.
I'm not going to scream till it burns.
Then you better start practicing, Novak, because I'm going to burn you.
You better hurry, Hellman. Your pension's catching up with you.
Watch your mouth, Novak. You're not talking to your gunsel friends.
Now, that's hard to tell, Hellman. You both use the same technique. Now, show me the warrant before I start charging your rent.
That dame's body is all the warrant I need, Novak. Now talk. How did she get so dead?
I told you once. Pick up the 3 gunsels and ask them.
What they look like?
Like you. The size smaller. They're from the east, around Chicago.
What else?
They wouldn't leave their birth certificate.
Go ahead, smart boy. Get in all the laughs you can. But don't ask me to con the parole board for you.
Oh, I don't know, Hellman. You won't be there. Maybe I'll like prison life. When you're knee-deep in the rain and your boots spring a leak, you might as well throw them away and take your chances barefoot. Hellman and his boys left with the body, and I grabbed a handful of aspirin and a cold shower. Then I started out to look for the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A pretty smart man until he found out you can poison your worries at $4 a fifth. I finally found him sitting in the middle of a bourbon fog in a little Spanish joint somewhere on the edge of the Excelsior district. He was down at the end of the bar trying his best to make time with a plaster bust of Queen Isabella.
Pepsi, you're just in time for a short one. Bartender, hand me that vase.
Come on, Jocko, sober up. I got to talk to you.
Patsy, here's to your own peculiar brand of happiness.
Jocko, will you cut it out?
Patsy, I don't mean to be rude or ungentlemanly, but I don't think I altogether approve of the clientele in this place.
Yeah.
Shh, this woman next to me, Patsy, the one with the stony gaze, she's been here ever since I came in, And I don't mean to be uncharitable, but I think she's the picture of a perfect boy.
All right.
Patsy, to a member of the old Castilian school, there can be no excuse for the conduct she's exhibited. Why, do you know I was even good enough to buy her 3 rounds of Portuguese brandy, imported, mind you. But what do I get for my pains? Not even a civil thank you.
All right, Jocko.
I've been sitting here in the most gentlemanly way, sipping this delicate nectar in great mouthfuls and trying to keep the party going. But does she help? No. I've talked to her about politics, medicine, literature, Keats, Byron, Shelley, Nick Kenny. Well, I've even talked about the weather.
Jocko, she's a statue.
She's a simple oversight, Patsy. Might happen to anyone.
Listen a minute, will you? I'm in trouble.
You're always in trouble, Patsy, and that's the way you'll stay till you find some kind of moral rudder. You've got to find direction instead of trying to be so righteous in an evil sort of way. Get in tune with our decaying civilization. Like me, Patsy. Why tempt the fates? It's much more practical to buy off your destiny with a good 5th of Irish whiskey.
You all through, Jocko?
Yes. What kind of trouble this time?
3 gunsels from the east. They're shooting up the town, and I'm running front for their murder raps.
Patsy, why not plead guilty? The rest might do you good.
Somebody shot a 9-year-old kid, an altar boy.
Oh. Where did that happen?
In Father Leahy's church. The gunsel took me for somebody else and started shooting.
Problem's getting bigger, Patsy. What am I supposed to do?
I want you to check on a guy by the name of Mike Quinlan. Also a girl, Sally Kimbrough. Tagged by the Examiner and the Chronicle morgues and knows around the horse parlors out on Eddy Street, will you? Find out everything you can.
Well, all right, Patsy, but you've broken up a beautiful party. You've disillusioned me about Queen Isabella here, and I've suddenly grown dreadfully thirsty again. Let's have 4 or 5 for the road, shall we?
Later, Jocko. We haven't got time.
Well, only if you say so, Patsy. But every time I leave the hallowed confines of a barroom, I'm a poor pilgrim caught up in the vices of the crass everyday world. A tattered orphan leaning disconsolately against the bitter winds of chance, tossed and buffeted about endlessly by the cruel storms of fortune. By the way, I'll need car fare.
All right, here, $50.
But, Patsy, refreshment.
Later. Now get going, will you, Jocko?
Where can I find you?
I'm going to check by my office, then I'm going to see Father Leahy.
Well, as soon as he mentions taking the pledge, that's your cue to leave. Good night, lover.
When I left Jocko, I caught a cab downtown, and on the way, I started hunting for just a piece of the answer. But all I got was questions. Who were the 3 gunsels, and what was the stuff they were after? Mike Quinlan, where did he fit in? And that dead girl in my apartment, who did she belong to? Well, the zeros were piling up faster than flies on donuts when the cab pulled up for a stop sign at 16th and Mission, and a little guy with a worried mouth and a loud sports shirt jumped in. His lips were wound around a phony kind of smile, like a head waiter just before he hands you the check for a big party.
It's okay, driver. We're friends.
How are you, Patsy? Friendship comes easy for you, mister. You got a name?
This is for keeps, Novak. I want to talk.
You got until the next corner.
We both mean it, Novak. Me and the gun.
Now, look, Junior, if you want to play the heavy, go find a melodrama.
Who you working for? Sandell?
That's as good a name as any. All right, here's your corner.
Sally Kimbrough. Where is she, Novak?
You're fast with a question, mister. Let me ask you one. Who's Sandell?
I got the gun, Novak.
Yeah, well, who's Sandell?
I'll do the asking. You sit there and make the answers.
Well, you're running out of tickets, Junior. Come here. Hello. All right, now reach down for that gun and I'll jam you through the floorboards. Who's Sandell?
He's a Chicago hood. He's out to get me. He works both ways.
That's a good plot. Now, who are you?
Mike Quinlan. All right, now what about Sally Kimbrough?
They mopped her up off my kitchen floor this morning.
Somebody's going to get Sandell.
Maybe we're on the same train. What's he look like?
Fat men all look alike.
All right, you can leave any time now.
Sure, Novak. Fare's getting higher. See you later.
Well, the whole thing went faster than a Mexican divorce. The black sedan pounded by on all 12, and Quinlan folded up like a playpen in a high wind. We tried to follow the car, but it would have been easier to win the Kentucky Derby on a pogo stick. So I went back to the corner where Quinlan was still hugging the cement. He was draped over the curb like a tired carpet, and if his suit was a brighter yellow, he could have passed for a loading zone. Hellman was there with all his relatives in uniform, so I told the cabbie to drive on. I just couldn't seem to shake the picture of little Jake when he went quiet in that church. Well, when I got close to a phone, I paid off the cabbie and I put in a call to Jocko. I called Newton at the Examiner morgue, and he said that Jocko had just left, so I called Breen's. I asked for the guy who was drinking the cheapest whiskey in the tallest glass.
Jocko Madigan speaking.
This is Novak. How'd you make out?
Let me tell you about these pack of newspaper men down here. Men of high birth, Patsy. True breeding. They like Scotch almost as much as I do.
What'd you find out about Quinlan?
My Eddy Street informants tagged him as an ex-con, Patsy. Sent up for armed robbery in 1940 and paroled about 2 weeks ago from Joliet. Quinlan had a few dealings with a man named Lud Sandell. From what I can gather, Quinlan's supposed to have taken the rap for Sandell and his brother.
What else?
Quinlan's a local boy out of Bernal Heights. He has a sister, Patsy. She belongs to Sandell. She's probably the only salesgirl in town with a 6-room apartment in the best part of the marina.
Did you get the address?
Oh, the Bayview Towers, down at the foot of Fillmore Street.
Sounds good.
Maybe she has a friend.
Did you get anything else on Sandell?
The Turk Street set tells me he's out here to set up a slot machine route. I gather he's the pushy type.
Thanks, Jocko. I'll see you at the apartment.
Oh, Patsy, on your way home, pick up something for dinner at the delicatessen, will you?
There's stuff in the icebox. Fix yourself a sandwich.
Patsy, dinner without bourbon is life without hope. I'll borrow from the neighbors. Good night, lover.
When I hung up, I caught a D car out on Van Ness Avenue, and I headed down into the marina. The answer box was still fat with questions, and little Jake's killer held a 4-lap lead, but at least the field was getting thin. I figured it was 1 out of 3. Sandell or either one of his gunsels, but which one? Well, when I got down to the foot of Fillmore Street, the fog was thicker than ankles at a fat ladies' convention, and foghorns out beyond Yacht Harbor started on overtime. The Bayview Towers was one of those swanky, new-looking places that gets old in a hurry. It saw lots of brass and brunettes during the war, but now the only uniform left belonged to the doorman. I found Quinlan's sister in the penthouse apartment. And when she opened the door, it felt like Clyde Beatty with a broken chair. Her lounging pajamas reminded you of a good butler. They came in and went out at the right places, and they stayed close to the job. I felt like the Fisk boy after somebody blew out his candle.
Ah, talent on the loose. Won't you come in?
Yeah, it'll save time. My name's Novak. I got some news for you.
I'm Bobby Quinlan. Don't go so fast.
I'm looking for answers, lady. If you want a companion, advertise. Your brother's dead. Sandell shot him.
My, such a big imagination, Mr. Novak. Why don't you relax? Here.
Look, I got proof in my pocket, baby. You want the rest of this couch now?
I've been lonesome, Novak.
It's going to get worse with your brother gone. Take a look at the paper.
Later, Patsy.
Yeah, you've been practicing.
You're getting weak, Patsy. I can feel your heart pounding.
Yeah, now let's quiet down and talk murder,
Patsy,
shall we?
You're hurting. You're hurting me.
Where's Sandell?
Please, Patsy.
Where's Sandell? Where is he?
Patsy, my arm. You'll break it.
I'll tear it off and throw it away. Now, where's Sandell?
I don't know. I swear I don't.
He killed your brother. He shot him down on the street.
It's a bum joke, Novak.
All right, if you won't believe me, take a look at this chronicle. Right there on the front page.
You're lying, Novak.
Look at it.
No. Sandell promised. Promised he wouldn't touch Mike.
Why complain? Think how Mike feels. Now, where's Sandell?
He's down at the hotel. The Durban Arms on Eddy Street. He lied to me, Novak. I played it straight, but he lied to me.
Yeah, you're a mistake, baby. I'll see you later.
Don't leave, Novak. Party's just started.
Dex, why'd you do it? You lied. You and Sandell, you promised me. And you killed him.
Timorous, sweetheart. Somebody had to go.
Like that altar boy, huh?
Got it once, Novak. It's tougher the second time.
There's no second time, Dex.
All right, sweetheart. Now take him back.
Yeah. You finished even, baby.
They promised me, Patsy, but they lied. He and Sandell, they killed Mike and they lied. Patsy, hold me. Hold me, Patsy.
Sorry, baby. You make this trip alone. There wasn't anything I could do for them, so I took a cab down to the Durban Arms on Eddy Street, but Sandell had checked out an hour before. The clerk told me his baggage was still around, though, so I figured that could only mean one thing. I put in a call for Hellman, and then I grabbed a cab and headed for Father Leahy's. By the time I got up on the hill, the fog had taken a lease on most of the town. You can always tell when it's thick because all the sounds out in the bay get a free ride. Halfway there, the driver was ready to quit, but for an extra $2, he threw the cab in second, and we crawled the rest of the way till we got a block from the church. By that time, the fog was so thick you could have sold it with a pound. I did the last block on foot. I was just about 20 yards away when I spotted Sandell and Mac the Gunsel standing under a streetlight just outside the door to the church. They waited a minute, and when they turned and started up the steps. Don't bother, Sandell. You called too late.
Huh? Who is it? Who's out there? It's a smart punk, Lord Novak. Novak, come closer. I can't see in the fog.
Come on out and get me, Sandell.
There he is, Mac.
You're flying blind, Sandell. You made the trip for nothing. I got the gun and I got the papers.
He's lying, Lord. Come on out, Novak. Make a deal.
I said you're late, Sandell. I already made the deal with Mac.
You're funny, Novak. This'll shut you up.
Not even close, Mac. Which one of you got the altar boy?
You sound worried, Novak. You want to tell him, lad, or should I?
Mac deals a lot better than you shoot, Sandell. Ask him about it.
Huh? What's he saying, Mac? He's saying nothing, lad. He's talking crazy. Let's go out and get him.
Ask Mac about this afternoon, Sandell. Ask him where he was when Dex got it. Ask him how I got the gun and the papers.
He's crazy, lad. I'm not so sure, Mac. Don't be a sucker, lad. Novak's playing cute.
Sorry, Mac. You took the chance.
He's conning you, lad. He's lying. Could be, Mac, but I can't chance it. Not you fool!
All right, Sandell. Now it's just you and me in the fog.
Come on in, Novak. We'll work a deal. Come in where I can see you.
All right. That's 5 shots, Lud. You got one left to make good on. All right, Sandell, now we're even. Come here.
Let me go, Novak.
Yeah.
Lay off, Novak. What'd I do to you? Cut it out, will you? You didn't get hurt.
Talk to that altar boy, huh?
I didn't mean to hit the kid.
Oh, I'm sick of your mouth.
All right, Novak, that's enough. Novak, I said that's enough.
Yeah.
Let go of him. This Sandell?
Yeah, that's him.
A few minutes ago, we could have booked him for murder.
You can have him now, Hellman.
You saved the state some money, Novak. Neck's broken.
That you, Patsy?
Over here, Father. On the steps.
Hello, Inspector.
Father?
This the man, Patsy?
Yeah, Father, that's him.
I'll pray for him, Patsy.
Why waste it, Father? He wasn't worth it.
They said the same thing about 2 men on a hill in Calvary.
When the fog lifted the next morning, things got lots clearer for everybody. The story was the cheap earthy kind, but then so were the characters. After Mike Quinlan joined up with Sandell and his boys back in 1940, they pulled a bank job in Chicago. And instead of cutting in Mike on the take, Sandell framed him to take the rap for the 3 of them. Then Sandell came west to operate and lined up Quinlan's sister for his girlfriend. By the time Quinlan was paroled, he was fast on Sandell's game, and he had lots to beef about. He lined up enough good evidence to put Sandell and his 2 boys away for life, and then he threatened to spill it if Sandell didn't cut him in for his share of the job and stay white of his sister. Sandell wasn't generous, and he wasn't genteel, so he played along with his tongue in his cheek and a gun in his pocket. When the time came to swap money for evidence, Quinlan picked the church for a trading ground because that's where he'd hidden the box with the evidence. That's where we finally found it. The deal was all set to go when something scared Quinlan off, and Sandell came in, mistook me for Quinlan, and hit little Jake. Sandell's boys tried to get at Quinlan through his girl, Sally Kimbrough, and when she wouldn't spill, they killed her and planted the body in my apartment to take care of the opposition. Mac and Sandell were in the black sedan when it finally caught up with Quinlan in the alley off Mission Street. Well, what did I get out of all this? Nothing. Father Leahy took Jocko to dinner at Lupo's a couple of days later. Jocko's bar bill read like a Social Security number. Hellman asked only one question. How could Father Leahy ever pay for a dinner check that big? I don't know, but when he got back to his church, I noticed he slipped an IOU in the poor box.
Pat Novak for Hire was previously released by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States, and rebroadcast for our men and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Kalinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of the Murdered Detective. This program comes to you from the makers of Anison. You probably have occasion at times to take something for headaches, neuritis, or neuralgic pain. But if you've never taken Anison, let me suggest that you do so, especially if you want incredibly fast and effective relief. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Your own dentist or physician may have given you an envelope containing Anison tablets at one time or another. Thousands of people have come to know and prefer Anison this way. So the next time you want prompt relief from the pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anison. See for yourself how incredibly fast and effective it is. Ask for Anison at your neighborhood drug counter today. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anison is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Our scene opens in the office which Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, shares with his friend and partner, Mike Clancy. Telephone is ringing at the moment, and as Mike picks up the receiver, he hears a familiar voice at the other end of the wire.
Hello.
Mr. Keene?
Oh, this is his partner, Mike Clancy speaking.
Oh, Mike, this is Jim Ryan.
Oh, Jimmy boy, and how are you?
Fine, Mike. Would you put Mr. Keene on the wire, please? It's important.
Sure. Just a second. Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike?
It's Jim Ryan, the police force detective. He says it's important.
Oh, all right, I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Keene?
Yes, Jim.
I'm calling from a phone booth in the Hotel Metropole. I'm working on a case, and I thought you might be able to help me out.
Glad to do anything I can, Jim.
Do you remember a man named Martin Cook?
Martin Cook?
He's in the real estate business. He was called as a material witness in an embezzlement case 2 years ago. If I remember, you had something to do with breaking that case.
Just a moment, Jim. I'll ask Mike Clancy to check through the files.
I don't have much time, Mr. Keene. As a matter of fact, I've been trailing Cook for the past 3 hours.
Jim Ryan.
Knife fight.
Jim.
What's the trouble, boss?
Hotel Metropole, Mike, quickly. Something's happened to Jim Ryan, and I only hope we're not too late. Here are the public telephone booths, Mike.
The first one's empty, Mr. Keene. Let's see if the other one...
Mike, help me open this door.
Wait, there's someone inside, crumpled up against the wall. Here, let's see if we can open this phone booth door.
Mike.
Saints preserve us. It's Jim Ryan.
He's dead. He's got a knife in his back.
Sure, he was one of my old friends in the police force. A better man never lived. I'd like to get my hands on the man.
Easy, Mike. Let's keep our heads. We've got work to do. These phone booths are isolated from the rest of the hotel lobby. That's why it wasn't hard for Jim Ryan's killer to strike and get away. Step into the next phone booth, Mike, and put a call through to the police.
I will, sir.
I'll notify the hotel manager. Then I want to pay a visit to a man named Martin Cook.
Martin Cook? Is he the man Jim Ryan was trailing, boss?
Yes, Mike. Jim said he was in the real estate business, and I want to find him before he has a chance to plan a getaway.
Here's the office, Mr. Keene. Martin Cook, real estate.
Keep your gun where you can reach it quickly, Mike.
I've got it handy, boss.
May I help you?
Is Mr. Cook in?
Not at the moment. I'm his secretary, Miss Everett. Did you have an appointment with Mr. Cook?
No. My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mr. Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Please sit down, sir. Mr. Cook should be here at any moment.
Perhaps you'd better take a look in his office, Mike.
Yes, sir.
But I assure you that Mr. Cook isn't in, Mr. Keene.
I don't doubt your word on that, Miss Everett. However, I'd like my partner to search his office for evidence.
Evidence of what?
Your employer, Mr. Cook, is under suspicion of murder.
Murder?
Is that his private office, miss?
Yes. I'll show it to you, Mr. Clancy.
I'll wait out here, Mike, in case Mr. Cook arrives.
Right, sir.
This is Mr. Cook's private office, Mr. Clancy.
Let's have a look through this desk.
Mr. Clancy, who was murdered?
Jim Ryan, a police detective. A man with a wife and 3 children dependent on him. Sure, and when we get our hands on the killer, he'll regret it. I'll take these books and these business papers along with me. Miss Everett, whose picture is that on Martin Cook's desk?
Mr. Cook's son, Arthur.
Oh, he's got himself a family, has he?
Only his son. His wife is dead, Mr. Clancy. Mr. Cook,
Miss Everett, what's going on in here?
this man is an associate of Mr. Keen's, the private investigator.
I'll handle it if you don't mind, miss. You're Martin Cook?
I am.
Just a minute, mister. Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike?
Martin Cook came into his office through another door.
Oh. Did you find anything?
I didn't have much of a chance to look around before he came in, boss. I grabbed these books and papers on general principles just to read them over.
Mr. Cook?
Yes, Miss Everett, will you leave us alone, please?
If there's anything
Just see that I'm not disturbed.
Very well, Mr. Cook.
Mr. Keene, if I recall correctly, we met for a few moments about 2 years ago.
That's right, Mr. Cook. It was in regard to an embezzlement case. I remember you helped the district attorney gather evidence to break the case. You were very brave to testify, since your life had been threatened by gangsters.
Have you come here to ask me for additional help, Mr. Keene?
No. This time, I'm afraid, you're not an innocent witness testifying for the state. You may find yourself a defendant.
In what way?
Do you know a man named James Ryan?
Is he a police detective?
Yes.
I believe I've heard the name.
He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
And at the time, he was making some kind of investigation of you, Mr. Cook.
I see.
Do you know what he was investigating?
Jim Ryan was investigating a theft of charity funds, Mr. Keene. Funds I stole.
I see. And what about his murder?
You have no father to go to find your murderer. I killed that police detective.
Sure, and he admits it, Mr. Keene.
Just a moment, Mike. Mr. Cook, you say you killed Jim Ryan?
Yes.
When?
What difference does it make?
Well, what did you do with the gun?
I threw it away in the river.
Mr. Keene.
I must warn you, Mr. Cook, that anything you say can be used against you. But you're under no obligation to talk at this point.
Take me away, put me in jail. I've admitted the crime, haven't I? What more do you want?
All right, Mike, we'll drive down to headquarters of Mr. Cook and turn him over to the police. Then we'll continue with our investigation.
What more is there to investigate? You've solved the crime, haven't you?
Not quite, Mr. Cook. I have a feeling there's a great deal more to be discovered, in spite of your so-called confession. Now I want to know who the person is you're trying to shield.
No one. No one. I tell you, I did it. Turn me over to the police.
Very well, Mr. Cook, come along. But I mean to find out who you're trying to shield.
Well, Mr. Keene, we've turned our self-confessed murderer, Martin Cook, over to the police. Where do we go from here, sir?
To Cook's residence, Mike. I've looked it up in the phone book. Drive to Carroll Street.
Yes, sir. Sure, and when he said he threw his gun away, I got the shock of my life.
I tricked him into that, Mike. As you know, Jim Ryan was stabbed to death with a knife. I suggested a gun, and Cook took the bait.
But why do you think he did that, Mr. Keene? Confessed to a murder he didn't commit.
As I told him, in my opinion, he's shielding someone.
Well, I heard you tell that to Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters too, boss, but the lieutenant mentioned another angle to it.
Yes, I know, and he may be right. Martin Cook may be a clever psychologist. He might be trying to get us to think he's protecting someone, just to make himself appear an innocent martyr. Cook could have actually committed the murder himself.
But according to his account books, the money he collected from them charities is missing, boss. That's why Jim Ryan, the police detective, was trailing him.
Yes, Mike, I know. Martin Cook may have stolen the money himself, or it may have been stolen by the person he's trying to shield. We're on our way to Martin Cook's house right now to check on that all-important fact.
Yes?
My name is Keene. This is Mr. Clancy. This is Mr. Martin Cook's house, isn't it?
Yes, I'm Arthur Cook, his son.
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Arthur.
Bad news? Has something happened to Dad?
He's being held by the police on suspicion of murder.
My father held for murder?
May we come in, please?
Yes, of course. You just about knocked the wind out of me, Mr. Keene. Well, there must be some mistake. My father...
He admitted the murder, young fella.
Admitted it? But who was murdered?
A police detective named Ryan was stabbed to death while trailing your father. Jim Ryan evidently had gotten information that your father was guilty of stealing certain charity funds that were entrusted to him.
No, Dad couldn't have stolen that money. I don't believe it.
But he's admitted that, too.
I must get hold of a lawyer. Just a moment, Mr. Keene. Hello?
Arthur, darling?
I can't talk to you now, Lola.
But, Arthur, what's the matter?
I'll call you back.
You think I'm going to sit around in my apartment all day just waiting for your call?
Mr. Keene, where is my father being held?
At police headquarters.
I must go down to see him at once.
Since we're working with the police, you don't mind if we remain here and look the house over, do you?
There's nothing in this house that'll interest you, Mr. Keene.
Well, suppose you let me be the judge of that, Arthur.
Oh, very well. Stay here if you like. I'm going to get in touch with our attorney and get my father out of this crazy mess.
Sure, and he turned pale when you told him about his father being a murder suspect, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike, and his reaction to the theft of the charity funds was just as startling. I wonder why. A murder charge is a lot more serious than the theft of money, and yet, Mike, there's a small book for telephone numbers on that side table. Would you hand it to me, please?
Yes. Here. Hey, Arthur.
That girl Arthur Cook just spoke to on the phone. He called her Lola. Yes, there's a phone number and address in here for someone named Lola Slade. I think I'll call her.
Look at this house, Mr. Keene. Sure, it seems that a man who can afford an expensive place like this shouldn't be tempted into stealing money from charity cases.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Mike. There's something strange about it.
Hello?
Is this Miss Lola Slade?
Well?
My name is Keene. I was wondering if I could see you about...
I have nothing to do with it. Keep away from me, dear. Here, keep away.
Hello? Hello?
Did Lola Slade hang up on you, boss?
Yes. After protesting her innocence about something I hadn't even accused her of. Mike, this case has a number of odd angles. We'll have to check every one before we're absolutely sure who murdered Detective Jim Ryan. I have a hunch, in spite of Martin Cook's confession, the eventual solution will be an amazing one.
Stop tooth decay and unpleasing breath. Yes, stop tooth decay and unpleasing breath that breeds between the teeth. Use Kalinos toothpaste with dental floss action. Your dentist will tell you, brush your teeth after meals to stop decay. Clean those cracks and crevices deep between your teeth to guard against unpleasing breath. Now Kalinos gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to help dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath. What's more, foamy, refreshing Kalinos brightens teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Helps stop tooth decay. Get Kalinos toothpaste with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the murdered detective. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of Detective Jim Ryan of the police department, a friend of both Mr. Keene's and Mike's. Under suspicion for the killing is Martin Cook, who has confessed to the crime, although Mr. Keene believes he is trying to shield the real culprit. Now, Mike and Mr. Keene arrive at the apartment of Lola Slade, a friend of Martin Cook's son, Arthur. Mr. Keene suspects that she knows a great deal more about the crime than she admits to. And as Mike rings her doorbell...
No answer, Mr. Keene.
Maybe Lola Slade doesn't want to answer, Mike.
Open this door, I'll force the lock.
What do you want?
Are you Lola Slade?
What about it?
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy. I spoke to you on the phone a few minutes ago.
Stay out of my apartment. Get your foot out the door.
Keep this door open if you please, lady. Step inside, boss. I'll hold it open with my foot.
You've got no right to come in here like this. I'm no criminal.
A detective named Jim Ryan has been murdered, Lola. We're working with the police. We have a right to question all suspects.
Suspects? I'm no suspect.
But you seem to know a great deal about the case. You protested your innocence over the telephone even before you were accused.
Well, I heard about the murder of that detective on a news broadcast a minute before you phoned, Mr. Keene. I knew that Martin Cook had been arrested, and I thought his son Arthur would be mixed up in it.
Why should that frighten you, Lola?
Well, I'm a showgirl, Mr. Keene. I sing for a living on the stage and in nightclubs. I have a reputation to consider.
Mr. Keene.
What is it, Mike?
Take a look on that couch.
Yes, I noticed that open suitcase. Evidently, Lola Slade was packing to leave the city.
But I have an engagement to sing in Los Angeles.
And that's just about as far away as you can get, eh?
What do you mean, Mr. Clancy? Have you brought the police with you?
Not yet, Lola.
I'll answer that door for you, young lady.
Mr. Clancy.
Boss, it's Miss Everett, Mr. Cook's secretary.
Oh, come in, Miss Everett.
Is this Miss Lola Slade? Well, I thought I'd give you a chance to clear yourself before I turn this evidence over to the police. Evidence? What evidence? Are you crazy?
Just what is it you found, Miss Everett?
Mr. Keene, this letter came from Mr. Cook this afternoon. As his secretary, I opened all his business mail, and I read it.
What does it say?
It's from a credit company. It says that unless $8,000 worth of bills are paid by Monday, Mr. Cook's son Arthur will be brought into court.
Let me see that letter, please, Miss Everett.
Here you are, Mr. Keene.
According to this letter, the items were charged and several bad checks were passed.
Bad checks? That makes it a criminal offense, boss.
That's right, Mike. The items include a fur coat and a woman's bracelet, both of which were sent to Miss Lola Slade.
But I didn't know Arthur Cook stole the money when he bought me those things.
Stole what money, Lola?
Why, the money that...
You mean the stolen charity funds? Judging by your slip of the tongue, Arthur Cook must have told you that he stole that money from his father.
Yes. It was only a few days ago. He came to me to borrow some money to pay those bills. But I didn't have any. Then he got the money somewhere else. When I heard the story of the stolen funds and the murder over the radio, I just naturally tied it up with Arthur. Mr. Cook was right about you, Lola Slade. He did his best to separate you from Arthur. You keep quiet, Helen Everett. You bled his son for all you could get out of him. I'll make you regret that.
Put down that fire poker, Lola.
I'll put it down on her head.
Not so fast. Give me that poker.
Let go of me. You're all against me, every one of you. But I'm innocent. I swear I'm innocent.
Waving fire pokers around won't help your case any.
When you recovered your composure, Lola, I suggest you tell the police what part you had in all this.
You're going to arrest me, Mr. Keene?
I have no evidence that you were involved in the murder of Detective Jim Ryan. At least not yet. However, you may be involved in a theft before very long.
Mr. Keene, I told you I didn't know Arthur Cook stole that money from his father.
Miss Everett, just how were the funds stolen? Do you happen to know?
Yes, Mr. Keene. They were taken in cash from the safe.
The safe in Martin Cook's office?
Yes. Mr. Cook reported it as a burglary at first.
Well, Detective Jim Ryan must have gotten suspicious, boss, and followed up the case, getting evidence that it was an inside job.
I think so too, Mike. Perhaps we'll have a look at Mr. Cook's safe and see if we can get any information from it. Lola, your attempt to attack Miss Everett is punishable by law. However, perhaps Miss Everett will forget it on the grounds of temperament and fear.
I don't want to see her in jail, Mr. Keene. I'll accept an apology. I'm sorry, Miss Everett. I just didn't know what I was doing. I'm ready to go to the police, Mr. Keene, and tell them as much as I know.
Very well. We'll escort you to headquarters and then proceed to Mr. Cook's office. And perhaps discover the final information we need as to who murdered Detective Jim Ryan.
Come into the office, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Thank you, Miss Everett. First, I'd like to examine Mr. Cook's safe.
The safe is in Mr. Cook's private office. I locked the door when I left before. Key is in my desk here. Here it is.
Oh, just a moment, Miss Everett.
Sir?
You don't mind if I smoke a cigar, do you?
Why, of course not. I smoke myself. But not cigars.
You have a match, Mike?
Sure, boss. I have one.
Wait a minute. Here's a packet of matches in the desk. May I have them, Miss Everett?
Help yourself, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Now, let's proceed to Mr. Cook's private office.
That's odd. I know I locked the store when I left, but now it's open.
Miss Everett, Mr. Keene.
Arthur, what are you doing in your father's office?
I managed to get a key from Dad. I came here for evidence.
What kind of evidence, Arthur?
Evidence that will put me in jail for theft, Mr. Keene, and free my father of a murder charge.
You mean you're confessing to the theft of that money your father collected for charity?
Yes, Mr. Keene. They wouldn't believe me at police headquarters. They thought I was just trying to shield my father, the way he's been shielding me. But I'm going to prove it to them.
Is your father also shielding you for murder, Arthur?
No, Mr. Keene. I didn't kill that detective, Jim Ryan. But I'm afraid Dad thinks I did, and he's trying to take the blame for me. He found out I stole that money to make up for some bad checks I handed out. Then he tried to lead Detective Ryan to believe he stole the money. Then when Dad found out that Ryan had been murdered, he took the blame for that, too.
I see.
I've been a fool, Mr. Keene, a spineless idiot. Dad gave me a generous allowance, but I wanted more. I felt I had to impress someone to win her love.
You mean Lola Slade?
Yes. Maybe if I'd stuck with a girl like Helen Everett here, things would have worked out differently.
You and Miss Everett were keeping company at one time, Arthur?
Yes. But when I met Lola...
You and I were never serious about each other, and you know it, Arthur.
But Helen,
Let's get back to the stolen charity funds, Arthur. What kind of evidence did you expect to find in your father's private office?
Well, a letter, maybe, from the credit company, Mr. Keene. They called me a few days ago and said that they were going to contact my father if I didn't make good on those bad checks.
Helen Everett's already shown us the letter. However, there may be further evidence in that safe to support your father's innocence. Open the safe for us, Arthur.
But I can't open it, Mr. Keene. I don't know the combination.
Well, then how did you manage to steal the money, young fella?
Well, the safe was wide open when I came into the office that day, Mr. Clancy.
Was anyone else here at the time?
No, Mr. Keene. I thought it was odd, too. It was only 3 p.m. Well, Dad was evidently out on business, but Helen Everett...
I was out to lunch.
At 3 p.m? Miss Everett, would you mind opening the safe for us?
I don't know the combination either, Mr. Keene.
One lie is enough to give the lie to many other things, Miss Everett. And we'll find out if you're telling the truth about the safe.
But I am.
Mike, call Martin Cook at police headquarters and ask him if anyone else outside of himself knows the combination to his safe. I'll wager that he trusted Miss Everett with it, since he seemed to trust her with everything else.
Mr. Keene, are you trying to say that I stole that money?
No, of course not, Miss Everett. Arthur Cook here admits to the theft. But what I do say is this. You left that safe open so Arthur would be tempted to take those charity funds, knowing he needed the money badly.
That's a lie.
Miss Everett, have you ever been to the Hotel Metropole where Detective Ryan was murdered?
No.
Then what are you doing with these matches with the hotel's name on the cover? They're the weapons I took from your desk.
Mr. King, now I see it all. Helen Everett tried to get even with me. She gave me the chance to take the money before she knew about Lola Slade.
I'll jam this letter knife into the first one who moves. Stay where you are, all of you.
That's all I was waiting for, Helen Everett. I wanted to see you give yourself away and prove my theory correct. You murdered Detective Ryan. While he was following Martin Cook, you were following him.
He got as far as you've just gotten, Keene. He was just about to arrest Mr. Cook, and he would have included me as an accessory. But he got no further. And neither will you.
Look out, Mr. King.
Get your hands off me. Let me go.
Quiet now. That's the last knife you'll be throwing, lady.
Good thing you caught her arm, Mike. That knife missed me by only an inch. Helen Everett had it all planned. She thought that if she murdered Detective Ryan, Arthur Cook would be held to the crime. And at the same time, she'd get rid of any evidence that she induced Arthur to steal that money.
I loved him. I loved Arthur, and he turned me down for that painted fool of a showgirl. I was willing to steal for him, lie for him, cheat for him.
When your love turned to hate, you were also ready to murder. I wondered why you forgave Lola Slade so quickly. As much as you hated Lola, it was Arthur you wanted to strike back at.
Yes. And I'd do it again if I had the chance.
You won't get that chance, Miss Everett, I assure you. All you can look forward to now is payment for your crimes in full.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of the murdered detective. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician. And in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin, handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the eccentric millionaire murder case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Kalinos.
This is a horse on me. But I did find out that in a race for life and death, the police laboratory is where they make the photo finish.
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At Insurance Investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Hartford Branch, Lloyd's Underwriters Association. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the circumstances threatening the life of the insured, the racehorse Piledriver. Or, he'd have been way off his feet if I didn't know my oats. Or, it's great to get a kick out of life so long as it isn't a kick in the head. Expense account item 1. 18 cents, one package of cigarettes. You may consider this a personal item, but that's where this case really started. At the cigar stand, ground floor, terminal office building, here in Hartford. I'd come down in one of the elevators and noticed a little guy with a cane standing with a starter. After I passed them, I felt myself being pointed out. And not being the type who likes being followed for long periods of time, I gave myself a good reason to stop and look things over.
Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Hiya, Mac. Give me a pack of Luckies, will you?
I just sold you a pack when you came in.
I know. But things may really start smoking any minute. Here.
Good morning to you, sir. I've been led to believe that you were one Mr. John Dollar. Would that be a fact?
Yeah. I'm Dollar. What can I do for you?
Well, I am quite a famous fellow myself. Perhaps you've heard of the fabulous jockey Earl Sand?
Yeah, but...
Well, next to him, I was among the best. May I introduce myself? I'm the famous little Nettie Montana, sometimes called the short Johnny Longden. Shake hands.
Oh, how do you do?
Now, to business. I think I have a way for you to solve my problem and make yourself an honest buck besides.
Oh, now, whoa, pony boy, you're wasting your time. I don't bet the horses, and when I do, I don't buy tips from touts.
Oh, now, wait a minute, pal. I did not introduce myself for the purpose of being insulted. I will have you know that I, too, do not consort with touts. I will thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, I can see this is going to be one of those days. What is your problem, mister?
Well, it is a problem best not overheard by people in the lobbies of office buildings. But this much I can tell you. It is about a horse and $50,000 insurance. That is why I came to you.
Well, I'd be richer if I'd known more about horses, and poorer if I'd known less about insurance. Maybe in this thing I can break even at least. Come on. I hope you are not too much of a purist to ride in a taxi. Little Nettie looked like he'd stopped growing physically at the age of 14. And every once in a while he talked like his mind had also called it quits at about the same time. The only thing slick about him was his hair. The only thing sharp, his clothes. Liars always talk too much, and little Nettie wouldn't say a word until we were inside my apartment. So even before he started his pitch, I half believed it.
Well, to take it from the beginning, I was born in a stable, and that's not just a figure of speech. They brought the hot water in a feed bucket. So you can understand my deep affection for horses.
Yeah.
Now, on top of that, kindly consider this. One horse in particular, a very brave steed by the name of Piledriver, has not only made me very famous, but has also made me a very large pile of hay. I have ridden Piledriver to a win position since he was a maiden.
Piledriver, huh? Quite a hunk of horse.
Ah, you remember?
Yeah.
Then you might also remember that he was on his way to becoming one of the big money winners of all time, until I had to go and fall off a livery stable horse while teaching a girl how to ride in Central Park. It busted up my leg, and I might add, my future. To say nothing of Piledriver's. He hasn't won a race since I got grounded.
Yeah, well, what's all this got to do with insurance?
Mr. Dollar, they are going to murder him.
Oh?
Can you guess why?
I can try. Piledriver is heavily insured. He's also no longer winning races.
He's also a man who can't have a family. No good for studs.
So if Piledriver should trip and break a leg, the owner would be entitled to shoot him, and he'd still collect the insurance. I know, it's been done.
You have hit the horseshoe nail on the head. Mr. Dollar, I have a considerable bundle of money stashed away, and I am willing to devote a considerable lump of it to the purpose of saving Piledriver. Now, maybe you wouldn't understand such a thing, but I happen to love that horse.
I understand it, Nettie. Where is he?
Well, he is currently stabled at a track named Hiawatha.
Oh, by the shores of Gitche Gumee?
No, by the shores of Lake Michigan. This is located slightly north of a place called Chicago.
5 telephone calls and a few hundred questions later, I learned that Piledriver was insured by your company. Got the assignment and was on my way. So, expense account item 2, airfare, Hartford to Chicago, $57.72. Little Nettie insisted on coming along, and he kept the hum of the plane from being humdrum as follows.
Well, Johnny, the gentleman who owns Piledriver is an old Kentucky mint julep sponge named Colonel Faraday Bushnell.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this character has a very black heart hiding beneath a head of white hair.
I see.
I trusted him until I heard him say what he was going to do. From then on, I have been seriously tempted to wrap these hands around his neck and squeeze. All I can say is he had better not hurt Piledriver.
Expense account item 3, $16.40. Cab fare, Chicago Municipal Airport to Hiawatha Racetrack. Arrival time, 10 a.m. To me, a racetrack always smells good. Of horses, green grass, and excitement. Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
Well, this, as the saying goes, is it, Mr. Dollar. You'll have to take it from here.
Okay.
Oh, hey, one last word of warning. Watch out for his daughter, Lila.
Oh, why? Is she dangerous?
To a guy like me? No. But to a guy like you, yes.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me where I'll find the boss around here, Colonel Bushnell?
Oh. I was just going to chase you away. But you don't look like just another hay and grain merchant. What you selling?
I'm not. I'm buying. Where's your daddy?
How do you know the colonel is my daddy?
Well, they told me he had a pretty daughter.
Oh, well, thanks. Just who are you, mister?
Well, as for the name, that's Johnny Dollar. As for my business, that's trying to buy one of your father's horses.
Well, the colonel won't be back for a little bit, but I'm bossing while he's away. I'll tell you now, I don't think he's figuring on selling any of his horses. But I'll be glad to show them to you.
Good enough. But there's only one I'm really interested in. Piledriver.
Piledriver? Why, no, Daddy wouldn't sell him.
Why not?
Why, he's practically one of the family. He put me through the last 2 years of college.
Do you mind if I see him anyway?
Why, no, not at all. Right over here.
Okay.
Here, baby. You have company, darling. Meet Mr. Dollar.
Hello. Quite a horse.
No, he's just a perfect dear, aren't you, darling? Mr. Dollar, why do you want to buy Piledriver?
Oh, he's a great horse. Got a great record.
Have you been following him lately?
Yeah. Oh, I know he hasn't been winning. That ought to make his price cheap and the odds long when he gets back running. I just happen to think I can make a winner out of him again.
But his spirit's all gone. How do you think you're going to do that?
Well, if I told you, his price might go right back up.
Johnny, darling, I can't help it, darling.
Hey,
Kiss
wait a
me.
minute. Let go. Wait a minute.
Please, darling, please.
great fun. But what was it for?
Johnny, you shouldn't have. Right out here in the open.
Huh?
Oh, Leo.
Yeah. What's going on?
Now, wait, Leo, honey.
This guy ain't your brother. He'll wish he was. Besides, that's no way to kiss brothers. You, get out of here.
Look, Buster, if you aren't this girl's father, you'd better start doing some wishing.
Oh, you think so, huh?
This is the roughest game of post office I ever got mixed up in.
Like that, please.
Johnny, what are you doing to him?
Hammerheads like this, hammerlocks. Let him get tough now, and I'll bust his arm.
Gentlemen, what's going on here? You spectators there, run along now about your business. Leo, I must say I am surprised at you. Fighting in front of a lady.
Oh, Dad.
Get him off of me.
Here, young man, I demand that you dismount, Mr. Colby.
Well, sooner or later, I guess I'll have to. Now, listen, Leo, are you paying close attention?
Yeah.
After I let you up, if you make one move except away from here, I'll give you a pair of fat ears, okay? Oh, look at the suit. I'm going to have to start wearing knee pads.
Come on, Leo, honey. Let's get away from here. I hope you're not blaming me for what happened.
I don't know
was
who to
just standing in here.
Now, see here. I demand an explanation.
So do I. I came here to get to the horse business, and I end up in the fight racket. Who is that guy?
That gentleman, sir, is Leo Corbett, a brother horse owner. And I might do the favor of warning you that Mr. Corbett is a hard enough man in business dealings. But when it comes to my daughter, he's downright violent.
Your daughter was downright impulsive.
Maybe so. But Leo is hardly the type to stand by while some other fellow kisses his girl. And I saw that happen with my own eyes.
Well, don't let it worry you, Colonel. I didn't come here to collect lipstick samples. Well, there's one thing I can be glad about in my encounter with Mr. Leo Corbett.
What is that?
That he isn't James J. Come on, Colonel. Let's talk business. Hey, bartender.
Hey, Mr. Dollar, over here.
Oh, never mind. There's my man over there. How are you, Ninny?
Oh, I'm fine. Hey, but you, where did you catch that mouse under your eye?
Oh, I'm sharp as a trap, I am. You were so right about Miss Bushnell. She's not only dangerous, she's daffy.
Huh? I didn't know she could hit that hard.
No, she didn't. Let's just say that she has a novel way of introducing people to her boyfriend.
Oh.
You know him? Leo Corbett?
Well, if I knew any more, I'd be the racing commission's witness. He owns a string of very fast horses who run very slow until the odds get right. Then he bets them up to the brisket, wins himself a potful. It's also rumored that he is stiff competition to the Perry Mutual machines. He books big bets among the owners.
Well, they'll catch up to him sooner or later. They always do.
Amen. But about that human glue factory, my friend, the horse-killing colonel. What's with him?
Well, I offered him $60,000 for Piledriver.
Huh?
That's $10,000 more than he'd get if he knocked him off and collected the insurance.
Yeah, where are you going to lay your mitts on 60 G's? I haven't got that kind of dough.
We don't need that kind of dough, little Nettie. You see, I told Bushnell that I was sending to California for my private vet, and that he'd be here in 3 days. And that once he pronounced the horse sound, I'd give him the money.
Yeah, but that only means that Piledriver is safe for another 3 days. And then what?
In those 3 days, it's up to me to prove intent. And if it's there, I'll prove it. And have the policy canceled. Once that's done, he'll probably be willing to peddle the horse for $10,000.
That I can handle. But in the meantime, I'm not taking any chances, see? I'm keeping Piledriver under my own personal eye.
I wish you wouldn't, Nettie. We don't want the colonel getting suspicious.
I can't help it, Mr. Dollar. I just can't help it.
Okay, Nettie, but don't blow it. Be careful. Like all racetracks, Hiawatha was surrounded by motor courts and bungalows with rooms for rent. So, expense account item 4, $3. Room rent. I set the tin alarm clock for 8 and my ear for any time and went most of the way to sleep. First things being first, I dreamed of girls. Then I dreamed of fire engines. Then suddenly I realized why. I was hearing some. I bounced out of bed and over to the window. There I saw an incendiary sunset hanging over the racetrack stables. I jumped into my pants and into the landlady's car and got over there as fast as a 1929 Ford could take me. Hey, you! What? How'd it start?
I started to break those tables. I don't know how, but the guards were looking for a little guy with a limp who was hanging around.
Oh, where'd he go?
I didn't see him, but I hear he ran in the fire and didn't come out. Some crank, I guess.
I had one particular horse to get to in a hurry, and I hoped one particular guy. door to Piledriver's stall was closed and padlocked. I crowbarred the stable out of the wood with the pick end of a fire axe. Threw the door open, grabbed a lungful of fresh air, closed my eyes, and slammed into the smoke. I could have been smoked to death, burned to death, or stamped to death, but I had to take the chance. Steady, yo. Whoa, Piledriver. Now, take it easy. Easy, boy. I whacked him on the rump with the axe handle, then dropped it. I slipped to my knees, started groping across the straw-covered floor. I knew that if there was any air in there, that's where it would be. And if there was an ex-jockey in there, that's where he would be. And that's where he was. In the first corner I tried. I crawfished backwards toward the door, dragging him, inch by inch, out into the clean, cold shower of fresh night air. But I could have saved myself the trip. Little Nettie Montana was dead. He'd had a horseshoe hung on his forehead, but not for luck. And all I could think of at the moment was, a jockey's best friend is not always his horse.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, may we take just a moment from tonight's Johnny Dollar story to remind you that 3 more fine adventure shows come your way each Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations. First, there are The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, based on the smart and tough Private Eye created by Raymond Chandler. Second, there's Gangbusters, one of the most famous crime shows on the air, reenacting outstanding police cases in real life. Third, there is Escape, a highly unusual adventure show which fulfills your need for escape. Hear these 3, Philip Marlowe, Gangbusters, and Escape, along with yours truly, Johnny Dollar, every Saturday night, won't you? Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Tough luck. Nice try, little Nettie.
Mr. Dollar, this is horrible. Why, it's little Nettie.
It sure is. What's left of little Nettie?
You don't...
Yeah, I mean he's dead. You know, when I was a kid, I knew about a story with a horse and a woman in it. Helen of Troy. I should have remembered that before I tangled with you. Why don't you get lost?
Why, whatever's the matter with you?
Look, Miss Bushnell, 2 minutes after I met you, you bagged me into a fist fight with your boyfriend, with a phony kiss. I don't know how much you had to do with putting little Nettie where he is, but I intend to find out.
Why, you're insane. Any fool, even you, Mr. Dollar, can plainly see that this boy's been kicked in the head by a horse.
Lila, child, what are you doing here?
Why, I saw the...
Why? Who's that on the ground? Why? It's little Nettie. Don't tell me he's dead.
What would you be if you got kicked in the head by a horse, Colonel?
Why, the poor boy. I held this lad in deep affection until just a few months back. He was my best jockey. What on earth was he doing around here at this time of night?
From all I can see, little Nettie swapped his life for Piledriver's. As small as he was, it's a pretty big price to pay. Although I guess you wouldn't think so, would you?
What? What's that? I demand an explanation of precisely what you mean, sir.
I mean that to some people, a dead horse is more valuable than a live one. Too bad you can't go count your money. I gotta take my friend to the morgue. An hour later, little Nettie was resting better than I was. I'd made my report to the police and was back pacing the floor of my rented room. There wasn't a long walk. Yeah?
This is Lila Bushnell. I gotta see you right away.
Why don't you start another fire? That'll draw me.
I didn't have anything to do with that fire, but I must talk to you right away. Where can I meet you?
Have you got a car?
Yes, I'll come any place.
Now, pick me up here in 20 minutes. Come alone, and we'll take a little drive to the country. I want it to be just the 3 of us. You and me and the dewdrops. Dawn was making a dark gray promise in the sky when she picked me up, and a few easy-to-please birds had found something to sing about. During the first 5 miles, Lila denied everything except that she was a woman, and there was no hiding that. I had her pull in under a tree and said, "Well, then why'd you call me?"
It was something you said to my father. About a horse being more valuable dead than alive.
You sold me out once. What are you planning on now? Selling out your old man? You women. You know, if the truth is ever told, it'll probably come out that Goldilocks cut her grandmother's throat to swipe the gold out of her teeth.
Please don't make fun of me.
Fun, she calls it. Well, you got something to spill, get it off your chest.
My father owes Leo Corbett $50,000. He lost it betting on Piledriver. Leo's been demanding his money, and Father doesn't have it. And I heard Leo practically order Father to destroy Piledriver for the insurance.
And what did Daddy dear say to that?
He said he'd do it. But I know he wouldn't. I know he didn't set that fire.
How do you know?
I just know, that's all.
Now, that'll sound good to a jury. Why are you coming to me with all this stuff?
Because you're our only hope. Can't you buy Piledriver right away? It would solve everything.
Everything but one thing.
What's that?
Why did you go to all that trouble to get me punched in the eye?
Oh, that?
Yeah.
I just wanted to show Leo that he wasn't going to have everything his own way. And you look strong enough to do it.
Wow. That's a stupid answer. Why not? Makes a stupid kind of sense. She dropped me off at my rooming house where I dropped off to sleep. It was, however, only a 4-hour plunge. Expense account item 5, $6.50. Cab fare to headquarters, Homicide Division, Chicago Police. That's one city where the cops still wear an old-fashioned star, but they sure do operate with a new-fashioned speed. As witness the enclosed report made by Lieutenant Craig 6 hours after filing of inquiry.
According to the findings of the autopsy, Dollar, your hunch, or whatever you call it, was right. The deceased, little Nettie, was not kicked to death by a horse. Examination of the wound reveals that it was administered by a new horseshoe. The shoe on a horse's hoof would have left traces of straw, etc. We say that the fatal weapon was swung by person or persons unknown. As you suggested, he'd have to have been standing on his head to have the horseshoe make the mark it did if the horse had kicked him.
The lieutenant had made only one mistake. He should have said person or persons known. Expense account item 6, 10 cents, 2 telephone calls. The idea I was working in, I'll give you for nothing. Expense account item 7, $6.50. Cab fare to Administration Building, Hiawatha Racetrack, where the afternoon's program was in progress, and where I got the wholehearted cooperation of the track officials and the use of a vacant office in which to hold the meeting I had set up. I sat myself in a swivel chair and waited. Come in.
Mr. Dollar, I can't tell you how happy I am that our little transaction is about to be consummated. If you have the money with you, sir, Piledriver is yours.
Now, wait a minute, Colonel. Let's not go consummating too quickly.
But, my boy, you indicated over the telephone.
I indicated over the phone just this. I said my offer was as good as it ever was. And to tell you the truth, it's not very good.
Now, see here. Who's that?
Sit down, Colonel. Come in.
Why, Leo, what are you doing up here?
Anytime anybody shows up to hand over $60,000 to you for Piledriver, I'm going to be here. That's exactly what this smart guy called me up to tell me he's about to do.
Now, gentlemen, let's take it easy. Before I do anything, I want to make sure I'm not doing business with a murderer.
Sir, I demand an explanation.
What about you, Leo?
Yeah, so do I.
Well, here it is. The Chicago police know 2 things. 1, that last night's fire was set. And 2, that little Nettie was murdered. And that little Nettie got a couple of lungfuls of smoke before he got hit over the head with a horseshoe. That means that whoever hit him over the head sucked in some smoke, too.
Wow, I've never heard such a pack of nonsense in my life.
What are you getting at, wise guy?
Just what I told you. I don't want to do business with a murderer, especially $60,000 worth. But I've made it easy on you, to prove that you aren't. You see, I got a doctor in the next room with portable X-ray equipment. If you've got fire smoke in your lungs, it'll show up. Now, how about it?
Why, this is ridiculous.
Why don't you leave the Dick Tracy stuff to the funny papers?
Because I don't feel like laughing. Now, once more, how about it?
That's it. I still don't know what this tomfoolery is about, and I'll feel downright silly while I'm doing it, but I'm willing to take my chances.
Okay. Leo, you're first. Follow me. Turning your back on a murderer is no way to stay healthy, but very often it's a good way to get him to make his move. This one did, right out the door, knocking me down en route, and the chase was on. Out of the building and out toward the grandstand and the racing circle.
And there they go. On the outside, Dreamy Boy by a neck. It's Brockbuster by a wing and Twilliger by a head. And at the quarter, it's Dreamy Boy.
It may have been Dreamy Boy at the quarter, and on the track, well, it was my quarry by 50 lengths as he headed up an aisle into the grandstand.
And at the half, it's Dreamy Boy and
Dreamy Boy was still doing fine down there, and I was moving up here. Went up near the top of the grandstand and onto the ramp leading to the press box section. Just as Dreamy Boy hit the three-quarter, we hit the grandstand roof. And then we went into the stretch. Hey, Corbett, it's hopeless. You can't get much farther. You're running out of roof. I slid behind a ventilator and showed myself to draw his shots. He was lousy. If he hadn't been, I'd be dictating this with an air-conditioned elbow. Okay, Corbett, you've had it. I've been counting your shots. Corbett tried a few ventilators himself, and then apparently he decided the second time he fought me, he'd do better. He rushed in swinging. I was doing great trading punches, but he finally moved inside and threw one. I ducked low, but he came up fast with his knee. I sat down, and he took off, straight to the back corner edge of the pitched roof. He swung over the side and started to shinny down the 100-foot rain pipe. But that pipe was built to carry rain, not people. At the finish line of one tiny segment of the human race, it was gambler, arsonist, murderer, Leo Corbett, by a head. Expense account item 8. Dinner for 2 at the Shangri-La in downtown Chicago. $34.40. Dinner itself only took 40 minutes, and 8 of the dollars. The rest of the evening and the money was spent listening to the story of her life. A story which would not, by any means, win any Pulitzer Prize, or, for that matter, any husbands. But sometimes when you're interested in a girl like Lila, you have to act like you're interested in what she's saying. Expense account item 9, $57.72. Airfare, Chicago to Hartford. Item 10, $1.50. One book to read on airplane, titled How to Win at the Races. As if I just hadn't found out. Expense account total, $1,449.22. I guess you could call that horse sense. Signed, yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Bill Conrad, Dora Singleton, Jerry Hausner, Herb Butterfield, and Hal March. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
And now, here is Larry Haynes as Mickey Spillane, that hammer guy.
You don't get it. You can't understand it at all. You walk into Pat Chambers' office at Homicide, and the sight you see brings you up short with your jaw bouncing off the floor in amazement.
For the love of Pete, close your mouth. What's the stare at?
What's to stare at? You've read that Captain Pat Chambers was reassigned for special temporary duty with the Crime Commission, but you didn't know it had come to this.
Guy feels like dressing up once in a while, Mike. What's so wrong about it?
Oh, so that's what it is. I knew there was something strange about you.
Hey, this tux fits all right, doesn't it?
My mistake. I'm sorry.
Mistake about what?
The disguise, Mr. Holmes. For a moment, I thought you were the head waiter at the Bowery Coffee Joint.
Very funny. Any other comment?
Yeah. The sign on your door says Homicide.
So?
So you ought to book that shirt you're wearing. The collar looks like it's killing you.
Hey, it is a little tight at that.
Yeah, what's the deal, Pat? Is that formal straitjacket your uniform for the new job?
Hey, cut the rhythm, will you, Mike? I'm going to help the commission break up Barney Miller's syndicate if I have to wear this monkey suit to his funeral.
I'll buy you a drink on that.
Not tonight. I got a date with someone who's very interested in my future. And hers.
Hey, cut that. You really sound serious.
Serious enough to start making plans.
Pat, you're kidding.
Am I? Listen, Mike, you know Sergeant Ryan out there at the desk? You see the way he looks?
How can I miss him? He's as well fed as a prize turkey the week before Christmas.
Well, he's got a wife who can cook and 4 kids and a nice little house in the suburbs.
Now, look, Pat, that's all right for guys like Sergeant Ryan.
What's wrong with a deal like that for guys like me?
Same thing as with me. We know dames too well, Pat. We know how the odds are rigged.
Some of them are different.
Look, I know you don't want to bet on that.
I'll bet on Marie.
I don't make sure bets with friends.
You know all the answers.
When it comes to dames, yeah.
You know, for the first time, I'm feeling sorry for you.
All right, so hold me a benefit.
Tell you what I will do. I'm meeting Marie at 10. You join us. I want you to see how right I am.
No, thanks. But when you find out, old friend, how right I am, give me a buzz, and we'll have a good laugh over this. So you leave Pat looking at you like that annoying kid in your grade school class who had all the answers. But you know Pat is only temporarily derailed. You know he's too smart for any dame. So you have yourself an evening. You get home around 2:30 a.m., and just as you unlock the door, your phone is ringing.
I understand you're a friend of Captain Chambers, Hammer.
So?
Well, your boy's in a little trouble. Something that'll fix him good. That is, unless you're interested enough to do something about it.
What is this, a gag?
If you think it's funny, wait till you hear the tagline. It'll kill you.
Who is this?
My name is Hank Busby. I'm at 943 East 20th Street, apartment 4E. Come on over while there's still time to laugh.
This guy Busby doesn't sound funny, so you shove your hat back on and drive downtown to that address. You jab the door buzzer for over a minute, and finally the door swings back.
What do you want?
And the tall, sleepy-eyed dame is busy tucking herself into a pink cloud of a robe that's as soft and loose as her rippling yellow hair.
You know, it's almost 3 in the morning.
I'm Mike Hammer.
So take your name and bring it back where it belongs. 3 in the morning.
Not so fast with the door, sister. I got a call to come here.
Well, if you did, this is the wrong apartment.
Well, you're Mrs. Busby, aren't you? Mrs. Hank Busby?
This is Henry Busby. Or Carol Busby. Why?
Your husband phoned me.
My husband?
Now, look, I'm too tired to play games. I spoke to your husband 15 minutes ago, and he told me...
No. You couldn't have talked to Henry. He's dead.
What?
My husband died over a year ago.
She slams the door in your face. You stand there looking at it blankly till the shock of embarrassment wears off. You feel like an April Fool prankster suddenly told it's the middle of summer. You go back to your place, flop in the bed, and switch off the light. But this isn't the night you're going to get any sleep.
Hammer, help me.
The little fat guy leaning against your door looks like he's on his last legs. His eyes are black glazed pools surrounded by a face the color of a flour bag.
Please, let me in.
Who are you?
I'll talk to you on the phone. Hey, Busby.
What?
Please let me in.
Not before I find out whether this is another gag.
No gag, Hammer. This is no gag.
It's a step, but before your hands touch him, he crumples like an unstarched shirt. You look him over. No marks of violence. No sign of a gun or knife wound. And he doesn't have the color of a guy who's been given a lethal Mickey. You can't put any of it together. Especially that part he told you over the phone about Pat Chambers being in a jam. You go through his pocket. Nothing but a photo negative in a plain envelope. As you walk over to the table lamp to examine it, you forget the door is still open. But you're reminded of it suddenly when...
Please stay right where you are, Mr. Hammer.
Her voice isn't sleepy anymore. It's as steady as the hand that holds the gun pointed at you.
He's dead.
Oh, well, he couldn't be. You said your husband died over a year ago.
He is dead, isn't he?
You should know.
I didn't kill him.
Maybe you frightened him to death.
That's impossible. Do I look like the kind of person who frightens men?
Oh, I'm scared to death of you. You make me shake all over like a kid in a Model A with his first date.
Well, turn your motor off, Mike. You're not going anyplace with me.
Look, what do you want?
You should know the answer to that one.
Now, you overrate me. I'm a lousy contestant for a quiz show.
I'll give you a hint.
Now, would that be cricket?
The negative.
Negative? Look, why don't we talk about something positive, like what this is all about?
I'm not here to answer questions. This gun should convince you of that. The negative, please.
Oh, would you really use that gun?
Don't try me. I saw you slip the negative into your pocket.
Oh. Why can't your eyes be just beautiful instead of sharp, too? Huh?
Turn around. I'll get the negative myself.
Yeah, but you be careful, huh? I'm ticklish.
Turn around. And no tricks. All right. I'm leaving now.
What? Not even a kiss goodbye?
A kiss. All right, Mike. If you really insist...
In just a moment, we'll return to That Hammer Guy. And now, back to the Mickey Spillane mystery. That Hammer Guy.
When you come to and drag yourself up off the floor, the clock nears 5:30 at you. You feel as gray and sour as the morning light that's seeping in through the windows. Busby is still on the floor near the door. His company you can do without. So you spin the phone to dial Pat Chambers' home number.
A fine time of the night you picked to call me.
Oh, believe me, Pat, it's not a social call.
If you'll hang up real fast, I'll forget the whole thing.
It's been a tough night, Pat. My head.
Look, I'm not with the AA.
Okay, but I'm with a corpse.
Huh?
Yeah, he's right here in my apartment, a guy named Hank Busby.
Some guys see pink elephants.
Now, this is no gag, Pat. Get over here right away.
Okay, I'm on my way. And believe me, Mike, it better not be a gag.
Comes right over, and with him the medical examiner. The ME gives Pat his report while you boil some coffee on the two-burner. After the ME leaves, Pat joins you in a cup.
Ugh, you still make the lousiest coffee in town.
Well, I just could never make the grade in home economics. That's why I was drummed out of Vassar.
It was no gag.
I never joke about murder, Pat.
It wasn't murder.
What?
The ME said it was heart failure. What'd you say he told you his name was?
Hank Busby, what?
Like your name is Busby. He was Charlie Fergus.
How do you know?
How do I know? He's on my list for the Crime Commission investigation.
You mean he's tied up with Barney Miller?
He was Miller's errand boy. Did the legwork, collections and that stuff.
And he wasn't married?
What kind of a dame would marry him?
Well, there's always a dame, even for a guy like Busby.
Still on the dame kick, huh?
Yeah, sure, but there's no use talking with you about it, is there?
No use, Mike. Wait till you meet Marie. You'll see the difference.
There is no difference.
Okay. Well, what about the negative?
I didn't get a chance to make it out. The dame came in too soon.
Must be worth something to have her conk you.
Yeah, it'll be worth something for me to catch up with her.
I'm sure you will catch up with her.
That you can bet on, Pat. Now, one thing I can't figure out.
What's that?
What Charlie Fergus meant when he said you were in trouble.
Trouble? Me? I got everything I want. I like my new assignment. I got Marie. I ask you, Mike, what trouble could there be for me?
You can't figure out the trouble either. Except for the normal kind that a dame can give a guy. Well, after Pat leaves, you change your clothes and go to that apartment on East 20th Street. You find out that Charlie Fergus rented it 2 weeks ago, but that's all you find out. When you call your phone service that afternoon, there's a message that Pat Chambers wants you to meet him at an address down in the village. Something about Barney Miller. As you press the door buzzer, you wonder what Pat had found out.
Been waiting for you, Hammer. Come on in.
Only it isn't Pat Chambers at the door or any other cop. That's the first surprise.
Mr. Miller doesn't like to be kept waiting. Come on.
And that's the second surprise and the most shocking. What's this about, Miller?
I understand words around that Pat Chambers wants to see me. Is that right?
Why don't you find out from him?
I also understand you're interested in me, too. Is that right?
That you're right about.
Well, sit down. Why be uncomfortable? Pull up a chair for him, Trask.
Glad to be of service. Well, thanks for the hospitality, but I'm not staying.
Trask.
Never pass up friendly gestures, Hammer. Sit down. Some hospitality.
My attitude towards my guests depends on them. Let's try out on a topic that interests me.
Like what?
Like the negative that Fergus had.
Now, why should a lousy negative make you go through all this trouble?
No trouble at all. At least not for me. Where is it now?
I don't know.
You believe this guy, Trask?
Do you?
Show him what we think of dishonest people.
With pleasure.
Change your mind, Hammer? I don't find this type of conversation very pleasant. Weak stomach, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Let's try another topic, like why Fergus wanted you to act as a contact between him and your pal Chambers.
He died before I could find out.
Too bad.
Yeah, you're all broken up, aren't you?
Too bad for you. Unless you decide to talk.
I don't know what to talk about.
All right, Trask, help the poor guy out.
Okay, anything you say. You feel like an insect pinned to an exhibit board under Miller's cold stare. Your eyes blur with pain. But you're lucky enough to go out before Trask is finished working you over. When you come to, you're alone. Alone with the ache of hate inside that hurts even more than the searing bruises on your face. You get out of there and make a fast phone call to Pat Chambers. Sergeant Ryan tells you what restaurant Pat is having dinner at, and he also tells you that Pat is having it with his girlfriend, Marie. When you get to the eatery, you spot Pat and his dame. You didn't know what Marie looked like, but the dame sitting across the table from Pat, smiling at him with a smile that would sweeten a gallon of vinegar, is the same doll who kissed you with a gun butt and took that negative. You back off before Pat can spot you, and you wait in your car till they come out. Then you tail them. Pat drops the dame off and then drives to his place. You wait a minute and then jab the doorbell.
Come on in, Mike. Glad you dropped by. Have a drink?
No, thanks.
Hey, what's the matter?
A dame, that's the matter.
Judging from the way your face looks, she's some slugger. What happened?
A dame didn't do this.
Then who?
I'll get to it. How's your luck holding out with Barney Miller?
I'm getting ready to sign, seal, and deliver him over to the commissioner.
I figured out why Charlie Fergus came to me.
You did?
Yeah. Because he knew you and I were friends.
Oh, you mean he wanted to use you as a go-between?
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Could be. Anything else you figured?
Yeah, plenty. But I'll tell you about it when I'm positive sure. I'll see you around.
You sure you won't have that drink, Mike? Well, take care of yourself.
Yeah, that goes for you, too. So long. Oh, by the way.
Yeah, Mike?
I saw you having dinner in that restaurant tonight.
So? Well, why didn't you join us?
Well, I wanted to talk to you alone.
You could have talked in front of Marie. I trust her with everything.
You do?
Yeah, and as long as you're here, you can be the first to know. We decided on it tonight.
On what?
To announce our engagement next Sunday.
Oh.
What do you mean, oh? Sound like happiness just came to your worst enemy.
Now, you know I'm your friend, Pat.
Why don't you behave that way?
Pat, the worst thing a friend can do is stick his nose into his buddy's problems with a dame.
Problems? I have no problems with Marie.
Huh? Where's she from, Pat? I've never seen her around before.
Out west someplace. She's been in New York 6 months.
What else do you know about her?
I love her. That's all I want to know.
Well, I'll be on my way.
Wait a second. You started something. Finish it.
You started something that might finish you.
Meaning?
Meaning that dame.
If you're trying to be funny, it's not coming off.
Now, you're a smart cop. Don't you think you ought to find out something about her before you go off the deep end?
I don't have to know. She's all right by me.
I could tell you a few things.
Nobody asked you.
Pat, I know something about her.
I don't want to know the kind of things you know.
This dame's wrong for you.
Shut up.
She'll use you and throw you to the door.
I said shut up.
You bull-headed cop. Can't you see that?
Get out of here.
About that drink.
Get out.
I didn't want it anyway.
In just a moment, we'll return to That Hammer Guy. And now, back to the Mickey Spillane mystery. That Hammer Guy.
That slow leaves a mark deep inside you that nothing can rub off. And why? Because of a dame. A dame who stops at nothing, even if she has to use a gun to get what she wants. And because of her, a straight-down-the-line cop like Pat Chambers starts running in circles. Because of her, your only real friend turns on you. Nothing could bring you to hit Pat back. But nothing's going to stop you from getting down to the truth about the dame that's the cause of it all. You're just about to go into her building when something makes you pull back and wait. You wait, all right. Just long enough to watch a guy come out of that apartment house. A guy named Barney Miller.
Barney, I told you not to come back when...
Sorry to disappoint you.
You must have the wrong apartment.
Now, the only thing wrong about this apartment is you. And I'm here to set you right. But don't try to close the door on me.
If you don't leave, I'll call the police.
Yeah, somebody like Pat Chambers. But you better call him fast before they rip the badge off his uniform.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Suppose I come in and explain.
Very late.
Yeah, for you.
All right, Mr. Hammer, come in. Well, what have you got to explain?
Suppose you start.
Things aren't the way you think they are.
Oh, you're not at all convincing, particularly without a gun in your hands.
If you give me a day or two, you won't need any explanation.
Well, the time you're going to get will be a lot longer than that.
What are you going to do?
Pat Chambers is still a cop with a sharp sense of duty. I wouldn't want to watch his face when he makes the arrest.
What arrest?
You?
No. You can't do that.
I can do a lot of things when it comes to blackmail.
No, you can't do it. You don't understand.
Why not?
Please.
You're touching me.
Is it too much to ask for a little more time?
I can't afford it. I've been through too much. Look, I don't mind a dame holding a gun on me like you did last night, but when she turns out to be a cheap little blackmailer that's gone for a guy like Pat Chambers, it's too much.
Not what you think it is.
You might have convinced me before your friend Barney Miller had his boy use my face for a punching bag, but it took a right cross from Pat to knock some sense into me.
He hit you? He's your friend.
It's just a one-way street right now. I'm his friend.
Well, I know you won't believe me, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're going to be even sorrier unless you talk. It's about time I get repaid for my trouble.
If I tell you now, it'll spoil everything.
I don't care what it spoils. Why did you want that negative?
Pat mustn't know.
Why not?
Promise not to tell him, please.
I'm not making any bargains with you. You were desperate enough to kill to get that negative. Why?
To help Pat?
You got your names mixed up. You mean to help Barney Miller? To help him stop Pat Chambers from breaking his syndicate? You don't have to have a Phi Beta Kappa key to figure that one out. Miller was using you to get inside information, wasn't he? Well, wasn't he?
Well, I can't deny that.
You bet you can't.
But it didn't turn out that way at all. Now, if you'll only listen...
I got funny ears. They'll only hear the truth.
It's true that Barney Miller was using me to hurt Pat. He wants to stop the investigation, and he hired me to get friendly with Pat so he could set it up.
Set what up?
Pat's finish. That negative was a picture of Pat kissing me. He's going to release it to the papers.
Pat said you were engaged. How could the story hurt him?
I see you don't know as much about me as you think.
Well, you can throw me in.
What's the difference now? You know I'm from the West Coast, all right. And it won't take you long to find out I've spent half my life in jail out there. I'm an ex-convict.
What?
Oh, that was the plan. It's what Barney was paying me for.
Oh. After that picture in your record was published, Pat couldn't be a cop in a Keystone Comedy.
Something went wrong. I fell in love with Pat.
Sure.
Really. I had to get that negative by any means possible to keep him from hurting you.
Even if I believed you, a dead punk named Charlie Fergus would call you a liar from his grave. Try explaining that.
He took the picture, and then he decided to double-cross Barney.
Yeah, to sell a negative to the highest bidder.
Barney's men were out hunting him down.
But you got the negative first.
I had to.
So what's next?
Nothing's next. Things will go on just like Pat and I planned.
He's a cop. What do you think will happen to him when he finds out he married an ex-con?
He never has to know.
He'll find out someday. What then?
Why don't you leave me alone?
Forget about him. Do him the big favor, huh?
Just let us alone, and we'll make out all right.
You got no more chance than a snowball in an incinerator.
Please don't interfere.
No dice.
I've never begged before.
No dice.
I've told you the truth. Don't you believe me?
Doesn't make any difference what I believe. It's the way things are. Some things can be, some can't. All right, where's that negative?
This is my one hope, my one chance.
Where's the negative?
That's the one man I'm
You'll get over it. You know, I'll tell you something. I believe you do love him. Prove it to me now.
The negative is in a public locker at the bus station.
Okay, suppose we get it.
What?
Fun.
Yeah. Suppose all three of us go down and get that negative.
Miller takes you and the dame down to his car. He has her drive, and he sits in the back seat with the nose of his revolver pressed cold against your neck.
Lucky for me, Trask was watching the house. I would have hated missing you, Hammer.
I could live without this conversation, Miller.
Very funny. I bet you're wondering whether you can live with it. I hope Marie's driving doesn't make you uncomfortable. I hate women drivers, particularly the kind that use double crossroads.
Maybe I'm being honest for the first time in my life.
Shut up and keep driving. Hey, you're going the wrong way.
It's the only way.
Turn it around, Marie.
You're not going to get that.
Turn around or I'll let you have it.
Go
right
ahead,
now.
shoot. What good will it do
Get
now?
your hands off that wheel.
Let go. You're not
getting that negative. You're driving me. Look out.
Marie.
Leave me alone. I wanted to die.
Come here. I'll help you out.
Go on. You've helped enough.
Miller's dead. I gotta get you out of here.
Barney, dead?
Yeah. And so's your past, if you want it that way. I owe you a big favor. Anything you want. Any help you ask.
Anything?
Just name it.
Then help me get out of this town. Help me do that. As quickly as you can.
Anything she wants, you promise. And that's the way it is. You get the bags from her apartment, and then you take her out to the airport and wait there with her till the plane's ready. Look, it doesn't have to be this way, Marie.
Some things can be and some can't. You said so yourself.
I can be wrong.
You wanted me to prove how much I cared for him. Well, I'm proving it now the best way I can.
It's gonna be rough on him.
Would have been rougher the other way. You know I'm right.
Yeah. What am I gonna tell him?
Just the part that'll make him forget me?
I won't forget.
No, I'm not worth remembering. The plane's ready now.
Marie. Pat, I've been looking all over for you, Marie. What happened? Where are you going?
Where I'm going's none of your business.
Oh, what's wrong? Marie.
Get your hands off me.
Oh, what's wrong? You're going to tell me.
Your friend here will tell you.
Mike?
He'll tell you, and he'll show you the negative. Now get your hands off. I hate it when a cop puts his hands on me. I hate it every second when you touch me.
Marie.
I wouldn't want to miss that plane. So long, cop.
Marie. Pat, get out of my way. I got to find out.
I'll tell you, Pat. I'll tell you everything you should know. You go outside with Pat. And as Marie's plane melts into the sky, you tell him only what he should know. Only what Marie wanted him to know. It takes him an agonizingly long time before he can say anything. And when he does, the sickness inside you makes you choke.
I should have listened to you right at the start, Mike. You've always known about dames.
You've always known about dames. Yeah, sure. What you found out you don't know about dames would fill a book.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
This chisel's got you all fouled up in a murder, baby. You'll fry for it.
Senor Rogue, I don't know anything about a murder. Tippy killed him. He killed Max. Conchita knows nothing about it.
Stop being chumps, will you? You're both in this with me. You helped me frame Rogue for it. With Max and Khan, I'm the biggest operator in town. All we have to do is kill Rogue, and we got the world by the tail. You'll all go to the chair for it. You can't get away with killing me. I'm going to kill you, Rogue, right now. If you've got anything to say, say it, because here it comes, fall guy. Rogue speaking. This afternoon, I found a little case in my crime gallery that brought back memories. You just heard a little of it.
Enough to know that I was framed for murder. I call the story Little Old Lady, and I'll tell you all about it in just a minute. But first, here's Jim Doyle, who's going to tell you men how to get a fast, clean shave without having to scrape and slave.
You bet I am, Dick. Men, the simple, sure way to a comfortable shave is Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. The instant you apply this grand cream to your face, the 3 important shaving ingredients contained in it go to work. They smooth down the flaky top layer of skin and soften up the beard. This makes it easy for your razor to cut whiskers close and clean without nicking or scraping. Among the important ingredients in Fitch's No Brush is a special skin conditioner. This conditioner gently lubricates your skin, protecting it from irritation and burning. After your shave, it gives your skin a cool, refreshed feeling that will linger for hours.
For those who prefer a lather cream, there's Fitch's Brush Cream. It gives a swell, hurry-up lather that stays moist and washes off quickly and easily. It, too, contains the special skin conditioner for sensitive skin.
Ask for either Fitch's Brush or No Brush Shaving Cream. But for a solid comfort shave, be sure it's Fitch, spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Thank you, Jim. And now I'd like to go on with my story.
Okay, here's Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in another personally conducted tour through Rogue's Gallery.
I was looking at the world through azure-colored glasses that afternoon. I was as low as a centipede's hangnail and just about as irritated. A couple of lush cases I'd been working on had blown up without paying off, and the girl I was madly in love with that week was madly in love with some other guy. I needed some money, I needed a vacation, and I needed a new love interest. When the door to my office opened, and in walked a Latin-type panic, who made my heart beat in a rumba rhythm that would have made Cougat sound like Spike Jones. I just sat there, trading my blue thoughts in on a lot of purple ones, while she closed the door behind her and walked toward me.
You are Richard Rogue, the detective?
The celebrated detective, yes. What can I do for you?
I need your help, Senor Rogue.
Okay. What's your name?
Conchita Morales.
Oh, the singer, huh?
That's right. I'm in trouble, Senor Rogue.
You know, I sort of suspected that was why you came to see me. What's your difficulty?
Well, it's hard to explain, but there is a man in this town who is threatening me.
Well, that's not hard to explain. You're the sort of a girl who is liable to be threatened.
What do you mean by that, Senor Rogue?
Well, that you are beautiful and extremely desirable and, well, pardon me, Miss Morales. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just in a kind of an impolite mood today, I guess.
Then you don't really think I am beautiful or desirable?
Don't let that glassy look in my eyes fool you, Conchita. I can see, and what I see pleases me, if you go for understatements.
Then you will help me.
You know, beauty's a wonderful thing, Mexican type, but so is money. My time's for sale.
I have money. I will give you $250 if you will help me.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to get some letters back for me.
Oh? Why?
Because I write them when I'm very young and foolish to a man I think I love. I do not love him. I hate him. I want to marry someone else. That man I love, but I cannot because of these letters.
Oh, here. Slow it down to a gallop, Conchita. I'm getting a little confused. Who has the letters?
Frank Maxon is his name. He's no good. He is what you call a poor loser.
Uh-huh. And who is this man you love at the moment?
Piledriver. We will be married soon.
Oh, you will be married soon. Well, in that case, let's make this strictly business. What do you want me to do?
I'm having dinner with Frank tonight at the Club Cuba. I want you to meet us there. I want you to tell him he must give me back my letters. If he knows that I have employed you to help me, he will give them up. He is without courage. Don't see how I ever think I was in love with him.
Frank is considered quite a ladies' man, or was, before you went up on that income tax rap a couple of years ago. Yeah, I understand the boys in his mob are giving him a little trouble since he got out. Where's that $250 you mentioned a while ago?
It is here. Just a moment.
That's a retainer. If the case gets tough, it's going to cost you plenty more, Conchita. You know that?
I do not care. I must have these letters. Here is $250.
Thank you. And now, what time do I meet you at the Club Cuba?
Be there at 9. And I'm warning you, Mr. Rogue. Come prepared for trouble. Oh, hello, Senor Rogue. You are late.
Sorry, I was held up in traffic. Oh, hello, Frank.
Well, what are you doing here, Rogue?
Conchita invited me.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
What is this, a surprise party on me, Conchita?
Mr. Rogue is working for me, Frank.
Yep. I came down to help Conchita recover some letters from you. How about it?
Nice of you to be interested, Rogue, but Conchita and I can take care of our own affairs without any outside assistance. Goodbye, Rogue.
No, I like it here. Where are the letters, Frank?
You bore me, Mr. Rogue. I wish you'd leave.
I can give them to you, Richie Rogue.
I want those letters, Frank. You ever hear of blackmail?
I'm not blackmailing anybody. Those letters are mine. They came to me through the mail. If I want to keep them, I will.
But you're threatening me with them. That is illegal, isn't it, Mr. Rogue?
Sure. It's especially illegal for a guy who's out on parole.
Who's going to call the cops in on this deal? You, Conchita?
Mr. Rogue will handle it for me.
Look, sweetheart, it's no go. See? You and I'll just have to work this out our own way.
Hit him, Mr. Rogue. Kill him.
No. Now, there are ways of handling petty larceny pasties like Frank that you never heard of, Conchita. Look, Frank, you know you've got 2 strikes against you. Are you going to play ball with me?
Conchita's mine, and she's going to stay that way, Rogue. She's not getting away from me with your help or any other way. Well, I've asked you 2 or 3 times to get out of here, Rogue. Are you leaving?
No.
I'm sorry about this. I always liked you, Rogue. Oh, Smitty.
Yes, Mr. Maxon?
Will you ask the boys to throw Mr. Rogue out, please?
If thugs lay a hand on me, I'll break your neck, Maxon.
We'll see. Throw him out, boys.
It occurred to me as I hit the sidewalk with the back of my head, among other things, that Frank owned a piece of the Club Cuba, and that it was a bad place to start a beef with him. I got up piece by piece, counted my arms and legs, and waited a while for Conchita to come out. She didn't. So I felt in my pocket for that $2.50. It was there. I went home. The next morning, I went to the office and tried all forenoon to get in touch with my Latin-type client at her swank apartment hotel. The Mayflower couldn't locate her. I had a late lunch, and when I got back to the office about 3, there was a little old lady waiting there for me. A lovely little old lady, with rosy cheeks and twinkling eyes, with a lot of laugh crinkles in the corners of them.
Mr. Rogue?
That's right. You waiting to see me?
Oh, yes, I was. I've been waiting for quite a while, Mr. Rogue. I just had to see you.
Oh, I'll have a chair. Don't tell me you're in trouble.
No. Oh, yes, Mr. Rogue, I am. I'm in trouble because my son is...
Oh? Tell me about it.
Well, there isn't really very much to tell, Mr. Rogue. I know so little about what Norman's been doing. He's always been a little wild, but a few weeks ago he quit his job. And he's had much more money than he ever had before. I know that he's been doing something wrong, Mr. Rogue.
Well, now, Mrs.
Stam.
Mrs. Stam, have you tried talking with him? And,
I haven't told you the worst yet, Mr. Rogue.
No?
Last night he came home for the first time in 10 days. Oh, I've just been worried to death about him. And when he came in last night, he was so pale, and I tried to talk with him, but he went right to his room.
Yeah?
He called me after a while, and I went in to see him, and... Oh, Mr. Rogue, he had been shot through the shoulder. He was bleeding badly.
Oh, I see.
I asked him to let me call a doctor, and he wouldn't. I know that he'd been shot while he was breaking some law. I took care of him as well as I could, and I think he's going to be all right. I want you to come and talk with Norman tonight, Mr. Rogue.
Well, Mrs. Stam, I'm working on another case right now.
If you'd just come out and talk with him, you could advise him what to do. He won't pay any attention to me, and I have to get him straightened out, Mr. Rogue. I have a little money, and...
Where do you live?
In the southwest part of town, at 2673 Spring Lane. Would you come out with me and talk with Norman? I'll pay you for your time, Mr. Rogue.
I'll go with you, Mrs. Stam.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's perfect all right, but please don't plan on me performing any miracles. If your son was shot during a robbery, he's going to have to go to jail. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know. I only want him to do what's right, Mr. Rogue. I don't want him to do anything foolish.
No, of course you don't. You have a car?
No,
Well, we'll take mine. Come on. Well, you certainly have plenty of privacy out here, Mrs. Sam.
Yes, it's lonesome. But my husband bought it many years ago. He thought then that it would build up out here, but it hasn't.
Did your son know you were coming in to see me?
Oh, no, I didn't tell him. He's right here in the front bedroom, Mr. Rogue. Oh, please try to understand Norman, Mr. Rogue. He's a very sensitive boy.
Oh, all right. I'll take it easy with him.
He's gone!
There was the bed with blood on the sheets where a man's shoulder would have been lying. There was no note. No sign of the wounded boy I'd made the trip to see. The little old lady was almost hysterical. I finally got her calmed down. She made some tea, offered me a cup.
I should never have gone away and left him. I should have known better. He was frightened, Mr. Rowe.
No, drink your tea, Mrs. Stam. Don't cry. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything for you. We'll find him.
You will help me, won't you, Mr. Rowe?
Oh, of course.
Please drink your tea. Don't you like it?
I love it, yes. It's, it is a little bitter.
It's a special kind my oldest boy sent me from China.
Well, I'm feeling a little woozy.
You are? Well, that's right. That's the way it should be.
You poisoned me, you...
That's right, Mr. Rogue. I did.
My body dissolved before it hit the floor, and a warm breeze wafted me upwards, gently, like a spark out of a chimney. I was drowsy and happy when I hit cloud number 8. I was at peace with the world until I heard that nail-file laugh of my alter ego.
Well, Rogie, that little old lady kind of put you away, didn't she?
Oh, shut up. Let me sleep, midget.
Don't you think you better get downstairs and see what's going on?
Why?
Oh, there must be some reason why Mrs. Stam, if that's her name, gave you those knockout drops. Look at you, knocked out by Lavender and old Mickey's. Bright boy.
Why do you suppose she did it, Pest?
Oh, I don't know, but you'd better find out. You're in a jam, Rogie.
Oh, I'll bet that Conchita dame fits in here someplace.
Get out of here, Rogie.
Okay. Don't push, Igor. You're my friend.
Going down. Going down. Next stop, planet Earth. Last car just leaving.
Cut it out. Oh, look out. Oh, here I go again.
Goodbye, Rogie.
I came to in my car. My gun was gone. I looked for my money. It was still there. I looked at my watch. It was 9:30. I drove to my office, opened the door, and stopped dead in my tracks. There was a dead man lying there in the middle of the floor. He'd been shot at close range through the head. My gun was lying a foot from the body. The gun that had been stolen from me while I was knocked out. I closed the door and leaned up against the wall to think. I was still leaning there when the door opened.
Hello, Rogue. Who's your friend?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant Urban. What are you doing here?
I got a call telling me you just killed a man.
Yeah? Well, that's Frank Maxon, that defunct character there.
Your gun?
Yeah.
Looks to me like we're going to have to hold you, Rogue. For murder.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. But first, we'd like to remind you that in Marie Antoinette's time, hairdressers stood on ladders in order to dress towering hairstyles. Today, the trend in hair fashions is simplicity, a style that requires shining, immaculately clean hair. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is ideal to keep your hair looking its loveliest at all times. Made from pure vegetable and coconut oils, it protects the hair from drying and becoming harsh no matter how often you shampoo it. Just a little Fitch's saponified shampoo makes swirls of cleansing, fragrant lather that whisk away every bit of dust and dirt. And the special patented rinsing agent contained in the shampoo ensures the removal of all lather and other particles from the hair, so you won't have to bother with additional after rinses. For a shampoo that assures praise-winning results every time, use Fitch's saponified shampoo. You can have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop, or ask for an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo, 6 full ounces, 50 cents. Now back to Rogue's Gallery. Dick Powell, as Richard Rogue, is telling our story.
What started out to be a very quiet day brought Conchita Morales, the Mexican singer, to my office. She wanted to get some letters back from a Frank Maxon. I went with her to meet Maxon in a cafe, and we had a brawl in front of plenty of witnesses. After I made a few threats, I got thrown out. Next morning, I tried to find Conchita and couldn't. That afternoon, a little old lady came to my office, told me her son Norman Stamm had been wounded in a holdup, and I went with her to her home. When we got there, her son was gone. I drank a cup of tea, which was sweetened with knockout drops, and, I woke up in my car, drove to my office, and walked in to find Maxon, the man I'd threatened, shot to death with my gun. While I was standing there wondering what to do next, Lieutenant Urban of Homicide walked in.
Looks like we're going to have to hold you, Rogue. For murder.
Oh, I didn't kill him.
You threatened him in a cafe last night. Plenty of people heard you.
Where do you get all your information?
The little bird that told me he was dead. That you'd killed him.
Oh, but I just got here. I've been gone since about 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah? Maxon looks like he's been dead since about 7. Where were you at 7?
An old lady came in here this afternoon to see me, and I went out to her home with her.
You mean you've got an alibi?
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You either got one or you haven't.
Well, I went out to see this woman's son. He wasn't there when we got there.
So you came back here and killed Maxon. Look, Rogue. Somebody phoned Maxon at 6 o'clock and told him to be here at your office at 7.
How do you know so much?
We've been on the case since 7:30, Rogie. Looks like you went a little too far this time.
Look, Urban, I was doped. I've been out of the picture since about 5:30. And while I was out, somebody lifted my gun.
Rogie, just put yourself in my place. I find a guy you threatened to kill dead in your office, shot with your gun.
Yeah.
Then instead of an alibi, you give me a fairy story about wicked old witches and knockout drops. Where does this old lady live? This one that kidnapped you?
Out southwest on Spring Lane. Let's go out there and talk to her, Urban. Okay?
Okay, Rogie. We'll just ride in the squad car. Just in case, eh? No lights on. There's nobody home. Think we'll go in, Rogie. As long as you say there's a wounded man in here, I don't have to have a warrant. Try the door.
Oh, well, it's unlocked. Come on.
Turn on the lights.
Well, they don't go on. You got your flashlight?
Yeah. Look, Rogie. The furniture's all covered. There's nobody living in this house.
Urban, come over this way. Let's look in this bedroom.
Are you sure you're all right, Rogie?
Sure. Come on, over here.
Well?
Well, there's not even any furniture in this room.
That's right.
But there was a bed with blood-stained sheets.
I'm sorry, Rogie. They seem to have disappeared with the old lady and your alibi. This house hasn't been lived in for months. Why'd you kill him, Rogie?
Look, Urban, you know me better than to think I'd pull a dumb rub out like that in my office.
Yeah? But But there are no fingerprints on that gun but yours, Rogie. And he was killed in your office, and you don't have an alibi. What am I supposed to do? I'm a cop. I've got to believe the evidence.
Oh, sure, I can see it that way. Well, I've been framed by an expert.
Have any ideas?
Some vague ones.
Well, I'm gonna pull up here and get some cigars in that cigar store. If you're not here when I get back, I'll expect you at headquarters in an hour.
Thanks, Urban.
Good luck, Rogie.
Well, hello, Murphy. How's my favorite house detective?
Oh, hello, Rogue. What are you doing here at the Mayflower, huh?
I want to talk with one of your guests, Flatfoot. Do you owe me any favors?
Maybe. What do you want me to do?
Give me the pass key to Conchita Morales' apartment.
You want me walking the streets?
Now, just give me the pass key. And if you hear any shooting, come up.
What's the deal, Rogue?
A little murder. Is she in? Do you know?
Oh, Conchita isn't in. The old lady's up there, though.
The old lady? Look, Murphy, what old lady? I'm looking for an old lady.
Huh? Oh, you mean Conchita's mother? Yeah, she's...
Conchita's mother? Hey, a little old lady about this high? Eyes with lots of laughs in them?
Yeah.
White hair, plump? That Conchita's mother?
Sure it is. Her name's Shea. So's Conchita's.
Huh?
Her real name's Ellen Shea.
Oh.
She's no Mexican dame.
No kidding. Hey, give me your rod and a pass key. No, don't get up. Please, Mrs. Shea. Just keep your seat.
Oh, Mr. Rogue.
Yeah, surprised to see me?
Yes, I am. A little.
I can understand that, Mrs. Shea. You figured me for a murder rap, didn't you?
Please don't point that gun at me.
For some reason or the other, Mrs. Shea, I don't trust you. Oh. Where's Conchita, or whatever your daughter's name is, that Latin from Manhattan, that phony Mexican...
I won't have you talking that way about my daughter.
What do you expect me to call her? After the two of you framed me for murder.
Murder? Who said that before? What do you mean?
Are you going to drop that act? Murder, I said. And murder's what you framed me for. Now, sit down. Where's Conchita?
I'm expecting her any moment.
Drop that gun, Rogue.
Oh, Tippy, where have you been? I've been waiting for you to come in. He keeps talking about a murder.
I said drop that gun, Rogue.
And why should I drop the gun?
Because if you don't, I'm going to pull the trigger on this one. And it's resting at the back of your neck. Come on, drop it.
Oh, well. Where did you come from?
I was in the kitchen mixing myself a drink, fortunately.
Tippy Tyler, huh? I suppose you're the man Conchita's in love with at the moment.
That's right. They're going to be married, Mr. Rogue.
In the death house, I hope.
It's wishful thinking, Rogue.
The two of you killed Frank Maxon, didn't you?
Killed him? Killed Mr. Maxon? Oh.
No, Rogue. You did, according to the cops and all the evidence.
You were Frank's right-hand man before he went up, weren't you, Tippy?
Mm-hmm.
He kind of took over while he was gone.
Go on, talk, Rogue. I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do with you.
Oh, Conchita.
Hello, Mama. What are you doing here, Senor Rogue?
He's making things difficult, Angel.
I just dropped in for a little chat about a house out on Spring Lane and a wounded man who wasn't there and a murdered man in my office. That's all. It was a very nice job of framing me, Conchita, Ellen Shea. And you can drop that broken-down accent.
Okay, Mr. Rogue, smart guy. What happened? Who was murdered?
Well, you ought to know. You helped to plan it.
I did not. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been arranging things for us, Conchita. Frank Maxon is dead. Your mother helped arrange it.
I didn't know what I was doing, Conchita. Honest, I didn't know.
That's a lie, and you know it. You and your daughter end this thing too far to get out now unless you smart up fast.
There's too much talk going on in here. Maxon's dead. He was found dead in Rogue's office, shot with Rogue's gun. Rogue's as good as burned for it.
Mama, did you kill him? No, I didn't, Conchita.
Look, sweetheart, everybody heard Rogue threaten Maxon last night. It was our chance to get rid of him.
Conchita, listen to me. This Chisler's got you all fouled up in a murder, baby. You'll fry for it.
I don't know anything about a murder.
They killed him. He killed Max. My Conchita knows nothing about
Stop being chumps, will you? You're both in this with me. You helped me frame Rogue for it. Maxon gone, I'm the biggest operator in town. All we have to do is kill Rogue, and we've got the world by the tail.
You'll all go to the chair for it. You can't get away with killing me.
I'm going to kill you, Rogue, right now. If you've got anything to say, say it. 'Cause here it comes, fall guy.
The little old lady picked up my gun and let Tippy have it right between the eyes. He never knew what hit him. The house dick came charging in, and she told him the whole story. Tippy owned that house she took me to. He framed it with the old lady to get me out of the way, giving her some cock-and-bull story about wanting to search my apartment. She pleaded guilty to giving me the knockout drops, but denied, knowing that he was framing me for murder. And as long as she saved my life and gave me an alibi for the time of the murder, I believed her. The judge let her off with a suspended sentence at my request. Conchita was very grateful to me. And when Conchita, she was grateful, oh, the angels she sing. Oh, brother. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't I meet some lovely people in these stories? They love murder like Richard Rogue loves money, and it makes a very happy combination. Ray Buffum wrote the story, Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. But don't forget, you've got a date with us all next Thursday night. We've got a story for you about blackmail, intrigue, and sudden death. We call it Eve and the Apple. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time. Oh, and by the way, be sure to see Dick Powell in his newest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. And as I was saying, don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Put your chin in your left shoulder, Mike. Put that shoulder up higher. Keep your left out. Oh, further. That's it. Keep away from that left. Keep jabbing, Mike. Keep that left hand in his kisser. Get him off balance with it. Now the right. Okay, Mike. That's enough for today. Come on over here. I want to talk to you. Let me have that glove. I'll take it off for you. Yep. That's it. There we are.
Oh, it feels good to get that mouthpiece out of my jaw and these gloves off, Sam. Oh, how'd I look in there today?
Yeah, you'll do. Throw this robe over your shoulders, eh? I want you catching cold right now. There you are. Now let's have that helmet you're wearing.
Yeah.
I'll put it away with the rest of the stuff.
Good enough, Sam. Well, what goes on now?
Nothing. You take a shower and you go home. Take it easy. No more workouts till the big fight tomorrow, and then nobody will be calling you Mike anymore. They'll be calling you Champ.
Think so?
Sure. What's the matter? Don't you like the idea?
Are you kidding?
Mike Daggett, heavyweight champion of the world. You come a long way, kid, and I'm the guy who brought you up there.
Yeah, I know, Sam. Thanks a lot.
Oh, forget it.
Oh, look, I gotta stop and see my girl on the way home. That's okay, isn't it?
Well, it ain't okay, Mike. I got nothing against Billy Stanley. She's a good kid. She's for you all the way. Well, fighters and females don't mix so good. At least not before a big fight. Look, call her up.
Well, what you say goes, Sam. Say, look, you really think I got a chance against the champ? This isn't any pep talk you don't give me.
You're a cinch, Mike. Only thing that can stop you tomorrow is the referee counting 10 over that cheese champ. He's a pushover, Mike, a pushover.
You really think that, don't you, Sam?
Think it, I know it. By tomorrow night, you'll be champion of the world. Think of that, kid. Just think of it.
I've been thinking of it, Sam. And right now, it's the one thing in the world I'm afraid of.
Yeah, who is it? Me, Silk. Sam Billings.
Come in and sit down, Sam. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent for you so I could make you a present of some easy cabbage. Sit down, kid, sit down.
I come over because it was near the gym and I just got finished watching Mike Daggett work out.
Uh-huh.
Not because you sent for me, Silk.
Well, you won't be sorry. Sam, I've been managing the champ for 8 years now.
I know.
We got a couple of more years of easy dough ahead of us if your boy don't cop the Duke tomorrow night.
I ain't doubting that, Silk. Only my boy's a breeze to win. I know it, he knows it, and you know it, or you wouldn't be sending for me.
Maybe. But, Sam, look. We ain't in this business for love, are we, huh?
No.
No, none of us are. Now, suppose I fix it so you and your boy make more dough by losing. You, interested?
You want Mike to lay down?
That's right. On a golden pillow with an awful lot of cash for a blanket. Hey, where you going?
Out. No dice on your deal, Silk. Mike fights clean. Fights honest. That's it.
Not yet, it ain't. You stand between me and a fortune, Sam.
If I am, I ain't moving out of the way.
No? Okay. Want to play rough, huh? Well, I'll toss you out of here out on your ear,
Hey,
Sam.
let go of me, you.
Yeah, sure, but this is just a sample of what you'll get if you let your lip get loose. Out! Chum. See, I wouldn't say anything about our conversation if I were you, Sam.
Because I wouldn't throw a fight, you throw me out of your office.
That's right. Only that ain't all I'm gonna do. Your boy's gonna lay down tomorrow night, Sam. One way or another.
Look, Billy, I shouldn't even be here. Sam told me to call you up, made me promise I'd go right home so I'd be in shape to fight tomorrow
Well,
night.
I'm sorry, Mike. I don't mean to quarrel, only I can't help it. Why can't you see things my way?
I can, baby. And maybe you aren't wrong, Billy, but give me a break. Look at what I put into this fighting business. Years of boxing at small clubs for peanuts, weeks of training, all to get a shot at the title.
Well, look what you'll take out of fighting, Mike. Cauliflower ears, your nose all twisted, maybe your brain, too, if you take one punch too many. It's all got to happen if you win tomorrow night.
Now, look. Nobody's been talking to you and trying to get you to make me quit tomorrow, have they?
Oh, Mike.
No, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I'm all tight inside. I know how you feel. I know you haven't had any picnic while I was scrapping in those penny ante clubs. But don't pack me in now. Not when I'm going to grab the brass ring.
You take the brass ring, Mike, and it's the only ring there'll ever be for you and me.
But I need the dough the title's going to give me. I need it so we can get married, Billy, baby. That's what I've been planning on.
Well, it's no go, Mike. I don't want that, any part of it. I'll go on making my own living.
Sure, taking pictures of suckers in a nightclub. It's some job for my girl.
I'm going to keep that job, especially now that it looks like I'm going to lose you.
I'm not going anywhere, baby.
Yes, you are, right out of my life. I won't have the guy I love walking around on his heels.
There's got to be some way out of this, Billy. There's got to be.
All right. There is a way out. You've got to fight tomorrow night, but you don't have to win. You did promise me you'd quit if you didn't win the title, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah, I promised.
Then don't win. It's so simple. We'll have enough money from your end of the purse to get married and start off with. It'll last till you get a job. What about it?
I don't know, Billy. Maybe I'd do it if it wasn't for Sam, but... Well, he's had just as tough a time as we had. I owe him a clean fight.
I don't like to hurt Sam either. This is for us, Mike. For you and me.
Okay. Okay, Billy, baby, you win. I'll take one tomorrow.
Mike, I'm glad you're here. Tried to get you at your place, but you weren't there.
Sam, we got something to tell you.
First, I've got something to tell Mike. Now, listen, kid. I just came from Silk Morgan's office. Threw me out. This leg of mine still hurts from where I landed on it.
He threw you out? Why,
That don't do nothing to Silk. He just got sore because I told him he wouldn't lay down for the champ tomorrow night. Got it all fixed for him to win. They're betting their shirts on him. When I wouldn't go along, Silk tossed me out the door.
Oh, he did he? Well, I'll get him for
Not
that.
him, Mike. Get the champ. That'll fix the whole crowd.
Leave him to me, Mike. Leave him to me. Tomorrow night, I knock the champ right into Silk Morgan's lap.
Mike!
Excuse me a moment, Sergeant Heath.
Oh, sure.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Mr. Markham. Never mind who this is, but you've got to listen to me.
All right, if I must, what is it?
There's a big fight on tonight. Mike Daggett against Kay O'Connell, the champ.
Yes, I know.
Well, Mr. Markham, I've been up all night trying to figure out what to do. I just decided the best thing was to call your office.
Well, having decided that and having done that, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
There's a mob in back of the champ, Mr. Markham, a tough mob, and they're trying to see that Mike Daggett doesn't win the title tonight. They'll do anything to see that Connolly keeps it. You've got to protect Mike. You've got to. Promise me you will.
Well, I'll promise you will try.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Markham. I'll never forget this. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Heath,
I could hear that, D.A.
You're not going to let that call bother you, are you? That business of knocking off the Challenger has been in 100 movies and in 1,000 stories, but it just doesn't happen. Not in real life, it doesn't.
It hasn't yet, you mean? I promised the young lady that this Mike Daggett would have police protection, Heath. See that he gets it.
Sure, D.A., but the club will be loaded with cops tonight anyhow. We always have them on hand at a fight. Now, don't worry about anything. We'll handle anything that happens tonight. Who are you calling?
Philo Vance.
Why? Because some crackpot dame thinks the Challenger is going to get knocked off tonight?
Hardly. I merely want to invite him to the fight, that's all.
Oh.
Hello, Officer Philo Vance, Private Investigator Miss Woods speaking.
Oh, Miss Woods, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Miss Deering still away?
Yes, she is. Her mother's still sick. So Mr. Vance keeps me on as his contemporary secretary.
You probably mean temporary, but we won't bother about that now. Is Vance there?
Is he here? He's practically on pins and needles waiting to talk to you. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Vance, here.
Thank you. Hello, Markham. I was hoping you'd call.
Well, thank you, Vance. That's very complimentary. But if you wanted to speak to me, why didn't you call me?
Well, I might have, except that I have no murder to invite you to.
Well, this time, Vance, I don't have any either. I just called to see if you'd like to be my guest at the big fight tonight. It so happens that I have 2 extra tickets, and it promises to be a great match.
Well, thank you very much, Markham. I'd like very much to go. You'll still have an extra ticket. We'll dig up somebody. Thanks again, and I'll call you back and arrange a meeting place.
Oh, incidentally, Vance, I'm not promising anything, but there just might be a little unscheduled excitement at the fight.
Really, Markham? Well, that sounds wonderful. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mr. Vance, I don't want to sound like I'm forward or anything like that, but did I understand Mr. Markham had an extra ticket?
Why, yes, he has, Miss Woods.
Well, gee, if it wouldn't be putting anybody out, I'd sure love to see that fight, Mr. Vance.
You like fights, Miss Woods?
In the neighborhood where I live, if you say you don't like fights, right away you're in one.
Really? I never have guessed. You like boxing matches, Miss Woods?
Well, I never boxed any. But, Mr. Vance, should we continue on with that history of the last thing we were working on? The President murder case?
I think we'd better, Miss Woods. What disturbs me is that was last week. We haven't had a single killing this week to work on.
Oh, there's going to be one tonight, Mr. Vance. I could tell you that without the slightest thought that I was a prefabricator.
I don't question your telling the truth, even though I think you mean prevaricator, Miss Woods. But you're sure there will be a killing tonight?
Natch, at the fight. When Mike Daggett gets the champ in the ring tonight, he'll murder the bum.
And now it is my pleasure to present that star of stage, screen, and radio, your friend and mine, sitting third row ringside, that popular comedian, Eddie Harris!
He's cute, isn't he, Mr. Vance?
I can't tell. His face is in the way. Time for the big match, isn't it, Markham?
Just about, Vance. They've introduced everybody from the promoter to the janitor. Yep, there they go, clearing the ring.
And now for the heavyweight championship of the world, 15 rounds to a decision, our feature attraction. At 189 and a half, wearing purple trunks, the young slugging sensation from this city, the challenger, Mike Daggett! Over here, at 210 pounds, wearing black trunks, holder of many records and recognized by one and all for his courage and his fisting ability, the heavyweight champion of the world, K.O. Connolly!
This is it, Vance. And so far, no trouble.
How could there be trouble? The fight hasn't started yet.
Mr. Markham means that there has been no evidence of the veiled hint of extracurricular activity he made to me on the phone.
Now, everybody, the title match is about to begin. May the contender and the champion put forth their best efforts. May the superior skill and stamina of one or the other be the difference between victory and defeat. Now, come out, fighting men.
There they go. Oh, wow, look at that right. The champ let loose.
Miss Woods, please.
What's the matter, Mr. Vance? Don't you like fight?
Vance Daggett was hardly touched, and he's down.
He's getting up. Probably just knocked off balance, that's all.
The champ will get him now. There he goes, measuring him. Here he comes. He missed it. He missed him, the bum.
Markham, look at Mike Daggett. He's staggering.
There go his knees. They started to buckle.
There he goes.
5. He wasn't even hit, and he's down, Vance.
8, 9, 10.
There's the referee picking him up off the floor and carrying him to his corner. But Vance, he wasn't even hit.
Oh, I know he wasn't, Mark. But I got a look at him just before he fell. He may not have been hit, but I guarantee he's dead.
This is District Attorney Markham. The heavyweight murder case began when prizefighter Mike Daggett keeled over in the ring. Investigation showed that the challenger had been doped and poisoned, and revealed that Billy Stanley, Daggett's girlfriend and nightclub photographer, did not want Mike to win, nor did K.O. Connolly, the champion, or his manager, Silk Morgan. Vance, Sergeant Heath, and I have found out that Billy Stanley is at her apartment with Sam Billings, Mike's manager, and we are on our way up there.
Oh, please stop, Billy. That isn't going to help things any.
I can't help it, Sam. I can't stop.
Billy.
He's gone. He should never have gone into that ring. He's gone, Sam.
Yeah, I
He
know.
was murdered. The police say he was murdered. He was poisoned. Oh, Sam.
I'll get it, Billy. Now, try to take it easy.
I beg your pardon, I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance and Sergeant Heath. We'd like to see Miss Billy Stanley.
Come on in. I'm Sam Billings. I was Mike's manager. That's Miss Stanley, only...
I can understand how she feels, Mr. Billings. Good evening, Miss Stanley. Permit me to tell you how
What do you
sorry
want
I
with me, Mr. Vance? What do you want? Haven't I had enough questions from the police?
Apparently not. You see, Miss Stanley, we found out that Mike Daggett was both doped and poisoned, and that you were with him when he ate last before the fight.
Yes, I was. That I didn't want him to fight. Found that out too, I suppose. But did you also find out that I loved him, did you?
We'll take your word for that, Miss Stanley.
Look, Mr. Markham, Vance ain't getting anywhere with those silk gloves of his.
Heath, please.
I'm taking over. Look here, Miss Stanley. Your boyfriend was fed knockout drops, and he was poisoned afterwards. The Mickey Finn was so he wouldn't taste the poison. Now, you ate with him. Come on, admit you fed him the stuff.
No, I won't. I didn't.
You've got no right to come here and accuse
Billings, you shut up or I'll go to work on you. Now, come on, Miss Stanley. Tell us you did it and we'll go easy on you.
I won't tell you that. It's not true.
Apparently, motorman's gloves aren't any more effective than silk ones.
Huh?
Never mind, Heath. Mr. Vance was entitled to that.
Miss Stanley, that's a professional camera on the table over there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Speed Graflex. You know, I'm a nightclub photographer.
Who develops your pictures?
I do it myself. There's a dark room in the club.
You liked Mike Daggett, didn't you, Miss Stanley?
Oh, yes.
You were going to marry him.
Yes, I was.
You loved him more than any man in the world, didn't you?
Yes, of course I did.
And why did you poison him?
I didn't.
Of course you did. Mr. Daggett was murdered by poison, by an acid used in developing pictures. It was handy for you to get. You got it. You used it.
No, Mr. Vance, I tell you I didn't.
Mr. Daggett was fed knockout drops. Sergeant Heath found out that you purchased several ingredients at a drugstore. These ingredients, when combined, would do the trick very nicely. You were the last person to eat with Mr. Daggett. Why don't you admit you fed him the drops and the poison?
All right, I fed him the knockout drops. I did it because I wanted him to lose the fight so he'd give up the ring. I did that, but I didn't poison him. I didn't, do you hear me? Mr. Vance, you must believe I didn't poison him.
I don't think I must, but I think I do believe it. That's why I'm going to ask Sergeant Heath to let you go.
Let her go? Vance, are you nuts? She admitted the knockout drops. I'll get her to admit she used the poison on Daggett, too.
I'd rather you didn't try, Sergeant Heath. I'd rather you let Miss Stanley free for a while.
What's the big idea, Vance?
Well, frankly, Heath, there's a chance she didn't poison her sweetheart. But finding out who did might be quite a problem. I have an idea that in some way Miss Stanley will simplify that problem for us.
Hey, champ, this Vance guy comes to us to tell us Mike's girl admits she gave Mike a Mickey. What do we care?
Sure, Silk. What do we care?
I wasn't certain whether you cared or not. I thought perhaps you'd like to know. And by the way, you might be interested in this. The police have released Billy Stanley.
Hey, Vance, the paper said that Mike was poisoned by some junk used in developing pictures. Don't you know that Stanley dame takes pictures in nightclubs?
Sure, she takes pictures in nightclubs.
That's beside the point. What is important to both of you is that you wanted Mike out of the way. Because from what I've learned, he could have beaten you easily last night.
Think so?
Yeah, think so?
I know so. What I think is that perhaps you wouldn't want him to try. We can't find out how Mike was poisoned. But perhaps you found some way of feeding it to him.
You can't come in here and accuse us of murdering Mike.
Yeah, you can't come in here and say we knocked him off. And I'll teach you not to do things like that, Vance.
Go ahead, Jam. Show him. I don't like the way he looks anyhow. His nose is too straight.
Yeah, his nose is too straight. Fix that right now with the...
You've killed him, Vance, with that jiu-jitsu trick of yours. You killed him when you threw him over your shoulder.
I think not, Mr. Morgan. Not if he landed on his head. Well, so I own a victory over K.O. Connolly. That practically makes me the heavyweight champion of the world.
Would you like your picture taken, sir?
What?
Your picture, sir? You and the lady would make an attractive picture. Have it as a souvenir of your visit to this nightclub.
No, thank you.
No? All right. Would you like your picture? Oh, it's you, Mr. Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stanley.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I want to thank you for getting me off. But tell me, are you close to finding out who did kill Mike?
I think his killer is in this club, Miss Stanley.
You mean K.O. Connolly or his manager, Silk Morgan? They've got a ringside table, and they're looking this way.
Good. Listen. Lean over and pretend to whisper something to me. Anything at all. Go ahead.
All right. What is it you want me to say?
Anything, but be emphatic.
Are you anywhere near knowing who killed Mike, Mr. Vance?
Really? Well, thank you very much. Oh, hello, Mr. Billings.
Hi, Vance. Hello, Billy.
Hello,
what goes
Sam.
on here?
Not a great deal. I'll see you later, Miss Stanley.
Right. I'll see you later, Sam.
Okay.
Would you like to go to the...
I'm glad you came over, Mr. Billings. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Mr. Silk Morgan and the champion making their way over to this table?
Yeah, it is. Wonder what they want.
I imagine we'll find out soon enough. Hello there, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Connolly.
Hi, Vance.
Hi, Vance.
Hey, Vance, what was it that Billy Stanley was whispering to you just now? Unless it ain't none of my business.
On the contrary, I'd say it was a great deal of your business. Miss Stanley told me that if I'd meet her at the back exit when the club closes, she'd tell me who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Good night, Al. Hello, Bill.
Me at my age, a stage door Johnny. Vance, why do I do things like this?
Because you're a good cop, Heath. Because I asked you to, and because Markham told you to.
Well, I can see the stage door from here. All the musicians are out and most of the dames, but where's that Billy Stanley?
I'm sure I don't know. Heath, how far would you say it was from here to the stage door?
It's about half a block.
Good. That's just right for us not to be seen and yet near enough to help in case of trouble.
Hey, Vance, here comes that Stanley girl. And she's walking this way, too. There's no trouble. There's
look back of her. That dark figure. He's going to grab her. Come on, Heath. We've no time to waste now. Come on, Heath. We've got to get there in time.
Vance, that guy's got a knife. I can see it. Wait. We can't catch him, but a bullet will.
Vance, he was going to kill me.
Yes, I know, Miss Stanley. But Sergeant Heath shoots very well.
Yeah, I sure do. Got 3 marksman's medals. Got this guy right in the right spot, too. You won't try to use a knife on nobody again.
That isn't why you shot him. Not the only reason, I mean, Sergeant. He's the man who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Oh.
Now let's have a look at him. Though I know who he is, of course. Sam Billings.
What? He killed Mike? Mr. Vance, are you sure?
Positive.
So, you know that, do you, Vance? So what good'll it do you? I'm through. I know it. Sure I killed Mike, but what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. Anything I might have been able to do has already been done by Sergeant Heath's gun, Mr. Billings.
Vance.
Yes, Miss Woods?
You figured out that Sam Billings, Mike Daggett's manager, poisoned him with an acid he took from that Miss Stanley's darkroom. How?
How?
Yeah, how? How did you figure it?
Well,
And I'm telling you now, after you do tell me, I also have a why I'm going to ask you.
All right, Miss Woods. You're entitled to at least one how and one why. I'll tell you how I knew it was Billings. He was the only person, not counting Miss Stanley, who ever got near enough to Mike Daggett to poison him the day of the fight.
Oh, check. Well, now comes that why. Why should a guy's own manager knock him off?
Well, Billings thought Mike was going to throw the fight, either because of the threats of the champion and his manager, or because his girlfriend had pleaded with him not to win.
Oh.
As a consequence, Billings bet heavily on Daggett to lose.
He bet against his own fighter?
That's right. Then, the afternoon of the fight, Mike told Billings he didn't care what happened. He was going out to win.
Yeah?
So Billings had to find some way to stop that. And he did.
By stealing some acid from Billy Stanley. Hey, but how did he get Mike to take the poison? He wasn't near Daggett when he was eating.
That's true. But just before the fight, Billings slipped a rubber mouthpiece into Mike's mouth.
Oh.
All fighters use them to protect their teeth. And the mouthpiece had been dipped in the acid.
Oh, now I get it. And after Mike dropped, Billings removed the mouthpiece.
A very natural thing to do.
Yeah.
Nobody suspected anything because Billings took all of Mike's equipment, which is what any manager would do.
What do you know?
Only this manager took with him the proof that he was a murderer.
Yeah, he took the proof, but he didn't fool you, did he, boss?
I merely suspected what he had done. I had to be sure. So I made certain he thought that Billy Stanley promised to name Mike's killer after work. Because if he were the murderer, he couldn't take a chance on letting her do that.
No.
There was a chance that she had seen him steal the acid and was going to tell me that. You see, that brought Billings out into the open and right into the middle of our net.
Gee, it sure did. And hey, you know something?
What?
Bring him in.
Queen of the big top.
Queen of the flying trapeze.
It seems my publicity agent earns his money. I hope you can earn yours.
You've already hired me?
You have a reputation, too.
But no publicity agent.
Only the press.
So?
I think I'm going to be dropped sometime this week.
From the show?
From the big top, Mr. Strong. From the top of the trapeze. 50 feet up and just as far down.
And no net to catch him.
No net.
Well, to a trapeze artist, that could be a deadly poison. It only takes one drop to kill you. They call you Steve Strong, that strong guy. And right now you're standing at your 10th floor window. You're looking down at the city below, a moving panorama in miniature. You look at the little people, people pulled down to size, puppets, marionettes with fate pulling the strings. You're looking down at a jungle of rivers of black asphalt, twisting and turning round columns of concrete. Surging, noisy, angry rivers, tossing fragments of human cargo into the black pools of destiny. A destiny each man creates for himself.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Strong?
And the destiny every woman creates for a man. You get that feeling before you turn round, the feeling that someone else is letting their destiny fall into your hands.
Your secretary was out and the other door was open. I came in. If you're busy, I can...
Oh, no, I'm not busy, and I'm Steve Strong. And you are Janie Wallace.
Yes, but how...
I read the amusement ads.
Janie Wallace, Queen of the Big Top.
Queen of the Flying Trapeze.
It seems my publicity agent earns his money. I hope you can earn yours.
You've already hired me?
You have a reputation, too.
But no publicity agent.
Only the press.
So?
I think I'm going to be dropped sometime this week.
From the show?
From the big top, Mr. Strong. From the top of the trapeze. 50 feet up and just as far down.
No net to catch him.
No net.
Well, to a trapeze artist, that could be a deadly poison. It only takes one drop to kill you.
Please, Mr. Strong.
Don't ask me to do your act. I'm no angel when it comes to flying. Haven't got a wing to my name.
Please, Mr. Strong, it's no joke. I'm terribly afraid.
Then don't do your act. That'll cost you $50. Pay the girl on your way out, thank you.
Haven't you heard, Mr. Strong? The show must go on.
Oh, I've heard of it, but I'm no actor. Just a private detective. Not even flat-footed. I say don't go on this week. Good advice.
I came here for help. If this is all I can expect...
Oh, Miss Wallace.
Yes?
Come back and sit down.
Thank you.
I thought it was just a publicity stunt.
Believe me, Mr. Strong.
I know. Now, tell me why you think you'll be dropped, and I'll try and find an answer.
I'm happily married, Mr. Strong.
Congratulations.
My husband's also in the circus.
And in the act?
No. Antonio and Maria Lubagessi are the other two.
And when does the problem come in?
Every time I see Antonio, every day, every night, every performance, he tries to make love to me, Mr. Strong.
Well, there's a way of stopping him.
You don't know Antonio. He's a super egotist. That's what makes him such a good trapeze artist. He's got so much confidence.
So, he won't take no for an answer?
That's right.
Why come to me? Why not tell your husband?
No. He must never know. Well, he already thinks there's something between Tony and myself. He's all wrong, Mr. Strong. I love my husband.
And Antonio?
I don't hate him. I try and make an allowance for his superego. I don't hate him. I'm afraid of him.
He's the one going to drop you,
He's the catcher. Maria also catches me, but Tony does the difficult catching.
Now, let me get this straight. You, Maria, and Antonio are triple partners in the trapeze act, with you the star.
Yes.
And Maria?
She does the same as Tony. I swing from the bar, let go, Maria catches me and swings me over to Tony.
Well, that's where the death-defying triple somersault comes in.
That's true, Mrs. Thomas. Every time I leave Maria's hands, the somersault into Tony's could be my last. It only needs a fraction out in timing. A split second could be too late. That's why my death could look like an accident.
One thing.
Yes?
This Maria and Antonio Lubagessi, they're brother and sister?
No, man and wife.
Janie Wallace, star of the Trapeze Act. 22, beautiful, and every night she plays Tarzan round the big top. And you wonder just how close the shadow of death is swinging behind her. She says it'll happen sometime this week. If you don't wait for some time, you're going to find out now, under the big top, and tonight.
It's a wonderful circus, Steve.
You go to the circus, you, Sandra, and about 8,000 other people.
Look at that clown. He looks like you. Bubblegum nose, no teeth, and a big gun. Oh, what is this?
All right, you've had your laugh. I said all right.
I'm sorry, Steve. But he does look like the exaggerated private eye. Keeping to the one big eye in his costume marked private.
Yeah, I got eyes. 2 of them.
I'm sorry, Steve. But he seems so funny.
Well, the show's over.
But it's only the third act.
I mean, from now on, it's business. I'm going backstage. Hey, you stay and watch the act. Tell me about him when I come back.
Why?
I gotta play big ears at Keyhole. It's a job I don't like, but it could save a girl's life.
The beautiful Jamie.
Just watch the act.
I will, Steve. Especially that clown, just so I won't get lonesome for you.
You leave the ring of bouncing clowns, animals, and laughing people. You go backstage where the sawdust is brown from dusted mud and wheel tracks. The dressing rooms on wheels. Each caravan is red, each one with a name in 2-foot letters. Calling cards to a city's main street.
If I catch you making love with her, Tony, I kill you.
A voice straight from the Bay of Naples and an angry heart. You don't need to read the name on a caravan. The voice gives you the clues. Maria Lubagessi. You move in for a closer sound picture. And that's all you get, just sound. Because the window's too high to see in. But the walls are so thin, they don't stop the sound. The hard sound of argument.
She is too good for you. She is a very nice girl. You laugh. Always you laugh. I don't know why I married you.
My beautiful Maria. My pretty Maria. She is so lovely.
Oh, Tony, please.
I kiss her hand. I kiss her hand. I kiss her lips. I slap her face. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt my Maria? Ah, my pretty Maria. I kiss her cheek a better. There. Now, Maria, feel better, huh?
There's nothing you can do but stand in the sawdust and shadows, flap your ears, wait and hope the showdown won't come tonight.
What a devil, Antonio. Always you do this. Oh, please, Antonio.
All right, I stopped the laughing. Maybe stop the marriage, too, huh?
You are the devil.
It's true, I am the devil. But what a devil I am, eh? My pretty Maria.
Oh, why did I ever marry with you?
Because you love me, like all the girls. They all love me. Antonio Lubagessi. Antonio, the greatest trapeze artist in the world. No one can catch the girls like Antonio. On the ground or up in the air. Like the pretty Janie Wallace, huh? I catch her on the ground, Maria. You think, eh?
I told you what I will do if you touch her.
Ah, Maria, do not be jealous. Give me your hand. Oh. No, your left hand. Ah, that's the one.
What are you doing?
I want to look at the ring. It is a lovely ring, such sparkle, such diamond. I think I give it to Janie Wallace. It is too big for you, see? It slipped off so easy.
That is my engagement ring. You gave it to me.
Now I take it back.
But, Antonio.
I have finished with you, Maria. You are all washed up. I go give it to Janie. It will fit her much better.
Antonio, come back.
Divorce is so easy in this country. I just hurry up a little.
You've been listening, but not watching. Now you watch, but from the shadow cast by the big tub. You watch and hope Tony Lubagessi doesn't see you. And he doesn't. He walks away big, tall, dark, confident. He walks towards another caravan. The caravan with the name Janie Wallace. So you try to look like another circus rouseabout as you dust your shoes through the sawdust to Janie's caravan.
I told you no, Tony. He was waiting.
You hear a voice, but it hasn't the fear you expect. You wonder just how much an act she's playing, and who she's playing it for. You, Tony, or the missing husband. Somewhere out on the lot.
No, Tony. Joe might come in.
He's under the big top doing his act.
It could be over.
I don't think so.
No, Tony, not now. Later, perhaps.
No, this one.
No. No, Tony.
You stand in the shadows and listen. You wish you could see her face. You know the answer to your question is there, written in her eyes. A look of fear, a look of hate, or a look of love. But you're outside the caravan, and you've only got ears for your mind's eye. But it's painting a picture.
You see? Tony gets his kiss like always. Now I got the present for you. See?
Look at his ring.
It is for you now.
But I can't wear it, Tony. I'm married.
I'll change all of that. You get the divorce. We get married. You wear the ring now. So, now we are the engaged couple.
Tony, I can't. You know I can't.
My beautiful Janie. You wear the ring tonight for Tony, eh? Oh, Tony will drop you. And Tony would not like that. He loves the lovely Janie.
Tony, I
see you on the trapeze with the ring on your finger, eh? Until then, my lovely Janie.
You watch him swagger away in his star-spangled costume and tights. And you know whose team Jenny's playing for. The home team. Her husband. So you go in to find out how the score stands.
Oh, Mr. Strong, it's you.
And the score is all against the home team winning.
What can I do? He's giving me the ring.
So wear it this once, like he says.
You were outside?
And a private ear, too.
No.
And I say wear the ring for the night. For the act.
But it's Josie.
Tell him after the act. Straight after. And I'll be here to help.
But I can't. He thinks I love Tony.
Do you?
No. Joe's all mine, and I want to keep it that way.
Well, you can't do anything till after the act. Like I said. Then I'll be here to help you. As a friend and as a witness.
You really think...
It's the only way.
That if I wear the ring, what will Maria do? She'll see it, and she has to catch me up there, too.
Miss Wallace! Miss Wallace, you're on in 2 minutes.
All right.
Rear. Yeah.
I wear the ring, Maria might drop me. I don't wear the ring, Tony will drop me.
Well, there's only one answer.
No, Mr. Strong. The show must always go on.
But you can't
The show must...
I know. This is next door to murder. Lubagessy's a madman.
No. He's just Tony Lubagessi.
But Maria, she's his wife. She loves him. Perhaps enough to kill for him.
Well, where's my Janie? Ah, there she is. Come on, Janie. We're running late. Maria's already up there waiting. Who's this a man?
It's...
no matter. You're Tony's girl now. I see you still wear the ring. How much Maria will hate you. We give him the big show tonight, eh? The big, spectacular show, eh?
Janie Wallace, star of the circus skies, queen of the flying trapeze. But tonight it's different. Tonight her mind isn't on a split-second timing. Tonight she's wearing the ring of another woman, Maria's ring. Hot-blooded, impulsive Maria Lubagessi, hanging by her heels 50 feet up, ready to catch or to drop Janie Wallace. We got a show to put on, mister, and you're in the way. You've been pushing the story down the ringmaster's throat, but he stands in coat, spats, and hat and takes it like the cream in his coffee. You're holding up the show, mister. All you've got to say after the story I told you. This is show business, mister, I tell you. The show must go on. How far can you take tradition?
Lungo, get the clowns out for an act till I get rid of this guy with you. Okay, boss. Hey, you boys, bring on some. 60, 90.
I I'm telling you it's death for Janie Wallace if she goes on.
And I'm telling you we've delayed the show enough. Lumbo!
Yeah, what?
Get this man out of the ring. We got a show to put on.
You mean you're still going on with...
Ladies and gentlemen, Sugar and Peanut Bag, we have floating above you the greatest act ever shown beneath the big top. The greatest and most spectacular death-defying queen of the trapeze, Janie Wallace!
Then get your hands off me, right? Let go my arm! If you go quietly. You have words with the 200 pounds of man and muscle, and you go back to Sandra, your feet, and your peanut bag. You go back, you wait, you watch. 50 feet above you is Janie Wallace, and nothing but space between her and the sawdust-spattered ground.
What's wrong, Steve?
Wrong. Only a fool-headed girl with a head for heights and none for reality.
Does that mean something?
Yeah, the show, Sandra, must always go on, no matter what.
Oh, look, Steve, there's that crazy clown again. You know, he's really terrific.
Yeah, forget him. They started their act.
Really are worried, Steve.
Yeah, I'm worried. I did all I could, Sandra, but that girl up there could be looking right into the jaws of death.
Steve, don't be so melodramatic. Tell me I counted this time.
Not like this, she hasn't.
And now, before your very eyes, the death-defying, awe-inspiring Janie Wallace and the flying Novak. First, Janie Wallace will do a simple warming-up exercise. She will do a single somersault into Maria's hands, then back to the platform she came from.
She nearly fell.
Yeah. Maria nearly let go.
And now, back to the bar she came from.
Steve, was that part of it?
Dunno. Could have been. Help build the tension.
And the ringmaster took it calm enough.
Yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Janie Wallace will do the first of her death-defying triple somersaults. Once into Maria's hands, then out and up with the death-defying triple somersault into the hands of Antonio Lubaghetti.
Death-defying. You sure build it up, don't you?
Tonight they don't have to.
What do you mean?
Ladies and gentlemen, the leap of death!
We'll soon know.
But what is...
There she goes. From Maria. Maria caught her. One swing out. And now... You look at the crumpled figure being carried off. You look at the crowd. The 8,000 white faces floating in a sea of staring eyes.
That strong man, he tried to catch...
A sea of staring eyes, each one reliving the sudden scene of tragedy. A falling body. Lumbo, the strong man, standing beneath. With outstretched arms, waiting. Janie Wallace falling into Lumbo's arms. She falls hard. He stumbles forward. Then the twisted figure of the queen of the flying trapeze lying in the sawdust. And Lumbo, the strong man, kneeling beside her.
He saved her life.
You don't know yet. You soon will.
You're going to the casualty tent?
No, you are.
And you?
To a caravan. To wait for Tony and Maria Lubaghetti.
I tell you, Maria, it was the best show we have ever done. It was magnifico. It was the greatest...
Keep talking, Antonio.
Who are you? Just a man, Maria. But he's going now.
No, he's not going, Antonio.
You think you can... you're trying to flatter me, no? You imitate my voice. This is flattery, no?
No.
I thought not.
Antonio, no.
Then Antonio has to teach you the lesson, eh?
You don't do anything, Antonio. Nothing but talk. But you talk and answers.
Not in the riddles like you. Like why you're sitting in my caravan. Why I can't break your neck. Just a little bit. Eh?
Antonio.
You keep out of this,
Don't
Maria.
worry, Maria. It takes more than a laughing boy to scare me.
Oh, you don't scare, eh, mister? You don't know Antonio Lubaghetti.
And Janie Wallace. Does she know Antonio Lubaghetti?
What do you mean?
I mean murder, Lubaghetti. The murder of Janie Wallace.
Oh, that's not a murder. Lumbo, he caught Janie tonight. That's why he and the other strong men are in at the ring when we're at the top. And Lumbo, he catches Janie. And we still got the act.
But sometimes they miss. Like Lumbo nearly did tonight.
Yeah, sometimes. But that is why we get our big money.
She nearly was a kill. I nearly dropped her myself.
Yes, I saw that. You're getting clumsy, Maria.
Clumsy? You say I am clumsy? I am first up on the trapeze. I wait for you and Janie to come up. Then I see the ring on Janie's finger. But I see it only just before I catch her. My ring on her hand. And you say I am clumsy.
And that fumble was no accident.
No. We do not tempt, mister. We do not need to.
All right. Then why did Janie Wallace fall?
I don't know.
Yeah?
It's true. I have my hand ready. I'm waiting. Janie, she spins through the air. Her hands go out. And then...
Go on, Tony.
She pulls her hands away. Quick. Just like she wanted to look like I drop her.
Maybe the jury will believe you. And maybe they won't.
But she's not dead. Lumbo, he catch her. Well, she might be hurt a little, but she's not dead.
You're wrong, Mr. Lobergessi. Janie Wallace is dead.
Sandra.
Oh, no.
Janie, dead? But she can't be. Not a Janie.
Lumbo didn't catch her cleanly, Lubergessi. She slipped through his arms to the sawdust, remember?
Yes, but even
She
then...
fell hard, Lubergessi, too hard.
One of the casualties, Steve, Captain Daly's
Daily
here.
of homicide. Here already.
The ringmaster sent for him.
All right, Lubergessi, you're coming with me.
I told you it was the accident.
Now you tell it to the police. Captain Jim Daly in person. You go over to the casualty tent. You, Sandra, Maria, and Tony Lubergessi. And you find Jim Daly is pulled in a welcome mat.
Well, Stone, you got a reason for holding out on us?
You look around the circle of faces. The Lubergessis, Sandra, Jim Daly, Police Sergeant White, and Janie Wallace. But her face is lying hidden beneath a thin gray blanket.
The doctor's report says it was an accident. But the ringmaster told me the story you told him.
So, no, it's not an accident.
You got a way to prove it wasn't?
You know the story now, you take it from there.
All right. You, Lubergessi.
You point at me?
I hear you threatened to drop Janie Wallace.
I might have said it, Inspector.
Captain.
But saying and doing is two different things.
And you, Mrs. Lubergessi.
Yes, sir.
Did you threaten to kill Janie Wallace?
But only to Tony.
That makes a difference, I suppose.
But Jenny is my friend.
She was, Mrs. Lubergessi. She was.
You still figure it was an accident, Jim?
Surface facts and the doctor's report say it was, but all these other stories I hear, I don't know what to think.
Mind if I see the body?
No need. Doctor says he died from a busted back. His words, same thing.
I still want to see.
Yeah, go ahead.
You lift the blanket and look down at the figure of Janie Wallace. 20 minutes before, the star of the show. And now, just a quiet figure beneath a gray blanket. Then you see it. A scar running across her right hand. A fresh scar. And around the edges, the blue signs of a bruise.
Lacerations and bruise on the doctor's report.
Lacerations with bruise, eh?
All right, Steve. When you carry that look, it means you've got an angle.
All you have to do is find a man who is a crack marksman. And in a circus, I don't think he'd be too hard to find.
Janie's husband.
It figures.
Sent him away because he was upset.
Should be. He's just murdered his wife.
Go and get him, White.
Yes, Captain.
Joe Wallace do a special act out front?
Yeah. Comedy shop shooting act. A crack marksman?
So good he could hit a moving target at 50 feet.
Hey, what are you getting at?
I think you'll find the so-called accident didn't just happen. I think you'll find Joe Wallace planned it down to the last detail. Even to a silencer on his gun so the rolling drums used in the act would drown out the sound of the shot, while everyone was looking up at the trapeze.
Premeditated.
And murder planned to bend the suspicion.
He only aimed to crease Janie Wallace's hand?
Yeah, but deep enough for the impact to throw her arms out of reach of Tony's. That way it would look like an accident, or that Tony Lubergessi dropped her on purpose. Whichever way, Wallace is in the clear.
And the motive?
You'll find it in every case history book of murder. A mind twisted away from the paths of clear thinking, twisted by suspicion and jealousy. The tragedy here is that his wife really loved him. But a fool-headed Romeo couldn't take no for an answer.
The eternal triangle.
Here's a man, Captain, who didn't even struggle. Is Joe Wallace?
Yeah. He's a comedy clown act of a private detective.
The clown dressed as the private eye. Seems destiny tossed me a foul ball. Take the emotion of a strong and possessive love, spice it with jealousy, another man, and the twisted emotions of suspicion. There you have the ingredients for murder. Murder is seen through the red mist of a mixed-up mind that has overflowed into a moment of insanity. But a moment long enough to cause the death of two people. One in the sawdust of a circus ring, the other in the chair in the death house at Sing Sing.
Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, the open range.
It is August 4th, 1948. Maury Buckler and his son Dave are driving across their ranch in a Jeep, dropping off salt cakes for their cattle.
Oh, there's the last stop, Pa.
Yeah. Well, drop this one here.
What's the matter, Pa?
Well, the last salt cake we dropped here is hardly touched. Look at it.
Huh? Why, yeah. No point in leaving another one.
Usually quite a few head around here. Wonder why they're not touching it. Suppose somebody could be running them off.
Rustlers, Pa? That's kind of out of date, I'd say.
Yeah.
Say, maybe there's a break in the fence down by the old road.
Yeah. Well, you better drive around the cottonwoods and have a look. There's a break. We can fix her right now.
We'll have to go back and get horses, though, if we're going to pick up the strays.
Yeah. We'll be able to see the fence now as soon as we get over this rise.
Hey, Pa. Pa, a big truck down there and a bunch of men with some of our stock.
So that's what's been happening to them. Speed it up. I'll get my rifle and backstay.
Let's see us coming. You fellas better stay right where you are. Oh,
Dave. Dave. I'll get you for this.
Pa, come back, Pa.
Oh.
Let me help you, Pa.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
It's National Wheaties Week, all right, and it couldn't happen to a nicer flake. Because look, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. And you know whole wheat. Of course, the naturally sweet whole wheat flavor of Wheaties is important, too. And good? My. Come on, help celebrate National Wheaties Week. Just buy 'em, that's all. Buy 'em and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Dave Buckler managed to drag his father to the Jeep and drive to the nearest hospital, but the father was dead on arrival. Sheriff Clyde Johnson immediately called the Texas Rangers, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
What are you looking for, Ranger? I thought we'd find some truck tire markings here, Sheriff. The ground's plenty hard, except for the dust settled on top. That'd hold a track, but... Hey, look. Just a big, wide mark. Yeah. Probably some brush hung from the tailgate of the truck. Wiped the tread right out behind him. Let's go through the fence. Yeah. Must have been operating right about here. Yeah. Plenty of cattle tracks, but no boot prints. Wiped out their tracks like they did with the truck. Smart. Probably dragged branches behind them. You can see where they were here, though. Tobacco crumbs and paper where they ground out their cigarettes. Yeah. Looks like 15 or 20 head they run off from the marks. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go back to the car for a second. How do the Bucklers brand their herd? Oh, just a simple letter L. Buckler's wife's name was Lou. Do you know if their brand has been registered? I don't believe it ever was, Ranger. Why? I've got to make a radio call to KTXA in Austin. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 requests headquarters to ask all commission houses to be on lookout for marketing of any cattle carrying letter L brand or any altered brand that might have been made to cover letter L.
Will do, Unit 10.
May be part of stock stolen from Buckler Ranch on 8-4. Notify Unit 10 if any lead turns up. Unit 10, 10-4.
We'll keep Unit 10 informed. KTXA Austin.
Good idea, that call. Might get a lead. Yeah. When we get through here, I want to go into the hospital and see Dave Buckler. He might just be able to describe the... Hey, wait. What do you got? Old cigarette lying right here near this bush. And scorched. Somebody started to light it but didn't finish. Yeah. That's a matchbook lying in the bush. Whatever happened, it made a fella forget about his cigarette. Must have been when the Bucklers came over the hill. Feller saw him, threw the cigarette and matches down just as he was getting ready to light up. Yeah, that could be all right. Half the matches are still in the book. Ones that are missing are all torn off from the left side of the book. So? So the man who had this book of matches is left-handed. Let's get into the hospital.
No, Ranger. I'm right-handed, so was Pop. Matches couldn't have been ours.
Just making sure. Can you describe any of the stock they made off with, Buckler?
Well, yeah. Most of them were white-faced. But there was one of the calves that had a mottled face.
Mottled, huh?
Yeah.
Good. That helps.
My pa was such a good guy, Ranger. I wish I could climb out of here and help you find those dirty...
Can you give me any kind of a description of the men?
No. I never got a good look at them.
A couple of days went by, then a week. There was no sign of the Buckler cattle with the L brand. I went back to headquarters to see Captain Stinson.
No sign of those cattle, huh?
Not ahead, Captain.
Well, they might be afraid to unload them so soon after a killing.
That means they'd have to vend or alter the brands and put them out to graze. I don't think they'd want to be too close to them for fear of being spotted.
Neither do I, Jace. That's why I've got an idea. Ever think of trying Camp Hood?
No, but I should have. It's a perfect spot for them. 35 square miles of free grazing land.
Yeah. Ever since the Army deactivated the camp, a lot of ranchers have been using it. Our last check showed 15,000 head there, all kinds of brands. Fattening up until the owners cut them out for marketing.
Sure. And Buckler's cattle with altered brands covering that L could be waiting there for the thief to come back and get them whenever he wants.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a lot of territory and a lot of cattle for one man to cover. I'm going to have Bud Kurtz come in and go with you.
Kurtz? Fine.
The commission houses are still on the alert. We got them stopped on the selling end. Now it's up to you to find those cattle. They're the only key to the killer.
Bud Kurtz and I drove to Camp Hood, unloaded our horses, and started to check the open range. In 3 days, we ran across more than 50 brands, all legitimate. But on the fourth day... Cowpokes are pretty busy, Kurtz.
Yeah, cutting out a few calves over there.
There's a branding fire and 2 men.
They see us coming.
Keep your eyes peeled. They may be all right, but if they aren't, one of them may throw a gun.
Oh, boy. Howdy, Rangers.
Howdy.
You can let that one go, Pete.
No. Hold him for a minute.
What's the matter, Ranger?
Let me frisk you.
I'll get this fella.
Why? What's wrong, Ranger? I ain't got no gun.
Just checking up. What's your brand?
Nothing on this fella, Jay.
Well, there's the iron right there.
J in the center of a box, huh?
Yeah. My name's Jack Stern. Got a ranch up in Box Canyon. Brand's supposed to be Jack in the Box.
What are you doing with this stock?
Well, changing over to my brand.
From what? An L brand?
No, square U. Like that one over there. Ain't added my brand on him yet. Well, take a look at it. See?
Yeah, I see. It's a square U now, but it was an L. That brand's been altered. Okay, let him go.
Find something, Jace?
Yeah. Where'd you get this stock?
I bought them last night. Anything wrong?
They were stolen a week ago.
I got a bill of sale for them, Ranger. Fellow who had them was cutting them out yesterday. Said he was taking some steers to market, but he wanted to sell the calves for $60 a head. so he wouldn't have to keep coming all the way back from Rollo to get him.
Came from Rollo, huh?
That's what he said. But here's the bill of sale. Name was Vic Morath. Ranger, you must be making a mistake.
Maybe. How many calves did he sell you?
8 of them. Boys bought these 2 in here, and they're getting the others now.
Good. Is there a mottled face in the bunch, Stern?
Yeah, there is.
Guess that settles it, Jace. This is Buckler's stock.
Yeah, we better drive him out and have a van pick him up. Lab can examine the brands.
Now, what about my money?
Your claim is against the man who sold them to you, Vic Morath from Rollo. If that was his right name.
If he moves steers out too, Jace, they should be turning up at a commission house in a day or so.
Yeah. In the meantime, Stern, I'll have to hold you and your boys in custody for possession of stolen property.
Ain't it enough that I lost $480?
Maybe it'll teach you not to pay cash for cattle until you've checked on them.
I didn't pay cash. I gave Morath a check.
A check?
You mean he took a check from you?
Yeah. Hey, maybe I can stop payment.
You won't have to. We'll do it for you. Where's your bank?
Ranchers and Merchants Trust in Abilene. President knows me. His name's Chalmers.
All right, Stern. Kurt, you bring him and his boys into town with the stock. I'll meet you there. I got to get to a phone and call that bank. I rode charcoal hard into town, found a phone, and put a call through for Mr. Chalmers, president of the bank in Abilene. But I was too late.
I'm sorry, Ranger Pearson, but Mr. Morath cashed that check shortly after we opened this morning.
Did you ask Morath for identification?
Yes, but he didn't have any on him.
You cashed the check anyhow?
Well, he asked us to call his bank in Rollo for a reference to save him time. He even paid for the call.
You mean he actually comes from Rollo and they've heard of him there?
The Rollo State Bank said he had an account there.
But you don't actually know whether the man was Morath.
Well, after all, Ranger, when the man paid for the call to his own bank in Rollo...
Did Morath endorse the check?
Yes, it was endorsed in my presence.
Will you rush that endorsed check to my headquarters? I want to look at that signature. When the check came through, Kurtz and I left for Rollo, Texas. At Rollo, we went directly to Morath's bank.
Vic Morath? Why, yeah, I know him.
This his signature?
I'd have to compare it with his signature card. Just a moment. M-A-S-M-A-U. Ah, yeah, here we are. Now he takes both signatures and see.
They're not the same, Jace.
No. Thank you.
Anytime, Ranger.
Come on.
What now, Jace?
Morath's ranch is only about a mile out. We better drive out there and see him.
Sure you won't have a drink, Rangers?
No, thanks.
Oh, so somebody's been using my name, huh?
Looks that way. You know who it might be?
No, but it's a cinch it wouldn't be a friend. Forgery's a mighty low trick.
I figure it may have happened 100 times before, Mr. Morath, but this is the first time we caught it.
I'm mighty glad you did. I don't like my name being mixed up with thieving and killing.
Of course, you'd never see the checks. They'd go right back to the man who made them out after they were cashed. Anybody ever forged your name to a check that went through your own bank?
I know. If anybody had and I knew it, I'd have taken a bullwhip to him.
No help here, Jace.
No. Well, thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Morath. We can find our way out.
So long, Mr. Morath.
You sure you won't take one of these before you go? I'm having another.
No, thanks.
That certainly led us into a blind pass.
Huh?
I said Morath was no help. What's the matter with you, Jace?
I was just thinking of that book of matches I found on the range out at Buckler's.
The ones that were dropped by somebody left-handed?
Yeah. I watched Morath pouring that drink for himself. He's left-handed, Kurtz.
That's mighty thin and circumstantial, Jace.
Sure, I know it is. Just a passing thought. I better call KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 back in service.
KTXA to Unit 10. Have message for you.
Go ahead, KTXA.
Cattle with L brand offered for sale this afternoon at Tully Commission House, Fort Wood. Cattle inspector reports brand might have been L brand from Buckler Ranch.
Did Commissioner get name and address of seller?
Seller refused to have check mailed. Said he would pick it up tomorrow after stock was weighed and priced. Gave his name is Vic Morath, Rollo, Texas.
Just left Morath at home in Rollo. Unit 10 and Unit 6 proceeding to Fort Worth. We'll be there when Commission House opens in morning. Unit 10, 10-4.
Got a long drive ahead of us, Jace.
Yeah, but this is the break we've waited for.
It's not so important now, is it, that Morath happened to be left-handed?
No. Not now, it isn't.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
It's National Wheaties Week everywhere. Even backstage in our studio here tonight. Sure it is. We're all buying and eating Wheaties this week. And here's living proof. The man who dramatizes Tales of the Texas Rangers, Mr. Joel Murcott. Am I right, Joel? Are you getting your Wheaties?
I sure am, Frank. And not only that, I've got Wheaties written into the breakfast script for Mrs. Murcott and our 4 kids, too. Seems like eating Wheaties is little enough to do for them when they do so much for us. Folks, I hope you feel that way, but even if you don't, try Wheaties once. Just to show us you like our shows. What do you say? After all, National Wheaties Week only comes once a year.
Thank you, Joel Murcott.
We reached Fort Worth during the night and examined the cattle in the Commission House stock pens. They were part of the Buckler L brands, all right. All next day, Bud Kurtz and I were staked out in the Commission House office. The man impersonating Morath never showed to pick up his check.
Well, have to wait again tomorrow, Jace.
I don't think so. He won't be coming.
What do you mean?
Our man didn't show because somebody tipped him not to show.
Think somebody in the Commission House slipped up?
Maybe not, Kurtz. Maybe we slipped up.
Maybe we did. What do you mean, Chase?
I'll tell you as soon as we find a photograph of Vic Morath, the real one from Rollo. It took almost 2 days to find a picture. We went through newspaper files, breeders' publications, cattlemen and ranchers' journals, county fair souvenir books. Captain Stinson found what I was after. Chase,
look. Is Morath one of these?
Yeah, that's it, Captain. That's Morath in the center.
Group picture. Who are the others?
Picture comes from a breeder's journal. Caption says it's the Morath Ranch Rodeo team. Had the highest group score at the Rollo Rodeo in 1946, 2 years ago.
I want to see if Stern or Chalmers, the banker, can identify Morath as the man who sold those calves.
Well, we know it wasn't Morath, Jace. The signatures didn't match.
They don't have to. Morath is left-handed. He might have endorsed the check with his right hand just to cover up.
Hey, Jace may have something there.
It's worth trying.
Stern has been released. I'll call him at his ranch and have him meet us at his bank in Abilene. How about it, Stern? Is this the man, the bare-headed one in the center?
No. No, Ranger. I never saw him before.
How about you, Chalmers? Is this the man who presented the check?
No, it isn't.
Another washout, Jace.
And let me see that picture again.
Sure, here.
I'm not sure, but this fellow on the end, right here. You look at it, Chalmers.
Why, yes. Yes, I believe that is the man.
One of the cowpokes, huh? Come on, Kurtz. We're going to visit the sheriff at Rollo.
Yeah, I know that feller. Quit working for Morath about a year ago. Bought himself a little ranch not far from Morath, over near Comanche Gulch.
Cowpoke has to be pretty thrifty to buy a ranch. What's his name?
Buzz Black.
Better get over to Comanche Gulch, Jace.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff.
Sure, glad to be of service.
Well, we're going to be able to tell Morath who's been using his name.
We don't have to tell him. I got a hunch he already knows.
What makes you say that?
Black didn't go back to pick up that check. Somebody warned him those cattle were getting hot. That means Morath.
But if he's in on it, why would he let Black use his name?
Because he's smart. False signature makes him look like an innocent victim. His reputation is good.
And as soon as we went to him, he knew we were on the trail, and he told Black and the others to lay low.
Right. Let's get Black for a starter.
All right, Black, throw up your hands.
What? Oh, you scared me, Ranger.
Drop that hammer.
Oh, sure. I don't know what this is all about, but
It's about an old man who was shot to death while you were running off some of his cattle with an L brand.
Me? Oh, you're crazy. I never...
We got 3 people who can identify you. Man who bought the calves, banker who cashed a check, and the commissioner who bought the steers in Fort Worth.
All right. So what?
I found the cattle out at Camp Hood.
You don't find cattle with a brand on them. They weren't Mavericks. You better talk, Black.
I'll talk when I see a lawyer.
You wait that long and the wrath will run out, and you'll be facing it alone. That old rancher was murdered.
I didn't shoot him. I swear it, Ranger.
No jury's going to believe you, unless you tell us who did it, and we find the gun he used.
All right. It was Morath. He started the whole thing. Was his idea.
Who rode with you?
1 folks from here, 6 from Racket's place.
What's that?
Rider taking off in a brush, Jace.
Stop, you!
Too late. He made cover.
Isn't the Morath Ranch over that way, Black?
Yeah, that was my rider. Must have sneaked up and hurt us.
I'm going to handcuff you to this wagon.
Now, wait a minute.
We'll be back for you later. Come on, Kurtz.
They'll know we're coming on. They'll scatter, Jace.
You better call headquarters for more units. We put through the call and headed for Morath's ranch in the car, hoping to beat the rider. He must have stopped on the way and phoned Morath, because the ranch was clear when we got there.
They cleared out, Jace. Better get the horses out of the trailer and start tracking.
Wait a minute, Kurtz. Look at this driveway.
Funny marks.
Yeah. Brush trailing behind a truck to wipe out the tracks. I've seen that before. And this is fresh. A branch caught in the edge of that mesquite when they turned into the road and snapped it. The brake is new.
That means they're heading for the highway.
Probably all riding together in the truck. There'll be an arsenal on wheels. Come on. Units we called for can set up roadblocks and converge on them. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead.
Subjects wanted for killing of Maury Buckler making getaway in cattle truck from Morath Ranch at Rollo. Check license numbers of vehicles registered to Morath.
Will do, Unit 10.
Subjects headed for main highway will probably turn south toward closest border point. Unit 10 and Unit 6 headed that way. Have other units converge on area and set up roadblocks with highway patrol.
Units 3 and 8 nearby. We'll notify them.
We'll make direct contacts with units as we close in. Unit 10, 10-4. Kurtz, you can commandeer the sheriff's radio car in town. Give us a chance to spread out more.
It's going to be like tackling a tank, Jace.
Yeah. Break out a Tommy gun and put it on the seat. We moved in from all points. There were no side roads that weren't covered by our units. Morath and his men were locked in our ring. I kept my foot heavy on the gas pedal. Then far ahead, as I approached the intersection of State 12, I saw the truck dip over a rise. Unit 10 to Unit 3. Unit 10 to Unit 3.
Unit 3, go ahead, Unit 10.
Subject's truck less than a mile ahead of Unit 10, nearing intersection point, your area.
Ready for them, Unit 10. Unit 6 to Unit 10.
Go ahead, Unit 6.
Unit 6 now on main highway south of intersection.
Block highway at that point, Unit 6. Subjects are between Unit 6 and Unit 10 now, unless they turn off.
Unit 3 has reached intersection point of State 12. We'll block off intersection.
Good, Unit 3. Unit 8 has blocked still further south if subjects break through. I drew closer to the speeding truck as it topped a rise and headed down toward the intersection of the state highway. I could see the sheriff's car Kurtz had borrowed blocking the road and Unit 3's car in the center of the turnoff. The truck skidded and started to make a turn and come back toward me. I swung my car across the road, grabbed the Tommy gun, and jumped out.
Stop that truck! All right, let him have it! No more shooting, Rangers, no more. We'll come out.
All of you still alive, come out with your hands up.
You all right, Jace?
Yeah. How about you, Clint?
I'm okay.
All right, you men. Get over there and keep your hands up.
I got them covered, Jace.
One dead in the back there and a couple wounded. Hey, where's Morath?
Around the other side of the cab, dead. He came out shooting and I nailed him.
Ah, there he is. Better break that rifle out of his grip. Ballistics can tell if it's the one that killed Buckler.
He'll be the one, all right. Or he wouldn't have tried so hard to keep us from getting him.
Vic Morath's rifle was positively identified as the one used in the slaying of Rancher Maury Buckler.
Buzz Black and the other men who had assisted Morath were given penitentiary sentences ranging from 20 to 99 years.
And now, here's the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Another triumph for the Rangers, and another grand performance by our distinguished star, Mr. Joel McRae. And here he is with a few words for you personally about National Wheaties Week.
I hope you're enjoying Tales of the Texas Rangers, and it would give me a whole lot of pleasure, partner, if I thought you'd go out and get a box of Wheaties tomorrow because of our program. Since it's National Wheaties Week, it's a pretty good time to get those Wheaties. Will you do that? Good night.
Good night, Joel. You know, Wheaties and I were going to send you a free case of Wheaties. But then we thought, oh, that's silly. Joel McRae eats Wheaties, so chances are his kitchen shelf is loaded. And what National Wheaties Week is really for is to get other people to eat Wheaties. Frankly, folks, it's to get you to know and appreciate the fact that there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's right, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. National Wheaties Week is for you to buy Wheaties and try them and see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So, no free Wheaties to you, Joel. You can buy them just like all the rest of it. Right, folks? Now, don't forget, Breakfast of Champions.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom Tully, Bert Holland, Joe Duval, Byron Kane, Paul Dubuff, and Bob Cole. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Being a private investigator means two things. You can be sure you'll run into trouble, and you can never be sure you can get out of it. Well, there's not much you can do about it, I guess, except, like Julie always says,
walk softly, Peter Troy.
And now, Peter Troy investigates the Wistful Witch. Julie, the gal with the warning, plays the role of secretary, coffee maker, and general all-round girl Friday in my office. And you'll meet her again. But right now, I want to introduce you to a very gifted woman. And just to keep the record straight, a very beautiful one, too. Tall and slim, with golden hair, the color of the sun shining on Lake Superior. The Canadian half, of course. Yes, Gilda's a dream. And when she dances, Marga Fontaine, Moira Shearer, and Anna Pavlova become mere shadows. Beautiful, Gilda, beautiful. Boy, when you give him those old bumps and grinds.
Harry, speak to the band leader when he's racing the music again.
Yeah, I'll tell him, Gilda. Hello, Gilda.
What are you doing here?
Well, as I thought we were having dinner together after you'd finished.
Who said anything about dinner?
Well, I understood.
I told the doorkeeper not to let you backstage anymore.
Well, he tried to stop me.
Would you mind getting out of here? I've got a change to make.
Gilda.
You're always hanging around. You make me sick.
Don't say that.
I'll say what I please. You can't take a hint, can you? You bore me. You know that? You bore me.
You're going to be sorry you said that, Gilda. You're going to be very sorry.
Oh, don't threaten me, you aging Casanova. You don't scare me one little bit.
Go on, Gilda, you're on. That's your cue music. Gilda, what's the matter? Oh, Gilda, for Pete's sake. Gilda? Hey, Jerry, get him to put the substitute act on. Gilda's vanished. She's just plain vanished. Gilda Gourdet, exotic dancer supreme, is not the Wistful Witch referred to in the title of this saga. The letter showed up in my office the next day. Her name was Linda Gifford. She wore glasses and her hair was drawn back into a tight schoolmarmish bun, but she was young and, under her rather severe exterior, I could make out a lot of charm and beauty. And one thing she couldn't disguise, even though she wore a shapeless tweed suit, was the perfection of her figure, nor the slim elegance of her legs.
What are you staring at, Mr. Troy?
You, Miss Gifford, you're something of an enigma.
I came here to discuss my sister Gilda, Mr. Troy.
Oh, yes, of course. Miss Gilda Gourdet.
Gilda Gifford. Gourdet is her stage name. Gilda's disappeared, and I want her found.
Miss Gifford, the police offer an excellent service for the recovery of straying cats, dogs, and sisters.
I'm aware of that.
Well, then...
But I don't want the police brought into this.
Why not?
For personal reasons.
Well, I'm sorry, but if I'm going to take on this case, I'm going to have to know those reasons and a whole lot more besides.
Oh,
Otherwise...
You have so much conscience, then.
No, it's not a question of conscience, Miss Gifford. It's a question of a little thing called a Metropolitan Police License to operate. All investigators have to have them.
I see.
Yes, we step out of line, and they take a great delight in revoking it.
Oh, very well, then.
Well, that's better.
Gilda vanished last night from the theater. She was playing at the New Gaiety.
Paris Brevities of 1962. Yeah, I've seen the show. It's very nice. Bachelor affair, of course.
She disappeared halfway through the show. They had to put on a substitute act in the second half.
But the customers are furious.
She didn't leave by the stage door. The doorkeeper was there all the time. And she didn't change into her street clothes.
So? She's floating around somewhere in spangles and tights. It shouldn't make her too difficult to find.
There are complications.
Oh, I thought there might be.
Gilda and I, though we were sisters, were very different. I've never approved of her stage career. Nor of the company she keeps. She's frequently seen with a man called Max Ellerton. You've heard of him?
Oh, very unpleasant gentleman. Racketeer.
Somehow I have the feeling that he's responsible for her disappearance.
Well, I tell you, anyone crosses Max, they're very liable to disappear.
I've never been able to understand Gilda. She could virtually have her choice of men. For instance, there's Charles Lanford.
Lord Lanford, sir?
A wonderful man. Oh, a little older than Gilda, of course, but rich and charming and influential.
But she's not at all interested in him.
No. She seems to prefer the riff-raff.
Yeah. Tell me, did she have any visitors last night?
According to the doorkeeper, just one, Charles Lanford. But he was only with her for about 5 minutes. And he left.
Was there any other way into the place apart from the stage door?
No.
Nobody saw her leave?
No.
Oh, we have problems, don't we? Has she ever done this before?
No.
All right, Miss Gifford. Now, what else have you got to tell me about Gilda? And I want a full rundown, please. Because I'm going to be very annoyed if I eventually discover that you've left anything out.
Yes. Well, she's left me in the very devil of a pickle, Mr. Troy. Running out in the middle of the show like that.
There's been no sight nor sound of her since?
Nothing. And she has a contract here.
The policeman informed you?
Well, no.
Why not?
Well, she's only been missing for 24 hours.
Look, a valuable star disappears. You don't even tell the cop on the beat about it?
We had instructions not to.
Who from?
Miss Gifford. Oh, I see. Well, she's her sister.
Can I have a look at Gilda's dressing room?
Certainly. Right behind you.
Has it been touched?
Not to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Troy.
Oh. Hello there. Who are you?
I could ask you the same question.
Troy. Peter Troy.
One of Gilda's boyfriends?
No such luck. Private investigator.
Oh.
I didn't catch your name.
Patsy Colligan. Third from the left and second row of the course.
Oh, yes, indeed. A lady with a lovely knees.
Nice of you to notice.
Are you using this dressing room, Patsy?
No.
Oh. You looking for something?
I lent Gilda some makeup.
And you came to get it back?
Yes.
Well, the looks of things, you didn't find it. You gave the place a pretty thorough going over, then.
I've run out and the stuff costs money.
Money? Patsy, I guess £5 would buy an awful lot of makeup, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Troy.
£5, all you have to do to earn it is to do a little talking.
About what?
About Gilda.
Oh,
And Charles Lanford and Max Ellerton.
Oh.
Not interested?
£5.
6. Oh, we're living in an era of fast inflation.
Gilda was in trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Police trouble.
Well, go on.
That's all.
Not much value for £6, Patsy.
Maybe it wasn't police trouble. Look, I don't know, Mr. Troy.
Oh, come now. You're not trying, Patsy. Now, I feel sure...
Max!
Patsy, that tongue of yours is going to get you into a whole lot of strife.
I didn't tell him anything.
You said Gilda was in trouble.
I was stringing him along, playing for time. Is he dead?
Probably. Did you find it?
No. Look, I searched everywhere, Max. Let's get out of here. They'll have heard the shot and...
Not with all that racket going on out there.
But someone must know he's here and about...
Troy! Come on, follow me. This way.
He's not...
No, the bullets pierced his skull. He's getting in the very devil of a headache. But he'll live.
Oh.
Yeah, see, I told you. You there.
Yes, sir.
You have any authority around here?
I'm the stage manager.
Yes, well, tell those people to get out of here and close the door behind them, will you?
All right, kids, you heard the inspector.
And you stay here.
Pete, can you hear me?
What in tarnation?
You very nearly cashed in your chips this time, Joy.
Don't I know it?
Okay, what happened?
I was talking to this chorus girl. In the line of duty, Julie. She was in here searching for something. While I was talking to her, she kept on looking over my shoulder. Oh, I didn't take any notice. Ooh, I should have done. I heard the gun go off right behind me, and... Well, right then, the whole world exploded in my head.
There was someone else in here?
Well, there must have been.
And you didn't see them?
If I'd seen them, I'd have ducked, believe me.
Well, take it easy, Pete.
Hey, you there.
Oh, yes, Inspector?
Any other entrance to this dressing room? Any other door?
Not to the best of my knowledge, Inspector.
Ah. Well, perhaps your mystery gunman was hiding in the wardrobe over there, Troy.
The wardrobe was open. There was no one in there.
Troy.
When I walked into this room, the place was empty, except for the girl. Hey, just a minute. What are you doing here, anyway, Inspector?
I called him, Pete.
Huh?
Well, the stage manager came in and found you sprawled out on the floor. He rang through to the office, and the answering service gave him my number. He told me you'd been shot.
Huh.
I called Inspector Caswell immediately.
You didn't think about calling the police direct, mister? Well, no. You know, it seems there's more than one person just a little shy of the police in this case. I had the theater's reputation to consider. Oh, great. Just one more thing. Do me a favor and go and find a Corey named Patsy Colligan.
But I just told the inspector.
Tell him what?
She's another one that's disappeared, Troy. No one's seen hide or hair of her since you came backstage. Like Gilda Gourdet, she's vanished.
2 missing showgirls, a bullet that came within a millimeter of putting my lights out, and a wistful-looking woman who wore tweeds and sensible shoes. These are the main ingredients of this crazy case to date. Plus, of course, the puzzle of how that gunman got into the dressing room in the first place. Julie and Inspector Caswell had arrived on the scene just about the time I was coming to. Inspector gave me that old-fashioned look when I told him that there was only Patsy Colligan in the dressing room when I entered. But he decided to humor me. He left the dressing room, went with the stage manager to the telephone to call some specialists from Scotland Yard to search the place.
Pete, maybe the bullet came through the window.
The gun was fired in this room, and from right behind me.
But how could
Look,
that
help
be?
me get in the feet, Julie. I want to give this place a quick once-over before Caswell gets back with his boys. Ooh, my head.
Well, I think you should go home and rest.
Later. I don't like puzzles, honey bun, and this is a Lulu.
Well, the police will
Now,
find
that
it.
gunman had to get into the room from somewhere behind me. I was standing about here. Patsy was right in front of me. Now, let's have a look around.
Now, the wardrobe.
Empty. The door was open. Hey, that basket over there in the corner. That's big enough for a man to hide in, wouldn't you say?
Oh, Pete, maybe he was hiding in there, but no one saw him or the girl leave this dressing room.
You're right. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Now, that's interesting.
Oh, what's it?
Now, look, clearing down there.
Green spangle.
Yeah. And Patsy Colligan was wearing a costume covered in green spangles.
Oh, listen, Pete, if she got in there with the gunman, it'd be a bit of a tight squeeze, wouldn't it?
Maybe. There's something cockeyed here. Now, just supposing this basket had a false bottom, honey bun. Here we are. See what I mean?
Trapdoor.
Well, of course it's the only answer. I was a dope not to think about it before. It's a variety theater. Well, you know, disappearing acts and all that.
Oh, Pete, you're not going down there.
Well, I'm just going to have a look-see.
Oh, well, I'm coming too.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, all right. Take it carefully. Now, you stay close. There's very little light down here.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Also use these passages as emergency fire exits from the stage. In the old days, you had to have them to conform with fire regulations.
It's eerie, isn't it?
Sure is. Let's get some light in the subject.
Yeah.
That's better.
Oh, Pete, there's a switch over on that wall beside you.
I'll do that again.
Oh, I hate this place.
Oh, there we are.
Oh!
What the?
There's the corner. A body.
There we are, honey bun.
Pete, who is it?
Third from the left, second row of the chorus. Patsy Colligan.
The way Inspector Caswell carried on, you'd think we were responsible for the poor girl's death.
He always did have a nasty, suspicious mind.
Well, what happens now, Pete?
Right this very minute? We wait, honey bun.
For what?
You mean for who? I want to have a chat to that stage manager. What's his name?
Oh, Keaton.
Yeah. Should be out in a minute.
You think he knows something?
He knows more than he's told us or the police. Good night, Joe. Make sure you lock up after the police leave. Get in the car. Keaton, what? Get into the car.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Do as you're told. I'm not a policeman, Keaton. I don't have to be careful how I treat suspects.
Suspects?
Come on, in the back seat. Yeah. All right, Julie. Drive around the block a couple of times.
I protest.
Now, listen, Buster. I got a splitting headache and my temper's a little frayed, to say the least. You're going to do some talking. You're not going to stop till I've heard enough.
Look, I told the police everything I know.
No, you didn't.
But, Mr.
You're the stage manager of that theater, right? You'd know the place inside out. You know about that trap door, the entrance to it through the wicker basket. So it was no mystery to you how Gilda disappeared.
Well,
You've known all about the vanishing gunman, too. But you kept your mouth shut. Oh, I want to know why. And I tell you, if I don't get my answers, Keaton, I'm going to tell Julie to step on the accelerator, and then when the speedometer reaches around about 50, I'm going to open this door and kick you out. Now, you talk.
Well, all right. Well, the whole business is a mess, and I don't know all the answers.
Well, do your best.
Well, yes, I did know about that trapdoor, but I didn't dare tell the police. You see, Max Ellerton's mixed up in all this.
Well, keep going. You haven't told me anything I don't know yet.
Patsy Colligan used to be his girlfriend.
What about Gilda Corday?
Oh, yes, it was before Gilda came onto the scene. But the whole trouble was, well, Gilda's married.
Married?
To whom?
Charles Lanford.
Huh?
Well, that's right. It's a very closely guarded secret.
Max Ellerton know about this?
Yes. Didn't seem to worry him. But then the marriage seemed to go on the rocks. Gilda's a volatile girl, and Lanford's a bit of an old stick in the mud.
Why was there all this secrecy about the marriage?
Because of Lord Lanford. He threatened to cut Charles out of his will if he married Gilda. He didn't approve of showgirls.
Slowly but surely, things are beginning to add up.
Anyway, Gilda left orders with the stage doorkeeper not to let Charles in. And for some reason, that made Max Ellerton angry.
Lord Lansford's dead now, isn't he?
He died last week. His son inherited the Lanford fortune.
Have you got any idea what Patsy was looking for in Gilda's dressing room this evening?
I don't know. But I could hazard a guess. I'd say it was Gilda's marriage line.
What, she knew Gilda was married, too?
Yes. And she was really sore at being dissed by Max. Now, if she could have got those marriage lines...
She could use them as a lever to pry Max away from Gilda.
Yeah, something like that.
Tell me, where does Max Ellerton hang out, Keaton?
What? Oh, now, listen.
Step on the gas pedal, Julie.
Right.
Well,
Where does he hang out, Keaton?
Look, if I was to tell you that, Max would kill me. What? All right, I'll tell you. He's got a hideaway in Shoreditch.
The address?
Off Shoreditch High Street. 23 Ebor Street.
Okay, slow down, Julie. Stop anywhere around here.
Troy, listen.
Quiet. Okay, out. Come on, out.
All right. But Troy, don't tell Max I gave out his address. For the love of mercy, don't tell him.
Where's your now, Pete?
To 23 Ebor Street, Shoreditch.
You're out of your mind, Linda. I don't know where Gilda is.
You're a poor liar, Max.
You think I'd double-cross you?
I know you would. But you'll only do it this once.
Linda, put that gun away.
Where's Gilda? Answer me, Max. I'm not afraid to pull this trigger, and you know it.
Okay, relax. Gilda's safe. She's at my place in Maidstone. Took her there the night before last.
Why?
Because she was backing out of the deal, Linda, that's why.
She was married to Lanford.
Oh, yes, but that wasn't going to last much longer. She'd already separated from him, and she'd lodged divorce papers with a lawyer. She wasn't going to go through with it.
Oh, the little fool. After all our careful planning.
She knew that as soon as Lord Lanford died, we were going to fix Charles.
You could have done it any time now.
And the Lanford fortune would have come straight to her as his next of kin.
£750,000.
Yeah, but she didn't like the idea of us killing him. So I had to grab her before she went through with the divorce.
For the marriage line.
If I couldn't find them. And I called Patsy Colligan hunting for them, too. Patsy would have done the gaff, Linda.
All right.
Yes, and I've got a bone to pick with you. What was the idea of putting a private eye on the trail?
I wanted to know where you'd taken Gilda. He's got a reputation for hunting down missing people.
Yes, and he would have hunted me down in the process. I ought to...
You're right about that, Max.
What's this?
Now, don't reach for a gun, Max. Like Linda, I've got no compunction about pulling the trigger on this one. And whilst we're about it, I'd feel a whole lot better if you dropped that cute little automatic, Linda. Ah, that's better.
He heard everything.
Yeah, that's right. I found nobody at home, Max. I let myself in. I've got one of the most comprehensive sets of skeleton keys in London.
Troy.
I told you I'd discover if you left anything out, Linda.
Troy, I'll make a deal with you.
I'd sooner make a deal with a death adder, Miss Gifford. Tell me, did you introduce your sister to Lanford? Oh, I guess you did. Remember I said you were an enigma? What happened to the tweeds and the sensible shoes, Linda? You know what made me think twice about you?
What?
Spectacles, mousy hairdo, cotton stockings, no makeup. Yet you were wearing an expensive perfume called Exotique. Now, that was the enigma. It's a very glamorous perfume. Doesn't go with tweeds.
Troy, you'll never get out of here alive. This is my territory.
Oh, and just for the record, Linda, Max was pulling the old double-cross. Gilda's not down in Maidstone. She's bound and gagged in the next room.
Why, you...
Troy, that'll be my friend.
Sorry to disillusion you, old man, but that'll be the police. Sent my secretary for him about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, Julie, bring in the boys. All right, Alan, this is it. The house is surrounded. Don't try anything.
You see, Max?
Are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right.
Oh, it had me worried, Steve.
Oh, that's nice. I like you to worry, honey bun.
But I wouldn't worry half so much if you just walk softly, Peter Troy.
It was relatively simple when brought down to its bare essentials. Linda Gifford introduced her sister to Charles Lanford, heir to the Lanford fortune. And the firm went fell for Gilda hook, line, and sinker, as Linda knew he would. And that made Gilda next in line for the Lanford thousands, once the old man died, which he did of natural causes. As for Charles, he was marked down for murder, and that's why Linda called in a thug like Max Ellerton. He would have been the one to plan Charles' sudden demise. But then Gilda got a fit of conscience, and Max tried to double-cross. Linda got worried and called me in. But all I was supposed to do was to locate Gilda, nothing more. However, when you buy service from the Troy agency, we got a whole hog. I won't forget Linda. She had a wistful smile, but cold, cold eyes.